Like, subscribe and share Tree Fanfiction audiobook channel for more fun. Chapter 82. Then, Wayne asked all the women around him again. This time he didn't use a gun to force them. After all, the restrictions were clearly written, and it would be useless to force them to agree. Only if you are willing can you pass. Then, strange questions began to be asked again and again. After everyone realized that Wayne no longer threatened them with a gun and that it would be okay even if they refused, Wayne mostly received straightforward rejections. But there are also some strange dialogues. Will you be my wife? No, no, I already have someone I like. Do you want it? Brother, I'm still young. I'm only 8 years old. And you? Ah? I have a husband. It's okay if I have a husband. Ah. Forget it, what about you, are you willing? When the old lady in her 70s who was leaning on a crutch in front of him heard this, her cloudy eyes even became clear for a moment. There was obvious surprise in his eyes. Can I too? Forget it, you can't. He decisively rejected the old lady. Wayne didn't want to find a mother, he wanted to find one who could work. The rejected old lady immediately lowered her head in disappointment and sighed helplessly. Her disappointment was very obvious. Me? I do. Right at this moment, a shout rang out. Wayne suddenly looked up, his eyes filled with uncontrollable joy. Is it true? But when he looked up and saw the middle-aged, fat woman in her 40s opposite him, whose face was full of hunger, the joy on his face disappeared instantly. When he saw her running towards him, the shocked Wayne raised his gun and fired a shot into the air. Bang! The crisp sound made the ant stop, and she looked at Wayne reluctantly as he returned to the team. Wayne was overwhelmed. This was indeed possible at work, but it would be so disgusting if he was called back to the ship. He would flirt with you every day, and getting off work would be a hell. Even the Marine was not spared and all of them were questioned. But no one agreed. Although this is normal, it is a bit disappointing not to recruit Wayne. Wayne sat down next to Kaya again and began to wait for the crew to return. But the way people around him looked at him became gradually strange. There was also a whisper among the crowd. Isn't he lacking love? Everyone he meets wants to be his wife. I never realized this guy is so capable. He's definitely lacking love. Look at the little girl next to him, he's tormented her to death. That's true. I just felt that this little girl was sick. That's what love is like. Indeed, Wayne's behavior was a bit strange. But I have to admit that the ant at the village entrance is really good at talking. Hina, who had been asked the same question once, looked at Wayne over there with her teeth almost broken. It was her fault, after all. She was not as strong as the other person, but this guy actually wanted her to be his wife. The key point was that before she could open her mouth to refuse, the guy walked away with a look of disgust on his face. What is this? Having crushed you in terms of strength, now you want to crush you in terms of spirit as well? Feeling insulted, Hina wanted to stand up and give him a big spanking. But thinking of that guy's terrifying kick, she felt that it was not unbearable. This defeat forced Hina to reflect on herself. Her strength seems to be still too weak. Although this East Blue Pirates is a bit perverted, she must also improve. She had already failed at East Blue, and she would be humiliated even if she returned to naval headquarters. She might even be taken away by him to be sold soon. Just thinking about it made Hina feel so miserable. When he was a Marine, he was sold by pirates. This is simply a stain on life. Now she had no ability to resist because the guy handcuffed her with a sea stone lock, and she even brought the lock herself. This is really shooting oneself in the foot. Hina regrets it now. If he sells me to some strange place, I might as well just die. Hina was preparing to die, but Kaya, who was sitting next to Wayne, was different. Her ears were now red. His eyes were wide open, staring at an open space in front of him, with a puff of smoke rising slightly above his head. Of course she heard the conversation of the villagers. Wayne heard it too, but he ignored it. But Kaya couldn't do that, her face was already turning red. What lack of love? What trouble? These people, what are these people talking about? Why do they think so badly of Wayne? Kaya covered her burning face with her hands. At 18 years old, she naturally understood what this meant. Now she felt that others had bad intentions towards her, but she had completely forgotten that she had thought the same thing just now. But now, seeing Wayne returning disappointed and showing no intention of taking either of them as his wife, Kaya naturally couldn't help but feel happy. That's true. She might be the only one who was forced to become a wife. After all, what normal child would willingly agree to something with a gun pointed at their head? She really is the only one. After waiting for a long time, Kill and his men, who had split into several groups, came back with their men. Everyone got a good harvest, and the ropes they were holding were used to tie up at least a dozen or 20 people. The villagers who were captured all looked as pale as death, and they no longer had any hope for the future. In this way, a large team of about 100 people was formed. Looking at all this, Wayne was very satisfied. These people could definitely make him stronger. Boss. That's all. The others are too far away and there's no time to find them. After Keel finished speaking, Wayne patted him on the shoulder. Well done, I'll definitely find you a wife next time. Keel did a really good job. He caught twice as many people as the others, more than 40 people in total. He must have gone through 2 villages. Oh. Seeing the disappointment on Kill's face, Big Brother basically pulled him over. Then he said to him excitedly, your boy is about to take off. The boss actually brought up this matter on his own initiative. Don't forget me when you get a wife. I don't even have a wife. You're a good guy. I'll find one for you when the time comes. Find something you can't even eat. What? Old cat, you're talking nonsense. If the boss really finds me someone like that, I'll send her to your house first. Kill, who was originally said to be happy, was poured a bucket of cold water by Clo. But as soon as he finished speaking, he felt something was wrong and added again, forget it, it's the same with the lights off, as long as she is a woman. Everyone immediately looked at him with disdain, but they had to admire his versatility. Wayne looked at his watch. It's almost time now. He didn't rush to pull people away, but turned and came to Arlong. At this time, Arlong was squatting in a 1-meter-high cage. Although he was a little afraid of Wayne, he still stared at Wayne in front of him with a defiant look on his face. Arlong's review has been passed. He is a truly vicious and evil person, and fully meets the requirements. Wayne stepped on top of the cage. Just go through the process directly. Draw your gun. Loaded. He raised his finger and pointed at Arlong's eyebrows. Be my crew or die. When Arlong heard Wayne's words, his face was stunned at first, as if he was greatly surprised by Wayne's words. But then he revealed an extremely crazy expression. Chapter 83. Want him to surrender? They want him, a fishman, to surrender to a human, especially the one he hates the most. How is this possible? Humans are a lowly race, and their brains are all useless. He may retreat because of your powerful strength, but it is absolutely impossible for you to make the noble fishman bow down to humans. Arlong's crazy face was filled with a mad smile. He felt that Wayne was insulting him severely. Not to mention agreeing, he now wanted to tear Wayne to pieces. When the people around saw this situation, they couldn't help but feel worried, fearing that a bloody scene would occur in the next second. Arlong's 3 men were even more worried. The guy in front of him is not someone who is easy to talk to. He even captured Marine at the beginning, and now looking at their boss's expression, it is absolutely impossible for him to surrender. It's not really going to be the end, is it? But Kill and the others were not too worried. They knew Wayne's character and it was just a threat. Kaya also didn't believe that if she hadn't agreed to Wayne's request, he would have shot her to death. This is just a means of coercion. Nami also knew this, and she also knew that Wayne would most likely not shoot. After all, he had let Arlong go yesterday. But in her heart she really hoped that Wayne would beat him to death. If he is allowed to escape again this time, the village may still be in crisis. Arlong clearly holds a grudge against her, and even if she leaves, the village will definitely suffer. But Wayne's personality. The expectation in Nami's eyes also began to gradually fade. After all, Wayne was in charge of everything now, and she had no say at all. At this time, Arlong's laughter became louder and louder, and the expression on his face became more and more distorted. The extremely loud laughter made Wayne frown slightly. But he didn't say anything, just waiting for Arlong's answer. After laughing for a moment, Arlong finally spoke. His expression was extremely gloomy. He stared at Wayne in front of him, his eyes full of ferocity and brutality, looking a bit scary. Should I laugh at your stupidity or your foolishness? The Murlocs will never submit to a fool like you. As soon as Arlong finished speaking, he stretched out his hands from the gap in the fence and grabbed Wayne's right hand that was pointing towards him. He wanted to pull Wayne over to him. Bang! Gunshots rang out. A small bloody hole appeared between Arlong's eyebrows. A line of blood also slowly flowed down his nose. There was still a hint of cruelty in his eyes, but that cruelty was quickly dissipating. Gradually, only emptiness remained. The mouths of Kill and others in the back were so big that they could fit 800 fists. Looking at Wayne, who slowly put away his gun and killed Arlong with an expressionless face, a chill rushed from the solace of his feet to his forehead, and his brain went blank for a moment. No, no. Bro, you're really killing me. Just let him collapse? Without any hesitation at all? At this moment, scenes from the past gradually emerged in their minds. At the beginning, it was a similar scene and the lines were similar. Join, or die. After staying on the boat for such a long time, everyone who thought they had seen through Wayne was now all confused. He really killed. If they had not chosen the right path, they would have been dead in the wilderness by now, right? Is this really not a joke at all? It turns out that he treats us well only because we joined. In his eyes, outsiders can be killed at will. After seeing Wayne execute Arlong without hesitation, everyone was extremely relieved. Even Keel was glad that he did not continue to act recklessly in Windmill Village, otherwise it would not be just a matter of losing a finger. My brain exploded on the spot. Their boss is still the same boss, he can destroy you if he wants to. Wayne put the gun away, turned around and grabbed the ropes that were tying up the group of people. Leave. Following his command, everyone reacted and hurried to take the others away. A large group of people also started to set off towards the beach. A moment later, only Arlong's lonely body was left here. Arlong is a bit too bad. Since he doesn't want to come to work, just kill him. Wayne has no masochistic tendencies. Since the other party has scolded him like this, he has to express his opinion in some way no matter what he says. On the way, Nami stared at Wayne in front of her with a complicated expression. She really didn't expect that Wayne would actually shoot and kill Arlong. This shouldn't be in his work interest, right? As a man who only cares about work, how could he do such a thing? Nami's eyes were full of confusion. Wayne's shift today was obviously to arrest someone, but Arlong was clearly someone who had already been caught, and that was his cargo today, so logically, there was no way he would do that. Doing so would harm his interests. What is the reason? Nami couldn't understand why Wayne did this, but no matter what, their village was the biggest beneficiary of this result. This also made Nami more grateful to Wayne. She couldn't help but tighten her grip on the box containing Bailey. A moment. I'll give it to him when he gets off work. As one of the people who knew Wayne well, Nami was not worried at all that all of them would be sold out. This was just a formality. Soon everyone will be able to go home again, and I will be completely relieved because of Wayne. In sharp contrast to her is Hina standing next to her. After witnessing Wayne's cruelty, Hina became even more worried about her future. This guy is really capable of doing anything. She is not afraid of anything else, but she is afraid that Wayne will sell her to a brothel. Now she is bound by sea stone handcuffs and can't do anything. It's not that Hina suffers from paranoia, but the place that dares to accept her as a Marine Rear Admiral probably does this kind of thing. Their intelligence on Wayne also showed that this guy was really capable of doing such a thing. Marine will come to save her, but not so soon. By the time they are rescued, the daylily may have already gone cold. Looking at Wayne's back, Hina kept thinking of countermeasures, but now there seemed to be no other way except hoping that someone would come to rescue her. Hina's heart was also shrouded in a layer of gloom. His expression gradually dimmed. How could anyone possibly come to rescue him at this time? Even if they did, how could they possibly defeat Wayne, who was a vice admiral? Before Hina could think about it, a sound of breaking wind suddenly rang out. The surrounding trees trembled. A figure actually appeared in front of the troops and stopped the entire army. He was a young man with blonde hair and wearing a black suit. In his hand, there was a cigarette, which made him look more profound. "Hey, pirates! Where do you want to take these ladies?" When the voice sounded, Luffy and the others on a mound not far away suddenly turned their heads and looked around. But Sanji was no longer there. That perverted cook! It's almost 5 o'clock. He's courting death. Zoro looked down with a worried look on his face, cursed inwardly, and then disappeared from the spot in a flash, rushing quickly towards the army below. Chapter 84. The dim sky makes the forest even more depressing. We are close to the coast, the sound of the waves is very clear, and the sea is vivid. The breeze blew through the short yellow hair. Sanji took a deep puff of cigarette, exhaled a cloud of thick mist, and turned to look at Nami, Hina and others behind Wayne. His serious face instantly turned into eyes full of love. He was far away and couldn't see clearly, but he just thought she was an absolute beauty and came. Now that I look closer, she is simply the ceiling among beauties. But he quickly reacted, coughed twice, and turned his attention to Wayne. Let's deal with these pirates first. None of these people look professional. They all look weird and their abilities are probably not that strong. The leader even looked more handsome than him, which made Sanji grit his teeth secretly. But he doesn't look strong and doesn't seem to have much strength. Rescue the beauty from these pirates who appeared out of nowhere, win her favor, and reach the pinnacle of life. How perfect! Pirates, I'm here. The beautiful lady won't be persecuted by you anymore. Let me help you release her now. Don't say that, don't say that. Sanji's little combo is really cool, so cool that Hina thinks he is extraordinary. There was also some expectation in her eyes when she looked at him. Can it really work? Wayne looked at Sanji, who was blocking his way, and raised his hand to check the time. 4:58. At this time, we actually met Luffy and the others. This is really unlucky. Forget it, it's the same if we just solve it quickly. Seeing that Wayne was slow to speak, Sanji couldn't wait any longer. He was determined to show off his skills in front of the beautiful woman today. The truth is that he didn't sense any danger from Wayne at all, and in this situation, the average opponent's strength was a mess. Sanji naturally didn't take Wayne seriously either. He kicked the ground hard and rushed towards Wayne. His speed was really fast and even some villagers couldn't see him clearly. But Hina immediately frowned. She saw Sanji's strength at a glance. There was no way he could be a match for the guy in front of her. Is he crazy enough to rush directly into this guy's face? He will definitely kick you to pieces, right? Go. You are no match for him. The moment Sanji started, Hina warned him, but Sanji just frowned slightly and didn't listen to her advice. But Sanji's eyes turned more serious when he looked at Wayne. Sanji quickly came in front of Wayne and was about to kick Wayne in the face, but suddenly, there was darkness in front of him. It's the feet. How could that guy be so fast? I didn't even have time to lift my feet. Sanji's face instantly turned horrified. It was too late to resist, and an extremely terrifying sense of crisis came towards him from the front. Only then did he hear the words shouted by Zoro, who had hurried over. Don't go, you will die. When he shouted, Sanji had already taken action, but now it seems that it is a little too late. Sanji no longer had any doubts about what the green-haired man said. Because his childhood, his mother and sister, and his entire life began to flash before his eyes. It's a revolving lantern. He was kicked out of the revolving lantern. Are you going to die? Is this guy in front of me so strong? It is so powerful that it can kill you completely with just one blow. Bang! There was a loud noise, and Sanji felt a huge force coming at him. He didn't even have the strength to resist, and he flew backwards in an instant. But Sanji didn't feel any pain. With a dull thud, Zoro caught him steadily. At this moment, Sanji stared at Wayne over there, with an expression of extreme fear on his face. At the place where he had just stood, a huge depression, tens of meters in size, was clearly visible. A large number of large trees in the surrounding area fell down, and the entire forest seemed much emptier. A figure wearing a straw hat was lying in the pit. He looked at Wayne in front of him with a smile on his face. Ahem, Uncle Wei. Shut up. Wayne said this unhappily, turned around and prepared to leave with his men. It was only because Luffy came that Sanji was defeated, otherwise he would have knocked Sanji to the ground. He was off work in 2 minutes and didn't want to waste time waiting for them to explain. Just at the last moment, Luffy came close like flying a plane and used a rubber balloon to block his attack. But it's okay. Judging from Sanji's expression, he is at least shocked. Don't interfere with his get off work, he doesn't want to deal with these people. The kick he just delivered was just the limit of his current physical condition, he didn't use any special skills. Although the skills can be used infinitely, his body cannot withstand excessive use, so it is best not to use them. The villagers and marine soldiers had already turned pale as they looked at the huge hole. What kind of power is this? The ground collapsed with one kick. Nami also took a deep breath. At this moment, she had a clearer understanding of Wayne's strength. Before, it was just a brief attack, and the other party had no chance to resist and couldn't see anything. But now, the power Wayne displayed was enough to surprise her. At least, she had never seen such a strong person. UBD. You're putting on airs in his face. Enough of your life. Zoro looked at Sanji in his arms and couldn't help but scold him. But Sanji looked unconvinced. Am I just going to watch him take everyone away? I can't do it, I can't do it. Zoro was speechless. Is the allure of beauty really that strong? She's even willing to sacrifice her life for it. But at this moment... Boom! There was a loud bang, and then a shell landed not far from Wayne, and the soil kicked up by the explosion flew up. The mud splashed and fell in front of Wayne again. But it also reflected his gloomy expression to the extreme. In the distant sea, a huge warship 5 times the size of the Wayne pirates' ship was approaching the shore. There were not many people on the warship, but they were all taking action at this moment. The cannons on the ship were also aimed at Wayne, and shells were continuously fired from them. They also noticed that Hina was arrested, so it was natural for them to criticize Wayne. A hint of joy immediately flashed in the eyes of the villagers, including Hina. She had almost forgotten her warship. But what made her happy was not that the warship could rescue them, but that it could convey information to headquarters. As long as they report the situation, they will be rescued soon. Looking at the warships still bombarding, Hina was about to yell for them to retreat and seek help, but before she could say anything, Wayne disappeared. Chapter 85. A bad thought suddenly popped up in Hina's mind. His eyes immediately turned towards the warship. But what can be seen is Wayne, who is under the warship, kicking the keel of the warship. Hina was slightly stunned. What was this guy trying to do? Shouldn't he have gone up and taken care of the soldier firing the cannon? Why was he attacking the warship? What is he thinking about? Could it be that he wants to destroy the warship directly? The moment this thought came to Hina, she felt it was ridiculous. The tonnage of the warship is not comparable to that of the small pirate's ship. If you want to completely destroy that behemoth, I'm afraid only the admiral can do it, right? Or are they those who possess extremely destructive fruit abilities, relying solely on their physical bodies? The vice-admiral's strength is only enough to destroy the bow of the ship. But that wouldn't even affect navigation. Is he drifting? Does he think that he will be invincible if he can solve his own problem? Hina frowned tightly, staring at Wayne's every move. The others were also stunned, not knowing what Wayne was going to do. Even Wayne's crew members looked puzzled. In the current situation, it is indeed most effective to deal with the soldiers on the ship. Why is the boss? Under the gazes of everyone who didn't understand, Wayne kicked the warship's keel hard. Bang! After a sound, time seemed to come to a standstill. The place where Wayne kicked did not change at all, there was only a deep footprint. It seemed that his kick did not cause any damage to the warship at all. Just left a footprint on the warship. But after doing all this, Wayne actually stopped attacking. Under the gaze of everyone, Wayne, with an indifferent expression, turned and left. Gradually moving away from the pirate's ship next to the warship. The 2 feet left a trail of footprints, but everyone was still stunned for a long time. What is he doing? Why did he leave? Ding ling ling lin lin. Before anyone could come to their senses, the sound of the alarm clock resounded among the crowd. The white pirates were stunned at first, but after looking at Wayne over there and then at the huge warship, they didn't know what to do for a moment. But the next moment the bell rang. Boom! A loud noise sounded from the front of the crowd, and the deafening sound instantly attracted everyone's attention. The huge warship exploded into countless pieces in an instant. From the bow to the stern. First, tiny cracks appeared. Then, exploded with a loud bang. The debris fell madly into the sea below, and the same happened to the marines on the warships. Everyone was stunned when they saw the warship, which had been in good condition just a moment ago, seemed to have been disintegrated in an instant. Hina's eyes widened, her expression already showing extreme fear. She couldn't believe what she saw. What did she see? That guy completely disintegrated the huge warship that was as big as a mountain with just one kick? Hina felt her mind go blank for a moment, and she couldn't come back to her senses for a while. The shock she felt from everything she saw was simply too great. Nami, who had just been shocked by Wayne's power, has now also completely shut down. She never thought that what she had just done was not this guy's limit, not even that. A warship, such a big warship, he just kicked it. It becomes, like this? Monster. These 2 words gradually emerged in Nami's mind, and she had a clearer understanding of the figure who was leaving without any ripples. Is this his limit? What is his limit? Nami's pupils were shaking wildly, which was enough to show how much of an impact this scene had on her. Luffy and Zoro were also stunned. They didn't know that Wayne was so powerful that he could actually blow up such a large warship. Looking at Sanji in front of him, Zoro came back to his senses and said in a deep voice, "Save one more person for me." But at this moment, Sanji couldn't reply to him at all. He was extremely surprised by the scene before him, but what he saw was somewhat different from what everyone else saw. Wayne's strength was not enough to kick the warship to pieces. This is absolute. But he did it. What does this mean? Kicking skills. Sanji's eyes were filled with shock, as he had witnessed a unique and powerful kicking skill. It can actually multiply the strength of the body. Horror, Ultimate horror. Compared to him, what I lack is not just physical strength. Just that one kick was enough for him to learn for several years. Whether it's the force or the angle, everything is perfect to the ultimate level. After being severely shocked, Sanji's eyes began to turn fiery when he looked at Wayne. An idea also popped up in his mind, which was to become a disciple. FK, FK, FK. Forgive me for being uneducated. I really do. Damn awesome. I'm convinced, I'm really convinced. Pure skill and strength? Really, it's powerful. The crew members of the White Pirates were definitely the most confused people present. Everything that was happening before their eyes really overturned their perception of Wayne. Could their boss be so awesome? Looking at the figure in white clothes gradually moving away, they also understood what it meant to never look back at the explosion. Handsome. Shit. It's time to get off work, guys. We're going to be late. At this moment, Keel suddenly shouted, and then the group quickly chased after Wayne. They were so shocked that they almost forgot to get off work. Kaya was supported by Chloe and gradually closed the distance between her and Wayne. A moment later, everyone boarded the boat. Wayne stood at the bow of the boat, and the setting sun, which finally broke through the clouds, shone on him. The sea breeze rustled his clothes, and he looked up at the sky with a faint smile. Not far from him, a large number of warship wreckages were floating on the sea. Many marine soldiers also tried hard to swim to the shore. Wow! The sails dropped. The pirate ship, which was only dwarfed by the warship, gradually went away. But everything that just happened was deeply imprinted in everyone's mind, and the figure in white could not disappear for a long time. The only people left there were those who still hadn't recovered from the blow. The shore is still extremely quiet. It wasn't until someone remembered why they were still there that everyone came back to their senses. Yes. How come they weren't taken away? Why did they leave? Have you forgotten all of them? The villagers looked at each other in bewilderment, their faces filled with confusion. Even Hina seamlessly transitioned from the shock she just experienced to a state of confusion. Looking at the pirate's ship that had already sailed away, she was also dumbfounded. Am I safe? Is it safe like this? Is it really that casual? Ah! It took more than 10 minutes for Hina to finally accept the fact. They were saved in a confused way just because that guy forgot about it. As the sea stone handcuffs on her hands were opened, Hina did not delay at all and called the headquarters directly. She had to tell headquarters the news. Wayne, the king before sunset, has unfathomable strength. Chapter 86. The reason why Wayne chose to expose his strength this time is because the rewards are proportional to the efforts. It doesn't matter even if all my strength is exposed. There must be many benefits to hiding one's strength before, but it doesn't mean that there will be danger if he reveals it. It just adds a little risk. He is just a little stronger, and he has not done anything harmful. He didn't even kill Hina this time, so there is no reason for Marine to go to the trouble of spending energy on him. For East Blue here, sending a rear admiral is already a bit excessive. He wouldn't be afraid if a vice admiral really took action. With the exception of Garp, relying on his sword-keeping skills and kicking skills, I'm afraid no vice admiral can be his opponent. Sending an admiral will definitely lead to some news spreading, as the admiral is the focus of the world. Even if he continues to hold his own this time, he will still have to face Smoker in Logue Town, and his strength will be revealed by then. It was just 2 days earlier because of Hina. On deck, Wayne was lying on his exclusive recliner, looking relaxed. But there is some joy in his eyes. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully leaving Get Off Work. Ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving 29 points of physical strength. 81 check-in points. Ding! Because the host left work on time, you'll be awarded an extra 16 points of physical strength. Ding! Because the host strictly abided by the laws of Xia country while working, all the above rewards will be doubled. Number of people working, 8. The system's reward has arrived, and Wayne, lying on the recliner, can clearly feel his body getting stronger. The points given this time are really a bit too much. His physical strength, which was only a dozen points before, has now jumped to nearly 30 points. Leaving get off work on time is rewarded with a full 16 points of physical strength. If you add them all up and double it, it has reached a terrifying height of 90 points. After a day's work, it's 9 or 10 o'clock. There's probably no need to explain what this means. Wayne guessed that there would be a lot of rewards today, but he didn't expect it to be this much. The number of check-in points also exploded, reaching 162. 2 trips will improve your ability. This is a contracted job. There are more than 100 people in the kidnapped team, including more than 40 Marines and a Marine Rear Admiral. If time had not been so tight, he would have definitely captured Luffy and the others, as well as the Marines on the warship. But Wayne is already very satisfied with the explosive salary he has today. Call out the property panel, and the properties now appear clearly. Host Wayne. Gender, male. Wife, Kaya. Physical strength, 1146. Abilities, Advanced Spearmanship, Advanced One-Kick, Low-Level Observation Haki, Low-Level Sword Training, Low-Level Armament Haki. Check-in point, 445.3. Evaluation, Strong. 90 points of physical strength allowed Wayne to take a big step towards Admiral, and his check-in points finally exceeded 300 since he went to sea. Without hesitation, he upgraded his sword-maintaining skills. Ding! Upgrade successfully after spending 300 check-in points. Sword cultivation skill, level 1 has been upgraded to elementary. Sword care technique, elementary. Your sword gradually strengthens while sheathed, dramatically increasing the power of your next strike. Each day of care increases your total damage by 25%. Maximum, 1000%. The daily damage increase has been increased from 20 to 25. The upper limit has also been significantly improved, by 200%. This is definitely a huge improvement. Now he has raised it to 760%. With his current strength as a Vice Admiral, even without any skills, the power of the sword should not be underestimated. But, after all, there's still something missing. He doesn't know how to use a knife. And he couldn't learn it. His original body was like this, the same as it had been for 10 years, and he had no way to do anything about it. If he could draw swordsmanship abilities from the system, even if they were the worst, he could improve them as long as he spent points. But if he can't make this start, Wayne can only watch helplessly. If you learn the swordsmanship, the upper limit of this 1000% damage increase will definitely be doubled. Now all we can do is wait and see. One more perfect job and he'll be able to enter the lottery. I hope I can draw a skill that is somewhat related to swordsmanship. The next stop is Logue Town. Wayne wasn't going to take a detour. In the original novel, at this point in time in Logue Town, Dragon was there to protect Luffy from going out to sea. But things are different now. Luffy hasn't even become a pirate yet, he just formed an adventure group. Marine wouldn't even bother with them, there was no reason for a dragon to be there in this situation, and without a dragon, Logue Town would be perfectly safe for Wayne. A mere smoker was just a piece of cake for him. But suddenly, Wayne's expression turned grim. His brows were furrowed, as if he was thinking of something bad. He almost forgot one thing. This time, not only did he fail to recruit Arlong, but he also failed to find his wife. This was a bad thing. He has to sleep with these big men at night. Is there anything more painful than this in the world? Fortunately, the two islands are not far apart, so we can only bear with it. In Logue Town, the fat female pirates who caught Kobe in the original novel would also go there, but that is not necessarily the case now. He has already influenced a lot of people in East Blue, so he has no way of predicting what kind of people will appear in Logue Town, but there should be some extremely vicious pirates, right? When the time comes, he will have to recruit them quickly. If the ship is not upgraded, he, the captain, will be fired. Naval Headquarters. Inside the Marshal's office. Garp, Kizaru, Aokiji, and Marine, the three mythical gods, were currently lying on their backs on the sofa in the office. Kizaru was looking at the newspaper, Aokiji's eye mask fell and he was looking at Xiaomi. Garp, who was sitting in the middle, had his mouth wide open and snot bubbles coming out of his nose. He looked like he was sleeping soundly. Bulu bulu bulu. At this moment, the continuous ringing of the phone sounded in the room, interrupting Garp's snoring and Sengoku's turning of pages. Even the big snot bubble burst directly. Hey? Where is this? The first words Garp said after he opened his eyes sleepily made Sengoku clench his fists. After a moment of confusion, Garp finally heard the sound of the den den mushi. Yawning loudly, he sat up and took out the den den mushi. Click. The call was connected, and Hina's appearance gradually appeared on the den den mushi in front of him. Seeing that it was Hina, Garp became much more energetic. Hina went to catch Wayne, but it was his instruction. He also told Hina to contact him as soon as she caught him. Now he called her, probably to inform him. The efficiency is really fast. The problem was solved in just a few days. Little Hina is very capable. As for Hina not being able to beat Wayne, he never thought about it. Hina is the rear admiral of the headquarters and also a demon fruit power. What's wrong, Hina? You caught him, right? Bring him directly to the headquarters. I want to have a good talk with him. Ah. As he spoke, he yawned again. But his words made Hina on the other side silent for a long time. What's going on? Vice Admiral Garp, I'm no match for that guy. He's too strong. Chapter 87. Hina's words made Aokiji beside her lift up his eye mask and look over here. Kizaru and Sengoku couldn't help but look over. At this moment, Garp looked at the den den mushi in front of him, his eyes widened slightly, and he became completely awake. Obviously, Hina's words also made him feel a little incredible. But he really didn't believe it. Little Hina, this is no joke. That guy has only been out to sea for a few days. How can he be stronger than you? Garp questioned. Wayne has been wandering around the village for the past 10 years, looking like a complete street urchin. How could he be more powerful than their naval headquarters rear admiral? This is totally unreasonable. Garp was the first to express disbelief. Other people around him also knew Wayne a little, and they also disagreed with Hina's statement. That guy isn't even a demon fruit power, just an ordinary little pirate. Maybe he played some dirty tricks on Hina? Beat Hina in a one-on-one fight? Are you kidding me? La, Hina, you haven't been tricked by him, have you? The pirates of East Blue are not very strong, but they still have a lot of tricks up their sleeves. Aokiji took off his blindfold and became interested. But when Hina heard this, she shook her head with extraordinary certainty. No, he is really stronger than me, and he crushed me. I couldn't even take a single move from him. Bang! What? Hina's words made Garp stand up and slam the table. Garp's face was also full of disbelief, and his big eyes were shining. The expressions of the others were all frozen. How could it be that Hina couldn't make a single move in his hands? That guy must be at least as capable as a vice admiral. This is still the least. But he is obviously just a street urchin. How did he do it? 10 years of being a street urchin means you're already vice admiral? That doesn't make sense. At this time, Sengoku also realized that something was wrong. Who would have thought that the kid that Garp had been following for 10 years was actually a dark horse? He stood up and came over, taking the den den mushi from the confused Garp. Hina, Do you know what you're saying? Anyone who can handle you with one move is at least a vice admiral. That's the truth, Marshal. Hina was also surprised, but he captured Hina with just one move. With Hina's affirmation, Sengoku had to take it seriously. If it's allowed to grow, it might become a disaster in the future, but in East Blue. Does he know armament haki? Sengoku asked again. Sengoku's question seemed a bit redundant to the three mythical gods. Where can the East Blue pirates learn armament haki? There is no such concept as haki over there. No. Hina's answer also confirmed their thoughts. But the second half of Hina's sentence made their eyes widen. But he has observation haki. What? Garp roared so loudly that the roof almost blew off the house. He was really shocked. Wayne said it was no exaggeration that he watched him grow up, but now you tell me that I watched it in vain? You already have the strength of a vice admiral, which has almost made Garp's eyes pop out, but now, you actually tell me that you can even use observation haki. It is well known that there is no concept of haki in East Blue. There isn't any in East Blue, let alone in the village. That guy has been in the village for 10 years, and he has learned the ability to see and hear? What a fuss! Sengoku ignored Garp's yelling and was relieved when Hina said he didn't have armament haki. If he didn't have armament haki, there would be someone in East Blue who could really deal with him. Hina, I'll let Smoker take full responsibility for capturing this guy. Now go to Logue Town and meet up with Smoker. You two will do this together. Sengoku immediately provided a solution. There is a huge difference between having armament haki and not having armament haki. The most obvious difference is, of course, when facing the Logia demon fruit power. Even if that guy is as strong as Vice Admiral, the difference between Vice Admiral and Rear Admiral is whether or not he has dual-colored haki. With only Vice Admiral strength and no armament haki, there is no way he can defeat Smoker. Sengoku thought the matter was over and was about to hang up the phone to contact Smoker when Hina spoke again. Marshal, I may not be able to go to Logue Town. Hey? What's going on? The warship I came on was blown up by him. Kicked it up? What do you mean? It was just, from beginning to end, completely blown to pieces. What? As soon as Hina finished speaking, Garp's shout broke out again, this time even louder. He snatched the den mushi away and immediately asked, one kick? He kicked your warship to pieces? He doesn't even know armament haki. Yes, that's right. Hiss. Garp couldn't help but gasp, and the three people around him also looked incredulous. Hina's warships are the standard warships of their marine, and they are naturally very clear about their scale. But precisely because they knew it clearly, they were so surprised. Without any fruit ability and without using armament haki, he could kick a warship from head to toe until it disintegrated with pure physical strength. What a concept! Wow, these newbies are so scary! As he spoke, Kizaru put down the newspaper, picked up his teacup and took a sip to moisten his dry throat. You really shouldn't talk about such things. He can't do it. That's right, even Kizaru, who is a marine admiral, cannot kick a warship to pieces without using any abilities. What a pervert this is! Although the remaining few people can do it, is there anything to be proud of? What's the point of comparing yourself to a newcomer? At this moment, they were thinking the same thing as Kizaru, are all the newcomers nowadays so scary? Garp was still in shock even after the call was disconnected. He couldn't believe that the things Hina said were actually done by the guy from his hometown. The difference in Wayne's image before and after is so great that it's enough to break Garp's waist. When Garp was doubting his life, Sengoku had already contacted Smoker. Wayne really needs to be dealt with quickly, but the only thing to be thankful for is that he doesn't have the haki of armament. It should be easy for Smoker to deal with him. Logue Town. Inside the branch chief's office at Marine Base. Amidst the smoke, a male figure sat at the desk like a demon in the smoke. The three big cigars in his mouth were still smoking. Smoker looked at the den mushi that was hung up in front of him with a confused look on his face. He first pressed the doorbell on the table, and soon a woman wearing glasses pushed open the door. But as soon as I came in, I almost choked to death. Ahem, Colonel Smoker. You smoke without opening the window. As she spoke, she quickly stepped forward and opened all the windows. After waiting for a while, the smoke in the room finally dissipated a little. Go pick someone up. Where are you going? Koko Nishimura, bring Hina here. Tashiji set off soon, but Smoker was looking at a bounty on the table with a frown on his face. Wayne, the king before sunset, has been in East Blue for quite some time, so he naturally knows this person. But now you tell him that this guy has the strength of a vice-admiral? Never mind. Without the haki of armament, there's no way you can escape from him. Chapter 88. But Smoker is not stupid, and he is not so arrogant as to ignore Vice-Admiral's strength. At the very least, he wouldn't go to fight Wayne at sea, or with any sea stone products, as that would only lead to his horrible death. The guy didn't even take Hina's sea stone handcuffs, which was really in line with the East Blue Pirates style. He probably didn't even know what they were. After ordering people to look for Wayne, Smoker stopped thinking about it. At the very least, his chances of winning are infinite. Night gradually falls and the stars gradually appear. Far away from Logue Town, Wayne's pirate's ship was sailing on the waves under the cover of night. Wayne, who had just finished dinner, was lying on the watchtower, keeping watch with a lack of interest. It was now time to go to bed, and it was gradually getting quieter down there. The brothers below also began to call Wayne to go to rest. But Wayne would rather stand guard here all night than go down to sleep. Just as he was about to decline a wave, a sailboat about the same size as theirs gradually appeared behind them under the moonlight. Have a boat? Wayne leisurely picked up the telescope beside him and looked behind him. But this sight made his already uncomfortable mood even worse. That sailboat has a sheep's head on its bow. Who else could it be but Luffy and the others? At the same time Wayne noticed them, the other party also saw our ship. Several figures immediately appeared on the originally empty deck. Luffy even stood at the bow, waving his arms excitedly. It looks like he's on drugs. The others were not much different, and their expressions were somewhat excited, but not everyone was very happy. Wayne's face looked grim. Their ship was already 10 years old, so it was naturally not as fast as the new ship Mary. They actually managed to catch up with it. But now it's their off-duty time, and Luffy has brought people here again, making it difficult for them to do anything. Wayne was about to threaten them to stop following him, otherwise he would kick their boat to pieces, but he stopped suddenly as the words came to his lips. The expression on his face was also stunned. He thought of something, a key among keys. Wayne quickly opened the system panel and called out his wife's recruitment conditions. Ding! Wife's approval requirements: the other party must be willing, have a good impression of the host, and have no strong resistance. Without. Really not. Wayne couldn't help but show a hint of joy on his face. He seemed to have found a loophole. The system only said that one had to be willing, but it was missing something very, very important, so important that Wayne subconsciously ignored it. That's it. S**X. The system does not require women and does not restrict gender. As a rigorous system, if there are such conditions, they should be written in the passing conditions. Now that it doesn't happen, it proves that it is likely feasible. As for what Wayne is going to do? Take Luffy. Even Luffy's entire team would be fine, as long as they can pass. Luffy is 100% sure to pass. Although he has nothing to do with the crew's passing requirements, he perfectly meets his wife's passing requirements. My wife didn't say there is a limit, so I should be able to make all the Straw Hat Pirates my wives. Thinking of this, Wayne turned over and jumped off the lookout tower. His footsteps landed lightly on the deck without making any sound. It was already late and a layer of fine dew even appeared on the handrails of the ship. The others also heard the noise made by Luffy at this time. Looking up, they could vaguely see the Mary and Luffy on the bow of the Mary in the back. Everyone was naturally familiar with Luffy. Even Kaya, who had just boarded the ship, knew that Luffy wanted to join them. But their ship rules would not allow a kid under 18 to join. Their captain was also very annoyed with that kid. What's going on? That Luffy brat is here again? Boss, how about we persuade him to leave in a friendly way? The shirtless Kill looked ferocious. Usually at times like this, Wayne would ask them to send Luffy away directly, as he himself didn't want to get involved with Luffy at all. Keel naturally thought that this time was no exception. Sanji also started to put on his clothes and pick up his weapons. The three of them have done this kind of thing so many times that they are so skilled at it that they can't be any more skilled. But at this time, Wayne spoke up. Stop the boat. As soon as these words came out, the 3G brothers who were already standing on the edge of the boat almost fell into the sea. They even thought they had misheard. The three of them looked at each other and saw the confusion in each other's eyes. Boss, what did the boss say? Stop the boat? What is this? Others who boarded the boat later also felt something was wrong. They had also witnessed Wayne's attitude towards Luffy, and they could only say that he was annoyed to death. Why didn't he leave now, but instead stopped the ship? Could it be? Is it too? Several people felt a chill in their hearts, and the three brothers G who came down from the edge of the boat had trembling eyes at this time. Boss, he's not going to kill Luffy, is he? Looking at Wayne who didn't seem to be joking at all, the three of them swallowed hard. Even though Luffy is a bit annoying, he's still a good person. You don't need to kill him directly, right? After 10 years of getting along, the three of them naturally have feelings for Luffy. After calming down, Keel asked with a slightly trembling voice, Boss. Why did you stop the boat? Why stop the boat? Of course I'm waiting for Xiaofei. After Wayne finished speaking, Kakuzu couldn't help but raise his mouth a little. Looking at Luffy who was still waving his arms behind him, Wayne felt extremely pleasing to the eye. That look was as if he was looking at his wife. Hiss! Everyone on the boat gasped. The expressions on their faces were all exaggerated to the extreme, and Buggy's eyes seemed to pop out. Wayne's words "I miss Xiaofei" almost exploded their already small brain capacity, and the CPU started smoking on the spot. What does this mean? What does this mean? I was telling people to shut up not long ago, why is Xiaofei yelling now? Wayne's sudden change almost broke their waists. But no matter what, he doesn't look like he's going to kill anyone. Ziggy hurried to stop the boat, and everyone watched the Mary approaching from the stern. But everyone's eyes kept stealing glances at Wayne from time to time, with somewhat strange looks in their eyes. The door to the captain's room. Kaya stared at Wayne blankly, her expression changing constantly. She noticed that there was something wrong with Wayne's eyes. It was like the look of someone looking at something they loved. An absurd idea also appeared in Kaya's mind. Wayne, does he like men? Chapter 89. Without making everyone wait too long, the Mary was soon level with everyone else. On the K-Mary. It was eerily quiet at this moment. Luffy and the others on the deck all stood in neat rows like good kids, with their heads lowered. Just after noticing that Wayne's boat had stopped, Luffy, who was extremely excited, felt as if a bucket of cold water was poured on his head. All the heat disappeared, and all that was left was coolness. He also noticed something was wrong. Uncle Wei actually stopped the boat to wait for him? At this moment, the first thing Luffy thought of was not that Wayne was waiting for him and they were going to have a meal together. All he could think about was that Wayne was angry and wanted to kill him. It's over. I screamed too loudly. Am I dead? Luffy instantly panicked. The fact that it could make him panic shows how abnormal things have become. But since he was already here, he couldn't just turn around. With the fantasy of what if, he drove over anyway. The others on the ship also thought that Luffy was shouting too loudly. But Wayne shouldn't have killed him directly, it's not a big problem. Just like that, a group of people slowly drove over. But the closer they got, the more they felt something was wrong. The reason was simple, all the people on the other boat were standing at the stern and watching them. Except for Wayne, everyone else was obviously worried. And what about Wayne? She is warming them with a smile that seems to be able to warm them for a lifetime. The moment they saw that smile, everyone felt cold from head to toe, and a tingling feeling of tension began to spread wildly. Wayne had never smiled so creepy before. That smile, it's as if he's looking at his own employee. Anyway, under Luffy's leadership, the group quickly assumed their current pose. Besides Zoro, Sanji, Usopp, Nami is also among them. Wayne helped her save the village. He killed Arlong, and all of Arlong's companions were captured by Hina. The village was completely freed from oppression. Nami followed Luffy to give Wayne money, oranges, and warmth. But now her warmth has not been given yet, but Wayne has warmed her first. Looking at the group of people who kept their heads down and remained silent like a group of elementary school students who had made a mistake, kill, and the others silently paid attention to Wayne's expression. But he always has a smile on his face that can warm people's hearts for a lifetime. Everyone was so tense that they dared not relax at all. Gil was even ready to grab Wayne's thigh and beg him to spare Luffy's life. And at this moment, Wayne finally spoke. Xiao Fei, stop standing and come sit on Uncle Wei's boat. This statement almost made Luffy on the opposite side kneel down on the spot. Something was wrong. Even Luffy could tell from the big slippers on his feet that something was wrong. Xiao Fei. What is this name? There's something a billion points wrong with this. Luffy slowly raised his head with a forced smile on his face. Looking at Wayne, he laughed dryly twice. Uncle Wei. Bring them all up. Captain's cabin. The room, which was not very big to begin with, was now packed with people. Wayne sat on the first chair he came into contact with after his rebirth, looking at the Straw Hat Pirates in front of him. At this time, Wayne has returned to his usual self. Wayne picked up the hot water that Kaya had poured on the table and took a sip, but remained silent. Under the orange light, the atmosphere in the room was somewhat depressing. The tense atmosphere made everyone around dare not breathe. The same goes for Luffy and the others. Everyone was waiting for Wayne's uncharacteristic reaction, and no one could figure out what he was thinking. Wayne is so weird today. Climb. The water cup was placed on the table, making a sound. Wayne finally turned his gaze to Luffy in front of him. With a light cough, Wayne started with 0 frames. Luffy, be my wife. Wayne's voice wasn't loud, just loud enough for everyone in the room to hear. But the reaction to these words was no small matter. Everyone present widened their eyes to show respect. What did Wayne say? Want Luffy to be his wife? This? Everyone's gaze repeatedly moved on Wayne, their wide eyes filled with disbelief. No. Their boss. Wayne. Hiss. People treat you as their uncle, but you are concerned about their health? This is not right. Another round of gasps was heard, and everyone's looks towards Wayne became increasingly complicated. But Luffy just scratched his head, confusion written all over his face. What do you mean by wife? Can I eat it? Luffy's reaction almost shocked everyone behind him. These days, there are still people who don't know what a wife is. Such an idiot didn't even know that he was tricked into becoming someone's wife. What my wife means is that you can join the White Pirates. As Wayne finished speaking, a black shadow flashed by and appeared in front of him. There was a loud bang, and Wayne, who was completely unprepared, was knocked away by Luffy. I'll be your wife. At this moment, Luffy's entire body was covered in white gas, and even his skin was abnormally red. He looked as if he was extremely excited. Wayne looked at Luffy, who was sitting on him and wrapping him 3 times inside and 3 times outside, and there was some surprise in his eyes. This kid. Is this the second gear unlocked? In the original book, he was unlocked in an ice lobby, so where is he now? Although it may be due to his encouragement in recent years, the improvement is still a bit too fast. Wayne still felt it was a bit outrageous. Just now, he didn't expect this guy to suddenly shift into second gear, otherwise he wouldn't have been knocked away by him. Wayne broke free from Luffy's grip and stood up with his strength. Ignoring Luffy's extremely excited rambling, Wayne directly called up the system panel. Host Wayne. Gender, male. Wives, Kaya, Luffy. Physical strength. His. Although he had expected it, Wayne was still a little excited when Luffy's name appeared in the wife column. Done. It's done. This time, he easily got another employee, and it was a child laborer. But strictly speaking, he is not an employee, he is just his wife and is not subject to any labor laws. Perfect. Closing the screen in front of him, Wayne looked at Luffy and solemnly announced. Luffy. Congratulations. You're now a member of the White Pirates. Pack up and we'll be working together tomorrow. Everyone welcomes new colleagues. Wayne's words made the surroundings quiet again for a moment. Everyone's brain suddenly stopped working again. This is not right. This is not right. Wasn't she my wife's just now? How come she's our colleague now? Chapter 90. The plot jumps so much that they really can't react. He had no idea what his boss wanted Luffy to do. Originally, everyone thought that he had improper intentions towards Luffy, and wanted to do something big, something different, and something fancy. But now, he actually said that Luffy joined their pirates group. We're even going to work together tomorrow. This jump is a bit too fast and too big. Could it be that the boss is doing this just to circumvent the restrictions on child labor and recruit Luffy onto the ship? Could it be that Luffy's persistence over the years finally moved him? But no matter what, now that Wayne has spoken, there is no getting around it. The confused crowd gradually came back to their senses and looked at Luffy, who was so excited that he was smoking, and they also expressed their welcome. Among them, the 3 brothers G were the most enthusiastic. The 3 of them pulled Luffy out of Wayne's hands, and they stood facing each other, with Luffy squeezed in the middle. They were all a little excited. After all, they had a good relationship with Luffy. It worked, boy. What do you want to eat, Luffy? Uncle G will make it for you. We'll be colleagues from now on. Damn you, kid. Well done. The boss is finally impressed by you. Once you join, you have to abide by the rules. The uncles will explain everything to you later. Ha 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 ha. Luffy was squeezed all over the place, but he also enjoyed it. After all, this was the reason he had been fighting for 10 years. Now he was finally going to live the life he wanted, and he joined the pirates group. Looking at the noisy people, Kaya had a complicated expression, and her dazed look made it seem like she had a lot on her mind. Her appearance was somewhat out of tune with the cheerful atmosphere around her, and the polarization was extremely serious. I just watched like that for a while. Kaya also gave a wry smile. What's the point of liking men? He just wants to use this method to recruit an employee. Or in other words, what kind of person he likes is none of my business. I'm afraid that when he asked me if I wanted to be his wife, it was because he wanted to recruit me into the pirates. Didn't I originally want to join his pirates group? It seems that there is nothing to feel sorry about or sad about. Looking at Wayne, who was sitting beside her and also seemed to be in a good mood, the bitter smile on Kaya's face gradually disappeared. Yes. Isn't this already good enough? What else is there to think about? Thinking of this, Kaya seemed to have let it go, and her thoughts became completely clear. She was originally going to stay in that small village for the rest of her life, until she died, but now she has the opportunity to go out to sea and see the scenes that only exist in books. She is so happy that she can't contain herself. From now on, I should pay more attention to feel the beauty of life. On the other side, the other members of the Straw Hat Pirates, after being happy for Luffy at first, had to face the problems after Luffy left. Luffy left. Where are they going? After spending a few days together, they have come to regard Luffy, who originally brought together this group of people, as their companion and captain. Even Sanji, who had just boarded the ship, chose to go out to sea because of Luffy. Now that Luffy is gone, the scene gradually quieted down, and Wayne turned his gaze to them. He stood up and walked in front of the group, standing in front of Nami. Now that Luffy has been accepted, the others can naturally be accepted as well. If they can all be accepted, then they can be considered an affiliated group. No changes are needed. Give them what they want, and they just need to follow you to work. Of course, the premise is that they have to be willing. Nami looked at Wayne in front of her, her expression a little nervous. After all, in her eyes, Wayne still has a bit of a villain vibe. Standing in front of her at this moment, I felt very oppressive. Do you have a dream? Wayne suddenly spoke and asked such a nonsensical question. Nami was stunned, and so were the others. Dream? At this time, why would you ask what your dream is? Nami didn't know either, so she was looking at Wayne in front of her with a confused look on her face. Speak your dreams out loud. These words were so powerful that even Nami was startled. Looking at Wayne's expressionless face in front of her, she knew that she absolutely had to say nothing, but it was not a shameful thing after all. After a slight pause, Nami spoke. I want to draw a complete map of the world. A very normal dream. But the people around him looked very strange. But I don't think Nami is weird, I think Wayne is weird. What's this all about? From a wife maker to a dream maker? Before, I would ask everyone if they wanted to be my wife, but now I just ask if they have a dream. Everyone was somewhat ashamed. But after Nami said this, pop! A heavy hand patted Nami's shoulder, and Wayne's serious voice came immediately, be my wife, and I will help you realize your dream. Ah! Suddenly there was another burst of screams from the surroundings, and the faces of the people, which had just calmed down, became abstract again. No. You still can't leave your wife? Dreams are just a prelude, just a little bit of prelude, right? Nami in front of Wayne was also dumbfounded. She really didn't expect this turn of events. With a complicated look in her eyes, she naturally understood what this question meant. This was not really asking her to be his wife. Instead, invite her to join the pirates group. After just a brief hesitation, Nami made a decision. She currently has no good way to realize her dream. Arlong has been dealt with, and she doesn't want to stay in the village anymore. She wants to see the big world. But, there is no boat and no companion. Could it be that she wants to be the captain herself? Nami said forget it. Wayne's invitation came at the right time, and she seemed to have no reason to refuse. Wayne is a nice guy, and the other people on the ship are also acceptable, not to mention Luffy Kaya. It seems that this is really the best decision at the moment. I promise. Nami spoke softly. Wayne immediately opened his attribute panel. Host Wayne. Gender, male. Wives, Kaya, Luffy, Nami, wife full. Ding. Current number of people, 10. Received a workplace expansion upgrade. Wayne's face froze. 2 good news and 1 bad news, Nami is successful, the expansion of the workplace is finally here, but, my wife is full. Looking at Sanji Zoro Usopp beside him, Wayne had a complicated expression. The wife quota is full, so won't it be impossible for the 3 of them to recruit another one? But now, after recruiting 2, there are only 3 left, which, he himself feels a little guilty. What's more, the three of them obviously have the intention to join. Among them, Sanji is the most obvious. Boss Wayne, I have a dream too. I want to be your wife too. Wayne. Chapter 91. But his wife is full, what can he do? There are only 3 of them, and it's already full. This system setting is a bit outrageous. It's too few. Why are there only 3? Etc. 3? 3? 3? 3? 3 wives and 4 concubines? Hiss. This situation is not right. Is there a possibility that the 3 wives and 4 concubines are true? If I can have 3 wives, why can't I have 3 concubines? This is totally reasonable. Without thinking too much, Wayne still prefers to experiment directly. Looking at the impatient Sanji in front of him, Wayne knew without a doubt that he came here for the beauties on the boat. There might be a dream factor as well, but Wayne said he couldn't see it. In fact, Sanji has another idea, which is to learn kicking skills from Wayne. The power of Wayne's kick was so astonishing that Sanji was shocked. Now that he has the opportunity to directly join Wayne's pirates group, he is naturally very happy to do so. Well, it is definitely not because of any beautiful woman. In his opinion, or in anyone's opinion, there was no way Wayne would refuse. With the precedent of Luffy, it is normal to recruit Sanji. But Wayne just refused. Sorry, my wife is full. Hey? What? Will you take in a concubine? Wayne's first words, Sanji was dumbfounded. My wife is full? Doesn't that mean? But before he could feel too sad, the strange word concubine appeared. How could Sanji not know what this meant, but did he mind? He didn't mind at all. Come on. Do it. You must do it. This is just a formality. You won't really be asked to do anything once you become one, but once you become one you can join. This is the first time Sanji has seen that the way to join a pirate group is to become the captain's wife or concubine first. This is really hot. To be honest, if the captain asked him to do it, he would do it the same way. We don't accept men, we want to be a beauty group. Host Wayne. Gender, male. Wives, Kaya, Luffy, Nami, wife full. Concubine, Sanji. Conditions for concubines to pass, willing, and have a good impression of the host. Looking at the panel, Wayne just wanted to say, it's right, it's all right. The position of concubine has really been developed. The conditions are the same as those for wife, very relaxed, and most importantly, there is no restriction on gender. It seems that this is an open system. Apart from restricting him at work, he can have free rein in his private life. There are already 2 men here, and there are 2 more over there. Tisk tisk tisk. Fortunately, this was a search for an employee, not a real search for a lover, otherwise Wayne himself would find it outrageous. Next, Wayne did the same. Zoro wanted to become the world's best swordsman, and he happened to have so many opponents to practice with on Wayne's ship, so he was naturally happy to do so. Usopp's case is even simpler. He came here to pursue Kaya, so now he has no reason to refuse. Host Wayne. Gender, male. Wives, Kaya, Luffy, Nami, full. Mistresses, Sanji, Zoro, Usopp. Wayne was in a good mood, not only because he recruited all the concubines, but also because the concubine slot was not shown as full. This means he can still recruit. But I guess we can only recruit 1 more. 3 wives and 4 concubines, 7 people, is already very good, and Wayne is not the kind of person who is not satisfied. As a result, the work team increased from 8 people to 13. Adding 5 people means that he can get 25 more check-in points in a day, which doubles to 50. An absolutely huge improvement. Wayne then announced that Luffy and the others would become a subsidiary group. After all, since everyone on the team had joined, there was nothing much to say. Luffy is considered the captain of the subsidiary ship. After all, we have been friends for 10 years, and no one has any objections. After bringing everyone in, Wayne finally had time to look at the newly acquired workplace expansion and upgrade. Call out the panel and a clear introduction will appear. Workplace expansion and upgrade, you can select a site to upgrade. The upgraded site will have special effects that greatly increase employee potential and greatly increase employee training speed. Note, the site upgrade will take 1 day, please try to keep the work site stable during this period. Extremely strong. This venue after expansion and upgrading can definitely be considered a treasure trove. It is definitely not that simple to be called a great achievement by the system. I don't know if the potential of my body can be improved. Regardless of anything else, just make sure you can learn some swordsmanship. The most basic swordsmanship will do. Just a little knowledge of it will start the system to add some points. But it's a pity that this thing specifies that only employees can enjoy it and it is considered an employee benefit. Then his 3 wives and 4 concubines could only watch helplessly. Never mind, it's reasonable that Luffy and the others can't be promoted. If they are promoted again, as they already have top potential, Wayne dare not imagine what will happen. Maybe in a year or 2, the 5th gear will be available. It takes a day to improve the site, and the system does not recommend driving during this period. Wayne naturally will not try to see what will happen after driving. Okay, Keel, go over to their boat, bring the ship's rules, and talk to them. You don't have to come back tonight. For the boat, find the nearest island and stop there to rest for a day. After Wayne finished speaking, Ziggy looked troubled. Hey? But, boss, we only have the chart to Logue Town. Indeed, Wayne only got a map to Logue Town, so it is really difficult to find the nearest island. Is it possible to go to Logue Town first? But once they get there, their boat might not be very stable. There must be some action on the marine side. In this case, the upgrade will be delayed for several days. I know. Just when Wayne was at a loss, Nami raised her hand with a gleam in her eyes. Everyone looked at her. Although they didn't know why Wayne wanted to make the repairs, since he said so, it must be necessary. I have a map. There's an uninhabited island 2 kilometers from here. Nami continued. Wayne was naturally delighted by these words. The sooner he could upgrade, the better. He also wanted to start learning swordsmanship as soon as possible. He actually forgot about Nami. Nami is a genius in sailing. This also made Wayne suddenly realize that after being in contact with such a group of losers as the protagonists for a long time, Wayne actually thought they were losers. If nothing else, this guy Zoro can teach him how to use a sword. His foundation is very solid. It should be easy to teach him how to do it. After upgrading, I started learning swordsmanship from Zoro. Some people think it's outrageous, I won't say much, after all, this is what the protagonist can do, just recruiting an employee and hanging a wife sign. I won't force it if the idea can't be changed. See you again if we are lucky. Chapter 92. A day passes in a flash. Wayne and his friends are having a good time, but Marine in Logue Town is feeling uneasy. It had been 2 days, and they hadn't found any trace of the white pirates. This made Smoker wonder if they had simply skipped Logue Town and headed straight for Upside Down Mountain. Although Logue Town is a must-go, not everyone will stop here. The guy that has been noticed by Marine has a high probability of choosing to escape from East Blue directly. That guy had been in East Blue for 10 years and probably knew everything about East Blue. If he knew about his situation here, it would be wise to leave immediately. But it was useless for him to run to the Grand Line. As long as we knew which route he had chosen, we could just wait on the island he had to pass through. I thought he would boast of his strength and choose to fight me, but I didn't expect that he was just a cowardly rat. The nature of pirates. Smoker has given up hope and is ready to report the situation to headquarters, asking them to pay more attention to Grand Line. But at this moment, there was a knock on his office door. Enter. What is it? Tell me. Colonel. Rear Admiral Hina and Commander Tashigi are about to land. Well, let her come directly to see me. Yes. The office door was closed, but Smoker was in no hurry to tell the headquarters. Hina is here, so let's talk to her about the situation first. There's no need to rush. Smoker and Hina are from the same class and have a good relationship with each other, but because Smoker carries out tasks completely according to his mood, he has not been able to get promoted even with Logia. There was not much difference in their abilities, but Hina was already his superior. However, the relationship between the two was not affected by their positions and they are still good friends. And at this time, 1 kilometer away from Logue Town, a warship was moving rapidly. On the deck, 2 beautiful women were standing side by side. Hina still looks the same, a true queen, cool and sassy, which is in stark contrast to the silly and cute Tashigi with glasses next to her. Any plans with Smoker? Hina asked. Hey? Colonel Smoker just sent people to look for them, but they probably haven't found them yet. Tashigi raised his eyes and spoke quickly. Hina frowned upon hearing this, because according to her speculation, Wayne and the others would come directly to Logue Town, but if that was the case, they should have arrived long ago. How come there is no news now? Hina frowned and thought hard. But suddenly, a shadow fell over her, blocking out all the sunlight that was shining on her. This also interrupted Hina's thoughts, and she couldn't help but look up and to the side. There is only one word that catches my eye. Big. It was a very large ship, 1/3 taller than a warship. You know, a warship is already a big ship. If it is 1/3 taller than a warship, it must be a 4 Emperors level ship. Hina's eyes kept flickering, and her eyes were full of surprise. How did a 4 Emperors class ship appear in East Blue? What is this ship used for? 2 questions immediately popped up in Hina's mind, and with these questions, Hina kept scanning the ship. But because the distance was too close, she could only see part of the ship and had to wait until the ship was farther away before she could see the whole picture. The speed of this ship is much faster than that of the warship, and the warship is being easily overtaken by the other side. This made Hina even more dumbfounded. Who on earth could possibly own a ship with such great capabilities? The key point is that their target is also Logue Town. This naturally made Hina more curious about the nature of this ship. The other party showed no intention of paying any attention to them, and no one was seen on the edge of the boat. After a moment, the giant ship sailed away. Hina, who was at the back of the giant ship, finally got a clear view of the entire ship. But this sight almost scared her to death. Because, on the mast of that ship, which was even larger than the Marine's warship, a black skull flag was swaying in the wind. Pirates! This is actually a pirate's ship. This strange ship, which is comparable to the 4 Emperors vehicle, is actually a pirate's ship. This was a result Hina had never expected. It was extremely unreasonable for East Blue to have such a thing. She immediately asked someone to bring a telescope and looked at the pirate's flag, which was too far away to be seen clearly. Boom! The telescope fell to the deck. Hina also widened her eyes, her face full of disbelief. The nearsighted Tashigi standing next to her had a face full of puzzlement. She couldn't even see the color of the flag, so naturally she couldn't understand Hina's abnormal behavior. Hina Rear Admiral, what's wrong with you? Hina didn't answer immediately, but was stunned for 2 seconds, then quickly took out her den mushi and called Smoker. Her face was filled with anxiety. Because that ship is clearly showing its identity to the world. That turned out to be the ship of the white pirates that they had been looking for. On the big ship, several figures were busy on the deck. What was originally just a decent amount of space is now extremely spacious. Buggy and the others were exercising like crazy. Even CLO, who always paid attention to being gentle, was like a chicken with its blood pumped up, swinging a huge dumbbell continuously. If CLO is like this, there is no need to say more about others. Kill and the others looked like they were on drugs, just like those crazy guys in the gym videos. At this time, he was holding a huge barbell and twitching wildly. It looked like a seizure. Beside them, the wives and concubines who had just joined were watching all this with complicated expressions. Are they crazy? I don't know, Sanji, I'm hungry, I want lunch. I just had breakfast 3 minutes ago. Don't make me FKU. What if we seem a bit out of place? Indeed, it was really out of place. As soon as they got up, they found that these people were going crazy and they were completely confused. This can't be blamed on Kill and the others being crazy. My strength is really improving steadily. The barbell that I originally felt a little tired from doing is now becoming lighter at a noticeable speed. What does this mean? It means he is getting stronger. The power is growing. At this time, they all had an idea in their minds, that is, once they got to the island, they had to grab some powerful exercise equipment no matter what. But to be honest, they were no less surprised than Luffy and the others. The reason is very simple. Their boss actually started exercising. This is a very terrifying thing. For 10 years, Wayne never did any practice. Every day after get off work he would try his best to have fun. But today, he was actually holding a long sword and practicing sword swinging? Abnormal, extremely abnormal. Chapter 93. Diddy. A sound came from Wayne's hand as he was swinging the knife. It was the watch. As the voice rang out, Wayne, who had swung the last knife with his bare chest, also stopped. After wiping the sweat off his face, Wayne picked up the cold drink beside him and drank it. The cool feeling goes straight through the esophagus to the heart and lungs, and the whole person seems to come alive in an instant. His muscles, which are strong and powerful but not bloated, also exude a unique charm in the sun. He has been wielding the knife since last night. He swung the sword with all his strength, and every blow caused the surrounding air to vibrate continuously. That was already the 32,000th time. Otherwise, with his vice admiral's physique, it is impossible for him to sweat profusely from such a trivial matter as swinging a knife. At 11 o'clock last night, the ship upgrade was successful. The appearance has undergone tremendous changes. At the same time, as an employee, he really has a different feeling when standing on the ship. Under Zoro's guidance, he repeated swinging the knife all night long, and he also had a different feeling about the knife in his hand. It's like having the ability to use one's own arm as if it were one's own finger. You have to know that in Wayne's eyes, the knife used to be no different from a fire poker. It doesn't matter how he practices. This is the potential improvement, and it is a substantial improvement. The system is really terrifying. Okay, get ready and go to work right away. Don't practice anymore. Continue after get off work. As he spoke, Wayne picked up the towel Kaya had prepared and wiped the sweat off his body, then put on the white shirt. Kaya is happy to do little things like this now. She felt that she couldn't do anything in the first place, so what she could do, she naturally had to help the crew. Boss. What are you still waiting for? I think if I work hard for a few more months, my fruit will awaken. What a useless job. I'll be invincible. When my fruit awakens, I'll take everyone to soar. Becoming the king of pirates is just around the corner. Buggy shouted excitedly. He really felt that his strength, which had not improved at all in the past 30 years, was beginning to improve. And the speed is not slow. They also asked why the ship had changed and why the strength had increased so quickly. But Wayne just told them not to ask any more questions. Now Buggy has even had such thoughts and doesn't want to go to class anymore. When Buggy said this, Wayne didn't answer. She just stopped buttoning her shirt and looked straight at him. His eyes were calm and he seemed to be indifferent, but Kill beside him felt a chill. He had seen the same look when his finger was broken. The boss is going to be angry. Boss. Boss, boss. Jiba is stupid. We drank last night and he got drunk. He's still drunk and talking nonsense. Ah ha ha ha, right, boss, don't take it seriously. Kill, who was in a panic, grabbed Buggy's head and almost stuffed it into his trouser pocket. But fortunately, the basic reaction was quick and he was saved. At this time, Buggy was basically held in his arms, with his mouth covered tightly. After being stunned for a while, Buggy finally realized that he seemed to have said something stupid. Seeing this, Wayne stopped caring and restarted his stopped movements. Is it okay not to go to work? Will you support me if I don't go to work? All these outrageous effects on the ship are given by the system. If he doesn't go to work and is fired, will the things given by the system still be effective? How is that possible? You always have to go to class, and when you become invincible, you can consider letting the system run smoothly. On his ship, saying that you don't want to go to work is an absolute taboo. Everyone clearly felt the fleeting chill just now. They also realized that their captain was usually very easy to talk to and would even ask you for swordsmanship advice. But if you violate the rules on board, he will really take action. After getting dressed, Wayne glanced at the warship behind him. Wayne was also very satisfied with the performance of the upgraded ship. He noticed Hina on the boat, but didn't want to pay any attention. It's time to get off work now, and there is no reason to attack her. The key is to work hard. Ding! Today's work mission: capture the marine base in Logue Town. Loot the marines. The system's voice rang in Wayne's mind. Today's tasks have also been released. Looted everything. Very familiar words. Wayne glanced at Buggy intentionally or unintentionally, and the image of Buggy's naked body flashed through his mind. But this glance frightened Buggy so much that his nose turned red. The mission is also very simple: occupy the base and plunder the marine. With their strength, they can just push forward. The marines on the island are definitely no match for them. Luffy even went into second gear and beat them easily. Smoker himself was also killed in one move. But that would be troublesome and laborious. Although it's simple, Wayne doesn't do it. That might cause the marine to despair and even flee on the spot. If they fail to plunder all the enemies, it would be bad if they missed a few. The most important thing is to gather all the marines together. How can this be achieved? Wayne originally had to think about it, but now, isn't there a perfect answer? Looking back at the warship behind him again, Wayne immediately ordered a turn. If I tie up the two women on the boat over there, won't the smokers on the island have to obey me? Everything was easily solved. They were forced to evacuate the base and leave all their belongings behind, and the mission was successfully completed. But today is not a day without anything to do. He still has to look for someone. In the original novel, there were many pirates staying in Logue Town. Wayne plans to recruit the woman with the slippery fruit to see if she can be Keel's wife if she is suitable. Although the woman was a mess once, she still looked pretty after eating the fruit. It's not like he was buried. I just don't know if she has eaten it now. Luffy didn't beat her, so she may not have eaten it. But whether she eats it or not is none of her business. As long as she can provoke him, it's fine. And that kid Barto seems to be here too, with the barrier fruit. It was after he witnessed Luffy being executed by Buggy that he became a loyal fan of Luffy. He could also consider trying to recruit. Whether you can pass is not certain. Going to work comes first, finding people comes second. Today, take away all the marines on the island. Turn around now and ask Hina to come up for some tea. We've encountered the white pirates. They're right in front of us. What? You need backup? I'll come rescue you right away. No. No need. They didn't pay any attention to us. They are heading for the town. You take the men to intercept them. We will surround him from the front and back. Okay, I'll take people there right away. Which port are you at? Smoker asked hurriedly, but the other party didn't answer, as if he had hung up. Hina? Which port are you guys at? Seeing that Hina was slow to answer, Smoker hurriedly asked again. This time, the other party replied, but the content made Smoker's face change drastically. In Donggang, get ready to pick someone up. A light voice came, and the tone was even a bit leisurely. Chapter 94. The moment Wayne's voice reached him, Smoker's eyes widened suddenly. But before he could even ask more questions, the den mushi on the desk had already drooped its head. The phone hung up. Smoker's face looked extremely ugly. Hina had just said that this guy had no intention of attacking them, but just a few seconds later, someone else was on the other end of the phone. What this means is self-evident. Not only did that guy get close to Hina right under her nose, he also dealt with Hina without making any noise. This strength is definitely Vice Admiral. Now that Hina has been arrested, the other party still asks him to go to Donggang, which obviously has a purpose. If you go straight over, you might fall into the other party's trap. But if I don't care, Hina. After thinking about it, Smoker did not take action immediately. Instead, he asked everyone to gather first. He then called Sengoku to report the situation first. As a colonel, he could not contact the marshal directly. But Wayne is a special case, Sengoku franchise. After a moment, the call was connected. Smoker immediately told Sengoku the whole situation, and Sengoku gradually frowned. Caught again? Hina, this is really careless. How could he be captured so easily when he knew the opponent's strength? But now was not the time to talk about this. Sengoku thought for a moment and asked Smoker to stay put. Wayne captured Hina, obviously targeting Marine on the island. First see what he wants to do. If possible, try not to fight near the sea. This can also reduce some risks. Well, indeed. Although Hina has sea stone handcuffs, she said that the guy didn't seem to know her. Yes, he doesn't have armament haki. Without the seawater, he won't be able to do anything to you. Then your chances of winning will be much greater. After giving a few more instructions, Sengoku hung up the phone. But his brows were still furrowed. Now that Smoker called him, he suddenly realized that he could do nothing except give him advice. The Marine who was able to rush to Logue Town to provide support quickly was no match for Wayne. Apart from Smoker, there seems to be no other means to restrain that guy, at least in East Blue. That's all. Smoker is enough, why should I worry so much? With this in mind, Sengoku also focused on dealing with the mountain of documents in front of him. According to Sengoku, Smoker did not go out, but was just waiting in the base for Wayne's next move. But secretly he also sent people to Donggang to keep an eye on Wayne. Donggang. The port is huge and can accommodate multiple ships docking at the same time, but with the arrival of a giant ship, it becomes crowded. Behind the giant ship, a warship also slowly approached the shore. On the warship, Wayne looked at the scene in the port, his expression did not change. Marine didn't come, and there were only a group of townspeople below who were stunned by the huge ship. But this is normal, Marine cannot be summoned by just a word, so it is good this way, he can take Hina and Tashigi around the island to look for people. Once he found the pirates he was looking for, he would give them a system review before heading off to the Marine base. If you want to find someone, you can just wander around relying on luck, but it's obviously a bit stupid. The most direct and effective way is to attract all people to one place. Now that everyone is here, the target he is looking for will most likely come to see the fun. A moment later, everyone on the boat got off and stepped onto the ground of Logue Town. Wayne handed the two hostages to Buggy, who seemed eager to do more work. Boss, what should we do next? Keel asked immediately. The work plans were also made by Wayne, they just needed to obey. Go spread some news. Wayne's words stunned everyone. Spreading rumors? Wasn't their mission to seize the island's marine? Why were they spreading rumors now? Didn't the boss dislike crowds? Could it be that he wanted an audience to watch them fight over Marine? What news? In 1 hour, the white pirates will execute the Marine Rear Admiral on the scaffold. Wayne's calm words came out, but these words made everyone present change their expressions. Execution of Marine Rear Admiral? Everyone couldn't help but look at Hina, who had pink hair and was staring at Wayne with gritted teeth. Want to execute her? When did the boss become so ostentatious? Wasn't he afraid of attracting Marine's attention before? How come even the Marine Rear Admiral is being publicly executed now? This is not in line with his style. Everyone was a little surprised, but they didn't know that Wayne had already entered the sight of Marine's top management. If Hina is really killed this time, it will be a big trouble. Although Wayne is not afraid of trouble, why would he cause trouble for himself when he can just relax a little? This is just a pretext to lure people in. After a brief moment of daze, Kill left with a few people. Luffy and the others all followed, only Kaya, Kuro and Buggy stayed behind. Before leaving, Zoro kept staring at Tashigi wearing glasses with a complicated look in his eyes. "You're courting death," Hina said viciously. The execution platform was specially used by the Marines to execute pirates, and the Pirate King Roger even died on it. If Wayne dared to execute her, a Marine Rear Admiral, today, he would stomp on her face twice, or even jump up and stomp on her. He won't have a peaceful life from now on. It is possible that the headquarters will send an admiral. But in the face of Hina's blunt words, Wayne didn't even look at her. All the soldiers on the warship also disembarked, but without Wayne's words, no one dared to take any action. "Go tell Smoker to come and collect her body later." Wayne's cold words sent chills down the spines of the Marine soldiers. After Wayne finished speaking, he took Hina and the others to the town. "Let's wait for the news to ferment and then go around and see." Watching the group gradually walk away, the Marine soldiers finally breathed a sigh of relief. Wayne's terrifying strength put too much pressure on them. Hina didn't even have the strength to resist him. They looked at each other, then quickly ran towards the Marine base on the island. They wanted to bring the news back. These pirates are crazy. They dare to execute Marine on Marine's execution platform. But before them, those sent by Smoker had already brought back the news. Listening to the message coming from the Den Den Mushi, Smoker almost crushed the Den Den Mushi in his hand to death. Bang! How dare these pirates! They're courting death! Smoker slammed the table and stood up, his anger already on the verge of bursting out. He originally wanted to wait, but now, he really couldn't wait any longer. The purpose of that group of pirates was very clear, which was to embarrass Marine. The situation was so clear that he didn't need to wait any longer. "Everyone! To the scaffold!" He wanted to see if that guy dared to come. As long as he comes, things will be easy. Chapter 95. What? That guy dared to execute our Marines. Marine base. Everyone at Garp was stunned when they heard the news. Is this still the Wayne he knew? Why is he always doing things that make him drop his jaw? But this was what Sengoku told him, and there was no way he couldn't believe it. "Lao Deng! Let me catch that guy. I promise to complete the task." Garp has already started to get ready, and he does not hide his impatience. But Sengoku wasn't too worried. "You won't be needed. Smoker will take care of them. Tisk, if you don't let me go, you'll regret it." "I'll regret letting you go." It's not that Sengoku didn't let Garp go, the key is that he really knows what this old guy can do. If we let him go, he will probably not come back for a year or two. The first thing they said was, "It's almost there, right now, they're going to catch him." Do you think he could let a guy like that go? And then he was given a job that couldn't be easier. I can't even imagine how happy he would be. But even though Garp said that, he also felt that Smoker had enough. In his subconscious, Wayne was still that little Kurami, and what happened in the past 2 days was just that little Kurami suddenly grew a little bigger. It has already shrunk back now. Logue Town. Boss, how much is a pound of oranges? Ah? No, no money, take whatever you want. Hey, what are you talking about? I'll just decorate it casually. Here's the money for you. Ah? Okay, okay. A moment later. The boss looked at the empty fruit shop with somewhat complicated feelings. Looking at the Pele note with the smallest denomination, my mood suddenly became more complicated. They could have just robbed it, but they still had to pay. They are really good people. Slurp choo choo choo. Boss, this apple is quite sweet. Would you like to have one? Buggy was carrying a huge bag filled with fruit, and he took out a red apple that was as big as his nose and handed it to Wayne. Wayne didn't refuse and took a bite. Kaya, Chloe, I'm leaving you guys alone. If you want to eat, get it yourself. Buggy was crunching the food, and his mouth looked almost the same as when he swallowed the whole devil fruit. If looks could kill, Hina and Tashiji would have taken care of their targets long ago. It was the first time Tashiji met Wayne, but within a short time, she had already developed a disdain for him. This guy is simply a complete villain, the intelligence is indeed correct. Wayne led them down the road, and people around them started talking. That's them, right? That captured BCH is the Marine Rear Admiral who's going to be executed. With such beauty and legs, it would be such a waste to execute her. What? You want to take advantage of the heat? Follow and see. Hina gritted her teeth at the chatter around her, as more and more people gathered behind them. Kill and his team acted quite quickly, and now almost the whole town knows about it. Some people didn't believe it, but they believed it when they saw Wayne. The news naturally spread faster. Boss, Marine will definitely not let us kill her like this. There will definitely be a large number of Marines by then. Are we going to kill them directly? There was a bloodthirsty glint in CLO's eyes. He asked this question not because he was afraid that they couldn't win. With the strength of their pirates group, East Blue can definitely do whatever they want. What he cares about is whether people can be killed. Wayne glanced at him and said nothing. None of his men are good people after all. After all, they are not good people to begin with. But Wayne didn't care. He is a shackle in everyone's heart. As long as he is not dead, these people will never dare to act recklessly. No killing. Crow, you've been hiding for so many years, so you don't need me to teach you the art of hiding anymore, right? Wayne's words made the red light in Chloe's eyes fade quickly, and he immediately understood what Wayne meant. Killing Marine will bring trouble. I will only kill when I have no choice. Chloe also saw that Wayne was going to execute Hina in a high-profile manner, so he thought that he was going to act in a high-profile manner. After figuring this out, Chloe also realized that Hina was just a cover, and the boss might have something else to accomplish through her. Is it the crowds that are attracted? There was a gleam in CLO's eyes. Boss, I was too reckless. Wayne's face looked normal, but he was a little happy in his heart. This kid CLO is indeed a man of great wisdom and has a sharp mind. There will definitely be someone stopping them on the Marine side. I'm afraid Smoker has been waiting there with all the Marines for a long time. But with Hina in hand, Marine would not force himself on her until the last moment. The execution platform was not far ahead, but Luffy and the others had not returned yet, not even one of them had returned. Where did all these people go? Forget it, as long as I get back before going to the Marine base, I don't care about them. On a street corner in the town, Nami, Usopp, Sanji and the three brothers were gathered there with panicked looks on their faces. How is it? Did you find it? No. I can't find those two idiots at all. We don't have any either. Hearing this news, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. Yes. Luffy and Zoro are missing. It's normal for Zoro to lose, but it's a bit worrying that Luffy lost. It would be fine if he was just looking for food or fell down and fell asleep on the ground, but it would be bad if he was doing something else. With his dull brain, even though Keel had explained the ship rules to him for the entire night, he only had a vague understanding of them. From time to time, some strange ideas would pop up and stun Keel. Now he is lost. If he violates the laws of Xia country, his perfect work today will be ruined. Keel and the others clearly knew the seriousness of the matter, and were now as anxious as ants on a hot pan. Look. Keep looking. If we can't find it, we're all dead. After Keel finished speaking, everyone dispersed again. They also somewhat agreed with Keel's words. After all, Wayne's attitude towards work was extremely serious. Just now, Buggy had exuded murderous intent just by saying he wasn't going to work. If Luffy messed up everything now, who knows what would happen? Running down the street, Keel kept looking around. I was also looking forward to that figure appearing. But suddenly, he bumped into something while running in a panic. Ouch! A scream was heard, and Keel fell to the ground. The figure he bumped into was completely pinned under him. You don't have eyes. You want to kill me, don't you? The hot and beautiful woman under him shouted angrily. But Keel stared at her intently, as if he didn't hear what she said at all. No. I'm at work. Okay. No. One more look. Just one more look. Okay, let's take another look. Just once. In Keel's mind, an extremely fierce ideological struggle was constantly colliding. It was simply because the woman under him was too graceful and attractive, with skin so delicate and smooth that it was almost as delicate as a baby's. He had never seen such a beautiful woman in his life. Gulp. He swallowed hard, but Keel's big head still defeated his small head. The broken finger woke him up at the critical moment. I'm sorry, I have something else to do. If we meet again, I will definitely compensate you. Chapter 96. Stop right there. Seeing Keel running away, Alvida stood up, picked up the huge mace on the ground and chased after him. But a pink-haired dwarf next to her just stood there in a daze. A moment later, the two of them disappeared without a trace, and Kobe, who was wearing glasses, suddenly woke up. I'm free. Execution Square. Under the execution platform, a large number of marines have surrounded the area. The grey-white stone floor, which had accumulated dust due to years of no one being near it, was all kicked up by their feet. This also gave the entire square a dusty look. Smoker stood on top of the execution platform, staring at the road ahead with a very grim expression. On the only white jacket he wore, several thick cigars stood out. Smoker didn't bring his weapon with him. He just stood there with his bare hands and a bad look in his eyes, waiting for Wayne to appear. The area was also surrounded by people at this time. They are basically civilians, but there are also quite a few pirates mixed in. After all, this was the first time that pirates dared to openly execute a marine rear admiral, and these recruiting pirates certainly didn't want to miss it. Right at this moment, the streets in the distance also began to become lively. From a distance, you can see a large crowd approaching this side. This situation naturally made Smoker silently tighten the cigar in his hand. After all, this person really looked like someone brought by Wayne. But when I got closer, I found that it was not the case. Those people were just followers and had nothing to do with the white pirates. In front of the crowd, several figures were walking towards them. He was dressed in white and had a long sword on his waist. There was no ripple in Wayne's eyes, but he gave people a feeling of dominance. It seemed as if he didn't take anything here seriously, and he had a domineering attitude that looked down on everything. Behind him, Kaya and Crow walked side by side. Hina and Tashigi were being led by CLO, and at the back was Buggy carrying a huge package. When Smoker saw this scene, the cigar in his mouth no longer smelled good. It would have been fine if these guys had just tied them up with chains, but that guy named Wayne had such a presumptuous look in his eyes. Smoker's heart was also burning with anger. He had never been looked down upon like this in his entire life. Anyway, I came here to fight Wayne. His purpose was to execute Hina, so there was no need for him to waste time talking to him. Without saying a word, Smoker turned into a cloud of smoke and rushed straight towards Wayne under the gaze of everyone. A long white tail flame also lingered in the air. Smoker's speed was not slow, and he covered such a long distance in just a moment. Now he was only half a step away from Wayne. The fist wrapped in layers of smoke went straight to Wayne's cheek. But at this time, Wayne did not resist or attack him, but pulled Hina to his side. Seeing this scene, Smoker was actually happy. Although it was understandable for this guy to threaten Hina, he certainly didn't expect that his fists could be dispersed. He could easily pass Hina in front of him and hit Wayne behind him. A hint of disdain flashed in Smoker's eyes. It seems that I was worrying too much before. This guy has no idea of his own abilities. Naturally, there will be no suspense in this battle. Hina looked at Smoker, who was coming at her aggressively with the same calm expression. She also knew Smoker's abilities and knew she wouldn't get hurt at all. Is he really the Pirates of East Blue? He probably doesn't even know what Logia means, let alone how it attacks. Hina seemed to have anticipated the scene of Wayne falling to the ground behind her. She turned around with a smile on her face, wanting to see with her own eyes how this guy who persecuted her twice was beaten up. The people behind Wayne were also frightened by Smoker's ability. This person can actually fly. But only Buggy knew what it was. He wanted to remind Wayne, but it was too late. Smoker's fist came to Hina's face, but did not hit it. Instead, it quickly separated to both sides, and finally reunited behind Hina's head and rushed towards Wayne's face. Smoker thought Wayne would panic, but he remained calm. You're such a good pretender. I hope you can still be so arrogant later. Just as the fist cut through the air and was about to collide. Click! There was a sound of something being opened. In front of Smoker, a fist shadow flashed by at an absurdly fast speed, and he almost couldn't see it clearly. The air even made an explosion sound, and the powerful force made Smoker feel ashamed. But it's no use. The fist that came out did not have any armed color, so what this meant was self-evident. Can't hit. Stupid guy. As soon as Smoker finished his thought, he was plunged into darkness. He did not feel any pain at all because he had fallen into a peaceful dream. Bang! A circle of air waves visible to the naked eye erupted with Smoker as the center. The people around were even unable to open their eyes because of the strong airflow. Hina, who was closest to her, had her hair blown into an extremely messy mess. After a loud bang, Smoker flew backwards at a speed far exceeding that of when he came, and hit the iron frame of the execution platform hard. This impact caused the entire execution platform to collapse instantly. The area around the execution platform was suddenly filled with smoke, making it impossible to see what was going on inside. Hina's wildly flying hair slowly fell down, but her mood could not return to what it was just now. His eyes widened slightly, filled with deep confusion and bewilderment. What happened? Hina just wanted to know what happened. Could this guy be armed with color? But just now, I didn't see any trace of armed color at all. And without the armament haki, how on earth could he have hit Smoker? At this moment, Hina's worldview began to shake violently, and her mind began to feel confused. Colonel Smoker, how is this possible? That blast of air just now, seriously? Hey! Did that punch blast the air? The White Pirates, are they the kings before sunset? Even Smoker is no match for them. The people around immediately let out bursts of exclamations, watching the smoke and dust gradually dissipate. When they saw Smoker lying on the ground with blood all over his face, the exclamations became even louder. After all, this is a trick. With one move, he eliminated Colonel Smoker, who seemed omnipotent to the townspeople. Kaya, who was behind Wayne, gently covered her mouth and looked at Wayne's back with trembling eyes. Not to mention CLO, he could see at a glance that his opponent was not simple, but he had no way to break it. If it were him, he would probably be lying on the ground now. "Boss, how did you do that just now?" Bang! The bag on Buggy's back fell to the ground with a dull thud. The expression on his face was extremely exaggerated. His right hand was pointing at Smoker on the ground, while his left hand was in his mouth, biting it. It was obvious that he was terrified. Hey! This! The boss is using armament haki. Chapter 97. He was able to knock Logia away, even though he didn't see any trace of armament haki. Wayne's attack just now was a bit fast, but since he was able to knock him away, doesn't that mean he has armament haki? His armament color. He randomly met a pirates in East Blue, and this pirates even knew how to use armament haki. This is really crazy. Is this still East Blue? Have I been stuck in New World forever? Wayne's armed haki almost knocked Buggy off his feet. But at this point Hina finally noticed something was wrong. The handcuffs on her hands were gone. Thinking of the sudden click just now, Hina immediately understood everything. It turned out that it wasn't her worldview that was wrong, but that the guy in front of her had just taken the handcuffs from her hands and handcuffed them on Smoker's hands. Everything is explained. But how did he know about Sea Stone? Hina frowned, because before, she had never shown any weakness in front of Wayne. It was like a normal person being arrested. How on earth did he, a pirates from East Blue, know all this? Not only was he not panicked when facing the Smoker in the smoke state, he even knew to use Sea Stone handcuffs to deal with him. How could this be someone who has lived in a remote village for 10 years? This is an intelligence issue. You really can't blame her. After all, Wayne didn't show any knowledge of the Sea Stone handcuffs. Seeing Hina's abnormal behavior, Buggy's left hand, which was about to be bitten off, suddenly loosened. Look down. The handcuffs on Hina's hands have disappeared. Could it be that? Buggy was stunned again. Could that be Sea Stone handcuffs? But apart from this, there seems to be no other possibility. Hiss. Laozi followed them all the way but didn't realize that they were Sea Stone handcuffs. How did the boss find out? Hina's behavior is also normal. After all, it is absolutely right to be honest in front of someone you can't beat at all. How did the boss find out? How did he know about Sea Stone handcuffs? This moment, Buggy suddenly felt that his advantage of having seen the world was useless in front of Wayne. How come he seems to know more than I do? Is he a local? This guy is gooey. Fried fish is coming. Really? Smoker was wearing a pair of black handcuffs on his hands. Hina's face immediately turned ugly. Now that Smoker is in handcuffs, doesn't that mean they have no chance of winning? The only key is in Wayne's hands. Bang bang! Wayne patted Hina's shoulder. Hina's gaze shifted to Wayne's face again. But Hina couldn't see any emotion on his face. If there was any, it was just leisurely. The execution platform is gone. This is going to be difficult, Wayne said, pulling Hina towards Smoker. Along the way, a large number of marine soldiers kept making way, all of them staring at Wayne with horror in their eyes. At this time, perhaps only Tashigi would dare to stop it, but she doesn't have the conditions to do so now. Smoker, who was invincible in the eyes of these soldiers, was defeated in one move. Naturally, they would not have the courage to face such an enemy. The people around also sighed when they saw this. But even if they were to go up, they wouldn't dare to move. It's human nature and understandable. But this guy, what does he want to do? Do we have to kill Smoker too? If this is the case, then the entire East Blue is likely to change. Coming closer, Wayne gently kicked Smoker on the head twice, and a few drops of bloodline on his head got on Wayne's slippers. This immediately made him look unhappy. Smoker actually woke up after being kicked twice by Wayne. Wayne certainly didn't use his full strength in that punch. Otherwise, even iron-headed Smoker won't be able to save his head. Opening his eyes and looking at the blood-red world in front of him, Smoker's consciousness was instantly awakened. He tried to get up quickly, but he had no strength left in his body. Only then did he notice Wayne in front of him and the handcuffs on his hands. The moment Smoker saw the handcuffs, his face changed drastically. Sea stone handcuffs? How did this guy know about sea stone handcuffs? When did he put them on me? I didn't notice it at all just now. Smoker was a little confused. But it also made him understand why he was hit just now. But now the situation has reversed in an instant. I am bound by sea stone and cannot use any of my skills. Hina is no match for that guy at all. Are we all going to die here? Smoker, with bloodshot eyes, looked up at Wayne in front of him. His eyes were still unruly. Wayne didn't care, but instead made an offer that he couldn't refuse. The execution platform is gone, and I'm in no mood to execute you. If you're willing to trade all of the Marine's belongings on the island, I can let you go today. Smoker was stunned at first when he heard Wayne's words, but then his eyes lit up. He didn't know why the guy in front of him would make such a condition, but he knew that this was their only chance to survive. He can die. But he cannot decide the death of the many Marines behind him. Behind them are families. If it was just some money and property, he could totally accept it. After all, their lives were already controlled by this guy. He proposed such conditions, which was completely giving it away for free. Even if we kill them all, we can still take the money. After just a little thought, Smoker agreed. Okay, but how can you promise that you will let us go? When Smoker asked this, Wayne even wanted to laugh. It was given away for free, and your question was a little ridiculous. Wayne pulled Hina and turned to walk towards the marine base. Smoker looked at his back, waiting for his answer. A moment later, an extremely calm voice sounded in his ears. You have a choice. As soon as he finished speaking, Smoker's eyes dimmed quickly. He knew that the question was useless. But he still wanted to fight for his soldiers. Even if the target of your struggle is a pirate who has committed all kinds of evil. Chapter 98. Wayne walked in front, the sunlight shining through him, and Smoker squinted slightly. In this square, just a small encounter, Marine had already lost everything. In other words, they were not qualified to fight back. The group gradually moved forward towards the Marine base. The bustling Marines looked at Wayne, who was walking in the front with a normal expression. They only felt a sense of being invincible. Their lives were also completely controlled by the person in front of them. As long as that person wanted, none of them could survive. Wayne didn't walk fast, after all, Kaya was following him. But now Kaya is not as powerless as before. Maybe it was that I finally walked out of the room that had been closed for more than 10 years, or maybe it was that I opened the door to my heart. All in all, she recovered well. During this period, Wayne and the others tried their best to protect her, and she was cared for like the national treasure of the Xia Kingdom. Now Kaya can walk normally and has kept up with the speed. But it still couldn't last too long. Wayne would try to let her go less often if possible. Although Kaya at the back wanted to prove that she didn't need to be the focus anymore, she also knew that Wayne was slowing down to buy time. So she didn't take any action. Wayne had already found the green-haired Barto in the crowd. He's not a pirate yet, just a gangster boss in a certain block of town. Wayne immediately gave him a system assessment. As for Alvida, who had eaten the slippery fruit, Wayne didn't notice it, which made him frown. No way. She didn't come? Indeed, she did not show up, which means she probably did not come to Logue Town at this time. In this case, if Barto fails the appraisal, this trip to Logue Town will be in vain. But there is no other way, he can't turn everyone into his wife. The first condition to become a wife is to conquer him, her, it, first. Wayne doesn't have time for this kind of thing. Originally, he could lie down casually after get off work, but that was not Wayne's wish. His original intention was to become stronger quickly, as fast as possible. After all, his strength is not enough in the pirates' world. But his efforts were useless, so he just lay down every day. But now, his hard work paid off. His potential had greatly increased, and he finally felt it while practicing with the sword. If he didn't practice with all his might, he would be doing a disservice to his potential. Asking him to find time to gain favor is a joke. In addition, after using the expanded and upgraded workspace, he can now identify two people at the same time to determine whether they are qualified to board the ship. But unfortunately, Alvida didn't come. No one can use it. Wayne also uncuffed Tashigi, leaving Smoker as the only one who needed to wear handcuffs. Tashigi looked at Smoker, who was seriously injured beside him, and there was some worry in his eyes. "Colonel Smoker, are you okay? How about I bandage you first?" "It's okay. He smashed my nose bridge completely, and my facial bones weren't spared either, but now's not the time to bandage them. If he had used a little more force, I'm afraid my head would have been completely broken." The fate of the entire Marine branch rests in Wayne's hands, and Smoker is really in no mood to bandage it. But his words made Tashigi look slightly stunned. "Is the injury so serious?" At this time, Smoker just looked like he had some blood on his face, and the bleeding had even stopped. But who could have imagined that he would suffer such terrible injuries? The bridge of the nose and facial bones were broken. It's already very serious. This means that no other important parts were injured, otherwise the patient would be either disabled or dead. But that guy only threw one punch. Was the damage that serious? And from what Colonel Smoker said, it seems that he hasn't used all his strength yet. If he uses all his strength, will the Colonel die immediately? Tashigi only knew that Wayne was good, but he never thought he could be this good. Even Smoker, whom she respected the most, was killed instantly by Wayne. How could such a person be the pirates of East Blue? At this moment, Tashigi had the same question that everyone had. At this time, Wayne, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped. Everyone also stopped, and at this moment, he was like a general leading his troops into battle. But this scene is a bit weird. Wayne stopped and turned to look at an alley on the side. In it, you can see a man being surrounded and beaten by a group of people, and they are beating him to death. The green-haired creature on the ground could only protect its head and try to save its life. You can't even follow someone, right? What's that thing on your neck? Is there a zombie in your head? Green algae head. Trash. I've been looking for you for ages. Sometimes I really want to kick your head off. Leash. Don't say anything else, you must leash from now on. The perpetrators were still beating and shouting with confidence, and the scene was harmonious. Buggy and the others looked on speechlessly, and Kakuzu's mouth started to twitch. What's going on? Even if he got lost, there's no need to beat him like this. Crow turned and looked at Wayne, and at Wayne's signal, he went forward to save Zoro's life. A moment later, several people came to Wayne. Wayne looked at the few people and frowned slightly. For some reason, he always had a bad feeling that good things were going to be ruined. Seeing that Luffy was not among the crowd, the ominous feeling intensified rapidly. Suppressing his already faltering mentality, Wayne asked in a deep voice. "Where's Luffy?" As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience fell silent. Even the marine behind him and the onlookers who followed him noticed that something was wrong. The atmosphere here seemed to become serious and cold all of a sudden. It seems like something big is about to happen. The expressions of the people who heard this changed, but no one dared to speak. Keel wasn't there, and after a moment's silence, he basically spoke. "Lost." Bang! The moment he finished speaking, a huge crack suddenly appeared on the ground under Wayne's feet. The cracks spread to the distance in an instant, and the houses along the way shook, but fortunately they did not collapse. But it doesn't seem to matter whether it collapses or not. Wayne's expression was extremely gloomy at this moment, and one could clearly see flames and anger in his eyes. But the anger only appeared for a moment and then disappeared. Wayne suppressed his anger and asked again. Have you searched all the restaurants? Is there any major commotion anywhere on the island? Is there any place with water deeper than 2 meters? I've searched everywhere, but I didn't find him. I only found Zoro. His forehead was almost sweating. Of course, he knew the boss's attitude towards work. Slacking off during working hours was the thing he could not tolerate the most. But Luffy. Oh, I should have tied him up. I basically regret it immensely at this point. The other crew members were also a little panicked now. Originally, in their eyes, Wayne was just a leisurely and carefree captain. It seemed like there was nothing in this world that could really make him angry. But just now, my anger almost burst out. If the force that could crush the ground without any control hits them, it will break apart on the spot. Luffy, this kid, is finished. If you don't work hard, are the consequences so serious? Chapter 99. The basic words made Wayne sigh. There's nothing we can do about it, and we can't blame them. I don't know whether it's a good thing or a bad thing to recruit this guy Luffy. Don't let him miss class and get expelled from the system, then he would be picking up sesame seeds and losing watermelons. Where's Keel? At the beginning, Gil gave Luffy a lesson on ship regulations for an entire night. If his teaching was effective, Luffy might not have done anything that violated the working principles even if he was lost. Gilta, go find Luffy, and he hasn't come back yet. This made Wayne sigh again. Forget it. The system hasn't popped up any prompts yet. That kid probably didn't do anything out of the ordinary. He might just have fallen asleep in a cesspool. Let's ignore him for now. Looking at the bruised Zoro, and then glancing at the strange-smelling knife at his waist, Wayne couldn't help but marvel at the magic of fate. I was so directionally challenged that I ended up running around aimlessly and ended up in that store. This is really destined. Just as everyone was about to set off, a loud noise suddenly erupted from a shop ahead. Then a figure flew out from it. Shards of glass and wood were scattered all over the ground. Then, a stunningly beautiful woman walked out of the store, carrying the same mace as Kaido on her shoulder. Run again! Run again! You hit me and you still want to leave. I'll knock your head open. The man stood at the door of the shop and said viciously to Kill in the distance. The mace in her hand was extremely disproportionate to her body shape, the mace was almost as big as her. She looks extremely beautiful, but gives people a rough feeling. At this time, she also noticed that the atmosphere was a little strange. She turned around and saw that everyone in the town was looking at her. She felt panic for no reason. What is going on? Why are there so many people here? Alvida, who hadn't figured out the situation yet, saw Wayne in front of him. Just one glance and her eyes widened. His eyes were also filled with fear, ultimate fear. It's like prey seeing its natural enemy. After seeing Alvida, Wayne's depressed mood eased a little, and he sent a review to her first. Seeing Alvida's extremely frightened look at this time, Wayne was also a little confused. Have you seen her? Why is she so afraid of me? Logically speaking, she couldn't be so scared when she saw herself as a pirate with a bounty of 12 million. Wayne was puzzled, but Alvida had a deep memory of his face. At first, she brought people and prepared to rob the island of Cocoa West Village, but before she reached the shore, she saw a scene that almost made her soul tremble. A huge warship exploded instantly under the man's kick. It exploded into a pile of fragments on the spot. That's a warship. How could a human have such powerful strength? Alvida was so frightened that she immediately ordered people to turn around quickly, and Wayne's face was also deeply imprinted by her. This is not something you can afford to offend. You really can't afford to offend me. Now that they met here, she wanted to escape, but for some reason, her legs couldn't move a single step. Boss. At this moment, the guy who had just been beaten away by her stick suddenly said something out of the blue. The tone was a little nervous. Boss? Who are you calling? Who is his boss? Could it be that he is scared of my beating and wants to recognize me as the boss? Alvida frowned. She was not in the mood to act like a boss right now. She just wanted to make her weak legs move faster. Still haven't found it. No. But I explained all the rules to him. I even gave him a test, and he got a perfect score, which was unprecedented. There shouldn't be any problem. Although Keel has some confidence, it is not much. After all, who can figure out Luffy's train of thought? Forget it, forget about him, let's go to Marine Base first. As for this woman... Wayne looked at Alvida with an unusually calm gaze. Just as he was looking her up and down, thinking about how to deal with the situation, Keel took small steps and stood in front of Wayne. Boss, it's okay. She just hit me with a stick. I'm not hurt. I was just looking for someone too hastily and accidentally bumped into her. Wayne looked at the bloodline flowing down from Keel's head and said nothing. It's okay, boss. I fell on my own. Keel hurried to explain again. Tie him up and take him away. After saying that, Wayne walked past Keel and headed forward. Keel looked relieved and quickly found a rope to tie Alvida up. But he didn't forget the rules. You wanted to be kidnapped, didn't you? Hurry up and say you're willing or you'll be dead. Keel asked, whispering the correct answer. Confused Alvida paused for a moment, looking at Wayne's back. She could only nod. Keel's face lit up with joy, and he immediately did everything skillfully. He couldn't help but feel a little relieved. The boss didn't say to kill him, and although it was impossible for him to kill him given his personality, he was still afraid. Carrying Alvida, Keel quickly followed. As for why he tied her up, Wayne was afraid she would run away. Although I don't know why she was like a mouse seeing a cat when she saw me, this fear will probably cause her to leave the island directly. This is not what he wants to see. Alvida, who was carried on Keel's shoulders, looked at Keel who was so close to him with a complicated expression. She never imagined that this guy was actually with that scary guy. That man is still his boss. If she had known this earlier, she would never have dared to attack Keel. But why did he help me just now? Alvida also quietly asked his own question. Why are you helping me? Alvida's question made Keel stunned. He couldn't say that he was just attracted by her beauty, right? So what if the boss does something to him? No reason. I just hit you, why are you helping me? Well, I bumped into you, so we're even. Who wants to get even with you? Then I'll let you bump back, okay? You are so beautiful. I asked you to bump into me, but you didn't. You can't blame me then. Wait till I hit you with a cannonball. Then you have to run away first. Be careful and don't have any bad thoughts. Our boss kills without blinking an eye. If you do it again, I won't dare to stop you. You say it. Alvida had no intention of escaping because she really didn't want to die. The difference in strength was so huge that as soon as she took a step forward, her feet would have already covered the ground. Her slippery fruit allowed her to easily break free from the ropes on her body, but she could only think about it and would not do it. Keel was in a good mood. After all, the boss asked him to kidnap someone, and today's mission is not to kidnap someone, so the most likely thing is to get this person on board. This is something that is very, very worth getting excited about. Old Gil, seem to see hope of getting out of being single. Chapter 100. When Wayne arrived at the marine base, he immediately ordered everyone to start looting. There was no need to exchange anything because he was exchanging it with Hina, who he had already obtained. the entire marine base's property. Smoker was also very sensible. While handcuffed, he handed over all the deposits in the base. Everyone quickly moved out boxes of Baileys. You know what, marine base is still rich. After all, the marine has to pay the pirates' bounty, so it has some money. Watching Wayne and others carrying boxes one by one, Smoker still felt a little sad even though he had been prepared. The same is true for Tashigi and Hina. Captain! We've finished counting. The total is 110 million Baileys. Nami said in a hurried tone. She loved money so much that her eyes had changed a lot, now they were like Bailey eyes. Luffy and his crew all call Wayne Captain, while his crew members call him Boss. Wayne didn't bother to correct it. The boss was used to hearing it, but the captain felt a little uncomfortable. Yes. You keep this money. Really? As soon as Wayne finished speaking, Nami almost jumped up with excitement. This is 110 million. She has worked hard for so many years but has not been able to save so much money. Now that this huge sum of money has fallen into her hands, she is so happy. I will definitely watch it. I won't lose a single point. After saying that, she slammed the box shut as if she were a thief and held it tightly in her arms. It shows my determination not to die and not to lose the box. Smoker felt even more heartbroken when he heard Nami say that number. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have been so frugal. Now, I gave it all to these pirates. But now that they have taken the money, they should leave, right? This guy shouldn't be untrustworthy at all, right? Although Smoker was nervous, he knew what was coming would eventually come. He asked directly, "Can we go now? I hope you'll keep your promise." But his words made Wayne laugh. Leave? Where to? Didn't you promise? Smoker clenched his fists, the last shred of hope shattered. These pirates were indeed deceiving him, but he had no choice. In the current situation, he could only fight them. Now that Smoker is powerless, Hina is the strongest fighter in the whole arena. Hina was also very angry. She didn't expect that Wayne would be so despicable. She quickly put on black leather gloves and took the starting posture to activate the fruit. Tashigi held the knife in both hands, his eyes were firm but a little dull. It's very impressive. Just as Smoker was about to yell, Wayne interrupted him. What? I'm talking about all the assets of the base. You want to send me away just because I'm not there yet? We're just getting started. Get to work. Europe. As soon as the words fell, the crew members immediately took action. Under Marine's bewildered gaze, they began to collect their belongings. As time passed, the entrance to the marine base began to get crowded. Items were carried out one by one. Tables, cabinets, sofas, chairs, cables, cigars, vibrating beds, small toys, cannons, guns, etc., everything is there. These are still normal. Although the smokers' eyes were wide open, they could barely accept it. After all, this is something valuable. But when all kinds of messy things like toilets, rice cookers, rice bowls, urinals, leather shoes, leather pants, underwear, socks, etc. were taken out, Smoker was dumbfounded. His eyes changed from shock to confusion, and then from confusion to his worldview being shattered. Not only him, but all the Marines were stunned. At this point they only had one thing to say. Ah! These pirates, are they really crazy because of poverty or what? Didn't you even move the toilet out of our house? What are you trying to do? There's no toilet at home, right? Even if there is no toilet, they won't move more than 20 of us, right? Have you used it? And what's wrong with these clothes? You want to take them back and wear them yourself? Are you really okay? But they were also somewhat embarrassed. Smoker couldn't bear to watch it. After all, his underwear was inside, and it wasn't even washed. The key point was that the guy who took his underwear out laughed at him. Oh, I didn't realize it, you're quite extravagant. I've never worn these big red shorts. This immediately made him even more nervous, and he felt like dying. But when the Marines thought that this was the limit of Wayne and his team, they found that they had no limit at all. Windows, doors, wall tiles, floor tiles, and even their lawn and trees were not spared. And when these people finally ripped down the big iron gate at the entrance in front of them, they realized that these people, pirates, were probably just a side job. Their main job is cleaning. It must have been hard work for them to clean it up so well. All the Marines were still immersed in the huge shock and could not recover for a long time. Boss. It's done. Keel reported seriously. Wayne turned around and looked. Well, I have to say, his business skills are indeed very skilled. Marine is now a shell of itself. But why don't I see any food ingredients? Didn't Marine buy any food? I didn't even see a bag of flour. But Wayne believed in Keel's business ability and did not ask any more questions. I raised my hand to check the time. There was still some time before the end of get off work, but it wasn't much time, so I had to hurry. Can you guys go now? Smoker spoke with a confident look on his face. He now believed that Wayne really came for money. After all, someone who wasn't after money wouldn't do such a thing. They had to pick up and eat even the sesame seeds that fell on the ground. They would even test the authenticity of the cow dung before letting it go. People like this are only after money. Now all the money is gone, not even a penny left. It's time for them to leave. There is no reason to stay anymore. Walk. It's not finished yet. Wayne's words made Smoker stunned again. What do you mean they haven't been snatched away yet? Looking back at the ground that had been dug 3 feet deep, he didn't understand what else could be stolen. Others don't understand either. I can't imagine what else is left to grab. At this moment, Wayne raised his hand slightly. A flick of the index finger. A cold voice was also heard. Strip them all, leaving nothing behind. Chapter 101. Wayne finished speaking. The whole audience fell silent. Everyone's eyes were filled with disbelief, as if they had heard the most ridiculous words. What did he say? Strip everything off, leaving nothing behind? Marine and his generals were terrified to the extreme. They didn't expect that these people actually had something to rob. They even took the clothes they were wearing. Really, are you that short of money? These words were said almost with gritted teeth. After all, this was the first time that everyone had encountered such an absurd thing. The 2 women in the audience looked terrified, with visible panic in their eyes. These men, at most, felt it was a little outrageous, but it was far from the point of being terrified. But Hina and Tashiji were different. Forcing them to do this in front of so many people without any restraint. This is even more painful than killing them. What to do? Resist? But, that guy who was as cold as an expressionless person, just looking at his face, he had no desire to resist. The result of a sudden attack would probably be being knocked unconscious and then stripped naked. I have to say, this is indeed something Wayne can do. After hearing this, Keel and the others started to act, but Zoro, Nami and the others were confused and did not take any action. Certainly. Some people were confused, but some were so excited that they couldn't walk. Captain Ship, are you telling the truth? Strip off everything? Everything. Sanji was almost unable to bear it. Just thinking about it, he didn't dare to think too much. Hina and Tashiji, by any measure, could be considered above average in appearance and could be considered beauties. When 2 beauties did something like this, Sanji was the first to jump up and agree. Sanji said that his legs were like huge rocks weighing thousands of pounds, and he couldn't move at all. Nami, Kaya, take them both to the room over there. Remember to check carefully and don't miss anything. After Wayne finished speaking, Hina and the others breathed a sigh of relief. In the room, Fortunately it was in the room. Smoker, I'm sorry, we'll leave first. You're on your own. Hina gave Smoker a look and then followed Nami and the others. But the four of them were very confused. What did it mean to leave nothing behind? After all the clothes were taken off, what could be left behind? It's not that Wayne is cautious. The truth is that Kill and the others had just made quite a few toys, he had to be careful. It would be bad if the mission failed because of this. Looking at the four people leaving, the reluctance in Sanji's eyes was about to overflow. It hurts. What's so good about this group of old men left? The onlookers and readers around also looked regretful. They almost took off their pants, but you said the show was cancelled. How ignorant. At this moment, Smoker was almost exhausted. He never thought that his reputation would be ruined here. But seeing several extremely skilled crew members gradually coming up to him, Smoker couldn't help but say those words. Can you not take it off? Are you going to kill me if I don't take it off? As soon as Keel finished speaking, he grabbed Smoker's jacket. Then, swish, swish, rustling. The naked Smoker just appeared, but he was not the most unlucky one. He was at the front of the marine soldiers. So the people behind him couldn't see him. Even with his state of mind, it was difficult for him to control the blushing face. Is it that fast? Before he could react, it was gone. These pirates are simply hard to describe in words. They don't look like pirates at all. All the stripped clothes were thrown at the entrance of the marine base, and the pile of clothes at the entrance grew a little bigger. Alvida, who was tied up, was a little overwhelmed when she saw the white scene in front of her. Did you really take it off? How could this super strong man who could smash a warship to pieces with one kick do such an outrageous thing? This is completely inconsistent with the image of a strong man in her mind. And with the skilled techniques of Keel and the others, it was obvious that this was not the first time they had done this, which made Alvida even more confused. What is the main business of this pirates group? While she was thinking, Gil, along with Zoro, Usopp and Sanji, who looked like he had eaten a mouthful of shit, had already taken care of all the marines. The only capable marine in the whole show was Smoker. But Smoker was restrained by Seastone, and he was stripped obediently, so the others naturally had to cooperate. They all say that they can die, but not socially. But now, facing real death, they find that social death does not seem unacceptable. In a room similar to a security room nearby, Nami and the others also opened the door and walked out. In their hands, they were holding two sets of clothes. If you look closely, well, everything is there, there should be nothing missing. The moment he saw these clothes, Sanji had already imagined everything inside, and his head started to smoke on the spot. His face was flushed and his eyes were already blurry. Seeing this scene, Wayne held his forehead helplessly. Sanji is a good person, but he is easily seduced to death. But fortunately, he has never experienced the island of transsexuals, otherwise this guy would have gone to heaven by now. Looking around, Wayne nodded in satisfaction at the empty shell of the marine base behind him. Ding dee! A soft voice sounded. Wayne looked down at his watch, then a faint smile appeared on his face. Okay, retreat. After he finished speaking, Wayne walked forward. Everyone followed immediately. In front of Wayne, naked marine soldiers kept moving out of the way as Wayne moved forward. This is the case with Marine, and the onlookers are no exception. Give in, everyone is giving in. No one dared to say anything, and no one dared to make any small move. Wayne had just used his absolute strength to prove the truth that whoever moves will die. Dressed in white, the orange-yellow sunset shone through Wayne's shirt and onto his body. Holding the machete at his waist with one hand, Wayne walked forward step by step. Behind him, everyone followed closely. This scene looks like a leader in the martial arts world leading his men into battle, full of oppression. Everyone's eyes were focused on them. Some had gloomy expressions, some hated them to the core, but there were also some who admired them. Green-haired Barto looked very excited. Looking at Wayne, who was gradually going away, he was almost shouting out loud with excitement. Is this pirates? Why is there such a huge gap between them and those beastly pirates? They. So cool. How FG awesome it would be if I could join a pirates group like this. Barto was already feeling good as he imagined himself to be one of them. But this is just a fantasy after all, but it does not hinder his admiration. Left. They left. Smoker sighed heavily, looking a little lonely. I didn't expect that after being tricked by that guy, he actually knew Sea Stone. Forget it, I'm still alive. Why didn't they take anything? A Marine said with a puzzled look on his face. Smoker was stunned for a moment, then suddenly looked up at the entrance of the base. At this time, the base has been completely blocked by the hill at the entrance, and the hill is still piled there intact. Looking at the mountain, Smoker was shocked. They didn't take the things with them? It seems like that's the case. Smoker was silent, he was silent very hard. What are these guys doing? What are they doing? An unknown fire began to erupt in Smoker's heart. When his emotions reached a peak, he stood up and shouted in the direction where Wayne and the others left. You're FG tearing it down and not taking it back. Are you guys seriously ill? I'm FG and. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt a chill in his crotch. When he came to his senses, he immediately squatted down again. Looking at the mess that completely blocked the entire gate, not only the gate, but Smoker's heart was also blocked. It's so damn congested. He, who usually doesn't swear, couldn't help himself, which shows how much this matter made him upset. Chapter 102. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing your work assignment perfectly. You have successfully clocked out. Ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving 33 points of physical strength. 112 check-in points. Ding! Because the host left work on time, you'll be awarded an extra 17 points of physical strength. Ding! Because the host strictly abided by the laws of Xia country while working, all the above rewards will be doubled. Number of people working, 13. On the way back, Wayne looked at the system prompt and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Luffy is fine. Not only is there nothing wrong with it, but it is also counted in the number of people going to work. I just don't know where that guy ran off to. Let's ask someone to look for him later. There's nothing we can do if we can't find him. After a sigh of relief, Wayne was still surprised by the salary issued by the system. After doubling, it was 100 points of physical strength and 224 points of punch-in points. Fear. This is a terrifying number. Suddenly recruiting 5 people, Wayne knew that the reward would definitely be much higher. But he didn't expect it to be so much more. It was already slightly more than the reward for the contractor, which was quite terrifying. Now the speed of improvement is getting faster and faster, everything is growing exponentially. As the number of people continues to increase, the tasks become increasingly difficult, and correspondingly, the rewards also begin to skyrocket. The further you go, the faster the improvement. Panel. With a thought, the attribute panel appeared in front of him. Host Wayne. Gender, male. Wives, Kaya, Luffy, Nami, full. Mistresses, Sanji, Zoro, Usopp. Physical strength, 1246. Abilities, Advanced Spearmanship, Advanced One-Kick, Low-Level Observation Haki, Elementary Sword Training, Low-Level Armament Haki. Check-in point, 369.3. Evaluation, Strong. 1246. 369.3. Wayne was very satisfied with these two numbers, and the powerful strength also came as expected, a full 100 points of physical strength, which was a very terrifying bonus. He originally thought that reaching Admiral's 5,000 points of physical strength would be a long way off. But now it seems that it is not that far away. The check-in point can be broken through again, but Wayne doesn't plan to use it now. He is now able to draw again. Let's see what ability he will get first. If you draw well, then add that ability. If the draw is not good, then wait. He had a premonition. The knife is almost done. When it comes to sword maintaining skills and sword skills, it is obvious that improving sword skills will double the damage of sword maintaining skills. There is no need to think too much about which one to upgrade first. This system is really amazing. Wayne once again marveled at its effectiveness in greatly improving employees' potential. At this time, everyone had arrived at the port, and their large ship was docked here. A moment later, everyone came to the deck. But at this time, there was an uninvited guest on the deck. Moo! The uninvited guest shouted, expressing that he was also aggrieved. Yes, that's a cow. There was an extra cow on their deck, a buffalo. What the hell? What's going on? Where did this cow come from? Which BD dares to board our ship? Why does it look like it was kidnapped? Who kidnaps a cow and throws it on our boat these days? That's awesome. As soon as everyone got on the boat, they were stunned. Looking at the cow, they were a little confused. There is an extra cow on the boat for no apparent reason. What should I do? Waiting online, very urgent. Just when everyone was confused. Bang! There was a loud sound of a door opening, and then a guy wearing a straw hat rushed out from the kitchen. He was holding some bottles and jars in his hands. It's a seasoning. The target is also very clear, it is Lao Nu. The old cow was almost frightened to pee as it drooled profusely while running. But halfway through the run, he also noticed that there were a few more people on the deck. He stopped and was stunned for a moment. Then, hey! You guys are back! Look! I caught a cow! Ha ha ha! I'm starving after a busy day. Do you want to eat with us? As he spoke, he sprinkled the seasoning on the old cow. No one spoke, everyone stared at Luffy, and the atmosphere gradually became strange. Ziggy walked over first and grabbed Luffy's hand that was throwing the seasoning. Do you know what you're holding? This question made Luffy stunned. What is it? It's just seasoning. What's wrong with Uncle Ziggy? It's a seasoning. Luffy finished speaking. Bang! A heavy punch landed on his head. That's your uncle's FG hairspray. You're going to style the old cow, right? Ziggy's punch seemed to have triggered a switch. As soon as he threw the punch, Keel rushed over like a bolt-possessed man. When he got close, he gave a flying kick. I built it. Eat AFG banana, eat AFG banana, eat AFG banana. I'll kick you to death, you little BD. Your uncle disappeared on your first day at work today. I'm so sorry. You didn't even remember the ship rules I told you about. You're still FG eating beef. You're eating it raw. Eat it, you hard-working guy. Keel kicked the deck one after another, causing it to vibrate wildly and making a continuous dong 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 sound. A moment later. I'm hungry. No. I was wrong. Today I was just hungry, so I found a free place to eat. There was no one there, and I finished everything there in half an hour. But there was another cow there. I couldn't eat it anymore, so I thought of bringing it back. But I got lost again and just got back to the boat. Luffy, with a bruised face and a bump on his head as high as 2 stories, knelt on the deck. Like a bullied boy. After learning about Luffy's experience, everyone suddenly realized. From what this guy said, it seemed like he had enjoyed the free buffet at Marine Base. No wonder the kitchen at Marine Base is so clean that you can't even find a bag of flour. The rice jars and flour bags all looked like they had been washed, so clean. At this time, Wayne looked at the old cow and sighed helplessly. If you count it this way, Luffy really did go to work. After all, he robbed Marine of a cow. But, he took the cow and ate the meal. Was there an exchange? Although the system prompts have already made everything clear, Wayne still asked uncertainly. Have you ever swapped with anyone? Hearing this, Luffy, with a bruised face, said weakly, it's changed. With what? Booger. Wayne. Well, anyway, this kid seems to have perfect theoretical knowledge. There was nothing wrong with the work done today. It seems that when Kill said he got all the test papers right, he was not lying. But Luffy was able to do this because he had been studying how to join the White Pirates for 10 years. Wayne remembers everything they do. Now that I'm really getting started, it's not that difficult. I've already simulated it countless times. Chapter 103. Back in his room, Wayne turned on the system again. The lottery is about to begin. Now that ships have become super large, the space is naturally much larger. But his original house didn't change at all, it just became a little bigger. The Mary has now been taken into the interior of the large ship and is being used as a secondary ship when necessary. Looking at the boat that had been with him for so long, Wayne felt a little emotional. In the blink of an eye, he has been in this world for 10 years. That's really fast. This old, broken ship of his had never been given a name. He thought it would not last very long, but he did not expect it to last for 10 years. Now after the upgrade, it is impossible for it to break down. It's time to give it a name. But there's no rush now, let's draw the lottery first. Lottery. Ding. The lucky draw has started. As the system finished speaking, the turntable in front of Wayne started moving. It's still the skill turntable. The turntable was moving very fast and stopped in a moment. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the ability, Genki Law Level. Genki? The moment he saw this ability, Wayne was dumbfounded. He quickly opened the system's capability introduction. Gangchi Law Level, Gangchi will be generated automatically in your body. Gangchi can only be used for movement. Using Gangchi to move will have special effects. The current bonus is 20%. Wayne, who was originally confused, immediately became alert after seeing the introduction of abilities. Two words immediately flashed through his mind. That is purity. This is pure additive, single acceleration. And there is a 20% bonus right from the start, which is already a disguised way to improve strength. You know, this is trash. If it is upgraded to advanced level, wouldn't it be doubled? Powerful. Such skills are the ultimate power, an absolute magical skill, which becomes more powerful in the later stages. After being amazed, Wayne's attention returned to the special effects of the skill introduction. Special effects? What special effects can a device that can accelerate have when used? With this thought in mind, Wayne had an idea. An invisible force also began to gradually emerge from his body. Even though Wayne was inside the house, his clothes were still swaying in the wind. Looking at the invisible gas surrounding him, Wayne's expression changed slightly. Is this the? Such a powerful aura fluctuation. After observing for a while, Wayne finally started moving forward. The moment he took a step, the aura surrounding him suddenly turned white, and then Wayne moved a short distance. It's only a few dozen centimeters, not even 1 meter. Logically speaking, using this ability but only moving such a short distance would make anyone think it is rubbish. But after moving, Wayne opened his eyes wide. His eyes were filled with disbelief. The reason is simple. He teleport. That's right, without any process, he moved here instantly. Looking down at the aura surrounding him, Wayne was so shocked that he couldn't calm down for a long time. After several minutes, Wayne finally calmed down. But he did not stop there. He had not yet fully explored this ability, but one thing was certain. This is an ability more powerful than divine skills. The flickering light in the house began to occur again, and the air fluctuations in the room became larger and larger. In the end, it even began to blow up the furniture in the room. A full 5 minutes later, Wayne sat back down on the bed. The shock in his eyes did not diminish at all. This ability does allow him to teleport, but the range of this teleportation depends on your speed. The faster the speed, the greater the distance. But it cannot teleport continuously, there is a short interval of about 5 seconds. But does this affect its status as a super skill? No impact at all. Just being able to drastically increase your speed is incredible enough, and now you get teleportation too. What else can you be dissatisfied with? The cost of teleportation is also minimal, just like normal acceleration. Genki can be generated in the body by itself. It is not possible to use it all the time now, but as long as it is upgraded to a high level, it is not impossible. By then, this ability will be a bit perverted. Upgrading not only increases the speed, but also increases the speed of generating Genki. Wayne upgraded this ability to a higher level on the spot. Ding! Genki Junk has been upgraded to primary level. Gangchi Elementary, your body will automatically generate Gangchi. Gangchi can only be used for movement. Using Gangchi to move will have special effects. The current bonus is 40%. 40. Doubled. Wayne's pupils dilated slightly. He was really shocked by this ability today. At the moment of upgrading, the speed at which he generated was about twice as fast. This improves. Is it so scary? With this ability, who will be able to match me in speed in the future? After getting familiar with the newly improved Chi again, Wayne walked out. Now that we have speed, we naturally cannot fall behind in damage. Practice with the sword, practice with the sword. Wayne was sweating profusely. But Sengoku in the naval headquarters was also sweating profusely. What did you say? Defeated? One more move. Sengoku stared at the Den Mushi in front of him and questioned with an extremely ugly expression, with some sweat already appearing on his forehead. The reason he was sweating was because next to him, Garp's old face was staring at him with an expression of "See, I was right," and the smile on his face was very annoying. Chapter 104. Get out of the way. He kicked towards the annoying Garp, but he dodged it nimbly. Then the smirk on his face became even more rampant. Even though Smoker called and said Wayne had taken care of him with one hit, Garp wasn't worried at all. Because he knew Wayne too well, there was no way that guy would do anything to Smoker and the others. At most, they would be humiliated, but beating or killing them is impossible. As for the humiliation, it was not bad for Smoker. That boy was a little too arrogant and looked down on others. As for why? Of course it was because if he killed someone it would bring him endless troubles, and that kid was most afraid of trouble. How are you? Are there any casualties? Sengoku asked, still worried, but things turned out just as Garp had expected. No. That's good. You guys should recuperate first. That guy is not someone you can handle. Although Wayne did not kill anyone, Sengoku would not choose to sit idly by. If a guy like this is left alone, it is hard to say how much trouble he will cause in the future. It is best to deal with it as early as possible when it is weak. But now, Sengoku still doesn't have a good choice in terms of personnel. Admiral can't leave, Garp can't leave. This can be ruled out first. But he felt a little uneasy if he only sent one vice admiral. After much deliberation, Sengoku finally came up with a candidate in his mind. That person was one of the two people who were recently promoted to admiral candidates. Momuzagi. In fact, Shitan's strength is not much worse than Momuzagi, but the reason why Sengoku did not choose him is that he is too smooth, just like Kizaru Garp. Not as decisive as Momuzagi. Even though she was promoted not long ago, Momuzagi's ability should not be underestimated. The purpose of an admiral substitute is to be able to directly replace an admiral after he dies unexpectedly. Even if their strength is not as good as that of an admiral, they are definitely much stronger than an average vice admiral. Such strength is definitely more than enough to deal with those East Blue pirates. Having made up his mind, Sengoku immediately prepared to ask someone to find Momozagi, but Smoker's voice came again from the phone before he hung up. Marshal Sengoku, he was able to finish me off with one strike because he used Hina's sea stone. But now we have Hina's only pair of sea stone handcuffs. According to our intelligence, that guy will most likely come again tomorrow. I will definitely be able to take him down tomorrow. Smoker was furious and his face was full of dissatisfaction. He felt that Wayne had relied on dirty tricks to defeat him, which made him extremely unhappy. But he never thought that when he used that bug-level Logia to attack others, it was also quite vulgar. He is somewhat double-standard. Sengoku frowned slightly upon hearing this. After hearing Smoker's report, he thought Wayne would use armament haki to defeat the enemy in one move. I didn't expect it to be just sea stone. If that's the case, then there's no harm in letting Smoker try again. If he can solve it, it will indeed save a lot of effort. Are you sure? Yes. This time, I will capture him. Okay, then let's do as you say. Sengoku nodded and said a few more words before he was ready to hang up. But the Den Mushi in front of him gradually looked embarrassed. Well, Marshal, there's actually one more thing. Smoker's somewhat embarrassed voice came, and Sengoku looked a little confused. What's up? Our base is out of money. What? Didn't you just get some money? How come you're out of money so soon? How much do you want? 1 billion. What? 1 billion? What are you going to do? Sengoku was a little confused. How could East Blue's base need so much money? The base would only cost about 300 to 500 million to operate for a month. How could it cost 1 billion? Sengoku had originally thought that Smoker hadn't asked for money for a while and that the military funds should be running out, but he didn't expect him to ask for so much all at once. Yes, maintaining a marine base is very expensive. One soldier earns 300,000 a month. But when converted, it's only equivalent to the purchasing power of 3,000 RM coins, which is really not much. 100 soldiers would cost 300 million berries a month, and 500 million for other miscellaneous expenses is almost normal. But what are we going to do with the extra 500 million? Our base was destroyed. The base was destroyed? Was it completely shattered? No. The cost of reconstruction is only 800 million. Since it's not completely demolished, how can it cost 500 million? Sengoku looked unhappy. This kid Smoker, do you think he is stupid? How dare you embezzle military funds so blatantly? This is too arrogant. No, he can't give it to me at all. Smoker also understands Sengoku's feelings, but what he's doing is really no different from rebuilding. Tell me, what's going on? Sengoku questioned, his tone becoming more serious. Well, put it this way, Marshal. Now, except for the shit in the toilet, everything else in our base has been plundered by the white pirates. Even the foundation has been lowered a few inches, and the old cows we raised have been taken away by them. Our base was robbed. Smoker finished speaking and Sengoku froze. His serious expression gradually became a little unsettled. What did it mean, except for the shit, everything else was gone? What do you mean the foundation is a few inches shorter? Do you call this robbery? Ha 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 ha. That's right. That's right. That's something that brat would do. He's lucky he didn't strip all your clothes off. Ha 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 ha, I'm dying of laughter. Actually, it was also picked up. Hey? Ha ha ha. This is even funnier. Lao Zi should have been there and pointed at your butt to take some photos of you. Garp's outrageous laughter made Smoker feel sick. Sengoku's face grew darker. Not only because Wayne stripped the Marine General's clothes in public, causing the Marine to lose face, but also because Garp, that BD. Get out of here and laugh. Bang. While Garp was laughing so hard that tears were about to come out, Sengoku seized the opportunity and kicked him away. The whole room finally quieted down. Sengoku looked at the den mushi in front of him with a helpless look on his face. Well, I got it. I'll have someone send the money to you. That's it. After saying that, Sengoku hung up the phone. But his expression, as if he had eaten shit, took a long time to disappear. How could pirates be so bad? Sengoku didn't understand. But is that guy really not able to use armament haki? He had to use sea stone handcuffs to break free in that situation, so it's highly likely that he really can't. If that's the case, a strong player like Momuzagi would be a bit of a waste. Just sending a vice admiral will most likely be enough to deal with him. I can just take the military funds that Smoker wants with me. Thinking of this, he picked up the phone on the table and called a number. Moment. Click. Flying Squirrel, take 1 billion Baileys to Logue Town. Chapter 105. Logue Town. Marine Base. Dark night has arrived, and darkness has completely swallowed up the entire base. In the darkness, at the main entrance of the Marine Base building, Smoker was smoking a cigarette with a depressed look on his face. Beside him, where there should have been 2 redwood pillars, there was nothing there. Da 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 da. A burst of hurried footsteps came from the building behind Smoker, and the sound was getting closer and closer. Come closer. Trip bang. A figure fell heavily on Smoker's back, and a pair of glasses flew out. Sighing helplessly, Smoker walked over, picked up the glasses, and handed them to Tashigi on the ground. How's it going? Hey? Oh. It's almost done. The cables will be installed soon, the wires are being connected, the lights and everything are already installed, we just need to connect the wires and then we can turn on the power. Wayne and his men grabbed everything they could, and the power lines must not fall. This has resulted in the current marine base being completely dark. What did the marshal say? Hina came out with a cigarette in her mouth and asked softly while looking at Smoker who was sitting on the ground smoking heavily. He asked me to try again. Hearing this, Hina nodded. They did have a chance to take down Wayne. Do you have any sea stone products? No, it's just the handcuffs I used to handcuff you today. After Hina finished speaking, she handed the handcuffs to Smoker, and her meaning was obvious, he could do whatever he wanted with them. Raising his hand to take it, Smoker stood up and walked into the base building behind him. What are you doing? Get my weapon. With weapons? Hina was a little confused, and Smoker stopped and explained, without sea stone, there's no way that guy can beat me. Besides these handcuffs, the only sea stone on the island is my weapon. As long as they can't get it, we're sure to win. After saying that, Smoker walked into the building. Walk straight towards your room. Can. You're stupid. Your room is empty now. Hina's words made Smoker stunned, and then his face changed instantly. Yes. Those guys had already looted his room, so wouldn't they have his weapons too? Without thinking too much, Smoker instantly turned into a puff of smoke, ran quickly towards the mountain at the door and began to search. But before they even started, traces of weapons were discovered. Still here. It was not taken away. Smoker breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the guy's subordinates didn't know the value of it and didn't take it away. As long as these 2 sea stone products are hidden, everything will be settled. Picking up the weapon, Smoker suddenly turned into a cloud of smoke and flew away into the distance. The next day. Logue Town. Offshore. A large ship was heading towards the town. And on top of that big ship, waves of air kept coming out. The air waves hit the sea surface, and the sea surged. On the deck of the ship, Wayne was practicing with sweat pouring down his face. The sweat kept dripping down, but it was evaporated by a white aura on the way to the ground. On the side, Kill and others were also making bursts of collision sounds. They are sparring with each other. Compared to yesterday, it is obvious that several people have made progress. Zhang! Another knife mark flashed by, hitting the sea surface with a roar. After making this strike, Wayne stopped swinging the knife. After hanging the unsheathed machete back on his waist, Wayne raised his hand to check the time. It's still early, only 8:30. Wayne picked up the drink beside him and drank it down in big gulps. How comfortable. I didn't sleep again last night, but my swordsmanship has obviously improved a little. It's just that I haven't been able to successfully activate the skills in the system. This morning, Wayne was already able to exert his chi. Although that had nothing to do with sword energy, it was just the energy he exerted with brute force, but even to this extent, he was completely unable to do it on the first day of practicing swordsmanship. It's obvious that he has made great progress. It is estimated that in 2 days, he will be able to successfully master the swordsmanship skills. Even with the system's greatly improved potential, it was so difficult for Wayne to even get started, which shows how poor his original talent was. Anyone with better talent could reach the Vice Admiral level within 10 years without relying on the system. After wiping the sweat off his face, Wayne got up and went to his room. He needs to take a shower. Clang! Wayne's departure did not affect the rhythm on the deck. Keel was sparring with Zoro at this time. He fought 3 enemies with 1 blow, but Keel was not at a disadvantage at all. Every swing made it difficult for Zoro to defend himself. Keel's characteristic is that he is reckless and can defeat even the most skilled with his strength. The knife came down hard, and if Zoro hadn't used a special technique to absorb the force, he would have been smashed into the deck with the knife. But because his skills were far superior to Keel's, the two fought hard. Keel's strength and speed are stronger than Zoro's, but his skills are not good enough, so he was defeated by Zoro. But it is clear that this gap is narrowing. Feeling the increasing pressure, Zoro finally realized something was wrong. This improvement is a bit too fast. Zoro's eyes were filled with shock. Looking at the not very smart Gil opposite him, Zoro was extremely shocked. Is this a swordsmanship genius? Otherwise, how could it improve so quickly? He was originally just a beginner, but after fighting for an hour, his swordsmanship seemed to be catching up with his own pace. This kind of talent is terrifying. Comparing the two, there is no need to say how poor Wayne's talent is. Zoro was extremely shocked, but Gil fought with all his might, not only because of his improved strength, but more importantly, a beautiful woman not far away was looking at him with the same surprise. Yes, Alvida was also brought on board. And now he is a member of the White Pirates. Last night, the system's review results for her came out, and Wayne immediately asked for her opinion. Unexpectedly, she agreed without saying a word. I don't know whether she really wants to join, or is afraid of Wayne, or someone has already done enough ideological work on her. Wayne doesn't care. As long as she joins. In contrast, the review results of Barto have also come out, and the result is also passed. Even though that guy was a gang member, he must have been very ruthless, otherwise the system wouldn't have reviewed him. Wayne's main goal today is to find him and get him on board. The battle on the deck continued, and Alvida was indeed surprised by Keel's strength. I originally thought he was just a small piece of trash under Wayne, but now Keel has proven himself. We fought for about another half an hour. The two still couldn't decide the winner, but during this half hour, Zoro once again felt this guy's improvement, although it wasn't big, but it was real. This really made him doubt his life. Are all the people on this ship so perverted? The reason they stopped was because of Wayne's call to stop. Okay, get ready for work. Today's task is to do yesterday's work again. Brothers, no more updates today. I was stunned. My score suddenly dropped by 0.5 points. I was amazed by the huge gap. It dropped to 0.5 and then went back to 7.5. What's going on? My heart sank, but the only thing I'm thankful for is that I didn't update. If this had been lost after I updated, I would have been devastated. I'm already wondering whether the rating and update policy should be cancelled, because it's completely useless. Instead of increasing the rating, it actually decreases it. It's dropping so fast. Let me think about it first. It's really hard to keep calm. My mentality is about to explode. Chapter 106. On deck. After Wayne finished speaking, everyone fell silent. They knew exactly what it meant to do yesterday's work over again. At this moment, everyone couldn't help but feel a little sympathy for Marine on the island. Everyone saw what they did yesterday. If it happens again, won't it explode? Even the three brothers who had followed Wayne for 10 years felt that Wayne was so naive at this moment. But no one questioned it. After Wayne finished speaking, Nami went to control the ship and headed towards the marine base. The marine base in Logue Town is located close to the edge of the island. The sea is not far behind the base. Everyone else also started packing their things. It's not Wayne who is cruel, it's the system. Today's task is like this, no different from yesterday. I can only ask Smoker and the others to bear with it. They have experienced it once yesterday and they have some experience, so it's okay. I looked up at the sky. The air was particularly gloomy today and the sky was covered with dark clouds. A heavy rain that has been suppressed for a long time seems to be about to come. Wayne's expression was just as gloomy as the weather. He always had a bad feeling in his heart. After all, the heavy rain in the original book was caused by the dragon, so is the current celestial phenomenon also related to him? If he were here, today's shift would be a little beyond his control. Just turn around and leave? It's not impossible, but he has to find another marine base before getting off work. Obviously, this is impossible. On one hand, there is the possibility of being fired, and on the other hand, there are huge risks that have not yet been clarified. It's obvious which side to choose. Standing at the door of the room on the second floor, holding the wooden railing. Glancing at Alvida below, Wayne asked, "How's the ship regulations going?" Alvida's body trembled when she heard this. Although she was now a crew member on the ship and Wayne was her captain, the scary impression of Wayne did not disappear from her mind immediately. Now she gets scared every time Wayne speaks. After she stopped shaking, she quickly replied with a serious look on her face, "I know. I saw it. I remember it all." Wayne nodded casually and stopped paying attention. Before Wayne left, Kilnaby ran over to comfort him. The little hand reached over the edge of the boat, blocking Wayne's view. "It's okay. Boss, I'm just asking. Just follow me when the time comes. Just do whatever I do. Boss, I'm a very nice guy." Then a burst of chattering sounds came out, and Wayne's mouth Kakuzu couldn't help but twitch. It's not Keel's fault. There hadn't been any women on the ship for 10 years. After much difficulty, Kaya came, but she was immediately given the title of the captain's wife. Then Nami came, but she was still called the captain's wife. Now that someone who isn't the captain's wife has finally arrived, he's going to unleash all the energy he's been pent up for 10 years. Reader, you better be serious when you talk about energy, kid. Wayne walked down the stairs step by step and came in front of Luffy and Zoro. He also visibly developed a headache. Rubbing his aching head, Wayne could only say, "You two follow me today and don't go anywhere." But after Wayne finished speaking, Luffy refused to do it. Because Wayne doesn't eat meals or lunch while he's at work. Luffy couldn't stand this at all. But he was not stupid, so he did not say it out loud. That would only give him 2 more bumps on his head and would not change anything. Zoro on the side nodded affirmatively. "I have a strong sense of direction. Let me lead the way this time." Wayne. Come on, why do people always have endless confidence in their weakest areas? Zoro leads the way? That belt might just keep spinning in circles all day. And he himself thought that he made the right decision. A moment later, Nami drove the boat right behind the marine base and everyone got off the boat. Kaya also brought a black umbrella for everyone. It is very likely to rain today. Wayne's goal was also very clear. As soon as he got off the boat, he took his men straight to a casino. There, the gangster in the casino is Barto's little brother. In other words, all the gangs on the island are Barto's subordinates. That guy has already unified the gang world in Logue Town. And in the marine base on the island. Bang! Smoker's office door was kicked open. Oh no! It's not just kicked open, it's kicked away. Because the door was right over Smoker's head. With the sound of twigs rustling, the door slowly opened, and Smoker's extremely gloomy face gradually appeared. Witnessing all this, Hina pushed her glasses up a little embarrassedly. Then he quickly explained the reason for his visit. They're here. Even their ship is parked behind the base. Do you want to take action now? Today, the marine base has been largely restored to its original state after a night of work. But most of the things were broken due to the violent demolition, such as the door that Hina kicked in. After Hina finished speaking, Smoker slowly took off the hat on his head. He took another cigar from his jacket and lit it, then said slowly, "No hurry. No hurry. The Marshal sent someone to deliver military funds to us so we can purchase supplies and repair the base. Does it matter? The person coming is Vice Admiral the Flying Squirrel. He will be here this afternoon. Wait until he comes in the afternoon, then we'll take action together, if those guys don't take the initiative to cause trouble for us." Smoker took a puff of his cigarette, and his confident look made Hina feel inexplicably safe. Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral. They are the Vice Admirals of the Naval Headquarters, each of whom is extremely powerful and has countless military achievements. If he were to come, it would indeed be guaranteed to be foolproof. Smoker is a Logia user, plus he is a Marine Vice Admiral and a Rear Admiral. What can the White Pirates do to stop them? Just do as Smoker said and wait for Rear Admiral the Flying Squirrel to arrive. By then they won't be able to escape even if they want to. Then let them go for now, as long as they don't burn, kill, or loot civilians. After saying that, Hina turned and left. She was going to keep an eye on Wayne and the others. Smoker sat in his big leather chair, which no longer had any leather on it, and looked out at the dark clouds outside the windowless window, his eyes full of confidence. This time. How do you escape? I can take you down by myself, and now there's a Vice Admiral. What else can you do except run away in disgrace? Last night, Sengoku called the Flying Squirrel closest to Logue Town, who happened to be on a mission nearby. After receiving Sengoku's instructions, he first withdrew 1 billion berries of military funds from the nearest branch, and Sengoku later had someone deliver it to the branch there. Carrying a huge sum of money, the Flying Squirrel rushed over overnight. We can reach Logue Town this afternoon. By then, Wayne will be unable to escape. All of this is what Sengoku was thinking. To deal with a guy who couldn't even use armament haki, a veteran Vice Admiral like Flying Squirrel was enough to give him peace of mind. He just had to sit back and wait for news of Wayne's arrest. Chapter 107. Bang! Visitors Casino. The door flew out with a loud bang under the heavy blow. It hit the huge lucky cat in the center of the casino hard, sending the cat's head rolling to the ground. Bang! 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 3 gunshots rang out, and Buggy walked in, holding a pistol. If you don't want to die, run away quickly. The gamblers in the casino suddenly screamed in shock, and after a brief silence, the entire casino suddenly became extremely chaotic. The guests rushed to the door. They had no doubt that these people had the ability to kill them because they all knew Wayne. There was almost no one in the whole town who didn't know them. Looking at the gamblers fleeing in all directions, Buggy's smile under the clown makeup was quite appropriate. The thugs in charge of this area had no desire to fight at all after seeing the newcomer. Wayne's terrifying strength yesterday was not something they could deal with at all. Baru. Where are you going? Looking at the team leader Baru who was preparing to escape together during the chaos, another team leader shouted. Go ahead. You idiot. Go find the boss. The boss is a demon fruit power, his strength is definitely not weaker than these people. After he finished speaking, Sabin suddenly understood. Indeed, resistance is useless now. Only their boss can deal with such a big shot. After saying hello, several people planned to escape through the back door. Red carpet, crystal chandeliers. The furnishings here are very luxurious. Several people ran away quickly, but when they arrived at the back door, they found a strong man holding a big knife and a beautiful woman standing there. He looked like he had been waiting for a long time. Baru and the others naturally recognized him, as he was also a member of the White Pirates. What should I do if there is a wolf in front and a tiger behind? Everyone looked at Baru. Why are you looking at me? If you don't fight him to the death, do you think you can fight his captain? Go ahead. Looking at the group of black-clad brothers who were coming towards him with knives in their hands, Kill remained calm. He even had time to explain to Alvida who was standing beside him. You see, most people would take the initiative to attack us, and at this time, if we take action again, it will be considered self-defense, and we can do whatever we want with them. After Keel finished speaking, he turned his attention to the people in front of him. But as soon as he said this, Baru instantly realized the turning point. This kid is quite smart. He knew these people could never defeat Kill. Don't hit him. Just leave. These words made Kill stunned. This was the first time he encountered such a situation. He had to admit that the boy in front of him reacted really quickly. The others were stunned at first, but when they saw that Baru had put away his weapons and was preparing to escape directly from Keel, they could only do as he said and follow him. Come to the door. Just when Baru was about to cross Keel, bang! There was a crashing sound. Hey! Everyone saw it, he hit me first. As soon as Kill finished speaking, he patted his shoulder that was hit, and then quickly took care of the group of people. At this moment, Baru was lying on the ground, feeling his internal organs trembling from the collision, and he was dumbfounded. I bumped into you? And nearly died? Are you sure you're speaking human language? After dealing with them all, Keel looked at Alvida. Look, if I move aside, they will be the ones in trouble. Seeing this scene, Alvida nodded thoughtfully. It seemed that the ship rules needed to be adjusted. Then the two of them stopped talking nonsense. He pulled Baru up and walked out through the back door. This kid is quite smart. The boss said that we only need to catch his smartness. A moment later, Baru looked at Wayne in front of him with a frightened look. Wayne didn't waste any time and went straight to the point. Where is your boss Barto? Baru, who had already felt somewhat desperate and had no hope of living, suddenly had a glimmer of hope in his eyes. These people were actually looking for their boss. As long as he finds the boss, he will never have to die. Even if they are very strong, it is impossible for them to break through the boss's barrier. That is a barrier that no one has been able to break through so far. By then, we will be invincible and these people can be killed by artillery fire. It's in Block 3. I can take you there. Hearing this, Wayne's eyes lit up slightly. This kid is quite sensible. Lead the way. Under Baru's leadership, everyone soon arrived at street number 3 that Baru mentioned. It can be seen that the people here are quite fierce. It is indeed possible that this is their gang base. Many people recognized Wayne along the way, but when they saw Fang Baru leading Wayne, they knew that this was no ordinary person. If you follow him, you will probably die. For the sake of his own life, the crowd behind Wayne was not as crowded as it was yesterday. Not long. They came to a secluded tavern. There were strong men holding guns at the door of this tavern. But after seeing the situation clearly, they all tacitly agreed not to take action. He just stared at Wayne and the others silently. They successfully arrived inside the tavern, and Baru walked straight to the bar. Is the boss here? These people are looking for him. Please sit down first. No more sitting. After Baru said this, the bartender's expression suddenly became more serious. This is their secret code. Not sitting down means that the person is not a good person. Everyone here knows Wayne. He comes with bad intentions, so it will be a tough fight. Everyone had a ferocious look on their face, and their hands reached out for their weapons tacitly. As soon as their boss gave the order, these people would launch suppressive fire on Wayne and his men. Coming right up. Baru said something to Wayne, trying to comfort him and ease the tense atmosphere. But Wayne had already taken everyone to sit on the large sofa. He was lying on his back, showing no sign of nervousness at all. Wayne's arrogant look really made everyone here very angry, and they all wanted to teach him a lesson right now. Baru said nothing more. But his eyes gradually became unfriendly. You can only be arrogant now, but I will kill you all later. Wayne didn't have to wait long. A minute or two later, Barto, with a distinctive green coxcomb haircut, walked out from the back of the tavern. After meeting this guy, Wayne breathed a sigh of relief. It was good that the guide didn't lead them to any remote corners. Although that doesn't matter, it will waste a lot of time. Now that Barto has been found, Wayne is 80% certain that he has a way to get this guy to join. After all, his character is not as tough as Arlong's. Wayne slowly stood up and sat up from his supine position. Looking at Barto walking in front of him, his hand reached for his pistol. But he hasn't taken any action yet. Barto moved before him. Boom! A loud bang echoed throughout the tavern. Barto, who had originally had a resolute look on his face, now knelt down in front of Wayne. His face was also full of fanaticism. Boss Wayne! Can I join you? Please give me a chance. I have admired you for a long time. As soon as he said this, the entire tavern fell into absolute silence. Wayne. Baru. A bunch of younger brothers. Chapter 108. When he knelt, everyone in the tavern was stunned. Wayne slowly sat up straighter, his expression becoming incredibly serious. Buggy looked incredulous. He didn't expect that there was someone in the world who was more aware of the current situation than him. Luffy, Zoro, and the others all looked frightened. You really can't blame them for being timid. After all, 2 holes were dug out on the wooden floor of the pub by kneeling. Barto's younger brothers around him even exaggerated their astonishment to the ultimate level. After all, they even pulled out their guns, but their boss just knelt down to show his loyalty to the other side. Anyone would be dumbfounded by this. The air seemed to freeze, and Wayne said he also needed to slow down. After all, it was really sudden, so sudden that you were eating hot pot and singing. Swish! At this time, there was a sharp break sound. It resounded clearly throughout the entire tavern. Outside the door, a 4-wheeled car with steam coming out of it was parked here, and inside the closed compartment, the door was opened with a clang. Immediately afterwards, a large number of young men in black clothes filed out. They really came out in a line. Everyone had a newspaper under their armpit, with a shiny knife tucked inside. This kind of car usually has several nicknames. Causeway Bay Party and Mass Department Service Center. Chen Hunan's Mobile Office. Nightmare of a Food Stall Owner. Limited to 8 people sitting, 80 people down. The box in the trunk is either RM or RM. The car is not stable, the door opens first, the person is not out, the knife comes out first. The air conditioning works great, but my hands are freezing when I get off the car. People on the bus especially like to read newspapers. Early light infantry transport vehicles in Guangdong and Guangxi. Yes, it's a van, but it's a steam version from the pirate's world, and it looks pretty decent. Freeze your hands. How dare you cause trouble for me? I'll open their eyes today. The bald man with a fierce face who was rushing in the front shouted loudly. He has explosive muscles all over his body and looks a little bit like a normal person. He is the first person under Barto, the loyal seaman apprentice, Aksaба. When he heard that someone dared to cause trouble for his eldest brother, he immediately brought his men and rushed over, even if the opponent was the awesome guy from yesterday. Just do it if I say so. Bang! Axi kicked the door open and rushed in with his men. FK. Which one? Which one is the one who supports? As the door opened, the first thing that came into view was Barto kneeling on the ground. The words that came out of his mouth were forced to gradually fade away. I'm stupid. But it's not over yet. FK. How dare you make my big brother kneel? Big brother. Stand up, let's deal with them together. I swear to fight you to the death in heavenly prison. As he said this, he tried to help his elder brother up. But after pulling twice, it didn't lift up. Brother, what's wrong? Get up. Brother, I am old and my legs are not in good condition. I want to kneel for a while, please leave me alone. No, big brother. This is not a matter of kneeling for a while. You've already knelt down. We have no leader. How can we fight the war without a boss? Wayne couldn't stand watching the two people in front of him acting funny anymore. Okay, get up quickly. Rubbing his head, Wayne had seen this for the first time. It was really too abstract. But there is really no reason not to accept him. There are two ways to accept him. One is to find him to be my wife, but seeing how he is now, let alone letting him be my wife, you can even ask him to sell PG on the transport truck at the door. But in this case, he won't be able to significantly increase his potential. If he can't do that, his future ceiling will be determined. But if he is hired as an employee, it will be a different story. To be honest, it's rare to see a seaman apprentice who is so loyal right from the start. Although some clues were revealed in the original novel, when Wayne actually saw the film, he was still overwhelmed by the overwhelming seaman apprentice aura. If such talents grow up, they will be extraordinary. Loyalty is not a consideration at all. Besides, there are only 7 employees now, but he can recruit 15, so there are more than enough positions. Thinking of this, Wayne spoke. From now on, you are a member of the White Pirates. I'll give you a welcome tonight. When Wayne finished speaking, the other members of the White Pirates were not surprised. After all, Wayne recruits people so casually. As long as he thinks it is possible, he will either force people to board the ship or board the ship himself. But they didn't think anything of it, but for Barto, it was a huge blow. He was initially filled with disbelief, not expecting it would be so easy to join. But then the whole person seemed to have lost his mind. The moment Wayne finished speaking, he felt a warmth sweeping over his body, as if he was bathed in a source of warmth. It worked. Successfully joined his own idol team. After meeting Wayne yesterday, he regarded Wayne as his idol. He just exerted force with his knees and his whole body bounced up. Looking at Aziba standing beside him, he shouted crazily. Who said there is no boss? Boss! Have you finally risen? No. You're the boss now. I'm going to pursue my own happiness. Ziba, come on. After saying that, he followed Wayne and the others out the door under Ziba's confused gaze. Boss! Boss, wait for me. Let me introduce myself. My name is Bartolomeo, you can just call me Zioba. The figures of several people walked farther and farther away, and soon they left the tavern. Disappeared in front of everyone. But after they left, the whole pub was still so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. No one spoke. Everyone was staring at the door, their pupils trembling uncontrollably. Among them, Baru and Ziba had the most dramatic fluctuations. I thought that the eldest brother would lead me to turn the tables and deal with these people, but when they met, not only did the eldest brother not take action, he even knelt down on the spot. Before Baru could figure out what was going on, the eldest brother affectionately called the other person boss and followed him. The huge gap between them was like an atomic bomb exploding in Baru's head, turning his brain into a paste. Ziba is not much better. He still hasn't figured out what's going on. Now he seems to have become the boss inexplicably, but this is not what he wanted. A full 5 minutes later. Bang! The sound of a knife falling to the floor was heard, and everyone's attention was drawn to Ziba, waiting for his instructions. After 5 minutes of rest, Ziba finally figured it out. Their boss is gone. Joined that person's pirates group and became a pirate. There was also some confusion in his eyes. Now that the boss was gone, what should they do? But the confusion in his eyes only lasted for a moment, and after a moment, he became determined again. Grab your weapons. Go find Big Brother. What are you going to do with Big Brother now? Baru was puzzled. Now that the Big Brother is a pirate, shouldn't we, the younger brothers, help him fight the Marines? Everyone! Follow Big Brother. If any Marine dares to take action, we'll let them know that the Utopia gang is no pushover. Chapter 109. On the way to the Marine base. Feeling the increasingly moist air, Wayne couldn't help but look up at the sky. A sense of urgency arose in his heart. We need to finish the task quickly, otherwise, things might get really troublesome. Now that the mission is completed, even if Long really comes and wants to harm him, there is still a way out. But Dragon's goal has always been to ensure Luffy's safety. It is highly likely that they will not intervene, let alone do anything to you. He was just a little pirate from East Blue, and there was no reason for the dragon to attack him. And as long as he has the ability to take Luffy away, he may not even show up. As for whether he has the ability to take Luffy away, as long as Luffy doesn't run around, he won't be afraid even if a naval headquarters vice admiral comes. Normally, it would be difficult to defeat a veteran vice admiral who has extremely rich combat experience and is extremely proficient in two-color haki. But now it's different. The reason why it's difficult to play is his speed shortcoming. If he only competes with damage, he may even have a chance to kill the vice admiral in one hit, but damage alone is useless. Can't hit anyone. Other people's observation and hearing color is not for decoration. But now with The, things are different. The movement of The is not a process. Wayne is 100% sure that the Vice Admiral's observation haki will definitely not be able to react in time. Super high attack, plus super high mobility. To put it in fantasy terms, it means that you are invincible at the same level and can fight against higher levels. But the current situation is that there is only one smoker here. There is even less need for the dragon to appear. Looking at Barto's black-clad minions following behind, Wayne had to admit that Barto was quite capable. Not only is he a loyal seaman apprentice, but even his subordinates are all top-notch seaman apprentices. Strong. Your task today is to do nothing. Watch more, listen more, and learn more. Buggy, you're in charge of taking him. Okay, boss. Leave it to me. Barto had no objection either. Boss, I know this area well. Are we in a hurry? I know a small path if we are in a hurry. Hearing this, Wayne did not refuse and asked him to lead the way. We are really in a hurry now. Oh, boss, weren't the guy in the straw hat and the swordsman with us? I saw them leave. At this time, Barto said something for no reason, as if it was just a casual chat. But as soon as these words came out, the whole team stopped instantly. Wayne's expression gradually turned ugly. Just now, Luffy and Zoro were sandwiched in the middle of the team, with Wayne in front and the others behind. But in this situation, without Wayne noticing at all, the two of them were lost. Again. Now Wayne was sure that it was not Kill and the others' fault that they lost the two of them yesterday. It seems like these two people have some kind of magic. It can block out all perceptions and disappear from your sight inexplicably. Boss. Keel spoke with a worried look on his face. Ignore them, just go and raid the marine base first. After yesterday's verification, although these two guys are a bit stupid, they can still do things without making mistakes. That's enough. Wayne's requirements for them are very simple, they must provide work rewards and not disrupt his perfect work. That's it. Then the group set off again. Barto also realized that something was wrong, but he didn't want to get into trouble at this time. And on a roof not far from here, a man in a green cloak was standing on it. His brows furrowed slightly. His face also looked a little unhappy. This was undoubtedly Dragon, who noticed that Luffy had joined Wayne's pirates. But this is not what he wants to see. Even though he had always given Luffy the ultimate treatment, he didn't want Luffy to be inferior to others. And this person is so unbearable. In Long's opinion, Wayne is just a bit trash and his strength is average. After observing for a while, Long had already seen through the strength, speed, and so on. This kid, I'm afraid any vice admiral can crush him. Dragon had no objection to Luffy being a member of the crew, but at least he had to be a stronger captain, right? To put it bluntly, does he deserve it? That's his dragon son. However, Long did not jump to conclusion immediately. He came here just as Wayne expected, to protect Luffy. Because he received the news that the flying squirrel was coming, he didn't want his only child to be captured by the marine. Another reason was that he didn't want to make things difficult for Garp. This is also a good opportunity to see if this guy is qualified to be the captain of his son. Flying squirrel. The dragon is recognized for its strength. It's a good idea to try him out. Marine base. Hina had already reported the news before Wayne. At this moment, at the door of the base, Smoker was smoking a cigar with a relaxed look on his face. His face still showed signs of being beaten yesterday, but that didn't affect his relaxed look. He was unarmed and had nothing with him. Behind them were a group of marine soldiers holding guns. Several cannons had already been pushed out and were now blocking the door. Hina was standing behind Smoker, but Tashigi was nowhere to be found. Marine is ready, just waiting for Wayne to show up. But in fact, the only one who really works is Smoker himself. Smoker knew very well that these small fry could not make any waves in front of Wayne. What he had to do was very simple, just rush up and take care of that guy. Right at this moment, several figures gradually appeared from the distance, and then more and more appeared. A large group of thugs in black clothes walked towards this side in an orderly manner, with great momentum. It forms a sharp contrast with the Marines here wearing white uniforms. The Marines began to sweat, the scene was somewhat shocking. These gangs have never gone against Marine, after all, they have the cheating guy Smoker. Today, this was the first time they noticed this force, this strong force. Smoker snorted inwardly. Then he gave the order to open fire. Bullets poured out and artillery shells whizzed past. Seeing the rain of bullets and artillery shells coming, everyone rubbed their hands and prepared to take action. But he was stopped by Wayne. Before anyone could figure out what was happening, a wide barrier appeared. Spanning the entire street, it blocked all incoming shells. Explosions continued to sound, and large amounts of black smoke appeared on the barrier, but it failed to shake it at all. As the crowd moved forward, the barrier also moved forward. Below the barrier, Barto was crossing his fingers and moving forward step by step. Feeling the burning gaze behind him, he turned back casually and said calmly, "It's just a little trick, not worth mentioning." Chapter 110. The grey-black smoke caused by the explosion rose up, making the already dark sky seem even gloomier. But even though the shells had no effect, the Marine did not stop and continued to fire indiscriminately. This is obviously the ability of Devil Fruit. As long as it is an ability, it will definitely consume physical strength. Even if it cannot break through the opponent, it is not a loss for Marine to consume a lot of the opponent's physical strength. Barto crossed his fingers and even had the time to pick his nose. Seeing his relaxed and contented look, Smoker got furious. But the other members of the White Pirates had a new impression of Barto. I originally thought that he was just brought in by the boss to make up the numbers. After all, he knelt right at the start and didn't show any sign of being a strong man. His strength must not be that strong either. But now, looking at the airtight barrier that spanned the entire street and gave people an infinite sense of security, they were shocked. This kid! There is something. I was outshined by the newcomer. Everyone looked calm, but they were already holding back their anger. No matter what you say later, you must perform well. Long, who had been following behind, looked at Barto at the front of the team with a look of appreciation on his face. Barrier fruit is very good. Once that guy is dealt with by the Marine, we can rescue him as well. It would be best if we could invite him to join the Revolutionary Army. By this time, the dragon had already concluded that Wayne had no way to defend against the incoming flying squirrel. They have even started to consider taking in his crew members. Wayne was completely unaware of this, but he could vaguely feel a strange gaze staring at him. He guessed that it was most likely a dragon. With Long's ability to hide, Wayne naturally couldn't find him, but he kept staring at Wayne unscrupulously, not taking Wayne seriously at all. This situation caused Wayne's observation haki to have some sensitivity. Although it was just a feeling and I didn't even have a rough direction, I could guess that it was him. Since he hasn't taken action now, he won't take action. Unless Luffy is in danger. That way, there's nothing to worry about. Wayne's heart finally relaxed. Since the dragon had come, there was nothing to worry about. If he really attacked, he would not be able to stop him. What's more, he won't do anything. Under Barto's push, everyone arrived at the opposite side of Marine in a moment. The two sides were no more than 10 meters apart. They stared at each other from a distance, with tension rising. Smoker waved his hand to stop his men's bombardment, and Barto also put away the barrier. But the depressing atmosphere became even heavier. Barto took a step back and stood behind Wayne, looking at Wayne in his fluttering white robe with a fanatical look. Smoker took a step forward and said with a bit of disdain. "You still dare to come? You are really looking for death." But Wayne's answer made him a little impatient. "On you." The nonchalant tone and the disdain in the voice were overwhelming. This made Smoker frown. He didn't know why Wayne was so confident, but he didn't act rashly. It would be best to try it out. After all, yesterday's bloody lesson is still before us. A reckless charge may lead everyone into a desperate situation again. Vice Admiral the Flying Squirrel will be here soon, so it would be best if we could delay him a bit. You. Stop barking like a dog. Still barking like a dog. Do you think your grandfather is here to listen to your barking? Damn it, are you going to beat me or not? If you don't want to beat me, then go back to your doghouse and chew your bones. Don't block the road here." Smoker's chant was violently interrupted by Keel. Keel's firepower output has never disappointed anyone. The smoker on the opposite side suddenly had a gloomy expression, and wisps of white smoke were floating up uncontrollably. No one has ever humiliated him like this. Although he has to wait for the flying squirrel, it won't hurt to kill this annoying guy first. Smoke spray. Smoker's legs turned into smoke and then shot out, rushing towards Keel at an extremely fast speed. Keel was not afraid at all and rushed forward with a big knife in his hand. The others were not willing to be outdone. They had not taken action for a long time and wanted to move around. Soon everyone except Nami and Buggy rushed forward. Buggy simply knew too much and didn't want to rush forward and get beaten. The area here is quite spacious, and the gangs outside have surrounded it completely, so no onlookers can get close. At this time, looking at the crowd rushing forward, Wayne didn't stop. Smoker's confidence just now was somewhat unusual. They probably have a backup plan, so it won't make any difference if Kill and the others go up and test it out. It's okay for Kill to be reckless, but if he rushes in without being sure of the strength of both sides, he will suffer losses. This time, let him learn a lesson and remember it. Even if all of them come together, they definitely can't hurt Smoker at all. Smoker still has some strength. The facts were exactly as Wayne expected. Smoker looked at the people in front of him, his eyes showing no panic at all, only calmness. The two sides soon came into contact, and Kill, who rushed out first, slashed down with his sword diagonally, with great force and speed much faster than before. But Smoker didn't shy away from it. Is that all your strength? Kill slashed down diagonally with his broadsword, and along with him came the sharp cat claws. Claw arrived first and pierced Smoker's body with Kill's sword. But at the moment of piercing, both of them were shocked. I wanted to retreat, but there was no chance. White smoke. The distance was so close that Smoker's hands turned into thick fog, instantly enveloping everyone here. The person who was wrapped up seemed to have fate strangled him by the throat and could not move at all. The smoke, like tentacles, hung them all in the air. What the hell is this? What kind of fruit is this? How can it be so powerful? Isn't this fruit cheating? Several people were all shocked. They had never expected to be defeated in an instant. Wasn't this guy completely subdued by the boss yesterday? So he's really that powerful? With just one move, everyone recognized themselves and recognized Smoker. That seemingly casual punch yesterday was actually becoming more and more powerful. Kill kept twisting his body, and with his brute strength, he actually had some intention of breaking free. But as a key focus, Smoker will not give him this opportunity. White fist. In the smoke, fists began to appear one after another, hitting Kill's face again and again. In a short while, Kill began to bleed and his face was covered in bruises. Seeing this scene, the dragon behind him looked indifferent. What are you going to do? Even he can easily deal with you. Are you going to run away or die? At this moment, Smoker's right hand suddenly loosened, and he let go of everyone else. Then he swung his right fist back with all his strength, and the left hand that was holding Kill suddenly retracted, and Kill was held and quickly approached Smoker. When he got close, Smoker's fully drawn right fist had already smashed down heavily with the help of the jet. If this punch landed hard, it might actually kill Kill. Looking at the fist hitting his forehead, Kill struggled with all his might, but the smoke surrounding him made him powerless and he could only watch the fist fall. Kill's vision gradually blurred, and he seemed to see his own death. Bang! There was a loud thumping sound. Kill's vision gradually became clear. At this moment, a familiar hand was blocking in front of him. The powerful fist was also imprinted on the palm. Smoker's eyes suddenly widened. He didn't see how this guy appeared. He was so fast. But what's the use of blocking the punches? You can't catch smoke. In Kill's sight, Smoker's fist turned into smoke, trying to escape from Wayne's hand. But a series of snapping sounds made the captured Kill's eyes widen. That's it. The sound of broken bones. The boss's hands turned black. The cracking sound continued and the boss's hands were getting tighter and tighter. Boss, what are you going to do? Crush his entire hand. Kill stared at Wayne's profile with a burning gaze, and he saw a hint of anger on his boss's face. Gil didn't understand what armament haki or logia were, but when Wayne appeared, he knew he wouldn't die. Chapter 111. This was indeed the case, and Wayne was a little angry. He won't say anything if you hit him a few times to vent your anger, and it can also help Kill learn a lesson. But if they want to kill someone, then don't blame him as the boss for being ruthless. He exerted force suddenly with his palm. Smoker's entire right hand was immediately squeezed into a ball. Severe pain swept through his body, and Smoker finally came back to his senses. When he saw the black on Wayne's palm, he was stunned for a moment. Armament color. This guy. Meeting. A layer of cold sweat covered Smoker's forehead, and the intense pain made his cheeks twitch slightly. Wayne will use the armament haki. Smoker knew exactly what this meant. Things seemed to be out of his control once again. In an instant, a large amount of smoke erupted around Smoker, and the entire venue became shrouded in smoke, making it impossible to see the truth. In the smoke, Smoker quickly retreated, trying to get away from Wayne. Just as he was about to leap out of the smoke, he bumped into something. It's still the same palm. Only this time, it was the neck that was hit. A moment later, the smoke cleared. Marine in front of the battle. Smoker was grabbed straight up. A large hand tightened around his neck like an iron clamp. He tried to loosen the clamp with his hands, but it was in vain. His crushed right hand made his neck look bloody. Wayne held up Smoker and turned to look at Hina. Do you still want to resist? Hina frowned, but now Smoker was in his hands, and resistance would only lead to an ugly outcome, and might even result in Smoker's death. At present, it seemed like they only had one way to go. That is to wait for the arrival of Vice Admiral the Flying Squirrel and delay the time as much as possible. No one could have imagined that Wayne could actually use armament haki. Although it looked ordinary, for Smoker, being able to do it or not was a world of difference. Smoker had no way to deal with him. But Vice Admiral is different. He can crush Wayne in all aspects. As long as he comes, these people can't escape. Hina gritted her teeth and finally shook her head in shame and helplessness. Do not resist. It was such a shame for her, a marine, to say she would not resist the pirates in front of her. But resistance will only increase unnecessary sacrifices, and this is the best option at the moment. Seeing that she had no intention of resisting, Wayne became more certain that these people had a backup plan. Moreover, the backup plan has not arrived yet, and this backup plan makes them feel that they can definitely get rid of themselves. There was no news of the Admiral coming to East Blue. It was impossible for the Marine to send the Admiral to East Blue, which was so far away, to deal with him. And at this point in time, none of the Admirals were near Logue Town. So, is it Vice Admiral? Indeed, if it were the Vice Admiral of this department, they should also have this confidence. As for Vice Admiral, there is no need to worry. Okay, get to work. Wayne turned and spoke to the group of younger brothers at the back. But the people behind did not take action immediately. At this time, everyone was looking at Wayne in front of them with a dazed look on their faces. Originally they thought that Smoker was not strong. But after actually getting started, I found that he was very strong. But even such a strong group of guys were manipulated like toys in the hands of their boss. What does this mean? This moment, Wayne completely refreshed their understanding of themselves. Everyone also had a higher level of understanding of Wayne's strength. The impression Wayne gave them was that no one could last more than 2 moves, but this characteristic actually worked on someone as strong as Smoker. The boss. How strong is it? At the back of the group, Buggy's eyes had been separated from their sockets. His head also fell into his hands, but he was completely unaware. Because he saw it, the color of armed forces. The black palm just now was the color of armament. The boss even knows how to use armament haki. Is this still East Blue? Is this even normal? Where on earth did he learn this armament haki? Buggy was confused, really confused. He originally had a sense of superiority, even when facing Wayne. But now it's gone, really gone. His captain is a pervert. Long behind him also pulled the brim of his hat, his eyes full of surprise. Similarly, he did not expect Wayne to use armament haki, but this was not enough to surprise him as the leader of the Revolutionary Army. What surprised him was that he did not realize that Wayne could use armament haki. What surprised me was that I couldn't hear Wayne's voice through my observation haki. Looking at Wayne in the distance, Long's eyes were filled with confusion and deep shock. Wayne felt that there was nothing inside his body, no sound, and he could not hear anything. It seemed as if there was some white gas inside his body that blocked his observation haki, making it impossible for him to predict his actions. Such a weak guy. Surprisingly, he had such a skill that he couldn't even predict. At this moment, Long couldn't help but look at Wayne seriously. With such ability, this kid might not be an ordinary person. Long didn't think too much about it, but his subsequent observations were obviously more serious. But Wayne himself didn't even know the skill he was talking about. The white gas was naturally the internal energy generated by Wayne's body. Genki can resist observation haki, and even top-level masters like Long can completely resist it. If Wayne knew this, Kakuzu would probably be so angry that his mouth would be raised to the sky. This is an absolute advantage that is difficult to match in the pirates' world. Chapter 112. What are you all standing there for? Looking at Wayne's frown, everyone suddenly came back to their senses. They were really scared by their boss just now and almost forgot about their shift. Hey! Work, work! Just go, just go! Go, go, go! We can't let these Marines go today no matter what. As they talked, they ran towards the Marine base. The Marine at the gate of the base wanted to stop them, but was stopped by Hina. Let them go. But... no buts. Do you want everyone to die here? Hina's adjutant wanted to refute, but was scolded back by Hina. At Hina's signal, Marine silently made way and Buggy and the others whizzed past. Watching them leave, Hina frowned. What are these people going to do today? To be honest, they don't even know the purpose of these people, but no matter what they do, as long as they don't pervert like yesterday, it will be fine. Yesterday, she and Tashiji stayed in the guard room at the door for a long time before going out. There were only 2 female soldiers here, and they felt a little embarrassed to ask Smoker to bring them clothes. In the end, Hina got herself a fence coat to cover herself, and then went out to bring the clothes in. This was the first time she used her fruit ability to make clothes. But she hoped that was the last time, after all it was too embarrassing. At this time, Alvida had already helped Kill up from the ground. He was actually fine. Apart from the scars on his face, he didn't have any serious injuries. But this kid is smart. He pretended to be so real. Oh, I can't do it anymore. This is all my property. In the future, you may only need one. Kill looked like he was about to die, gasping for breath. But a flash of cold light made him shiver all over, and his voice suddenly stopped. The first thing that came to my mind was that I was at work and it was not suitable to do these things. Aha! Kill, who was half dead, jumped up from the ground. Even though I'm about to die, I still have to finish my class first. I'm the top cow horse. Go. After saying this, he disappeared in a flash. Alvida blinked and looked a little dazed, but when she realized what was happening, she immediately chased after him. Boss! What kind of work is this? You didn't tell me. Barto was soon the only one left here, and he didn't know what was going on. Wayne didn't answer, but asked him to look at the Marine base beside him. There, everyone had already started their return journey. Smoker, who was caught in Wayne's hand, widened his eyes instantly when he saw Buggy and others. Hina and all the Marines present felt a chill in their crotch. There is no other reason. The things these people were holding in their hands were very familiar to them. The tree was just planted yesterday, the door was just installed, the window was just installed, and the electricity was just turned on. Everything, at this moment, returned to its original starting point. There were more and more things at the gate, and they were piling up just like yesterday. They had really seen this scene before. These people! Damn it, he's here to steal supplies again. You robbed all day yesterday and it wasn't enough, you come to rob again today, are you FG pirates or bandits? Hina silently covered her head and her face turned pale. At this moment, the idea of fighting to the death suddenly popped up in her mind. They all knew what this meant. Since these people were going to do exactly what they did yesterday, it seemed that they couldn't escape having their clothes stripped off. After being exposed once, they already wanted to die. Now let's do it again, don't we have any dignity left? Looking at Wayne in front of him, Smoker wanted to struggle to break free from that hand, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move that hand at all. As he struggled, the owner of the hand seemed a little annoyed and began to increase his strength. Smoker had no choice but to accept his fate and stop the activity. Hina saw that Smoker rolled his eyes because of being pinched, and immediately lost the will to fight. Regardless of whether he could escape the fate of being stripped naked by rushing forward, Smoker would definitely be the first to go. Barto also understood what to do, after all, he had seen it yesterday. After calling out to his younger brothers, he rushed in with his men. But he was stopped by Wayne halfway. If his subordinates went up to work, it would affect his performance. You go by yourself, and the others will watch from outside. Barto was stunned, but did as Wayne asked without hesitation. His younger brothers stood at the door, forming a row on each side, surrounding the things they had moved out, with determined eyes as if they were about to take the postgraduate entrance examination. The meaning is very clear, whoever dares to move will be killed. Time passed slowly, and more things appeared at the door. The Marines watched as the base they had painstakingly repaired overnight became dilapidated again in an instant, as if no one had lived there for hundreds of years. Their back teeth were almost broken. Smoker is one of them. But he did not act rashly. It would take time for them to dismantle it. By the time they finished, the Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral would be almost there. When the time comes, Lao Zi will make them put it back the same way they took it apart. Wayne also let go of him. After all, it would be crazy to keep holding on to him. Smoker, who has recognized the reality, is extremely honest and has no intention of resisting. He does whatever he is told and cooperates very well. Raise your hands when I tell you to, and lift your buttocks when I tell you to. While taking off his clothes, Kill was whipping his PG hard, using all his strength in every stroke. The old man's PG was swollen from being slapped. Although Smoker had murderous eyes, he restrained himself in the end. Hina walked towards the guard room very reluctantly, her face looking extremely ugly. But at this moment, there was a commotion outside the crowd. Everyone's eyes turned to that direction, Smoker's eyes were shining, and Hina also turned her head sharply, looking over there expectantly. Are you here? Is this vicious pirate's finally going to get the punishment he deserves? Colonel Smoker. A voice came, and everyone's eyes drooped instantly. The one who came wasn't a vice admiral, but Tashigi. Tashigi led his men through the crowd and quickly came to the naked Smoker. He looked a little embarrassed, and even the knife he carried with him was missing. Colonel Smoker. We've been stopped. We're no match for that swordsman. Tashigi was still breathing heavily while speaking, not noticing that something was amiss in the current atmosphere, and was even still giving a report. Smoker wanted to cover his face, but after thinking it over, he didn't lift his hands from his own. For such a Tashigi, he really didn't know what to say. Another figure walked slowly towards them, and it was clear who it was from the green hair. I'm not lost. I just noticed that these people wanted to harm our ship, so I went to stop them. Looking at Wayne's gaze on him, Zoro explained. Chapter 113. Just now, Zoro, who was confused because he couldn't find the way, saw his family's boat while walking. I just said why this town is round, and then I turned around and saw Tashigi coming over. Tashigi still had a pack of dynamite in his hand, intending to blow up the ship. But in fact, the amount of explosives she had at the time could not even destroy the wood of the ship. I don't know what the system has upgraded the ship to, but the strength of wood is far greater than that of steel. This is also the reason why Wayne dared not leave anyone to guard the ship. There is no need to say much about what happened next. No matter how dumb Zoro was, he could see that they were going to attack his own ship. Besides, he was not stupid to begin with. He crushed Tashigi directly and followed her all the way here. Facing Wayne's burning gaze, he immediately brought out the excuse he had prepared long ago. But can Wayne believe what he said? But no matter what, he was the hero who brought Tashigi back, so Wayne couldn't say anything to him. He waved to Nami, who had already walked to the door of the guard room. Nami naturally understood what he meant, and walked quickly with Kaya to hold Tashigi's arm. It wasn't until he was dragged away that Tashigi realized something was wrong. Why, everyone's naked. Even Colonel Smoker. Did their exhibitionism get the better of them yesterday? Why are you taking out the things you packed yesterday? Do you think they're no longer useful and want to replace them? Why do these people look so familiar? Why are these pirates here again? Etc. Pirates. Hey. Hi, pirates. Don't worry, hurry up. Nami's speechless tone at ultimate was enough to show how speechless she was. How could there be people in the world with such a dull brain? The world is truly full of wonders. After dragging them into the house and tinkering with them for a while, Nami and Kaya came out again with a pile of clothes. After stripping them both naked, today's mission is completed. Keel and his men moved quickly. After all, they were already familiar with the route and the base. Wayne looked at the time and saw that there were only 2 minutes left before the end of the get-off work day. Today's mission went relatively smoothly, and none of the imagined enemies showed up to stop me. I hope they won't show up again, or they'll show up before I get off work. He doesn't want to work overtime. As soon as the bell rang, he ran away with his men at high speed. Wayne called up the system interface and checked it, but did not find any prompts related to Luffy. This kid had another peaceful day today. That's good. Although I don't know where the person went. If he can't be found before he runs away, I'll have to wait until tomorrow to pick him up. Time passed by little, and everyone was waiting. The gangsters dressed neatly in black stood in a row on both sides of the hill at the entrance of the marine base. Wayne was not far away from them. Behind Wayne, the other members of the pirates group dressed in white also looked at their watches from time to time, waiting for the bell to ring. Tick. A drop of rain fell, and the cold touch appeared on Wayne's face. I looked up at the sky and saw that a few drops of rain had already started to fall. Rear. Although Long didn't understand what Wayne and the others did, he still watched the whole process. Seeing that Wayne and the others had all stopped, he also frowned. This is, what are you waiting for? What on earth had he assigned Luffy to do? Why hadn't he come back yet? Long was full of doubts. He didn't pay much attention to Luffy. When he saw Luffy leave just now, he thought Wayne had assigned him some task. But at this moment, Long's heart tightened. His gaze suddenly turned to the alley not far from Wayne. Here we come. The flying squirrel is coming. The dragon had been waiting for this moment, but when the flying squirrel appeared, he was not happy. Because the flying squirrel was holding a human figure in his hand, and his sword was pressed against the man's neck, as if he would immediately chop off the man's head if there was any movement. And the one he caught was Luffy. Long's expression turned grim. He had been so focused on testing Wayne's strength and trying to break through the white energy in his body that he had forgotten about Luffy's safety. I forgot the main purpose of coming here. Long frowned and kept thinking of a strategy. Luffy was kidnapped, and he was a vice-admiral, so he was very powerful. He was also on high alert for Wayne's sneak attack, and his vigilance was already on the highest level. Even he might not be able to save Luffy. After all, his speed was not as fast as the flying squirrel's slight movement of the knife handle. Now it all depends on how that kid handles it. As long as he can make the flying squirrel relax its vigilance for a short while, or attract his attention a little, he will be able to save Luffy. But there was one thing that Long didn't understand. Wayne was someone that the flying squirrel could easily control, so why did he choose such a cautious method of taking hostages? Could it be that Marine knows something that I don't? At this moment, Long was extremely regretful. He was the commander-in-chief of the Revolutionary Army, but he was completely attracted by a weak guy. Even Luffy temporarily forgot about him. The flying squirrel grabbed Luffy and slowly appeared in everyone's sight. Marine was overjoyed when he saw this. But Wayne frowned. There's only 1 minute left. You really know how to pick the time. As he thought about it, his eyes gradually became dangerous, with a bone-chilling coldness deep in his eyes. The flying squirrel grabbed the man and came all the way to Smoker's side. Behind him was the hill. The black-clothed brothers on both sides of the hill had fierce expressions on their faces, but they did not dare to move. Keel, Zoro, and the others looked worried. Luffy seemed to be unconscious and had no intention of resisting. His body was weakly held in the flying squirrel's hands. Kid. The flying squirrel, with a thin face but extremely resolute, was not at all careless in front of Wayne. He raised his hand and threw a sea stone handcuff at Wayne, motioning him to put it on. The reason why he was so cautious was, of course, because of Wayne's act of blowing up an entire warship with one kick. He couldn't even do this kind of power. The most unacceptable thing for a flying squirrel is that the mission fails due to underestimating the enemy. Put this on, or you'll be picking up your companion's head from the ground. The flying squirrel's coat of justice swayed in the wind, and drops of rain hit the sea stone handcuffs, but Wayne never even glanced at them. The air gradually became oppressive. The raindrops seemed to feel the heavy atmosphere and began to grow bigger and bigger. Everyone was looking at Wayne, waiting for his decision. And at this moment, Wayne made a decision that no one could believe. His expression was as depressing as the weather. A hint of hostility flowed from his eyes. The dragon behind him instantly felt that something was wrong, and his whole body tensed up to ultimate. What does he want to do? Before he could think about it, he saw a flash of white light around Wayne and he disappeared from the spot. Alarm bells rang in Long's heart. He rushed forward without hesitation, trying to stop the flying squirrel before he could use his knife. In my heart, I cursed Wayne as a brainless and reckless man. Chapter 114. The dragon's figure was like lightning and gust of wind. In the blink of an eye, it had crossed the long distance and arrived at the center of the incident. But he was still more than 10 meters away from Luffy. For him, this distance could be crossed in just a moment, but now, he no longer had that moment. When the flying squirrel found out that Wayne was not going to surrender, he was already tense to the ultimate level. The moment the white light appeared on Wayne's body, he started cutting. No matter what, we have to kill one of them first. They are all vicious pirates anyway. The flying squirrel is extremely cruel to himself, so he is naturally even more cruel to his enemies. The flying squirrel does not know Luffy's identity. After all, this is the first time that Luffy appears in the public eye. Not many people in Marine knew that Luffy was Garp's grandson. Flying squirrels don't know. At this moment, he took action without hesitation. Luffy. Time seems to freeze at this moment. The pirates had already been furious. Although Luffy and his crew had only been together for a short time, the brothers on the ship liked Luffy quite a bit. Not to mention Nami, Zoro and the others, and the 3 GI brothers who have known Luffy for 10 years. FK your mother. Keel yelled, but there was nothing they could do. They also didn't understand why their boss would ignore Luffy's safety and rush forward directly. Because of their concern for Luffy, they even felt a little resentful towards Wayne. After seeing the reaction of the white pirates, Smoker sneered silently. This is the price of your arrogance. At a distance of more than 10 meters, Long could already see everything clearly. He could see the scar at the corner of Luffy's eye, and he could see Luffy sleeping peacefully. You can also see the neck that has already started to bleed. Already encountered it. He was too late. Why is this guy so unscrupulous? Doesn't he care about Luffy's safety at all? Isn't he willing to fight back for Luffy's life? Having already determined that he was going to lose Luffy, Dragon felt a nameless fire erupt in his heart. The source of the anger is Wayne. The dragon turned his furious gaze towards Wayne, but all he saw was an empty space. Wayne disappeared. Long's face was stunned and his mind was shocked. He didn't notice it again. I didn't notice how this guy disappeared. How on earth did he do it? Before he could react, or anyone else present could react, a figure appeared in front of the flying squirrel with his legs raised high. The raised right foot pressed hard against the flying squirrel's face. It all happened incredibly fast. Even the flying squirrel itself didn't react. There was still a fierce gleam in his eyes, and his gaze was fixed on the place where Wayne disappeared. But now, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, and his observation haki was already giving him a warning like crazy. It's like a death urge. When the foot suddenly appeared in front of him, the flying squirrel only felt death. It's death. He can't hide. When he saw it, the foot was already in front of him. He couldn't dodge at all. Before this, there was no warning at all, and everything happened in an instant. Feeling the breath of death penetrating into his bones, the flying squirrel stopped moving his hands, and the icy air completely surrounded him. He stunned. In a trance, he seemed to see his companions when he first joined the marine. Saw old friends. Saw the pirates he killed. Saw my dead comrades. He knew that he might die, and die miserably. What you see now is just a fantasy before death. Own. I'm going to die. Sudden. The breath of death that completely surrounded him suddenly stopped. His body temperature that had dropped to freezing point began to rise, and the fantasies in his mind quickly faded away. Everything seemed as if nothing had happened. The flying squirrel slowly opened his eyes, and there was silence in his ears, with only the rustling sound of raindrops falling on the ground. And the foot that could control his life and death was covered in a layer of armed color and hovered in front of him. It was only a hair's breadth away from his face. Everyone stared at the scene in a daze. The dragon rushed over and stopped beside the flying squirrel. Looking at Wayne, who was so close, his eyes were also full of shock. There was only one question in Long's mind. How to do it? And at this moment, boom! A strong gust of air burst out from behind the flying squirrel's head. It shot out into the distance in a violent jet-like shape, and everything along the way was instantly destroyed by the violent airflow like waste. The air seemed to explode, blasting in everyone's ears. There was a glint of fear in everyone's eyes, and the terror in their eyes could not be concealed at all. They stared blankly at the marine base disappearing under the air current, and a tingling sensation rushed to their scalps. Everyone was speechless at the scene before them. It's just a stream of air, but it has such a powerful destructive force. If this kick really hits the target, wouldn't the flying squirrels be scattered all over the ground? Smoker was stunned. In the only surviving guard room, the fear in Hina's eyes was extremely strong. The marine's legs were shaking. This is not human at all. How much of his strength is hidden? Smoker really wanted to know this question, but he also knew very well that such a strong man was beyond his reach. Crash! The rain seemed to burst out under this kick and began to pour down. The whole town began to get wet. Beep, beep. The watch beeped, indicating that it was time to get off work. Wayne retracted his foot, and the armament color on it quickly faded. Wayne glanced at the dazed flying squirrel with his cold eyes, and gently took Luffy from his hands. The rain had soaked Luffy's clothes, but he was still sleeping soundly. He stepped past the flying squirrel, and the flying squirrel seemed to have lost all its strength and collapsed to the ground. He stared at Wayne's back, the fear of death in his eyes still not subsiding. Rear! The white-clad pirates quickly caught up with Wayne. In the heavy rain, everyone opened the black umbrellas brought by Kaya. They lined up in a row, their steps in sync. The black umbrella also seems to be an embellishment. Just one look at it and the domineering aura is already overwhelming. On both sides were Barto's subordinates, neatly arranged and slightly bowing their heads. Behind him were Marine and Long's shocked eyes, and in front was their ship. The rain came down in torrents. But the puddle in front of Wayne separated by itself under the strong energy. Looks like Haki is leaking. Bang! A bright purple lightning flashed across the sky. The figures of the pirates in white were illuminated. This scene was deeply imprinted in the hearts of everyone behind him. Even until their death, they could hardly forget the shock brought by this scene. Farewell, boss. Best wishes to the boss and the captain. Smooth sailing. Behind him, the voices of the younger brothers, whose clothes were completely wet, cut through the rain curtain and reached everyone's ears. The corners of Barto's mouth curled up slightly, and there was a bright glimmer in his eyes. Zoro held the long sword at his waist. Monka's axe swings constantly as he walks. Buggy's face was filled with laughter. Chloe slowly pushed up his glasses. The three brothers looked at Wayne's back with admiration. Sanji silently lit a cigarette. Under the burning smoke, the crowd gradually moved away until they disappeared. Only those people who were unable to calm down for a long time were left there. Chapter 115. Left. They left. The flying squirrel finally let out the breath he had been holding, even though the dark clouds above his head were still there and the rain continued to wash over him. But the dark cloud that had been weighing on his heart dissipated. But the shock left by the dark clouds is hard to fade away. The flying squirrel didn't understand. He didn't understand how Wayne appeared in front of him, he didn't understand why his observation Haki didn't give him any warning, and he didn't understand why that kick was so powerful. He couldn't figure it out. He only knew that he almost died. If he hadn't wanted to kill himself, his head would have been all over the floor. That guy only used one strike, and I seemed to be able to crush him, as if our identities had been swapped. I became so vulnerable in front of him. I am the Vice Admiral of this department. That guy actually possessed the power to kill the Vice Admiral of headquarters in one blow. Only an admiral could achieve this level of power. He has admiral strength? The fear in the flying squirrel's eyes turned into deep surprise. He never imagined that the person Marshal Sengoku sent him to deal with was actually a newcomer with admiral strength. Sengoku said at the time that he was indeed a newcomer. He was not wrong. Wayne could indeed be considered a newcomer, but who would have thought that this newcomer could defeat Vice Admiral in seconds? A sigh came from beside the flying squirrel. Long's eyes were still looking at the direction where Wayne and others left. Through the rain, he watched the big ship gradually set sail. All his words finally turned into a sigh. I thought that guy didn't care about Luffy's safety. I thought he was a reckless guy. But even if he racked his brains, he could not have imagined that Wayne could have such ghostly speed and such a terrifying attack. Even he was shocked by the damage caused by the kick. The entire marine base was razed to the ground. Is this something the little pirates of East Blue should do? The flying squirrel that I thought could measure his strength did indeed measure it. But the price was that the flying squirrel almost lost its life. This is completely different from what Long imagined. Originally, he was worried that Wayne was not worthy of the position of Captain Luffy, but now, Dragon no longer has this idea. I even felt lucky for Luffy. There are so many mysteries surrounding Wayne that even he can't see through them. That guy's future achievements will definitely not be low. Looking at the flying squirrel on the ground, the dragon did not choose to do anything to it. It would be easy for the dragon to kill it. But that would only make Marine blame everything on Wayne. Now that a Vice Admiral is dead, the Marine will definitely not let go of the culprit behind all this. After just a brief thought, the dragon turned into a gust of wind and disappeared in the rain. And from beginning to end, no one noticed his existence. The flying squirrel closest to him didn't have any extra energy to pay attention to him, and because of the distance and angle, the others didn't see the dragon's face under the cloak. At that time, their attention was all attracted by the huge and powerful airflow, and no one paid attention to the dragon. The heavy rain was still falling, and the entire marine was left alone and in a mess in the rain. What was even more tragic was that all of their clothes disappeared under that kick, leaving no trace of them. The white marine was drenched in the rain. It looks extremely miserable. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing your work assignment perfectly. You have successfully clocked out. Ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving 102 physical strength points. 359 check-in points. Ding! Because the host left work on time, you'll be awarded an extra 47 points of physical strength. Ding! Because the host strictly abided by the laws of Xia country while working, all the above rewards will be doubled. Number of people working, 15. On the deck of the ship, Wayne threw Luffy aside and looked at the system panel in front of him with a normal expression. But beneath the calmness, it was hard to hide the excitement in my heart. 102 points of physical strength, plus 47 points as a bonus for leaving get off work on time, doubled, it is almost 300. 300, that's 300. Compared to yesterday, it has increased 6 times. Even Wayne was shocked by this number. When the reward arrived, he suddenly felt dizzy and almost fell to the ground. After all, this addition is really a bit too much. It is already 1/4 of his original physical strength. There are also quite a few check-in points, 359, which is more than doubled to 700. You can directly upgrade your abilities twice. To be honest, Wayne was really surprised by the reward he got for work today. He was completely shocked. But thinking back on the dangers of today, the reward seemed reasonable. There are 2 more people at work, and there are threats like smoker, flying squirrel, and most importantly, dragon. It seems reasonable for the system to give such a reward. Panel. A thought came to my mind. The property panel also appeared in front of him. Host Wayne. Gender, male. Wives, Kaya, Luffy, Nami, full. Mistresses, Sanji, Zoro, Usopp. Physical strength, 1544. Abilities, Advanced Spearmanship, 1 Kick Advanced, Observation Haki Low Level, Sword Training Elementary, Armament Haki Low Level, Chi Elementary. Check-in point, 787.3. Evaluation, Strong. Wayne did not hesitate to use the 787th check-in point on the Gang Chi. Ding! Upgrade successful. Gang Chi Elementary has been upgraded to Gang Chi Advanced. Gang Chi Advanced, Gang Chi will be generated automatically in your body. Gang Chi can only be used for movement. Using Gang Chi to move will have special effects. The current bonus is 100%. Hiss. Even though Wayne was prepared, he was still shocked by the huge increase in his Chi, which directly increased from 40% to 100%. When using Genki to move, his speed can be doubled. More importantly, the speed of generating Chi in the body has increased. After becoming faster, Wayne was surprised to find that even if he kept using the internal energy to teleport, the internal energy in his body could still supply him. And the interval between teleports has also become shorter. Only 2 seconds. Teleport every 2 seconds, how do you fight? Chapter 116. With this intensity of, it is really no different from being open. While he was experimenting with the Chi teleportation, the table in his room was unfortunately destroyed. At this time, it was broken into pieces all over the ground. Wayne looked at it helplessly, and there was nothing he could do. This was because his physical strength was increased too much all of a sudden and he couldn't adapt to it. He didn't manage the distance of teleportation well and ended up crashing into the table. 1544's physical strength is approaching the middle level among vice admirals. He had also roughly felt the flying squirrel's physical strength just now. Although he didn't make any moves, it was obvious that Wens could judge his strength through the sounds coming from his body. The flying squirrel can have a physical strength of about 3,000, but he is already considered top-notch among marine vice-admirals. In the original novel, there is no vice-admiral who is much more outstanding than him, and most of them are not as good as him. But even with his physical strength, he is still more than 1,000 points away from the weakest admiral. No wonder there is such a big gap in strength between the admiral and the vice-admiral. The blank space of more than 1,000 points of physical strength should be the level of an admiral candidate. With my current strength, anyone who is not an admiral will be vulnerable to my current extremely high teleportation speed. Admiral might be able to react, but no one below admiral has the ability to do so, of course, not including Garp. As long as you can't react in time, there's no need to think about being able to withstand a kick. All of them are killed instantly. Now he can even defeat Momuzagi and Chitun in seconds. If one kick is not enough, adding a knife will also allow you to take it down firmly. There was originally a problem with the hit rate, but now with teleportation, this problem has been solved. What's more, they seem to be unaware of their own actions. That's right. He noticed this abnormality when he kicked the flying squirrel just now. The flying squirrel seemed to have no reaction at all, and was extremely surprised by its own sudden appearance. It's not like the pirate's world doesn't have the ability to advance at such a rapid speed, so it stands to reason that he wouldn't be that surprised. He wouldn't even have time to apply a layer of armament haki on his face. This abnormal behavior immediately caught Wayne's attention. All of this means that the other party did not anticipate any of my actions at all. What does this mean? This means that the other party's observation haki has failed. But why is the seeing and hearing color ineffective? Looking around at my own abilities, the only explanation seems to be strong energy. Wayne doesn't think he has any innate talents that prevent him from being heard. Genki can block the sight and hearing of colors. This is really something to be excited about. This also makes the teleportation, which is already difficult to guard against, even more bizarre and unpredictable. It happens every 2 seconds, without any fluctuations, and is completely unpredictable. If a fight breaks out, the opponent will be under tremendous pressure. It has also become easier to kill players below Admiral in seconds. Who says high-attack assassins can't be in pirates? Can you block this kick from me, a force of 20 years worth of skill? The 1500% damage bonus, the most important thing is that it can ignore the body's defense and directly cause organ damage. Even if armament haki can block some damage, why wouldn't your brain explode when I kick you in the head? As physical strength continues to improve, the value of this kick continues to increase. And you're not the only one with armament haki. Wait until Conquerors is awakened later, and then learn the domination skill. Tisk tisk tisk. Advanced armament haki, plus advanced Conqueror's entanglement. Even if Kaido came, he would probably kneel down immediately after receiving this kick. Without giving it any more thought, he urgently needed to get familiar with his own body. The best way to get familiar with your body is naturally to practice with a sword. A flash of white air surrounded Wayne, and he disappeared from the room. A figure immediately appeared on the deck outside. Everyone was shocked when they saw Wayne appearing out of nowhere. The old cow on the deck was so frightened that he slipped and fell to the deck with a thud. It was still raining outside, but no one went back to the house. Even Kaya was standing in the rain with an umbrella and a coat. I just got off work suddenly and they didn't react. The confused mood was forcibly interrupted by the bell for getting off work, but now that they were back on the boat and thinking back on what had just happened, they couldn't help but feel confused again. Looking at Wayne who suddenly appeared, they immediately thought of the scene where Wayne flashed in front of the flying squirrel. Is this the trick? Everyone pondered in their hearts. Just like before, there was no process at all, it just appeared suddenly. But this is only secondary, the most important thing is the kick. Is the boss taking drugs or something? Why is he so powerful? Indeed, Wayne's greatest achievement was just to smash a warship with one kick, but now he can flatten the entire marine base with one kick in the air. The gap between the two is ridiculously huge. Whether they were old crew members or newcomers, they all had a new understanding of Wayne at this moment. Very new. It was as strong as if he had taken drugs. Captain, how did you do that with your foot? Aside, you could actually see stars in Sanji's eyes. All he had in mind was cooking, women, and chivalry. But now. But there is one more Wayne. It's worship, true worship. Sanji was the only one in the audience who saw it clearly. Wayne used the same kicking technique as last time, but this time it was much more powerful. The only difference is the black on his feet. Could it be that this thing raised the damage by a level? The gap is really huge. Just kick normally, what else can I do? Wayne answered casually. As he spoke, he had already taken out the pudeo from his waist and assumed the starting posture for sword practice. Normal kick? Your last normal kick wasn't this powerful. Sanji asked excitedly, chasing after him. Wayne, who had started waving his knife upon hearing this, didn't want to say anything more and simply pushed Buggy out. Buggy, tell them what haki is and educate them thoroughly. Go to him, he knows why. After Wayne finished speaking, he ignored everyone and started swinging his sword 10,000 times today. The heavy rain wet his hair and soaked his clothes. But he didn't care and just swung his sword in the rain. Seeing this, others couldn't help but sigh at Wayne's efforts. He hadn't slept for several days. Every day except for work, he practiced with the sword, even during his holidays. He is simply a ruthless knife-wielding demon. Brother Jiba, what was that black thing on the boss's foot? Seeing that Wayne had already started, everyone knew that they could not get any useful information from him, so they all turned their attention to Buggy. Buggy has no choice but to transform into a ruthless science fanatic. Slowly open the door to the powerful world of pirates for everyone. After a while. After knowing everything, everyone kept saying FK in their mouths. What the hell? Armament haki. What the hell? Logia. Holy crap. Extremely difficult to master. What the hell? No one in East Blue knows about this. Holy crap. Even an admiral can't smash a warship to pieces with pure strength. Holy crap. Vice Admiral is already the world's top fighter. What the hell? Is the boss a human? After understanding everything, everyone started looking at Wayne with strange eyes again. He almost kicked a Vice Admiral to death with one kick, but this is not the full extent of his skills. But he hasn't even drawn his knife yet. This. Where is the boss's limit? The group stared at Wayne blankly, their eyes full of surprise. But after the surprise, they all came to their senses. No. We can't wait any longer. Let's start training. If this keeps up, the boss is going to leave them 10 blocks behind. In a short while, the entire deck became lively, except for the chef and Kaya who were cooking. The storm is no longer a reason to stop them, but instead becomes a witness to their rise. Chapter 117. Naval Headquarters. Conference Room. Marine generals of all ranks sat here. Everyone's expression was solemn. At the front, Sengoku was standing in front of a projection and talking. On that projection were the pirates who had been extremely rampant in the world recently. And they also discussed the future governance policy of the world based on this matter. The Kid Pirates, led by Eustace Kid from South Blue, are the worst. Wherever they go, nothing grows. With the magnetic fruit, even Rear Admiral has trouble taking them down. Capone Beak of West Blue led his gangsters and acted just as ruthlessly. North Blue has new players like Hawkins and Trafalgar Law rising rapidly. Most of the powerful pirates in the New World also come from the Four Seas. The management of the Four Seas can no longer continue like this. Do you have any good suggestions? Sengoku asked with a serious expression as he stood at the front of the meeting room. The generals below also started to think about it after hearing this. Sengoku's words did make sense. They really should pay more attention to Sahai. But not everyone in the audience was thinking. Garp pouted with an unhappy look on his face, and looked at Sengoku with a look of resentment. Garp, you got something to say? Sengoku raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and called out to the guy whom he usually didn't dare to look at during meetings with a confident tone. Garp didn't hold back at all when he heard that. He immediately said what was in his mind. You only mentioned 3 of the 4 seas. Why can't I, East Blue, be mentioned? Why don't you mention the white pirates? They're much stronger than those little bastards you mentioned. Garp accurately stated Sengoku's guess. He knew what Garp was going to say. Of course I know that. But they're about to disappear. The flying squirrels should have already met them. Do you think they can handle them? Sengoku forcefully interrupted Garp. His words also made everyone present slightly stunned. Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral? Go to East Blue to deal with pirates who haven't yet released East Blue? Isn't this a bit of an overkill? Are the Marines really that strong right now? They've already sent the Vice Admiral to attack East Blue, the weakest sea. The Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral happened to be over there, just passing by. Noticing everyone's confusion, Sengoku explained. Everyone finally understood after hearing this, but they also felt sorry for the unlucky East Blue pirates. If they had to blame someone, they should just blame their bad luck. Garp fell silent after hearing this. Really? If it were a flying squirrel, there really wouldn't be any problem. Even if Wayne was stronger than he expected, he couldn't be this strong. He was the vice admiral of the headquarters, and it was easy for him to control a young pirate who had just set sail. Upon hearing the news, Garp felt a little sad. Brew brew brew. Right at this moment, the den mushi in front of Sengoku started ringing. There's a call. If nothing unexpected happens, he should be rushing back with his men. A smile spread across Sengoku's face. The only person who can call him directly is the Vice Admiral, and the case can only be reported to higher levels below the Vice Admiral. Now that all the other Vice Admirals are present, the only one who can fight is the Flying Squirrel. Click. Sengoku answered the phone. Flying Squirrel? Where are you now? How long will it take for you to get back? You can just take the people to Impel Down directly, no need to come to the headquarters. Sengoku's voice came out, but the other party was silent. The quiet atmosphere continued in the conference room. Sengoku looked at the face of the flying squirrel on the den mushi in front of him and frowned slightly. What's going on? Why doesn't he speak? Really? Sengoku's heart skipped a beat for some unknown reason, but when he thought of the flying squirrel's strength, he felt relieved. What's going on? Sengoku asked again. This time, the flying squirrel finally spoke, but his first sentence was a sigh. Hey Marshal, the mission failed. There was a strong sense of disappointment in his tone, and even a hint of fear, but there was no self-blame. Sengoku's brows were really furrowed now. Everyone present knew what mission failure meant. But precisely because it was clear, everyone found it a little hard to believe after they realized it. Mission failed. In other words, they escaped. To be able to escape from the hands of a veteran vice admiral of the headquarters, this group of white-clad pirates is really not simple. Everyone had already had a much higher opinion of the white pirates in their hearts. This kind of thing would never happen to the East Blue pirates. Even Sengoku found this news unbelievable, and everyone thought it was a waste of manpower when they heard that he sent flying squirrels to deal with Wayne. He thought so too. But in the end, even the flying squirrel was able to escape. This group of white-clad pirates is really tough to deal with. Sengoku's expression turned a bit grim, but he didn't pursue the matter any further. He knew the flying squirrel's character. It was definitely not because he underestimated the enemy that the other party escaped. It might be that Wayne had some powerful means of escape. There's nothing we can do about it. If he's not caught, then he's not caught. From now on, you'll be responsible for capturing the white pirates. Now that you're familiar with his methods, don't give him any chance to escape next time. Sengoku spoke out in comfort. But his comfort did not have any effect. Instead, the flying squirrel opposite him said something that made him confused again. Marshal, I may not be able to do this mission. What do you mean? This task is beyond my capabilities. Beyond your capabilities? That's right. Just now, that guy named Wayne almost killed me with just one kick. If he hadn't meant to kill me, I wouldn't even have the chance to make this call. I am no match for him at all. Chapter 118. The flying squirrel's words made the entire conference room silent. Everyone was stunned, their dull eyes looking a little empty. The only sound in the entire conference room was the blinking sound of the projected Den Mushi. The projection behind Sengoku was still shifting, but he couldn't open his mouth. Because what the flying squirrel said was so horrifying, all the generals in the conference room were speechless for a moment. Even Garp, who was standing by, was no longer as happy as before. Originally, after hearing the news that Wayne was not caught, his first reaction was happiness. After all, his stupid grandson was on his boat. But his happiness didn't last long and he couldn't be happy anymore. What does it mean that if the other party wants to kill you, you will not have any chance to resist? Flying squirrel, flying squirrel. Do you know what you're talking about? Are you still sleepy or did you take the wrong medicine? Even Garp thought so, let alone the others. Sengoku took a long time to finally open his mouth again. But this time, it was obvious that he was no longer as confident as before. Flying squirrel. Do you know what you're talking about? Sengoku asked in a deep voice, his tone full of seriousness. But Sengoku knew the flying squirrel very well. He would never joke about such a thing, but he just didn't want to believe it. What if? What if the flying squirrel was just teasing him? Marshal, it's absolutely true. Wayne, the king before sunset, truly possesses admiral strength. The flying squirrel paused before saying those 4 words, and as soon as they came out, the entire conference room was filled with gasps of shock. Although everyone knows that being able to kill a vice-admiral in seconds means that one's strength has reached the admiral level. But when the flying squirrel said this, everyone was still shocked. A new pirate who just went to sea, has the strength of an admiral? This is such an incredible thing, no need to say more. But the most surprised person in the entire conference room was the one who knew Wayne. Kizaru secretly crossed his arms, and after slumping in his chair, he silently sat up straight, looking extremely serious. This was almost never seen in him. Of course Kizaru remembered Wayne. Wayne had caught his attention 10 years ago. But he never took him seriously and just thought that this pirate was quite weird. And now, seeing that there was even a hint of fear in the eyes of Den Mushi, Kizaru's heart was also filled with huge waves. That guy! Can you reach admiral's level even if you play badly? How is this arranged? He has neither amazing fruits nor exaggerated talents, and the machete on his waist is no different from a fire stick. How on earth could a guy like this grow up while playing badly? The level of this kind of playing badly is beyond his imagination. And isn't this growth rate a bit too fast? Even he had gone through 20 years of hard training to reach his current strength. How did that guy do it? Kizaru's eyes flashed, he didn't say anything else, this was the most disgusting thing. It means he was really scared. It's because of Wayne's strong strength and his ability to play badly. Even Kizaru had started to think about some strange things in his mind. But Aokiji, who was sitting next to Kizaru, was much more surprised than him. Kizaru had only heard of him at most and had no idea about this guy, But Aokiji was different. Garp asked him to help keep an eye on Wayne, and he naturally had to investigate this person thoroughly to find out what exactly attracted Garp's attention. Aokiji was certain that this Wayne was at most a rear admiral. This was indeed unusual enough in East Blue, so it was no problem for it to attract Garp's attention. But now, are you talking to me about Admiral? You told me to kill Vice Admiral instantly. If that wasn't the Marshal's Den Mushi, if that wasn't the voice of a flying squirrel, Aokiji would have stood up and slapped the nonsense-talking Den Mushi to pieces. This is the biggest denial of his intelligence. You say he just improved his strength? Who goes from Rear Admiral to Admiral in 2 weeks? The only possibility is that the guy is hiding his strength. He is very scheming. Aokiji secretly complained and felt a little unhappy with Wayne. Okay. Phew, I understand. Tell the intelligence department what happened and have them write a report and hand it over to me. Click. Sengoku finished speaking, put down the receiver heavily, and hung up the phone. He lowered his eyes and did not raise his head for a long time. If he still had a glimmer of fantasy just now, the flying squirrel's words completely shattered his fantasy. He had thought that sending the Vice Admiral was safe enough, but that guy unexpectedly gave him another big surprise. He did not escape from the Vice Admiral, but left openly and proudly. If he didn't take the impact on the Marines into consideration, he would have killed all the Marines in Logue Town at will. This guy seems to have become quite famous. But he seemed to have grown up from a small guy suddenly without any process at all. Just now I was comparing him with the pirates of the 4 seas, but now looking back, those guys from the other 3 seas seem not even worthy of carrying his shoes. Compared to him, the others were just making small moves. Think for a long time. Sengoku suddenly looked up and stared at Garp in front of him. It looked a little cramped to Garp. What's wrong? I washed my face before the meeting, so there's definitely no residue on my face. Garp said, rubbing his face. Garp. You're the one here who knows that guy best. Tell me, does he really have admiral strength? Sengoku had to get to the bottom of this. Because if an admiral-level fighter really appears, the entire ocean will be in turmoil. The giants entrenched in the New World are in great need of such talents. This matter must be made clear. If true, that's really bad. The admirals and even the Garps had to all go to the New World to contain those people. For an admiral-level fighter, they could really do a lot. It's even possible that Big Mom and Kaido will show up themselves. Just to get guys like this to join their pirates group. And once this happens, this guy named Wayne will be able to grow up freely, and the Marines will have no way to deal with him. It's impossible. When he went to sea, he wasn't very strong. Now he's at best a vice admiral. How could he be an admiral? If he were an admiral, how could he have stayed in that mountain valley for 10 years? Garp also expressed his thoughts, and the people around him agreed. After all, as a young pirate with such powerful strength, it is obviously impossible for you to not go out to explore the world and instead retire in the mountains. F#YF+. In that case, there seems to be only one explanation for all this. What powerful explosive means does he have? Sengoku expressed what everyone was thinking, and this is indeed the most likely scenario. No one can reach the level of admiral from rear admiral in just 2 weeks. That can't be called a genius, that doesn't seem like a human being. This news can't be kept secret. It will soon be known to everyone. Then those 4 emperors will definitely not stop. I think why don't I go there? Chapter 119. Crane, who had been sitting next to Momuzagi and had been silent the entire time, made this suggestion after analyzing the current situation. But Sengoku frowned and thought for a while, then refused. Let Momuzagi and Shitun go together. If he just has some special abilities, one of them can handle him, but to be safe, you two should go together. Garp, you and the other 3 need to leave now and head to New World. Make sure you keep a close eye on those restless guys. As long as the four emperors don't intervene, Momuzagi and Chitun will quickly take him down. We absolutely cannot allow a fellow like this to grow any further. We must deal with him as soon as possible. With that, the meeting is adjourned. Sengoku immediately arranged the best candidate based on the current situation. It was not that he didn't want Crane to go, but Crane was really very useful. Whether it's the battle situation or intelligence, she must be there. Marshal, what about Wayne's bounty? This question made Sengoku frown. Bounty. Looking at the bounty order handed over by the Rear Admiral, Sengoku immediately saw Wayne lying leisurely on the recliner. But when his attention turned to the 12 million Baileys, he still felt a little overwhelmed. The gap between the reward and the strength is too huge. After a little thought, Sengoku made a decision. 800 million. This bounty seems normal for a pirate who can kill a vice admiral instantly and is suspected to have admiral strength, but it is still a bit high. This also shows that Sengoku is really determined to get Wayne. You have to know that even the royal deputies only have a bounty of a little over 10 billion. It's really exaggerated to raise Wayne so high in one go. The Rear Admiral who asked the question was also extremely surprised, but he still hurried to make changes. Yes. With his departure, the entire meeting came to an end. They were originally discussing the governance of the Four Seas, but now, they have no time to care about the Four Seas. The New World is enough to give them a headache. Cake Island. In the castle where Big Mom is. Katakuri handed a bounty order to the ant sitting on the main seat. The ant picked it up and looked at it for a while. Her face was happy at first, but soon she frowned again. An 850 million bounty, Marine is really messing around. This is a huge increase. What did this kid do? Big Mom asked, looking at Katakuri below. He completely destroyed the marine base in Logue Town with a single kick. Even the Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel was nearly killed by him. Ka-er gave a brief explanation, and the ant's eyes lit up after hearing it. She thought it was just some little pirates who killed celestial dragons or did something unbearable to the marine. But the result proved that he really had the strength of 800 million. Okay, mama. The ant said 3 good s in a row, which was enough to prove that she was in a very good mood. I'll go there myself. I haven't been out for a long time. This guy is really handsome. I'd love to have him as my 56th husband. It would also greatly enhance the family's strength. Just thinking about it makes me happy, mama. As she said this, the ant prepared to summon Zeus. Mom. The 3 admirals from the Marines and that guy Garp have all arrived in New World. If you leave now. Seeing that the ant was about to leave, Ka-er hurriedly tried to dissuade her. He didn't expect his mother to be so anxious. After hearing this, the ant calmed down. It is obviously not worthwhile to sacrifice all your belongings for a husband. The ant made a decision after a little thought. Katakuri, then you go and bring that guy back to me intact. Ghost Island. In a spacious and huge cave. Bang! A huge wine gourd fell from the sky and smashed a lucky boy who was holding the wine on the ground, causing blood to splatter everywhere. But the people around me seem to have gotten used to it. Ha! Great! More! Another bucket! Give me another bucket! The huge figure who threw the wine gourd was laughing wildly and greeting people. His body was about 7 or 8 meters tall, and the 2 horn-like things on his head made him look a little creepy. Just as the men were about to move the wine, a figure covered in black flew in from outside the cave. He didn't waste any words and directly told Kaido about Wayne's situation. After that, he stopped talking and waited for Kaido's decision. Kaido seemed drunk, but his eyes were still bright. After all, that was Admiral-level combat power, enough to sober him up. Jin, go by yourself. Be careful and don't get targeted by Marine. That old woman must be really into it, but with the Marine holding us back, none of us can move. The marine is determined to crush us to death, and they've actually sent out everyone they can. Gulp, 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 gulp. Kaido said and started drinking again. But his words made Jin frown slightly. Should I go? That guy looks like he has admiral strength. Don't worry, Marine's actions have already shown that he definitely doesn't have admiral strength, but he will definitely have it in the future. Do as you are told. Set off now. The four emperors' forces tacitly made the same choice and sent their strongest vice-captains. The future admiral will also be very valuable. Even Yin and the others don't have the strength of admiral. But they were the only two who sent people. Whitebeard and Red Hair just sighed slightly and ignored it. After all, they didn't bother to recruit people just to expand their power. They are very principled in recruiting people. However, the Red Hair pirates were still a little surprised after receiving the bounty order for Wayne. They recognized that the man was the one who robbed in Windmill Village. Although he left inexplicably in the end because he was off work, it was because of this that Red Hair and the others remembered his appearance. Hey, hey, hey! Are you kidding me? How can a guy like that become a strong man? On the deck of Red Hair's ship, everyone was sitting in a group. Usopp stared at Wayne's bounty order and said in an exaggerated manner. He really didn't think highly of Wayne. He had always thought that Wayne had a very bad character. Now, looking at the bounty that was almost approaching his own, he found it hard to believe. You've made a mistake, old bulletin. Ha 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 ha. You'll make mistakes one day too. Just donate your eyes if they're no longer useful. It turns out that there's nothing wrong with it, so don't look around randomly. Everyone immediately started to mock him, but Usopp was not annoyed and just said calmly. That's all he can do. Trust me, he doesn't have the potential to be a dominant player. How can I trust you? Just be tough if you want to. At this time, Red Hair came over and interrupted their conversation. Well, Luffy is on his ship now. It's good that he has some skills. Don't overthink it. Pack everything up. It's time for a party. Just like that, a strange banquet started inexplicably. The Red Hair pirates hold parties quite frequently. The absolute center of the entire incident was still swinging his knife on Sunset 95. Rays of sword light shot out from the scabbard in his hand. Although the air fluctuations were still driven by brute force, the airflow that cut towards the sea surface seemed to be getting sharper and sharper. 8,642. 8,000. Each cut seemed sharper, and the waves it cut through became deeper and farther. And at this moment, a long-lost voice suddenly sounded in Wayne's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully awakening their own abilities. Ability gained, Blade Skills, Lame Level. Chapter 120. Sword Skills, Level 1, Master the skills of using swords, and increase the damage of sword weapons by 50%. Simple and clear. Very clear introduction. Wayne finally stopped what he was doing and completely relaxed. The sound of the system's voice meant that his sleepless training for several consecutive days had come to an end. If you want to improve your swordsmanship in the future, you just need to use the points you earn to upgrade. There is no need to continue working hard. With his talent, it would take several years to upgrade from trash to high level. But by using the check-in points, he can complete what he would have taken years to do in just 3 or 4 days. There is no need to practice on his own. His swordsmanship ability did not disappoint him. Just after awakening, it could increase the overall damage by 50%. The total damage of the sword-raising technique can also be directly increased by 50%. This is why you have to learn knife skills first, because it adds so much. Once it is upgraded to a high level, with a few hundred damage bonus, and added to the sword-maintaining technique, the power of this sword may be really terrifying. It's scary. It's better to be a little scary. After hanging the pudeo, named again, back on his waist, Wayne was ready to take a good rest. Although I don't feel tired after not sleeping for a few days, I will feel much better if I take a rest. His vice admiral physique is still very valuable. It was already morning, but today was Sunday, so I didn't have to think about work and could have a good sleep. As the sun rises, the entire sea gradually revives. On the deck of number 95, except Wayne, the others were also practicing hard. However, the huge hull of number 95 could accommodate everyone and each person could occupy a large space without it feeling crowded. Buggy, CLO, Monka, and the other two were challenging the three key brothers to a hand-to-hand fight. But what's unfair is that Monka is born with one more axe than humans. Several guys kept colliding with each other, and the dull sound of flesh hitting flesh kept echoing on the deck. They fought very vigorously. But no one dared to use too much force because there was no doctor on the ship, and if something was hurt it would hurt for a long time. Kaya and Alvida sat not far away and watched the fight. Barto didn't look at it. At this moment, he had been sitting not far from Wayne since he got up, and his eyes never left Wayne from beginning to end. To be honest, Wayne thinks he is gay. If I don't exercise, why are you looking at me? Unable to bear it any longer, Wayne couldn't help but ask. The battle over there was quite exciting. They all grew very fast, and even the squishy characters like CLO Buggy gradually became stronger. Barto is just sitting there doing nothing, which is a complete waste of the huge potential bonus provided by the system. I'll exercise, and I'll be there in a minute. Hearing the the captain's question, Barto smiled kind. But Wayne still heard a hint of arrogance in his words. It seemed that this kid was getting cocky just because he had this awesome fruit. You think you can handle anything, right? Okay. It's time to strike back. Wayne's previous job on the ship, besides playing badly, was to undermine the inflated self-confidence of his crew members. I definitely can't break this guy's barrier by relying solely on my own strength. Unless you use that knife. Because even a one-kick wouldn't be able to do it. I have to say, this guy's barrier is really something. But using your trump card just to undermine your self-confidence is pure idiocy. The reason why he was so confident was that his pervert skill of one-kick flow had become even more perverted since he kicked the flying squirrel last time. One-kick top level, unleash a powerful kick, dealing 1800% bonus damage. This kick has a penetrating effect, dealing damage to internal organs regardless of defense. Enemies struck will be stunned for a duration dependent on their strength. This powerful blow shatters enemy defenses. Note, active advanced skills will automatically upgrade to the top level after being used 50 times. Yes, that's the truth. Another hidden message. His active skills can be automatically upgraded to the top level after being activated 50 times. But before this, he had no idea about it. The system was playing this self-discovery game with him again. But it doesn't matter. It's not too late to know now. This kicking skill is the only active skill of his that has reached the advanced level. It's not too late to know now. The upgraded kicking skill adds 300% extra damage and a new ability. Defensive measures are shattered. This probably refers to things like shields and doors. But Wayne thinks it should be more than that. Defensive means, then isn't armament hacky a defensive means? Then isn't using a sword to block a defensive means? These are all calculated. He just hasn't tried it yet. Think about meeting those swordsmen in the future, and kicking their black swords to pieces. It is even possible that once his physical strength increases, he will be able to kick those historical texts to pieces with one kick. That is already considered one of the hardest creatures in the world. Now using this ability to kick through Barto's barrier should be easy and effortless. Kill and the others who were fighting fiercely over there raised their hands to call for a stop, and Wayne waved Barto to come over. What's wrong, boss? Buggy asked in confusion, while the 3G brothers beside him were laughing happily. The three of them had truly experienced this, and now seeing others being hit seemed pretty good. Look, Lao Ba is going to be cut. Keel said with a mysterious look on his face. At this time, even Sanji, Usopp and Zoro who were exercising in the house came out, and even Luffy came to the deck with sleepy eyes. This kid has been sleeping since he was knocked unconscious by a flying squirrel yesterday. Seeing the boss letting him pass, Barto ran over without hesitation. Boss. Well, now open your barrier and try to block my attack. Hearing Wayne's words, Keel looked as if he hadn't expected it. Buggy and others also brought benches and sat down to watch the show. Can boss break his barrier? That kid's barrier is pretty strong. Alvida spoke. They all knew that Barto was very capable. Even not long ago, Wayne used his barrier to practice with his sword, but the result was that he couldn't shake it at all. The barrier was as hard as Zoro's mouth. Now Wayne is here again, and it seems that he wants to teach Barto a lesson, but can he really break it? Isn't this difficult? Open a plate. I think it's okay. I bet on failure. I lost too. Lao Ba really has something. I've tried it myself. FK. Damn it. I support the boss. The boss never fights a battle without preparation. No problem. I'm all in too. Barto was a little confused at this time. He didn't expect that Wayne came to him just to test his barrier. But hasn't he already tried? Could it be that he still wants to smash it? Ever since he acquired this ability, his barrier has never been broken by anyone. Even if it is the boss he admires, he doesn't believe he can break it. Without even thinking, he raised a barrier in front of him. He thought that was all, but he saw Wayne across from him slowly shaking his head. Bend your barrier, creating about 10 barriers in front of you. Wayne's light words stunned everyone on the ship. What does it mean? 10? Did you hear that right? 10 questions straight away, right? We have people betting that you can't crack one question, and now you're going straight to 10. Are you serious, boss? Barto was stunned and didn't react for a moment. 10, isn't 10 too many? Barto asked uncertainly. If you don't come with 10, I'm afraid you'll spill it all over the deck, which will make it difficult to clean up. Chapter 121. As Wayne finished speaking, the entire ship was stunned. Are you afraid of kicking people to death if you don't come with 10? No, buddy, aren't you a little too full of yourself? Even though I swung my sword with all my strength before, I couldn't leave a white mark on the other person's barrier. Why are you afraid of people dying now that there are only 10 of them? Is it really necessary to be so outrageous? Barto swallowed silently. Although he still didn't believe that Wayne could break his barrier, he still silently bent the barrier in front of him 9 times. A total of 10 barriers appeared in front of him. I'm ready. Barto crossed his fingers, his face still full of confidence. He really doesn't believe it today. It's okay. Here, even if the boss breaks one, he wins. Buggy, who opened the gambling site, also spoke at this time. No one had any objection. Then, Wayne, who was in front of them, kicked out without warning. Everyone stared at his movements intently. The moment Wayne raised his foot, a stream of air began to float around his feet, and the air even felt a little distorted. It seemed as if it could not bear the force of the foot and let out a wail. Everyone's expression changed. A little surprise arose in my heart. I haven't even kicked anything yet, why is the air like this? Barto was also slightly surprised, but he was still very confident in his barrier. It should be impossible to break his barrier at this level. He had a general feeling in his heart. And at this moment, a straight kick was thrown, and a sonic boom instantly sounded in the surrounding air, and the entire ship began to shake violently. The dull crashing sound that everyone expected did not come. What was heard was a deafening explosion. Barto's barrier is difficult to break, but the scene after it is broken is extremely large. At this moment, 10 barriers rose in front of Barto, and under the watchful eyes of everyone, he could not resist for a moment. In just an instant, all 10 barriers were shattered. A visible gust of air, identical to the one in Logue Town, also rushed towards Barto. The momentum that could destroy everything made Barto tremble slightly. He wanted to hide away. But his strength simply doesn't allow it. His speed was impossible to dodge. As long as he was hit by this air wave, there would be only one end for him, and that would be to cover the entire deck. At this moment, he realized that his boss was not joking. Even though he had raised 10 barriers, he would still end up exploding into a bloody mist under his attack. The power of this kick. How big is it? At this critical moment, he felt a pulling force coming from his side, and he was suddenly pulled to the side. The gust of wind brushed past his scalp and flew towards the sea. His standard coxcomb was also shortened. Wayne was standing next to Barto at this moment. He was the one who teleported here and helped Barto. Barto looked up at Wayne, his eyes filled with a mixture of fear and surprise. Everyone's jaws almost dropped to the ground as they watched what was happening. He had thought it would be difficult to break even one, but in the end he broke more than 10, and even had plenty of energy left to kill Barto. If the boss hadn't taken action, Barto would have died. What the hell is this terrifying kicking technique? Wayne looked at Barto without saying anything. He just shook his head silently, patted his shoulder, and then disappeared from the spot in an instant. Looking at the place where Wayne disappeared, Barto couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. The feeling of brushing shoulders with the Shinigami made his entire body drenched in sweat. After a long time, Barto finally recovered. At this moment, he no longer had the confidence that came from the power of the fruit. There are only 4 words left. Boss. Awesome. Own. It's still too weak. 10 barriers couldn't even withstand a kick from the boss. It's just garbage. If this continues, I'm afraid I won't even be qualified to stay on the ship. No. I have to work harder. Being a follower also requires strength. This piece of trash can't even be a follower. Barto immediately stood up, turned around and ran towards his room. The only people left on the deck were Buggy and his companions, who were stunned. Everyone, hey! No! Just broke like that! Isn't this a bit too simple? With ease, I only see hard work and sweat. Stop the FG nonsense. Whoever placed the bet just now, give me some money to calm down first. That kick almost made my heart explode. Stop talking about it. I have to work hard, or I won't even be qualified to be a crew member. This kick was really shocking. Everyone was inspired to work hard. Wayne's action not only stimulated Barto, but also stimulated the entire ship. He is indeed a professional in destroying one's self-confidence and a professional instiller of chicken soup for the soul. Focus on one major. But Wayne, who returned to the room at this time, was also shocked by his own kick. There are 10 barriers in Barto, so there must be something there. He thought he could break a few of them, but he never thought he could break them all. After breaking it, there was even enough energy to kill Barto. Kicking the barrier didn't even reduce the damage by much, only about 60%. You know, there are 10 barriers. 10 barriers only reduced it by 60%. Originally, he couldn't break that guy's barrier at all. Now it can not only be broken. It broke into 10 pieces. This new ability seems quite powerful. If it can work against armament haki, then I'd be really strong and a bit of a pervert. Not only is he immune to observation haki, but now he even doesn't care about armament haki. It goes without saying how strong he is. It's simply pervert. After sighing for a while, Wayne stopped thinking about it. He turned around and threw himself into the embrace of his little bed. At this time, Kid, who had already climbed over the upside-down mountain, looked at the bounty order in his hand with a gloomy expression. Drop anchor and wait for this guy here. What? He has an 800 million bounty on him. Are you crazy? Kira's face turned green with fear. He was only worth 12 million before. Those marine idiots gave him such a high raise. Laozi's limelight is overshadowed. Drop anchor. Stop the nonsense. Chapter 122. Although Kira felt that things were definitely not that simple, Kid was the captain after all, and he didn't have any better solutions. Finally, the ship dropped anchor near a small island. This is where the ship's doctor on Roger's ship is located. It is a small island with only one house for one person. There was no one in the house at this time. The old man is most likely in the belly of the whale lagoon. Kid and the others didn't bother to attack such a small, dilapidated house. They just stopped the boat and no one got off. And not long after they dropped anchor, Kira was ready to persuade Kid again, asking him to observe before making a decision. But before he could say anything, a loud noise began to be heard from the upside-down mountain in the distance. The Kid pirates' attention was immediately drawn to them. Everyone came to the deck and looked towards the place where the sound came from. I saw a huge ship that almost completely occupied the waterway of upside-down mountain. The waterway, which could accommodate several ships passing in parallel, now seemed very crowded under the huge ship. The side of the ship even rubbed against the surrounding rock walls from time to time. But there is a strange barrier around the ship that protects the hull from the danger of scratches. Looking at the ultimate-sized ship, the Kid pirate's eyes widened. Captains Kid and Kira were also shocked. The scale of this ship is definitely at the level of the Four Emperors' vehicle, right? No, it even surpasses the Four Emperors' vehicle. It's too big. But that ship clearly came from the Four Seas. When did a pirate group with such strength emerge from the Four Seas? How could they actually own a ship of this size? Etc. This is definitely not some pirate ship. Where in the world can you find such a pirate ship? This is most likely another ship carrying those ostentatious guys from the world government. When did celestial dragons come to Sahai? Why did celestial dragons take the Grand Line? Although the ship was not close enough for them to see the whole thing, they were sure it was the celestial dragon's vehicle just by looking at its size. Because this is even bigger than the Four Emperors' vehicle. How could a normal person build such a large ship? I'm afraid only the world government has this ability. It's really luxurious. Kid secretly complained, but even the arrogant Kid had no intention of robbing. Because he is just crazy, not stupid. He can still distinguish between being reckless and giving him a gift. But as the giant ship approached, Kid's expression became strange. The flag on the mast looks like a pirate's flag. After taking a closer look, wasn't that the white pirates he was looking for? But here comes the problem. Such a big ship, does it belong to that guy? Kid's face gradually turned ugly. Not only did the bounty crush him inexplicably, but even the ship was countless times stronger than his. This is simply... I can't bear it anymore. I really want to smash him to pieces. Bring the boat over to Laozi. Stop that boat. Kira looked at his boat, which was less than 1/10 of the size of others, and thought to himself, is it true? Right at this moment, a whale suddenly emerged from the water at the end of the channel and blocked the giant ship right in front of it. You know, the giant ship is now rushing down the steep slope. There was no possibility of stopping the boat. If they collide, the ship will be destroyed and everyone will die. Good. Kid couldn't help but secretly thought that compared to smashing the big guy with his own hands, it seemed more pleasant to watch it shatter into pieces due to bad luck. Who could have imagined that a giant whale would stand in your way? The materials used to build such a huge ship in East Blue must not be very strong. If it collides at this speed, just wait for the debris to cover the sea. A ship doesn't just have to be big. What's the use of being weak? What a fool! Kid's doubts about Wayne's bounty have reached a peak at this point. This kid definitely doesn't have the ability. My brain doesn't work well. But when the boat got closer, he suddenly realized that the size of the boat seemed to be comparable to that of the whale. What the hell? So big? Before he could think about it, the boat collided with the whale at an extremely fast speed. But the imagined scene of ship destruction and death did not happen. Instead, the huge whale was pushed into the air. That's right. It flew up. And the direction it was flying from was exactly where Kid and the others were. Looking at the dark shadow that blocked out the sky, Kid couldn't help but have a flash of panic in his eyes. That ship! What is going on? Directly made such a big whale fly? Kid was extremely shocked, but he didn't have time to think too much, because if they didn't move, all of them would be crushed. With the thought, all the iron products around him gathered around his arms at an extremely fast speed. A huge iron arm was formed in an instant. Without thinking too much, he punched the whale on the back. His strength was not enough in front of the whale. Even if he used all his strength, he could only move the whale a little bit. But his goal was not to knock the whale away. The huge reaction force acted on the boat under his feet, and the boat was pushed away from the center landing point in an instant. Boom! There was a loud bang, and huge waves rose up in an instant. Kid's boat was like a candle in the wind amidst the huge waves, and was in danger of capsizing at any time. But they were lucky enough that the boat didn't capsize. When everything calmed down, Kid, who was a little weak from being hit by the seawater on the deck, held on to the edge of the boat with difficulty. He looked up, trying to find the huge ship he had just seen. But all we can see is its departing back. Kid's face froze. Kira also looked confused. Don't they need pointers? How do you get around the Grand Line without them? Kira wondered. But Kid doesn't care about that. Chase. Don't worry about where they go. Catch them first. Hey, we don't have a compass. If we lose it, we'll be lost. This little risk is nothing compared to the Celestial Dragon's ship and the supplies on board. Kid's words startled Kira slightly. Celestial Dragon's ship? The supplies on board? Although he was a little confused, Kira understood after thinking about it for a while. You mean, they hijacked the Celestial Dragon's ship? Kid didn't say anything, but the smile on his face spoke for itself. And he also sorted out everything. The reason why Wayne had such a high bounty was because he attacked the Celestial Dragon's fleet in East Blue, beat up or killed the Celestial Dragons, and finally robbed the ship. This is why Marine set such a high bounty for him. Otherwise, how could he build a ship so strong that it could even knock a whale away? Yes, everything is explained. Their strength was not that strong, they were just lucky enough to defeat the Celestial Dragon's bodyguards. As long as they can catch up, everything will be theirs. Chase. Chapter 123. Sunset 95. At this time, on deck, the crew members were also somewhat frightened. The sudden appearance of the huge whale just now would have scared anyone who saw it. A group of people hurriedly called on Barto to create a barrier, but number 95 was so large that he had no way of covering the entire bow. At most, only 1/10 can be covered. This is his limit. They wanted to wake Wayne up, but it was too late. They could only watch as the bow of the ship collided with the whale. The imagined scene of the ship breaking apart did not happen. Instead, the whale was knocked away. When they saw the whale flying out, everyone also demonstrated what it meant to have their eyes pop out. Now that everything has calmed down, everyone can't help but sigh that their own ship is really strong. I just bumped into it head-on, and nothing happened. There wasn't even a crack to be found, nor did they hear any cracking sound. The only difference from just now was that there were 2 more people on their deck. My name is M.R9. My name is Miss Wednesday. A man and a woman, 2 extremely honest guys were squatting on the deck. They flew out of the whale's body and landed on the deck. After being slightly repaired by keel, they immediately became obedient. What to do with them? Wait for the boss to decide. But the boss is sleeping. He's going to be in a bad mood when he wakes up, right? Well, wait a minute. This is the record pointer in their hand. Let's go ahead and tie them up with the cows and wait for the boss to wake up. Ah! What if they steal and eat my cow? You're crazy. Only you can eat a raw cow. In the end, they unanimously decided to tie them up with Lao Niu and keep them there for the time being. Luffy's remarks were even more outrageous. Buggy also recognized the record pointers on their hands. Their pointer leads to their base, a small town in Whiskey Peak, which is also the route Luffy and his friends took in the original story. The woman among the two was Vivi. Squeak! At this moment, Wayne's door was pushed open and Wayne, who had just woken up, walked out. He had just fallen asleep when suddenly he fell off the bed and fell to the floor. It took him a while to realize that he might have bumped into something. When I just woke up, I was a little confused. What happened? Hey! Yawning, Wayne also noticed Vivi over there. Is this, entering the Grand Line? Uncle Wei, we just hit a whale and it flew high up. Then these two people flew out of the whale's belly and fell into our boat. If nothing happens, let them go. Don't tie them to the old cow. What if the cow gets eaten? Luffy glanced at the old cow with a worried look on his face, then looked at Vivi and the others warily. His expression did not relax at all. Nami clenched her fists slightly. It seemed that what she had just said was in vain. This guy was still worried that someone would steal his cow. After hearing what Luffy said, Wayne also understood. After a brief thought, he casually said, "Tie it up. Just follow the signs on them. The weather on the Grand Line is changeable, so please be careful. I'm going to sleep for a while, ha. Boss, there's a pirate ship following us." Just as Wayne was about to turn around and go back to his room, Ziggy ran over with a telescope in his hand. Without a word, he handed the telescope to Wayne, who looked behind the ship with a puzzled look on his face. In a place like this, what group of pirates would follow them? Is it just along the way? But when Wayne saw Kid's wild and arrogant smile through the telescope, he seemed to understand something. It seems like this is really coming for me. But it's vacation time now, and he doesn't want any conflict to break out unless it is necessary. There aren't any strong people in the small town where Vivi and the others are. If they work there for a day, the reward might be pitifully small. But if Kid and the others were there, it might be much higher. Let them follow. Follow to that small town. Now, let's get an appraisal. Although Kid is very arrogant, he may not be impossible to recruit. Let the system test it first. We'll talk about the rest tomorrow. Slow down a bit and let them keep up. Wayne said this for no reason, threw the telescope to Ziggy, and turned back to his room. Only Ziggy, who was somewhat unresponsive, was left there. What does it mean to let them follow closely? Why does this statement feel so strange? These words are very simple, but why do they sound so strange when put together? Others couldn't understand Wayne's thoughts either. Everyone is a little confused. Why don't we just knock those people behind us away? Luffy, your uncle isn't saying anything to you, but you still need to practice. It's vacation time now, and it's best not to get into conflicts during vacation, okay? Oh. Third brother, don't worry about it, just do it. Although everyone didn't understand, they would still do as they were told. After all, Wayne had absolute prestige on the ship. Rear. Captain. They're slowing down. Seeing the distance between them getting farther and farther, Kid and the others were about to give up. After all, Celestial Dragon's ships have good performance. But the sudden slowdown gave them hope. Haha. As expected. These guys just got a boat and don't know how to drive it yet. Chase them. Anyone who has free time, go roll Lao Z. Don't let Lao Z lose us. Yes. Captain. On the 95th. Vivi and the others looked at the old cow grazing leisurely beside them with gloomy expressions. Looking at her partner, Vivi pondered for a moment and whispered, "Their captain is Wayne, the one with a 12 million bounty on him. He's not very strong. Let's take them to town. After we kill them, the ship will be ours. That's right. I don't know how they got this kind of ship, but its value is definitely ridiculously high. Well, when we're almost there, I'll cut your rope, and then you can go and report directly. No problem. After discussing everything, both of them couldn't help but look excited. After all, the value of this ship was definitely over 100 million. What's more, there is the captain's head. 12 million is not a lot, but it's okay. Apparently, they were unaware that Wayne's bounty had been updated. It is unknown whether you can encounter newsbirds on the sea surface of the four seas. After all, the sea is so big. Just like Wayne himself doesn't know that his bounty has increased. It was obvious that Vivi and the others' information was not updated in real time. But the newsbirds will go to normal islands, and the same goes for the small towns where they are. They have probably received the latest news long ago. When Vivi's partner goes to report the incident, and the mayor learns that the person they want to kill is Wayne, I wonder what he'll think. Chapter 124. Time always passes silently when sailing on the sea. A day has passed in the blink of an eye. The time came to the next morning. On the spacious deck, the crew members were lined up neatly. Now it's time to go to work. On the mast nearby, there was only an old cow left. Vivi and her partner had disappeared. It's not that they are so capable that they can escape from the ship quietly. But Wayne didn't want to take them with him, so he just let them go. When we arrived at the destination, everyone on the boat had gotten off. It would have been better to let them go than to keep them on the boat. At this moment, Wayne, who was full of energy, was lying leisurely on the recliner that belonged to him alone. As the boat swayed, the lounge chair also swayed from side to side. Wayne was basking in the sun comfortably. This is how he usually spends his days when he doesn't have to practice with his sword. He had tried fishing before, but because his skills were too poor and pumping water was somewhat unrealistic, he had no choice but to give up this activity. It's nice to bask in the sun and feel the sea breeze. Ding! Today's work assignment: set fire to the camp. Set the entire town on fire. When the time reached 59 minutes, the system task was sent out on time. Set fire to the camp. This is another slightly troublesome task. It is not easy to set an entire town on fire. The town is so big that setting fire is a bit troublesome. When the time comes, you release one place and the townspeople will destroy another one for you. If you want to achieve the goal of lighting all of them, it is best to light them all at once. Putting them one by one will not work. The efficiency is low and the success rate is also low. The best way to burn them all at once would be to pull Ace over, but that's not realistic. All I can do is find some gasoline and pour it on the town. There aren't many good people in the town that's going to be burned, so he can just burn them all down without feeling any psychological burden. Now we can vaguely see the outline of the town, and we will arrive there soon. I wonder if those people will line the streets to welcome me like in the original novel. Wayne stood up from the recliner, looked at the crew below, and said, "Today's mission is to set fire. The town ahead is completely burned." Clear. Your mission is to find as much gasoline as possible in town. Yes. After saying that, Wayne came to the bow of the ship. Looking at the huge mountain made of cacti in front of him, Wayne couldn't help but be amazed. And below those cacti, on the flat and wide plain, a small town exudes vitality. The town is divided into two parts by a current. The connecting point between the two worlds is just a bridge. At no 95's current speed, they could reach the shore of the town in just 10 minutes. But this is not full speed, after all, we still have to wait for people. Turning around and looking back, I could only see a small black dot in the distance, which was Kid and his crew's boat. At this point, Wayne didn't think they could lose him. Go full speed, no need to wait for them. Okay, boss. With Gigi's operation, the speed of the ship immediately increased by more than twice. Now it would only take 2 minutes for them to arrive. And at this time, the tall figure of number 95 could be seen from far away in the town. But the whole town was unusually quiet. There was no intention to welcome it at all. On the contrary, almost all the townspeople gathered in the town square. The mayor of the town, Akalam, a vocal music enthusiast with ultimate curls, was looking at the uninvited guest in front of him very nervously. Sweat continued to seep out of his forehead. It can be seen that the panic has reached a certain extent. It's no wonder he panicked. After all, the guy in black in front of him was the emperor's deputy with a bounty of 1.3 billion yen, the first of the 3 major boards in Beast's Pirates. The townspeople on the island are not ordinary townspeople either. They are either from Baroque Studio or pirates hunters. Gather here and hunt down the pirates who come here. They all knew that if the person in front of them wanted to kill them, it would be just a matter of moving his fingers. No one dared to act rashly. The reason why Yin could arrive so quickly was naturally because he could fly. The further you get to the end of New World, the closer you get to Upside Down Mountain. The end of the Grand Line is the tail end of the New World. The pirate's world is round, and Wano Kuni is close enough to the end of the New World. Yin only needs to fly in the opposite direction and he can reach Upside Down Mountain in 1 day. When he arrived at Upside Down Mountain, Wayne and the others had already left. After asking the ship's doctor stationed there, Yin learned that Wayne had taken this route, so he increased his horsepower and arrived at Whiskey Peak ahead of Wayne. Kaido meant for him to recruit Wayne. If you can't recruit them, then bring them back by force and let him deal with them. If he can't get such combat power, he won't let others get it. No matter whose group it is, multiple admirals can directly crush other 4 emperors' groups. So the purpose of Jin's trip is to recruit. If he fails to recruit, he will take those he can take away, and if he can't, he will kill them. It's that simple. Yin, who is 6 meters tall, can already give off a sense of oppression just by standing there. The mayor was only sweating a little, and his legs were not shaking at all, which showed his courage. Bring him to me. A deep voice sounded from under Yin's mask, and he handed over a bounty order. It was Wayne's bounty. If you can't do it. Yin didn't say much, but the meaning was self-evident. I'm afraid that by then, everyone on the island will be massacred. Akalam did not dare to be negligent at all and respectfully took the bounty order from Jin's hands. Yes. Don't worry, sir. We will definitely complete the task. Come, take the adults to rest. After Akalam finished speaking, a beautiful woman in maid clothes came out and tremblingly asked to follow her. Yin didn't refuse. After all, he has been flying for 2 consecutive days without any rest. It is a good choice to take a good rest now. Looking at Yin's departing back, Akalam wiped the sweat from his forehead. Just now, their observer had seen Wayne's ship from afar and recognized the logo on his ship. After confirming that it was Wayne's boat, they didn't think about provoking it. Instead, he wanted to do something big. After all, Wayne's bounty was a bit too high, and no one believed that he got it based on his own strength. But just as Mayor Akalam was about to arrange a means to deal with Wayne, Yin appeared. What Yin said just now also had a warning tone. Warn them not to think of harming Wayne again. Now holding Wayne's bounty order, Akalam no longer had any thoughts. Even if they really killed Wayne, the wrath from Yin would burn them to ashes without leaving any trace. Chapter 125. Sunset 95 slowly approached the shore. But the people on the boat were reluctant to get off because the situation on the island was really abnormal at that time. That's right. Abnormal. A large group of townspeople were standing on the shore, cheering them on. He was shouting words like welcome, 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 great adventurer. Some people even fired salutes at them. This situation. It's as outrageous as it can be. What decent town would welcome pirates? Especially pirates as notorious as us. Are these people crazy? This is also the reason why Keel and his team did not get off the ship for a long time. Let's go. There are no good people here. Leave them alone and go find some gasoline. Once you find it, move everyone here. Nami, go find a big barrel to hold the gasoline. The bigger the better. Once you find one, put it here. Wayne said, then jumped off the boat. With a thud as it landed on the ground, the others finally mustered up the courage to step onto this extremely strange island. Don't panic, with the boss here, there is nothing that can't be solved. And at this time, on the sea surface behind number 95, two figures emerged from the water. It was Wei Wei and her partner. Wayne threw them off the boat and they were happy at first, but they soon realized that they could not swim as fast as the boat. In the end, the two of them just grabbed a bulge at the stern and followed all the way. Now, as soon as they showed up, they saw a group of familiar faces lining the streets to welcome them, and they immediately realized that there seemed to be no need for them to report the news. Now just need to join the welcoming team. Once they are drunk, we can kill them directly. As they were thinking about this, they had already swam to the shore. And quickly found the mayor Akalem. How did you get back? Akalem was also very surprised to see the two of them, and he was even more confused when he saw that they were soaked. Could it be that it swam back? It was the white pirates who brought us back. Setting that aside, will everything remain the same today? As long as we take care of them, the merits we gain should be enough to get us into the upper echelons. Vivi spoke quickly. Akalem is actually the captain of the guard of Vivi country. He accompanies Vivi to join the Baroque studio, wanting to investigate the organization thoroughly, but to know more, he has to climb up. Vivi then worked hard to complete various tasks in the studio. Akalem's goal is to protect Vivi. The fact is indeed as Vivi said, if Wayne is acquired, he will be promoted to a senior position in the studio instantly. But the current situation. Akalem looked troubled. We can't eat that guy. Akalem explained, and then he took out a bounty order and handed it to Vivi. Then he ignored her and turned to greet Wayne who had just gotten off the boat. Ahaha! The white pirates! I've heard so much about you. Ahem mama welcome, welcome. Akalem's throat was like it was clogged with phlegm, and he had to shout twice every time he spoke. Wayne looked at him calmly without any expression. He didn't care and explained to Wayne using the same words he had said countless times. I'm Akalem. You must be surprised, right? This is a town that's famous for brewing and music, and hospitality is something we're proud of. Ma. Everyone is a guest. Feel free to ask for anything you want. We will host a banquet for you all at noon. Please be sure to come. Akalem introduced. He didn't want to arouse Wayne's disgust. It would be a bit strange if he took people to a party right away. It's still early now. You can take them to experience the local customs and culture first, and when the time comes, bring them to the adult naturally. Wayne finally reacted after hearing this. Okay, that's great. Do you have any gasoline? Our ship needs it. If you have any, we'll take as much as you can. Wayne said with a smile. He looks very friendly and has none of the airs of the 800 million pirates. Hearing this, Akalem was first surprised by Wayne's tone and smile, and then looked at the surprisingly large pirate's ship. Gasoline? This is the first time I heard that pirates' ships need to consume gasoline. But since this is the request of their distinguished guest, we must satisfy it if possible. They were still hoping that Wayne would follow them to where Yin was. If you build good relationships now, things will naturally go more smoothly later. Yes. Yes. You don't have to pay anything. Come on. Ma go and bring all the gasoline in our town to the captain. Okay, Mayor. Looking at the strong men leaving, Wayne didn't expect things to go so smoothly. Are these guys so easy to talk to? Keel and the others in the back were also confused. Doesn't that mean we don't need to look for gasoline? We don't even need a barrel? Today's task can't be completed so easily, right? Are the people in this town really so cooperative? Didn't the boss say there weren't any good people there? Why do they all look so good? Some people didn't understand, but they knew that if they didn't understand, they should talk less. Captain, it's still early. How about I take you on a tour of our town? Then around noon, I'll take you all out for a couple of drinks. Wayne did not refuse the mayor's suggestion. They had to take some time off anyway and wait for the gasoline to arrive, so it would be nice to go for a walk and have a meal. A great idea to kill time. But Wayne also realized that something was wrong. These people were indeed too nice. Could it be that because of what I did before, this place was affected? It can be seen that they are really treating me well. Afraid of being dissatisfied. This is unreasonable. Wayne's cautious nature made him not think that everything was unimportant because of his powerful strength. As he agreed, Wayne winked at Keel. Keel understood immediately. After everyone set off, Keel quietly left the team. About 5 minutes later, he reappeared in the team, but his expression looked a little more solemn. He whispered something in Wayne's ear, and Wayne smiled. Ember. Kaido's vice-chairman. There seemed to be only one reason why he appeared here at this time. For yourself? The reason why these people are acting so abnormally is probably because of Jin. Once everything became clear, Wayne relaxed. Yin's strength is also only that of an admiral candidate, not up to the level of an admiral, although he appears late enough in the original novel and seems quite powerful. But in fact, it is only at the level of Card 2. It's no different from Momuzagi Teapot. Nowadays, Wayne's strength can only be described in 8 words. Under the admiral, all are equal. Even if it was a strong warrior like Yin, the conqueror's haki, he was confident that he could kill him with one strike. If it were before, I would probably have to use the first strike of the sword cultivating technique, but now, one kick is enough. You came at the perfect time. I'm afraid today's salary will be higher again. Chapter 126. Although Wayne was not panicked when the fight really started, he definitely did not want to have any contact with Yin. The criterion for judging salary is naturally that more will be paid after the fight. If there is only this threat but it is not encountered, the salary will definitely be lower. But if they really followed these people to meet Yin, and a fight broke out, Wayne was afraid that Yin's conquerors would kill Kaya. I'm really scared. Kaya is too fragile, and Wayne usually has to let her control him when he is in the sea breeze. Afraid she would catch a cold. If this person is hit by Yin's conquerors, there is a high probability that he will die. So let's forget about going to see Yin. I'll just hang out with these people today and delay the time until almost 5 o'clock, then I'll kick the gasoline on the side of the boat and spill it all over the town. Then a fire will complete the task. Leave when you are done, don't leave any more. The pointer on this island can only store magnetic force for a short time, and it can be fully charged in a few hours. There will be no impact if you just leave. But if there is no time to leave and he finds you and you can't hide away, you can only fight quickly and decisively. The battle was over before the conquerors could even be opened. In that case, the only one who needs to do the job today is probably Kid. The test results of Kid and Kira came out yesterday. There was no suspense about either of them, as they both met the requirements to join. As long as they agree, the 2 employees will be paid immediately. As for how to get them to agree, Wayne didn't know. Anyway, let's catch him first and tie him up with the old cow for a few days. Lord Wayne, this is the most famous brewery in our town. Lord Wayne, here. Akalam kept talking along the way, showing his enthusiasm and being very humble. The others had already gone to prepare food and did not follow. Only Akalam was taking them shopping. Along the way, everyone did not hold back at all. At Wayne's suggestion, they went on a large-scale shopping spree in every place that Akalam introduced. But, the money given is, not much. It's like buying all the wine in a winery for only 50 Baileys. After buying a bunch of food and drinks, Nami and her friends also bought a large bag of gorgeous clothes, but in the end they only paid 50 Baileys. Is 50 Baileys too little? It's not a lot at all. For 50 berries, you can buy a raccoon cat that can fight against an emperor-level warrior. I only bought such a small amount of things with this huge sum of money. You made a lot of money, okay? Others may not know, but Nami is happy. The feeling of taking advantage really made her feel extremely comfortable. The key point was that this was not her original intention. It was all her idea as the captain. The more you take, the better. Although she was carrying a lot of bags at this time, she couldn't hide the smile on her face. It's not that she had a change of heart and started carrying things on her own. Instead, Zoro and others on the side were all fully arranged. If it weren't for the fact that Captain Wayne still had such authority, Nami would have arranged for him to carry 2 large bags. Perhaps due to Nami's exploitation of labor, Zoro didn't get lost today, which is simply a miracle. But unfortunately, Luffy was lost again. But I've gotten used to it. If I don't give him food for a few hours, he will definitely disappear, and it's the kind of disappearance that you can't even notice. Wayne couldn't bear to watch the crew members who were like turtles. What he meant was that these people had to please him anyway, so he would take as much as he could. It would be better if he didn't give it up. It's not like they wouldn't pay, and after today, all these would be burned. We are giving them a second life. But Wayne really didn't expect that Nami was almost going to buy the entire town. If Wayne hadn't stopped him, Nami would have almost bought the house, the land, or even the cactus mountain behind. It would be fine if you just went to someone's house to eat for free, but not only did you squat on the table and eat from it, you even wanted to overturn the table when you were full. That's really not nice. Akalam, who was accompanying him, had his smile almost frozen on his face. But he didn't know what to say. After all, this is a distinguished guest whose life and death concerns the entire town. It's okay, it's okay. It's just a small amount. Hospitality is what we are most proud of. Lord Wayne, can we go eat now? It's getting late and we've been wandering around for hours. Akalam asked cautiously. It was already afternoon and the sun was even showing signs of setting. Old Deng couldn't help but feel anxious now. I haven't been back for such a long time, maybe that gentleman is angry. If this is delayed any longer, his body will probably be the one to get cold along with the daylily. Hearing this, Wayne raised his hand and checked the time. There is only an hour left until the end of get off work. It's time to prepare for retreat. The day is almost over, and Kid still hasn't shown up. Could they have really lost him? Don't worry about it for now, just put the things back on the boat and see how the gasoline is prepared. We'll go after we get back and drop off our things. After Wayne finished speaking, Akalam was obviously overjoyed. Okay. Do you want me to ask someone to help you get it? No. Putting aside other things, at least this means that the shopping is finally over. Akalam now deeply regrets his decision to take people shopping. This almost cost the entire town money. And at this time, on the coast, there was a small boat next to number 95. Not far from number 95, a battle was taking place. Luffy, who was pink and steaming, was fighting fiercely with Kid in front of him. Although the fight was fierce, Kid was obviously suppressed by Luffy. If the fight continued like this, he would be completely defeated within 5 minutes. Kid was not strong at this time. How strong can he be when he just came out of South Blue? The huge arm he formed on the boat yesterday was the strongest attack he could launch at this stage. But when facing Luffy, who was in Gear 2 and extremely agile, he was simply unable to withstand it. Where are the cattle on our ship? You guys! You actually stole cattle! Bang! A solid punch hit Kid's cheek, knocking him away. Luffy looked at the fallen Kid and asked angrily. Luffy just walked around and didn't find any food. No one in the town cooked today. Everyone was entertaining Yin in the square, so Luffy, who was starving, had no choice but to turn his attention to the old cow. It's time for the grain reserves to come into play. But when he jogged back, he saw a group of pirates climbing onto their ship. But that didn't make him angry. It was not until Luffy discovered that the old cow was missing from the boat that he became furious and started fighting with them. But he also adheres to the principle of backhand. Self-defense is a matter of utmost importance. At this moment, looking at the fallen Kid, Kira and other crew members who were ordered to watch the battle were all surprised. Of course they recognized Luffy. These are the members of the White Pirates. But this guy who looked a little unintelligent actually defeated Kid. What the hell is going on? There's something wrong with this pirates group. Something's absolutely wrong. It's just like a cripple taking a shit, weird. Kira helped up Kid, who was lying on the ground with blood oozing from the corner of his mouth and was obviously unable to hold on. Retreat? This is just a crew member. That guy might really have 800 million strength. Fighting him again would be suicide. I can't leave unless I kill this guy. Chapter 127. Kid now feels that something is wrong. Any random crew member on the ship has such strong power. Even he is no match. He has a bounty of 50 million. Any random crew member on that guy's ship is stronger than him. This is absolutely unreasonable. But given his personality, it is impossible for him to just escape. He even dared to confront Red Hair, just Luffy. You are no match for him, how can you kill him? Kira just finished speaking. Luffy, who was dressed in pink in front, suddenly returned to his normal skin color and looked a little weaker. After all, Luffy had just mastered this ability, and his current body couldn't sustain it for long. It's only been a while now and I can't hold it anymore. Damn it, this Kid's turn is over. Get out of the way. Kid pushed away Kira who was supporting him, raised his hand and absorbed all the iron products around him. After expending a lot of energy, the huge iron fist reappeared. Then he punched Luffy without hesitation. At the same time, some iron sheets and other things flew quickly from all directions of Luffy. Completely block his retreat. Luffy, with his tongue hanging out and breathing heavily, looked at the situation and knew that he could not escape now. His weak state wouldn't last long, and he would recover in about 10 seconds. But now he obviously doesn't have the time. Kid's iron fist will not cause much damage to Luffy. His real purpose is to knock Luffy into the sea behind. Luffy could only raise his arms to symbolically block himself. Bang! There was a loud noise. The strong wind blew Luffy's straw hat constantly. But he didn't feel any impact. When I looked up, I saw a tall figure standing in front of me. The man leaned slightly to the side, raised his left arm, and used his left hand to firmly block the huge iron fist, making it impossible for it to advance even a little bit. Uncle Wei! Luffy shouted, his surprise overflowing. Hey! At the critical moment, my uncle is back. Cow thieves! You guys are so stupid. The Kid Pirates watched as Wayne raised his hand and completely took the huge iron fist. His nonchalant look made their scalps tingle. Here it comes. The guy they have been looking for is here. But when he really came, Kid and others found that they couldn't seem to be happy. They didn't know how strong this guy was, as he could easily take his full strength attack, but they knew that they could never be his opponent. Before they could think about it, Wayne moved again. Change the palm into a fist. Throw a punch. The powerful force hit Kid's huge arm hard. The iron fist he assembled exploded instantly. The iron sheets scattered in all directions like bullets, knocking down all the Kid Pirates around them. The whole place was suddenly covered in blood. Kid was hit in the chest by the remaining force, and at the moment of contact, Kid's chest suddenly deflated. His entire body was folded, his eyes bulged out, and he flew backwards instantly. Finally, it hit a mound of earth and stopped. At this moment, bloodshot spread in Kid's eyes, and he vomited a mouthful of blood on the spot, and his face quickly turned pale. Although Wayne didn't use too much force, Kid was still seriously injured and unable to get up. There was a hot sea breeze blowing from the sea, but it couldn't warm the cold hearts of Kid's crew members. What happened? They were all covered in blood and looked terrified. Even Kira was scratched on the neck by the iron fragments that just shot out, but the wound was shallow and not a big problem. But if it is slightly higher, then he might be dead now. Kira turned his head stiffly and looked at Kid, who was unable to get up again. His heart had sunk to the bottom. This is beating cattle and horses. It's not even on the same level. The enemy just touched us lightly and almost wiped out our entire pirates group. If he didn't want to kill us, the shrapnel would not have flown onto their legs or hands. 800 million. Even if this guy doesn't have 800 million, his real strength is definitely over 100 million. It's such a sin that the pirates, whose strongest force is only 50 million, are actually looking for death along the way. Uncle Wei. That guy stole our cow. Maybe they've already eaten it. We can't let them go. Luffy was still furious about Lao Niu's disappearance. He now wanted to stretch his neck and bite Kid to help Lao Niu get revenge. The cattle he brought on board were not eaten by him, but were actually stolen by others. I can't stand it at all. Kill and others who rushed over also stepped forward quickly and arrested the seriously injured Kid. In the blink of an eye, he was offered a bundle package. The sea stone handcuffs obtained from Hina were also arranged immediately. Kid, who was already seriously injured, became even more weak. The other members of the Kid Pirates were no exception. None of them were left behind and they were all tied up. No one resisted the entire time, except for Kid, who struggled twice, but his injuries were too severe, so he could only struggle twice. Looking at Wayne in front of him, Kid's face turned grim. Naturally, he also clearly felt the gap between the two sides from the previous attack. But the unyielding spirit in his bones still made him stare at Wayne. Kira shook his head helplessly, knowing that relying on Kid would only lead to bad things. Captain Wayne, we're just passing through. We have absolutely no ill intentions. Kira quickly spoke to get Wayne's attention. On the way. Wayne smiled but didn't expose him. What about the cattle on our ship? I've seen the cow before. It jumped into the sea. We should still be able to find it now. We really didn't board your ship. You are a big pirate with an 800 million bounty. We don't intend to die. Kira meant everything he said, but he was lucky to be alive now, so he didn't care about so many things. Kokoro finished. A figure suddenly rushed in front of him, grabbed his collar and pulled him up. The entire coast was then filled with Keel shouts. Mr. Duo? How much did you say the reward was? 800 million. I need a day off, brothers. I just got off work. I used to go home and code after get off work, and I was able to finish coding before 12 o'clock. Today, my family made an advance version of the New Year's Eve dinner, so I want to ask for a day off and have a good meal. You don't have to wait for me today. See you tomorrow. Chapter 128. The number 800 million is no joke. Keel and his friends have never seen so many Baileys in their entire lives, let alone won them. But today, this guy actually said that there was such a high reward on their boss head. His first reaction was disbelief. But there is no reason for them to lie. As for this kind of bounty matter, you can find out everything clearly by just buying a bounty order. That means there really is a FG bounty of 800 million berries on their boss. What's the matter with this BD? The people of Keel were stunned. Others were no exception. When they heard the bounty, they all found it a little hard to believe. But this reaction of the crowd made Akalem, who was following behind them, a little confused. Don't these people even know the bounty on their captain? He immediately took out a bounty order for Wayne and handed it to everyone. You don't even know that I have a bounty here. Take a look. As soon as Lao Deng finished speaking, a figure rushed in front of him and snatched the bounty order away. The speed was so fast that Lao Deng's curly hair was blown straight for a moment. Kill held the bounty order in his hand, and everyone surrounded him. What caught my eye was Wayne's unchanging white shirt, and his incredibly handsome face was full of laziness. After confirming that it was a bounty order for their captain, everyone continued to read. The King before sunset, Wayne. Reward, 830 million. 1, 2, 3, 7 eggs. 7, how much are 7 eggs? Where are the eggs? That's enough. We can't even figure out this little amount. 830 million. Following Nami's loud shout, everyone was stunned for a moment, and then burst into cheers. Oh my god! It's 800 million. Does the boss have someone in the Marines? It was 12 million before, and now even the fraction is way more than before. Is Marine crazy? It's not a problem. The boss almost killed a vice admiral with one kick, so it's normal to have such a bounty. 800 million, okay, that's a lot of money. What do you say, we kidnap the captain? Nami's eyes gradually turned into Bailey's, but her only remaining rationality still controlled her actions, so she didn't rush over to save him immediately. When Nami said this, even Luffy became serious. Nami. I'm not saying anything bad about you, but you're really a novice. A novice? What's that? Calf. Oh, right. A newborn calf, a calf? No. I'm an old cow. We old cows are going to be eaten by fish soon. Zoro. Let's go save the cow together. Luffy rushed out after saying that, but he did not forget to reach out and pull Zoro, the lifeguard, up with him. Watching the two people leave, Nami regained his senses. Well, forget about the 800 million. Thinking too much can easily lead to fragmentation. The younger brothers who had followed Wayne all the way felt a sense of unreality when they saw the bounty order in front of them. They are not like Nami, who only cares about money, nor are they like Luffy, who knows nothing. The figure of 800 million is already a leader in the field of pirates. Not to mention in the East Blue Pirates. At this moment, they looked at Wayne, who was also a little surprised not far away, and felt a sense of incompetence in their hearts. Yes. This is the captain with a bounty of 800 million. There must be a lot of powerful pirates scrambling to join. There must be a lot of forces vying to recruit him. But he actually took a fancy to these worthless people like himself, and led them to become stronger without any disgust. Is there any better boss in this world? As he thought about it, Keel's eyes even became moist. You could tell he was trying his best to control his emotions, but it was obvious that he was losing control. Boss! With a loud shout, Keel ran over with his legs raised, his arms open naturally, trying to hug Wayne tightly in his arms. Click! The sound of a bullet being loaded was heard. It's a nice day today. What are we having for dinner tonight? Hey, third brother, your red shorts look really nice. Looking at Wayne who had already raised his gun, Keel stopped and started asking 3 questions in a row. Puff. This scene immediately made Alvida, who was standing behind, laugh out loud. Barto, who was beside her, was glad that Keel rushed out first, otherwise he would be the one digging his toes into the ground now. The two of them just joined. Needless to say, Barto is a loyal seaman apprentice. Now that he hears the news that his boss is so awesome, seaman apprentice can only feel that it is awesome. Alvida is different. She was forced to join because of Wayne's powerful methods and has no sense of belonging on the ship. At most, I am only familiar with Keel. Although she is not in a hurry to leave, she will probably leave if there is a good opportunity and place to go. But now it's different. As a pirate, isn't it enough to follow a captain like this? If I look again, can I find a more suitable one? Can't find it. Wayne's ridiculously high bounty and strength made her calm down and no longer think about leaving. 800 million is not only a reward, but also a sign of strength. She saw it with her own eyes. She really admires such a captain. Taking a deep breath and letting go of all the distracting thoughts in their minds, Alvida and the others now only had one thought in their minds. That is to become stronger. Keeping up with Wayne's footsteps is their only pursuit from now on. Even Kaya secretly made up her mind. She also needs to become stronger. After this is over, I must ask Wayne if there is any way to make her stronger. No matter how difficult it is, she doesn't want to be a vase that needs to be taken care of all the time. Looking at the reactions of his crew members who were fed chicken soup one by one, Wayne said that it seemed that he could never get rid of the title of chicken soup indoctrination person. Because it's too professional. Wayne also felt that this reward was a bit outrageous. After all, he hadn't even left the novice village at that time, so it was unreasonable for Marine to offer such a high reward. Judging from the bounty and the fact that Yin arrived here within 2 days, Wayne realized something was wrong. Marine, it seems like she's going to do something cruel to him. This bounty represents Marine's attitude. After Yin arrived, he didn't rush to do anything to him. This friendly attitude clearly showed that he wanted to recruit him. Or rather, Kaido. Kaido thought, but the fact that he didn't come made it obvious what it meant. He couldn't move. There was only one reason why he couldn't move, and that was because the Marine had sent out beasts pirates that were powerful enough to threaten or even destroy him. Good job. Is this considered as Marine helping him in disguise? The only way to achieve this is to have 3 admirals at the same time, plus a Garp. Otherwise you won't be able to calm down. There must be a reason why Marine did this. Who will they send to deal with him? Aside from the 3 admirals and Garp, it seems those 2 are the only ones who can move. After all, the vice admiral couldn't even take a single move from him. Since Kaido has sent out Yin, there will definitely be movement on Big Mom's side. Ka-er, or the other 3 generals. Forget it, it doesn't matter. As long as it's not the 4 emperors who come, there's nothing to worry about. There is no possibility for the other 2, they probably don't bother to recruit me. It seems that I don't have to worry about salary issues from now on. It will be common to win big prizes every day. Wayne let out a faint smile. As for joining, impossible. It's impossible. Joining other pirates groups would only delay his work schedule, and it was most comfortable for him to go it alone. Chapter 129. Without putting the gun back on his waist, Wayne looked at Kid and Kira in front of him and decided to try the old method first. He walked up to Kid and fired a shot first to let him feel it. Bang! The bullet flew out, grazed Kid's ear, and hit the ground behind him. The bullet, which had a bit of armed color attached to it, was very powerful and directly created a deep hole in the ground. The air currents moved Kid's red hair, causing it to float continuously. But Kid's eyes were determined as if he was determined to take the risk. Not to mention being afraid, he didn't even blink. Seeing this, Wayne lost interest. Why even try? The child's inveterate look made Wayne know clearly that the child had no chance. Kira, Wayne didn't bother trying. Let's catch him first. After you put the things on the boat, tie them up and bring them on board as well. As soon as Wayne finished speaking, the crew members took action immediately. Carrying Nami's supplies that had almost been emptied out from the entire town, everyone began to transport them to the ship. Kaya also quickly went to help everyone sort out the places to put their things. At this time, the kid pirates were in a panic and their morale was broken. If they captured their deputy captain and captain, what about them? Would they be killed on the spot? The crew members who had been with Kid for a short time were now visibly panicking. Kid was not upset at all. Losing is losing. In front of the strong, the weak can only be slaughtered. I just don't know what this guy wants to do by arresting him. It's okay to exchange him for a bounty, but if you want to recruit him, there's no room for negotiation. The sun has now set. It falls early here and the sky is gradually getting dark. Next to number 95, there stands an oil drum that is more than 5 meters high. If you get close you can smell the strong smell of gasoline. Wayne had already checked it out and found it was almost full. This guy Kareem was surprisingly solid under the pressure of yin. He asked me to get all the gasoline in town, and he actually got it all. This amount of gasoline is enough to set the entire town on fire. Just let it spread evenly throughout the town and one fire will do the job. Captain, when are we going to hold the banquet? On the side, a Kalam with curly hair did not forget his original intention. I want to take Wayne to see Yin as soon as possible. After all, too much time has been wasted and my patience is almost exhausted. He seemed to be able to sense a ball of anger starting to burn in the center of the town, and there was a hint of pleading in his tone. Vivi, who was not far away, didn't quite understand why Kalam took Wayne and the others on a shopping spree that day. But after seeing how Wayne easily killed Kid just now, she realized that she was wrong before. Not long ago, after a Kalam gave her the bounty order, her first reaction was the same as everyone else's. She didn't think Wayne had reached this point based on his own strength. This is also why she doesn't understand a Kalam's ink-blowing practices. She knew that Yin had come to the town and that he wanted to see Wayne. She had originally thought of packing up Wayne and taking him with her. As for Wayne's achievements, she really didn't dare to think about it. After all, Yin is here, so all they can do is save their lives. But now after seeing Wayne's strength, she could only agree with Akalam's approach. You dare to try using force? I'm afraid that no one in this town can touch him. Got it, wait a little longer. Wayne didn't say much, just said to wait a little longer. This made Akalam and Vivi very anxious. After all, this was a matter of life and death for everyone. Just when Akalam wanted to persuade him a few more times, a not-so-friendly voice came from the end of the street in the distance. You are really hard to invite. The voice sounded a little depressed, and a little unhappy. The moment this voice sounded, cold sweat immediately broke out on Akalam's forehead. Vivi turned her head suddenly, and when she saw the huge figure over 6 meters tall, the fear in her eyes was extremely obvious. Kid and Kira were not much better off. As pirates, they both knew the best in the pirate world, and they were certainly familiar with Yin. But why would such a strong person appear here? This is the beginning of the Grand Line. To him, this place is just a gathering place for rookies, and no one can be his match. Such a character appears here. Is it because? The two of them silently turned their gazes to Wayne, and a glimmer of light flashed in their eyes at the same time. Judging from the tone, it seems that the person is not friendly. As long as he gets rid of Wayne, then, it seems there is still a chance to escape. After all, such a character would definitely not care about these fledgling pirates. On the deck of number 95, the people who were just about to come down to bring Kid and the other two aboard also noticed that extremely eye-catching figure. After all, Yin's body is very big. On the ship, no one except Kaya who had little contact with pirates would recognize Yin. Everyone else showed expressions of horror. Jin. That guy is Yin, right? The bounty is 1.3 billion berries. It seems like they're targeting the boss. Damn, this seems like a big problem. How could such a guy appear here? Is he really that unlucky? After the panic, everyone immediately wanted to jump off the boat and stand behind Wayne, but they were stopped by Nami. What are you doing? Are you going to let the boss fight alone? Damn it! So what if he's the deputy emperor? Laozi can go up there and talk back, and that can help the boss draw some fire and test the enemy's strength. Nami's face didn't look good either. But she still tried to persuade him, we don't know what he's here for yet, so don't cause trouble. If you want to scold him, he can hear you even if you do it here. Really? What Nami said is correct. But if pirates come to find pirates, and they are pirates with whom they have no friendship at all, then it seems there is nothing to guess what will happen between them. Either they recruit and annex them, or they kill them all. If this gets into a fight. Is there any fight? Although Wayne has a bounty of 800 million, in their opinion, they don't even know whether Wayne himself is worth the 800 million. But the other party's money is a real 1.3 billion. The strength is also unquestionable. If we fight, we're bound to lose. Everyone's face was filled with worry, but no one acted rashly until Wayne gave the signal. Yin walked towards him step by step. Finally, he stopped not far in front of Wayne. Ignoring the trembling Akaram, Yin looked at Wayne and said directly, "Join the beast's pirates or die. Your choice." Yin's words fell. Wayne smiled. Because this line is too familiar. I never thought that one day, he would actually be the one chosen. This is really novel. Happy New Year! Chapter 130. When Jin said this, although everyone still felt it was a little unreal, they seemed to be able to accept it reluctantly. Although this news is explosive, it is also expected. Everyone had some guesses in their minds. After all, Wayne could indeed be considered the brightest new star. And the brilliance is unprecedented. Truly unprecedented and unparalleled. He is the first one to reach this level right after leaving the novice village. It was only natural for the four Emperor's pirates to recruit him. After all, a guy like this will definitely achieve great things in the future. Then everyone's attention shifted to Wayne, who had a faint smile on his face. It was not so much that they wanted to know his answer, but rather that they wanted to see his submissive look. Here, needless to say, Kid and the others definitely want to see Wayne get humiliated. Even Akalam and Vivi wanted to see a situation where Wayne agreed, because if he didn't, the fight that ensued might affect everyone present. Although Wayne's strength is unknown, he should still be qualified to fight with Yin. If a battle breaks out, they will be the ones in trouble. Although there are such concerns, they are not many. After all, in the face of an absolute gap in strength, surrender is the wise choice. This Wayne doesn't seem like the kind of person who would rather break than bend, as can be seen from the lazy posture on his bounty order. He is not a domineering person. Guys like this usually have an excellent ability to judge the situation. Kizaru, call my name. Even the people on number 95 behind him thought that Wayne would agree. But the reason they thought had nothing to do with any kind of hegemonic aura. If it was just Wayne alone, he would definitely not agree. They knew Wayne's character best. It's not that he would rather break than bend, but it delays his work. As long as it delays his work, he will never agree to it and will never compromise. But the problem now is that they are all here. Although we are reluctant to admit it, they are a burden and a weak point. Their boss won't take any risks unless he can guarantee their safety. So, in their opinion, Wayne would definitely agree to this at this moment. This is an unsolvable problem. Wayne's strength cannot be as strong as Yin, who has a bounty of 1.3 billion. He was a powerful New World warrior with Conqueror's haki. There was no comparison between the two. They were not wrong, after all, this was exactly what Wayne would do. But they couldn't think of it no matter how hard they tried. What did it mean? Under the Admiral, all are equal. Yin looked at the smile on Wayne's lips. Although his face was serious, he was already feeling a little happy in his heart. In his opinion, there was no way Wayne would refuse. For a guy who just left the novice village to be favored by the four Emperor's pirates group far away in the New World, it would not be an exaggeration to say that his ancestors' graves are smoking with joy. As long as you agree, it will be smooth sailing. On one side is death, on the other side is a bright future. Everyone should know how to choose. Wayne's smile at this moment made Jin think that he was delighted with his immense wealth. Since you have no objection, then follow me. As for your crew members, we at Beasts Pirates have no intention of recruiting them. After Jin finished speaking, although he was still calm, a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Then he turned around and walked towards the back. He didn't walk fast, waiting for Wayne to catch up. The aura of confidence all over his body can be smelled from a long distance away. But this is taken for granted in the eyes of everyone. This is the confidence that the vice president should have. Can I refuse? Wayne's cold voice came out. Without emotion. The tone was extremely decisive. Yin suddenly turned around and looked at Wayne with some disbelief. He really didn't expect that the other party would dare to reject him so directly. Did he really think that he would not kill him because he valued his talent? This is really ungrateful. Jin's face gradually became gloomy, and the air around him began to become oppressive. With the sky gradually darkening, it seemed as if a giant beast was gathering its strength behind Jin. Do you think you have the right to refuse? Yin's tone gradually turned cold, and his eyes under the mask stared at Wayne in front of him. The murderous intent in his eyes gradually began to emerge. The air around them seemed to be getting colder and colder, and everyone unconsciously tightened their bodies. Everyone even felt their bodies stiffen, and even moving their fingers or rolling their eyes became extremely difficult. This personal experience also made them feel more clearly the terror of a truly strong person. But what followed was endless surprise. No one could have imagined that Wayne would dare to refuse. Moreover, the rejection was so straightforward that it directly angered a vice-chairman of the Emperor who was known for his steadiness. After being shocked, Akalam and Vivi also looked bitter. It seems that fighting is inevitable. I hope it can be resolved quickly and won't affect us. This king before sunset is really hard to understand. Even if you were the king before sunset, the sun has already set, so at least be a little timid. After being confused, Kid's face began to show gloating. Although he and Wayne didn't have much interaction, he disliked Wayne from the bottom of his heart. The fact that Wayne seriously injured him with just a light punch made him lose face and hate Wayne even more. Seeing Wayne being slaughtered by Yin, he naturally applauded. Looking at Wayne not far away, his eyes were full of mockery. On number 95, everyone was equally shocked. They were all wrong. Not only did their boss refuse, he didn't even leave them any room for negotiation. He slapped the vice-chairman in the face in public. The icy atmosphere around him was the clearest reflection of Yin's anger. Is the boss crazy? Everyone was dumbfounded, but at least they were only mentally confused. Only Kaya, under the pressure of Yin, became a little drowsy, and her cheeks, which had finally regained some color after a long time, immediately turned as pale as paper. Yin didn't even use conquerors, he just released his own power. Even in just a moment, she could no longer bear it. At this time, in front of Yin, the moment his pressure was released, Wayne's eyes changed. In those calm, unwavering eyes, in an instant, full of ferocity. That look, which was almost impossible to appear in him, was extremely terrifying at this moment. And he seemed to have instantly turned into a wild beast that would devour anyone it chose. A terrifying aura suddenly appeared on his right leg, and even cracks appeared in the atmosphere around him. Almost at the moment when Yin launched his coercion, Wayne disappeared without a warning. I wanted to chat with him some more. But you have to open the Kamui pressure. I'm sorry. Don't even play. Employees are his Achilles heel. Touch it and you will die. At this moment, Jin's eyes suddenly widened. Chapter 131. Others were equally surprised by Wayne's madness. Dare to take the initiative to attack. But only Yin knew clearly how terrifying Wayne was at that moment. Coming from the New World and being well informed, he felt a surge of emotion in his heart as he watched the scene unfold before him. How is this possible? A tingling sensation on his scalp made Yin tense up instantly. That was the ultimate warning of his observation haki. He had only triggered such an alarm once in his life, and that time was when he was young and sparring with Kaido. When Kaido used thundering 8 trigrams on him, his observation haki also gave the same warning. But at this moment, he actually felt it again from a newcomer pirates who had just come out of East Blue. The sharp contrast between the two even made Jin slightly stunned. But the observation haki that almost made his head buzz was constantly reminding him that if he didn't move, he would die. Jin didn't hesitate for a moment. The fighting instinct unique to their race drove him to make the right move in an instant. The long sword at his waist was suddenly unsheathed and blocked across his chest in an instant. It was extremely black, as if a real armed color was attached to it, and a black knife stood horizontally on the spot. But no matter whether it was the extremely extraordinary blade or the extremely dark weapon, none of these could bring Yin the slightest sense of security. But there was only so much he could do now. He didn't know why an East Blue kid could be so terrifying, but at this moment, his instinct for survival made him just want to survive. As the black knife was drawn out, Wayne's figure appeared in front of Yin. The sound of the atmosphere constantly shattering came from where his right leg passed. The space is like a mirror, full of cracks. Looking at Yin holding his sword to block, Wayne's eyes flashed with surprise for a moment, but then they were filled with ferocity again. Come. Block one for me. Only 1/3 of Jin's huge katana was pulled out. Even if his speed and reaction were at their maximum, he could only do so much. When the right foot, which was also covered with the color of armed forces, touched the black knife, Yin, who had overestimated Wayne as much as possible, was still shocked to the point of trembling with fear. At the moment the two come into contact, a destructive explosive force suddenly erupted from in front of his black knife. And his black knife. It actually made a crackling sound. This scene caused Jin's brain to freeze for a moment. He didn't react at first to what was happening. Until a crack appeared before his eyes. He suddenly realized it. Your own knife. It's going to break. When this thought appeared in his mind, Yin never thought that he would be so shocked in his life. There is a cracked space next to my ear. Everyone around him looked at Wayne as if he was crazy. Before my eyes was a black knife making a crackling sound. A feeling of suffocation gradually enveloped Jin, and the surrounding sounds seemed to disappear in an instant. Quiet. Absolute silence. In a trance, he seemed to see the shattered black knife. Saw flying debris. I saw the kick approaching my chest with undiminished force. He felt the breath of death. He raised his head slightly and looked at the face that he had not cared about at all half a second ago. At this moment, he felt that the person in front of him was extremely terrifying. Just one kick. Not only did the black knife that had been with him for more than 10 years shatter, but he himself was still in danger of death under this blow. Such power! What kind of monster is this? At this moment, there was no more disdain or arrogance in Yin's eyes when he looked at Wayne. Only fear remains. It seemed like a long time had passed, but it also seemed like just a moment. A dull, ultimate crash sound suddenly rang out, and Yin shot out straight out like a laser. Because the speed was so fast, the surrounding air even made a sonic boom that it was unable to bear the weight. A circle of extremely obvious air waves suddenly exploded. Everything around was swept away like a strong wind, and even the ground was overturned several layers by the impact. Even when it dropped anchor, the number 95 without a sail was pushed slightly. The impact is self-evident. Boom! A loud noise came from not far away. A few dozen meters in front of Wayne, a huge deep pit with a diameter of more than 10 meters suddenly appeared. The whole town shook 3 times after this blow. In the deep pit, Yin's miserable figure lay flat on the ground. At this moment, there was an extremely obvious dent on his chest that made people shudder. His entire shirt exploded, and even his mask was not spared. Bloodline kept flowing out from the corner of his mouth. He seemed to be seriously injured. Even almost to the point of death. Cough cough. Cough, wow. Accompanied by a cough and the spurting out of internal organ fragments, Jin suddenly woke up from the state of shock. The racial advantage allowed his injuries to begin to heal, but because they were too severe, they had little effect. As long as Wayne pursues the victory at this time, he will surely die. The thought of dying in a place like this, and being defeated head-on by a pirates who had just come out of East Blue, made him feel really uncomfortable. Jin felt mixed emotions. But sitting and waiting to die is not his style. Even if he dies, he will die standing. Enduring the pain that was enough to tear his nerves apart, Jin actually stood up trembling. He walked towards the deep pit step by step, and every step was accompanied by a large amount of blood flowing down. This way. He turned the road into a bloody one. Every step leaves a bloody footprint. Until he tremblingly came to the edge of the pit, until he gradually walked out of the huge deep pit. A figure standing proudly on the edge of the deep pit appeared in his sight. Still the same look, still wearing the same white clothes. Hold the sword with one hand. Wayne, standing sideways, was watching him quietly. That look was just like the one Yin gave him at the very beginning. Disdainful. High above. Yin's 6-meter height at this time gave him no advantage in front of Wayne. Wayne just looked down at him in the pit. A moment later, a calm voice came out. Now, do you think I have the right to refuse? The voice was calm as water, but Jin could hear endless coldness in it. Yes. How could a guy who could completely defeat him with one blow care about his threat? The funny thing is that I couldn't figure out this guy's depth from beginning to end. This time, I'm afraid I'm really going to fail. Brother Kaido, I'm afraid I can't go back. Chapter 132. Jin was silently making arrangements for his funeral arrangements. But the surroundings were already completely silent. It truly achieves the ability to hear a pin drop. The people who were blown away by the huge impact just now were now staring blankly at Wayne, who was standing on the edge of the pit, looking down at Yin. At this moment, the impact on their minds was definitely stronger than the airflow that just swept away everything. The kid opened and closed his mouth, but no sound came out. The mask was broken, revealing Kira's true face, and he gave the most exaggerated expression he could show in his life without reservation. Not to mention Akalem and Vivi. They had never felt so shocked before. The scene before them was simply too shocking. No one expected it. I didn't expect the ending to be like this. I thought Wayne was a young and foolish man who would just refuse, but he actually dared to attack Yin. This behavior of overestimating one's own abilities made them wonder if he was sick. But before they could finish their thought, the huge impact blew them all away. It was obviously just the airflow generated by the collision, but no one could resist it. After rolling dozens of meters away, when he stood up again, what he saw was an extremely huge pit. And the figure, whom they thought was overestimating his own abilities, was standing calmly on the edge of the pit. His face was calm, and he lowered his head slightly, looking casual. Staring at the huge pit. Just as they were looking for Yin, he appeared. However, his condition was extremely bad. The trembling body seemed like it would fall down at any moment. A large amount of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Although the face under the mask was handsome, it was as pale as paper. Just like Kaya just now. It seems that there is no need to explain what this situation represents. That guy. With just one strike, the right arm of the famous 4 emperors, the leader of the 3 calamities, Flame Calamity Jin, was severely injured. It even seemed like it was more than just a serious injury. Worse than a serious injury. This situation is totally unreasonable. It's like seeing an ant raise its hand and slap an elephant away. The visual and psychological impact of both is extremely terrifying. If they are still like this, the one on number 95 is the real idiot. Originally, their thoughts were similar to Kid and the others, and they all felt that Wayne was a little reckless. When fighting against such a strong man, don't you really need to think carefully before deciding whether to take action? A conflict broke out directly, and then after the opponent opened the Jing Kamui pressure and affected Kaya, he went straight up. Not a second's hesitation. The reason for doing this may be that they are afraid that Kaya will not be able to bear it. Another possibility is that Yin triggered self-defense because of this action. Their boss couldn't wait even a second and went straight up to beat up this show-off. Now the results show that it seems to be both. Their boss is really FG powerful. He kicked the deputy emperor to pieces with one kick, even breaking the FG black knife. He held the black knife and almost connected the line to heaven for the opponent. The word violent can't describe how FG fierce this was. If he could knock the vice-emperor to his knees with one kick, then wouldn't the boss's current strength be 4 emperors? FK. 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 What the hell? Thinking of this, after a moment of silence, only these 2 words could express everyone's emotions. Forgive their lack of education, they can go anywhere with just one word, FK. Really, I can't think of any words to describe it. The one with ellipsis is what CLO said. Even as a cultured man like him, he couldn't think of any words to describe his feelings at the moment and his shock to Wayne. They are following AFG captain. You don't have to do anything all day long, just shout wow loudly behind Captain Wow. The captain is really too awesome, they have no chance of success. At this time, Barto clasped his hands together and placed them in front of his mouth. From his current state, it can be seen that he is about to die. His body was shaking constantly, his eyes fixed on Wayne, he was extremely excited. Looking down at Yin, Wayne said, "Do you think I have the right to refuse now?" Barto was about to scream. "It's really so handsome, so cool. Boss is awesome. I want to give birth to a child for you." "What are you talking about?" Barto, who had transformed into the sound of a clamp, was forcibly interrupted by Keel. But the excitement did not diminish at all, his body was still shaking and his eyes were still burning. The edge of the pit. Wayne looked at Jin, who was determined to die and looked ashen, and his heart remained calm. He raised his hand and checked the time. Wayne ignored Yin and walked away towards the big gasoline barrel next to number 95. Feeling the shadow covering him move away, Jin slowly raised his head. What he saw was Wayne once again delivering the same kick that would haunt his nightmares to the gasoline barrel. There was a loud bang. The gasoline barrel exploded instantly, and the gasoline inside drew a perfect arc, covering the entire town without any deviation. Even the coast where they were located was completely covered. Except for where Yin was, all that could be seen was damp. But Jin was slightly stunned. Because this was a little different from what he expected, and it seemed that the kicking method was no different from the kick he just received. But if there really is no difference, then the gasoline can only vaporize instantly. But how could this guy control such violent power so perfectly? A flash of surprise appeared in Jin's eyes again. Wayne became a little more mysterious in his mind. But it seems that these have nothing to do with him anymore, and he is afraid that he will die in his hands soon. He doesn't look like someone who cares about anyone's feelings. Even though the 4 emperors were behind him, the kick he just gave himself was a fatal one. Why? After all, there is no way to escape. Chapter 133. Another bout of coughing, the feeling of weakness made Yin very unhappy, but he didn't care, since he would be free soon anyway. Looking at Wayne who kicked him and then walked towards him again, Yin slowly closed his eyes. Waiting for his ending. Wayne was walking slowly at this time. His left hand hung naturally, and a strong energy flowed through it. In The, a drop of liquid was gently wrapped. Come to Yin. Wayne didn't look down at him again. He just stared silently at the town ahead, looking relaxed, as if waiting for something. After waiting for a while, Wayne raised his hand to check the time again. Then he shifted his attention to Yin. The condescending attitude made Jin feel a little embarrassed. Yin didn't say anything more harsh. He knew it was useless and he didn't want to do such a thing. Dying quietly in battle is the best outcome. Just as he was waiting for death to come, Wayne just squatted down and patted his shoulder gently. Then a cold voice sounded softly in Jin's ears. You are not qualified to look down on the lousy crew. The words fell. Yin was slightly stunned. Before he could react, the drop of gasoline in Wayne's palm flew out. A flame suddenly shot up as it brushed past the faintly burning flame on Jin's back. As the flames fell to the ground, a raging fire instantly broke out with the force of a prairie fire. It only took a blink of an eye. The entire coast was covered in fire. After more than 10 seconds, the entire town exploded, and everywhere you looked was a sea of fire. As the combustible materials were ignited, the fire continued to grow. The whole town became as hot as a furnace. None of the bounty hunters gathered on the coast were spared, even Vivi caught fire. But fortunately, it is very close to the sea. In just a moment, everyone rushed out of the sea of fire and into the ocean. On the sea, except for the boats of number 95 and Kid, there were densely packed human heads floating on the surface. They watched the flames shoot up into the sky. I don't understand why Wayne did this. We collected so much gasoline for him, but he only used it to support the town. Is there anything more Cao Dan in the world than this? But now they dared not complain, because Wayne had silenced them with his absolute strength. And in the sea of fire, a series of beeping sounds were heard. Wayne slowly stood up. White energy surrounded him. Even if there was a raging fire around. But it couldn't hurt him at all. Under Yin's dazed gaze, Wayne took one last look at him. Then he turned around and walked away from the sea of fire. The flames in front of him all dispersed on their own, as if even the flames were afraid of him. Every step you take. The scabbard at his waist made a sound. Yin's heart would also beat faster. The figure disappeared and the sound became farther and farther away, but Jin's rapidly beating heart could not calm down for a long time. His eyes were always fixed on the direction where Wayne left. The shock in his eyes grew more and more intense. Jin saw the extraordinariness of the white mist. The ability of it to rush in front of him silently and instantly seemed to be caused by the white mist. And now it seems. This white mist even has defensive capabilities. This scary guy. Where on earth did it come from? When Jin thought of this, he suddenly felt something was wrong. That guy, why did he leave? Wasn't he going to kill me? Although I didn't sense any murderous intent, that kick just now could really kill me. But now, why did this guy leave again? What on earth is he doing? Even a steady and strong man like Yin couldn't figure out Wayne's thoughts at this moment. Looking at Wayne who had disappeared, he didn't know what to do for a moment. I was really confused by Wayne's inexplicable retreat. Hesitate for a moment. Yin still planned to follow and see. Because of the talent of the Jin race, he was not affected at all by the flames. He staggered and slowly followed. At the same time, the people on the water noticed the looming figure in the flames. The clattering sound of the scabbard became clearer and clearer. As the sound got closer, a figure leisurely walked out of the flames. That's right, it's leisurely. It feels like walking in fire, so leisurely. The moment he came out, white gas flashed on his body for a moment, and then the whole person disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already on the deck of number 95. Ignoring the shocked looks of the crowd, Wayne simply said start the boat and went back to the house alone. Only the people who were still trembling with excitement were left on the deck. Don't blame them for not living up to expectations. It was really like killing a big boss right after leaving the novice village. Who wouldn't be excited? Only their boss could act as if nothing had happened. They really couldn't control themselves. Even though they didn't kill him, so what? The boss is awesome. Number 95 slowly set sail and sailed further and further away. A moment later, Yin's staggering figure appeared from the shore. Looking at number 95 who was already going away, he was confused again. Because now it seems certain that the other party has really left and has no intention of staying. So, was I left behind? Or was I forgotten? The expression on Jin's face was extremely complicated, and he really didn't know what expression he should make. But at this moment, a voice of discussion came from the sea in front of him. Oh! They're off work now. It's just after 5 o'clock. You mean, the rumors about him? It could indeed be considered a rumor before. After all, there aren't any pirates that stupid. But now everything is so coincidental. It seems like they really do get off work on time. At the moment when that person finished speaking, a force of attraction came from the shore and sucked him over in the blink of an eye. Jin looked at the yellow-haired man in his hand with a gloomy expression, and asked in a dull tone, "What did you just say?" "Off work." The yellow-haired boy in his hand clearly felt the malice from Jin, and was shaking like a sieve. But even though he was about to be overwhelmed by fear, his instinct for survival made him explain quickly. "Yes, it's time to get off work. There was a rumor before that the white pirates were pirates who got off work at a certain time, but everyone just thought it was a joke. But now it seems to be the truth. This is all I know. Don't kill me, don't kill me." After he finished speaking, Yin was silent for a while. This time, he is more complicated. Get off work. Get off work. Get off work. Absurd. It's ridiculous to the ultimate level. Such a powerful guy who is ultimate actually regards the identity of pirates as a profession. Go to work on time and leave work on time. And I was only able to survive because he was off work and it was time for him to finish his work. This is a shame for him, the ultimate shame. He had just thought of 100 ways of dying, but he had never imagined that there would be such a way of living. It was inexplicable. I survived. Yin's chest kept rising and falling, showing that he was very angry. From his perspective, this was indeed a bit outrageous. Yin's heavy breathing was extremely clear on this coast. Everyone held their breath and dared not speak. Now that Wayne is gone, this place will be Yin's world again, and no one dares to disobey him. At last, Yin threw the thing in his hand back into the sea. He was usually very calm, but now he was shouting out loud, "If anything gets out about what happened today, every single one of you will die." After saying that, he turned around and returned to the Sea of Fire. Wayne only burned the town. He wanted to go to the mountains behind to recuperate. Now he couldn't even fly. But with his recovery ability, in just 2 or 3 days, he will be able to basically recover his combat capability. And until then, catch up. Fight that guy again. Life and Death Battle. Chapter 134. Yin is gone. Walk straight into the fire. The people in the sea also saw the current situation clearly. They also found it difficult to understand why Wayne let Yin go because he was off work. But now that it has become a fact, there is really nothing more to say. Although Wayne's eccentric behavior is strange, it is far less powerful than the shock his strength brings to everyone. He kicked Yin to pieces with one kick, and even broke his sword into pieces. This strength is beyond imagination. But due to Yin's order, they really didn't dare to leak the news. If one person leaked the secret, everyone would die. Not only can they not speak out themselves, they also have to make sure others keep their mouths shut. These people had no doubt that Yin had the ability to find and kill them. If you don't seek death, you won't die. Live well and talk less. Not only the people in the town, but also the Kid pirates and Kid himself thought so. That's right, Wayne didn't take Kid away. I don't know if he forgot or was too lazy to waste time, but anyway, they were lucky to survive. Although Kid is arrogant, he has to restrain himself in front of Yin, whose strength is many times greater than his. And for Wayne, he couldn't think of anything now. Now, he just wants to stay away from Wayne, the farther the better. Someone who could knock the Emperor's vice-chairman to his knees with one kick was not someone he could afford to provoke. If you continue to do stupid things, you will be courting death. It's still a brainless gift. Yin wants to block the news, but can this news really be blocked? Among the people present at this time, their professions can be said to be varied, and there are an outrageous number of undercover agents. For example, Vivi came to Baroque Studio as an undercover agent. The yellow-haired guy that Jin had just caught happened to be a reporter. Looking at the direction where Jin left, the fear in his eyes completely disappeared, leaving only resentment and greed. Ghost Island. The cave where Kaido is located. Although the cave looks extremely simple, it reveals a kind of haki. But at this moment, bang! A loud bang spread throughout the entire Ghost Island, and even a huge crack appeared under this loud bang. Spread to the entire Ghost Island. At the same time, the cave at the center of the power explosion was severely damaged, half of it collapsed directly, and the feeling of haki disappeared instantly. Immediately afterwards, an unbelievable roar came from the remaining half of the cave. What did you say? Do you know what you are talking about? Yin. Kaido's furious voice even caused the already dilapidated cave to shake 3 more times. Not far from him, Jack and Quinn, who had just come in to report on their work, stared blankly at Kaido, who had smashed the entire Onigashima Island with one punch. They were completely confused and had no idea what was going on. As soon as I came in, I saw Kaido punching the ground. But even if Yin hadn't caught that kid, he wouldn't have been so angry that his house was almost demolished. This is a bit too outrageous. Brother Kaido seems to be a lot more irritable lately. The two of them thought silently in their hearts, and their bodies involuntarily moved a few feet away from Kaido. And at this moment, Jin's voice came from the Den Mushi in front of Kaido. It's absolutely true. I'm seriously injured now and have lost even the ability to fly. This made Jack and Quinn slightly stunned. What's the meaning? Seriously injured? Can't even fly? This is really a very serious injury. Zoan can't even transform. He must be seriously injured. What's going on? Didn't he go find that new guy? Could it be that they broke up? Is there anyone protecting the newcomer? And then he was beaten like this? But there are only a handful of people in this world who have this ability. After all, Yin is not a fool. If he can't win, he can just run away. Now that he is injured like this, there are very few people who can do this. The people on the marine side were all in sight, as were the 4 emperors. Could it be that all the high-ranking officials of the Revolutionary Army have been dispatched? But before they could figure it out, Kaido's words made their eyes widen. So that means you were kicked into this state by that guy, right? A new pirates. Kaido suppressed his anger and said with a gloomy expression. The words fell. Jack and Quinn were dumbfounded. The two looked at each other and saw each other's confused eyes. What's the meaning? My old Yin was beaten by a newbie to the point where he couldn't even transform? And he only used one attack? What the FK is going on? Has the world become so crazy? The two men frowned, feeling that their brains were not enough. The amount of information in this news seemed a bit outrageous. It just froze my brain. Is Jin, he gone crazy? Quinn muttered in disbelief. But Kaido's furious state and Jin's second confirmation just now forced them to admit it. This is true. That newcomer, the newcomer they thought they could do whatever they wanted, actually beat Yin into this state with just one blow. Horrible. For the newcomers nowadays, it seems that the word scary can no longer be used to describe it, it's already crazy. If this hadn't come from Yin's own mouth, and he had said it to Kaido, they would never have believed it. But now, I have to believe it. I really have to believe it. Kaido's expression had become gloomy to the extreme. He knew very well what it meant to be able to do this. That guy was actually on the same level as him. But it was clearly his first time coming out of East Blue. A guy with the strength of 4 emperors stayed in a small, shabby place like East Blue for more than 20 years? Are you crazy? Just when Kaido was about to let Yin follow and test Wayne's strength again, Yin spoke again. Not only that, my sword was completely shattered by his attack, just because I blocked it. There was an obvious hint of fear in Yin's voice. Because if his knife hadn't shared the damage, he might have been a corpse by now. But his words made Kaido freeze. Originally, he thought Wayne was as strong as him, but now, he doesn't think so. Because it's impossible for him to do such a thing. While shattering the weapon, it can also bring Yin to the brink of death. If there is no weapon to resist, won't Yin die immediately? Kill the Emperor's deputy with one strike. Even the 4 emperors can't achieve this kind of strength. Do you think the pirates' world's per capita blood cow is a joke? Kaido was silent. Really silent. A guy who came out of the weakest sea of East Blue actually has the strength that surpasses the 4 emperors. Is this a joke? If Jin was not his absolute confidant, he would have smashed the Den Den Mushi in front of him with a slap long ago. But the reason that guy finally let me go was because he was supposed to get off work at 5 o'clock. This is a great humiliation. I will definitely repay you after I am better. Jin's words, which were obviously tinged with anger, made the silent Kaido even more silent. Are you going to find him? Are you coming back? Stop it, can I call you brother? Don't send me off. Chapter 135. Kaido originally wanted to let Yin recover from his injuries and come back quickly, otherwise he might not be able to come back alive if he went to find that guy again. But change your mind. If they don't figure out Wayne's true strength, they may be in a passive position later on. Now we are enemies. The positions of both sides will be hostile from now on. After all, his deputy emperor was almost crippled. If he, as the 4 emperors, does not show his support, then the title of 4 emperors would be wasted. After some thought, Kaido finally decided to let Yin find out Wayne's true strength. The kind that just watches and doesn't participate. The main focus is on gathering intelligence and we must not act rashly. Kaido is quite confident about Yin. As long as you give the order, he will execute it meticulously. After explaining something to Yin, Kaido hung up the phone. But he did not send any forces to deal with Wayne. Although Jin said that no one would know this news, the truth will eventually come out. All he had to do was do nothing and make everyone think it was fake news. As far as he knew, the Marines had sent their 2 admiral candidates to capture Wayne, and Big Mom had also sent Katakuri over there. And when the news gets out, and he doesn't take any action, they will definitely think it's fake news and is just a rumor. By then, you'll all be in trouble. Laozi lost an admiral, so you have to accompany Laozi. The facts were indeed not beyond Kaido's expectations. Although he only knew how to drink all day long, the fact that he could become one of the 4 emperors proved that he was not a simple person. Just 2 hours later, Kaido received the news again. Exactly the same as Yin said. With one kick, he smashed Jin's black samurai sword covered in all the colors of the military uniform into pieces, and then he continued to kick Jin until he was seriously injured and on the verge of death. These were what Jin had just told him. But... he. Laozi didn't believe it at the time, so how can you guys believe it? The first to receive the news were the Revolutionary Army. Their intelligence work is sometimes even more professional than that of the Marines. After all, if the intelligence is not professional, they would have no use for it. At this time, in the office of the Revolutionary Army base, Long was sitting in his seat, concentrating on reading a newspaper in front of him. In front of him, Sabo and other cadres were looking at him solemnly. Seeing that Long was slow to speak, Koala, with a frown on his face, spoke first. If what's in the newspaper is true, then this guy has the power of the 4 emperors. Does this route he's chosen mean that all our plans will have to change? Koala's words made everyone nod repeatedly. Indeed, a 4 emperors, that is 4 emperors, who has the ability to completely destroy all their plans with hard power. Whether it is being implemented or pending. It seems like everything has to be cancelled. At this moment, the silent dragon finally spoke. No. Not only do we not have to cancel, but even some things that we couldn't do before can now be done. For example, the Alabasta project. His calm tone made everyone slightly stunned. The purpose of the Alabasta plan was to help the Alabasta rebels eliminate the royal family and then reach a cooperation with the new king. As for why not cooperate with the current king? First, there is no foundation and no trust. Secondly, it is because Alabasta is now a member state of the world, and it is impossible to cooperate with them. But if the rebels come to power, anything is possible. It was only because of Crocodile's existence that this plan was put on hold. It's not because they can't beat him, but because his identity as a Shishibukai makes it inconvenient for them to take action to eliminate him. Doing so will attract the government's high attention, which is not worth the loss. But now, the appearance of Wayne gave Long hope. He didn't believe anything in the newspaper. Although Wayne had shown him some skills in Logue Town, he was still far from being as powerful as described in the newspaper. How could someone become so much stronger in just 2 days? What a joke! Although Wayne's strength was maliciously exaggerated by this newspaper, that guy can definitely beat Crocodile. But even if we win, it won't be easy. This is exactly the situation that the Revolutionary Army likes most. If it is a one-sided crushing, it will be inconvenient for them to do their work. I've seen his strength. He's only slightly stronger than Sabo at best. Not as exaggerated as the newspapers say, but it's enough to deal with Sand Crocodile. Sabo. You take your men to Alabasta. Once he takes out Crocodile, you will help the rebels achieve victory. Long Yishan gave orders. The Revolutionary Army was very efficient. Soon Sabo took Koala out to sea. They will arrive earlier than Wayne and his team, so they can make arrangements and wait for his arrival. It has to be said that all the cadres of the Revolutionary Army, including Sabo, applauded Dragon's decision. You know, Alabasta is a very big country, and their Revolutionary Army needs such allies. And at this time, the 2 groups of people who were searching for Wayne also received this newspaper. On the deck of a warship, Momuzagi and Shitun were standing side by side. Shitun looked a little heavy, but Momuzagi looked relaxed. In Shitun's hand was the latest news. Even if this newspaper is exaggerating, it can't be completely inaccurate, right? Why don't we ask the marshal for his opinion? Shitun asked with a worried tone. But when Momuzagi heard this, she just smiled faintly and turned back to her room. Whatever you want. Finally, she said something casually. In her opinion, this was completely fabricated. There wasn't even a photo on it. With just a few words and a close-up of a big pit, people were expected to believe that a fledgling pirates had the ability to kill the Emperor's vice president in seconds? Are you kidding me? Momuzagi just thought it was ridiculous. After hesitating for a moment, Shitun finally called Sengoku. But Sengoku's answer to him was the same, don't think too much and just keep going. This is obviously fake news. Even Sengoku suspects that the news headquarters has lost their minds to hype up such nonsense. Is that Kid Wayne related to that big bird? That guy actually praises him like that. After hanging up the phone, Sengoku shook his head helplessly. Not only Sengoku, but anyone with a common sense would think that this is fake news. Auntie is one of them. Go. You have to report this kind of thing to me. Katakuri, you haven't been doing things very nicely lately. You must bring him back, do you understand? No matter if he's dead or alive, you have to bring him back to me. Okay, Mom. After hanging up the phone, Ka-er felt a little regretful about his behavior. There's nothing to ask about this kind of thing. The guy who just came out of East Blue can be dealt with by himself. No matter how strong that guy is, he is just a low-level pirate in East Blue who has never seen the world. How strong can it be? I really am thinking too much. Chapter 136. Alabasta. Rainy Land. In the bustling and spacious hall, Crocodile was sitting at the head of the conference table, his expression calm. The cigar in his mouth continued to emit smoke, making the whole room gradually become filled with smoke. Looking at the den mushi that had been hung up in front of him, he was thinking quietly. Just now, he received the news that the young employee under him was Vivi, the Princess of Alabasta. At the same time, we also learned about Vivi's good relationship with Kosa, the leader of the rebels. The two were childhood friends. If they were allowed to meet, war might not happen again. Just like in the original novel, Lao Sha would naturally not let this happen. The White Pirates. He murmured and thought for a moment. Issue a mission. Have Mr. 3 and his partner intercept them on their route. I want the princess's head within 7 days. As he finished speaking, in the shadows behind him, a graceful figure dressed in purple turned and left. Etc. Let Mr. 1 and Mr. 2 go too. Hearing this, the person who was about to leave was slightly stunned. This was the first time such a high-profile event had happened. It was just to deal with that weak princess. Or maybe it's because that person? Without asking any questions, she nodded again and turned to leave. Lao Sha picked up the red wine on the table and took a sip. Looking at the news on the table, he sneered. Being a cautious person, he directly sent out 3 admirals just to deal with the uncertainty factor of Wayne, who was most likely a fake. But as long as we can kill the princess, none of this matters. Go to the sea at Little Garden. A huge ship was moving slowly forward with strong pressure. The huge size of number 95 made all the ships that Wayne and his companions encountered along the way dare not act rashly. They even encountered 2 groups of pirates fighting a naval battle just now, but when number 95 appeared in their sight, they only had one thought left, to escape. After all, the size of this ship is even larger than the 4 Emperor's vehicle. Everyone gathered on the spacious deck of number 95. But the strange thing was that no one made a sound. They were all looking in the same direction, which was Wayne's room. They stared blankly at the wooden door that Wayne had entered. Their eyes had been fixed on the door since Wayne entered. The shock Wayne gave me this time was really a bit too much. The previous times were still understandable. Hina was just a newly promoted rear admiral, and the Flying Squirrel was just a vice admiral, but this time, this is the Emperor's vice-chairman. He can fight against Marine Admiral without losing for a short period of time. But on their captain's side, it turns out that he can be killed in 1 second with just 1 kick. He even finished it in seconds with ease, without using his full strength, and it was done with ease. Is this correct? Is this the right thing? The most confused ones are the 3 brothers G. They have been with Wayne till today, and they think they already know what level Wayne is at. But now the reality is so cruel. How can someone be so good at hiding it? It's safer than wearing it. It's watertight. This is the voice of almost all of them. In the room, Wayne, dressed in clean white clothes, was lying on a chair with his legs casually crossed on the table. Although there was a huge commotion just now, he, as the protagonist, was not even stained with dust. This was naturally the result of the Gang Chi. Wayne once again felt that this ability was truly convenient. It could be used in any matter what he did. It was considered the most commonly used ability among his many abilities. Although the kicking technique is powerful, its disadvantage is that it is too powerful. Every time he kicked with the bow at full tension, the recoil would shake him badly. Although he seemed to be fine now, his right calf hidden under his trouser leg was swollen to the point of bursting. Drops of blood were gradually soaking through his trouser legs, and the table was now covered in red. Even the bones were severely damaged. To say they were comminuted fractures would be a mild insult. They were probably already reduced to powder. The leg didn't explode completely because it was protected by The. But what Wayne didn't expect was that although the injury looked minor on the outside, all the bones inside were missing. This was probably the most serious injury he had ever suffered since he started his career. The long-lost pain made him feel even more sour. Wayne has a strong physique, and the number 95 workplace can also speed up the recovery of injuries, but it will take at least 10 days to half a month for his injury to heal completely. Wayne sighed helplessly and made up his mind not to kick with all his strength anymore. I didn't know whether the enemy was destroyed or not, but I almost fell asleep. Until your body becomes stronger, try to use this ability as little as possible. After getting used to the severe pain in his legs, Wayne checked his salary for today. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing your work assignment perfectly. You have successfully clocked out. Ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving 184 physical strength points. 641 check-in points. Ding! Because the host left work on time, you'll be awarded an extra 82 points of physical strength. Ding! Because the host strictly abided by the laws of Xia country while working, all the above rewards will be doubled. Number of people working, 15. Host Wayne. Gender, male. Wives, Kaya, Luffy, Nami, full. Mistresses, Sanji, Zoro, Usopp. Physical strength, 2070. Abilities, advanced spearmanship, top-level Ikiuha kick, low-level observation haki, elementary sword training, low-level armament haki, advanced chi, low-level swordsmanship. Check-in point, 1469.3. Evaluation, strong. As the reward arrived, Wayne felt the pain was obviously reduced. These 180 plus 82 points of physical strength show how powerful it is. Compared to the flying squirrel, all the rewards have almost doubled, with 1,400 check-in points, enough to upgrade the ability 3 times. This was a very appropriate reward, and Wayne immediately stopped feeling the pain in his leg. It was just a minor injury, worth it. As for how to spend the check-in points, Wayne didn't hesitate and started with level 3 of his armament haki. Teacher Guy has said that haki is the key to distinguishing the strong ones. Trust Teacher Guy and you won't go wrong. He had always planned to improve his swordsmanship first, but now he has changed his mind. The lessons learned from the one-kick flow technique made Wayne clearly know that if he piled up the knives too much, he might not be able to survive by the time the first knife was launched. In order to avoid this from happening, it is better to upgrade armament haki first. Observation haki doesn't matter. With the bug level ability of Genki, I'm afraid only guys at the level of the 4 emperors can dodge my attacks. It doesn't matter whether your sight, hearing, and senses rise or not. Just focus on the important things first. Ding! Armament haki has been upgraded to advanced level. When your armament haki reaches a high level, you can automatically master the emission technique. Mastered emission. Chapter 137. It was a bit of a surprise that he could automatically master emission after reaching the advanced level. After all, emission was the skill of using armament haki. If he relied on himself to comprehend it, it would be the end of him. If he wanted to learn it, he could only rely on the system to draw it. After his armament haki was upgraded to level 3, Wayne clearly felt that the power in his body had become much stronger and his perception had also become much stronger. It is easier to control. But this is not the key point. The key point is that he found that the armed color had become much stronger, and there seemed to be signs of it merging with the internal energy. This discovery surprised Wayne. If the energy can be completely integrated with the armament color, then this extremely useful ability of his will become even more perverted. By then, the improvement in combat power will be significant. But there is no rush now. The two energies are in the body, and the compatibility of The is extremely high, which is why they can slowly merge with the growing armed color. Judging from the current situation, it will probably take some time to achieve complete compatibility. The current is already very perverted. If it can be strengthened again, Wayne can't help but start looking forward to it. Thinking of this, he didn't think any more, closed the system screen in front of him, and then shouted to the outside. "Kaya, come in for a moment." Not long after he finished speaking, the door was pushed open by a graceful figure. Kaya carefully looked inside twice before pushing the door open and walking in. "What?" Looking at Kaya's cautious look, Wayne was confused and didn't understand what she was doing. But even this most normal question still scared Kaya in front of him. This made Wayne even more confused. In fact, it was not her fault. It was Wayne's attack just now that made Kaya feel the strong breath of death even from a long distance. That was the aura that if even the slightest harm came to her, she would be reduced to ashes. Looking at Kaya's expression, Wayne roughly guessed the reason. This made him wonder if he should not fight in front of Kaya in the future. "Ah! Why is there blood on your table? So much blood! Are you injured? I didn't notice it just now. Wait a moment, I'll get the medical kit. Don't move." Kaya noticed the large amount of bloodline and immediately threw away all her fears. The only thing left in her mind was to help Wayne get treatment as soon as possible. Shaking his head helplessly, Wayne silently lifted up his trouser legs. The bloody calf was immediately revealed in front of him. Kaya came back soon and screamed again when she saw Wayne's leg. The bleeding calf made Kaya feel a little guilty. "I'm actually still afraid of him. He's been hurt so badly for everyone." But as her diagnosis and treatment progressed, this idea became stronger and stronger. It was an injury that could only be described as tragic. Looking at Wayne, who was sitting there watching her operate with a nonchalant look on his face, Kaya couldn't imagine how much pain he was enduring. If she wakes up in the middle of the night, she might have to get up and slap herself twice. But in fact, Wayne's internal energy can relieve a lot of pain, otherwise he would have to grimace in pain. After all, his bones were turned into powder, so how could it not hurt? It didn't take long for Kaya to finish everything for Wayne, but in fact she only applied medicine and bandaged the external injuries. Her medical skills were not good enough to grow bones again. "How's the boss? Why did you rush in with a medical kit? He's not trying to hold on, is he? He's not on his last breath, is he?" As soon as Kaya came out, everyone swarmed around her, their brows furrowed. The leader, Kill, asked immediately. After all, in their opinion, if one could kill a powerful person of the Vice-Emperor's level in seconds, the side effects would definitely be extremely serious. His right calf is almost useless. All the blood vessels have burst, and the bones below the knee are gone. My medical skills are too low. I must find a place to treat him as soon as possible. Delaying it too long may cause permanent damage. Kaya did not hide anything and told Wayne everything. But after hearing her words, the worries on everyone's faces froze and gradually turned into surprise. "What? That's all the damage?" Keel even blurted out, earning a mace head massage from Alvida and eye rolls from everyone. "But where can we find a doctor in such a short time? Isn't it just boneless?" "Sanji. Get Uncle Wei 2 bottles of milk and drink them. He'll definitely be fine after drinking them." Boom. After a muffled sound, smoke began to appear from Luffy's head. Next to him was Nami, fists clenched. "You think everyone is the same as you?" Just when everyone was at a loss, Buggy stepped forward. "I know where there's a doctor." Everyone immediately focused their attention on him, looking expectant. "If I remember correctly, there's a medical powerhouse called Magnetic Drum Island near our next island. As long as we find that island, the boss's injury will be no problem." Buggy said with pride. He was an old thief after all. He had been to New World and even Raftel. After retirement he went around the world looking for treasures every day, mainly because he was familiar with the terrain. "Maybe he can show you a way wherever you go." "If that's the case, we can send a few people aboard the Mary to search for the next island. We'll head over there once the recording pointer is fully charged." After Kaya finished speaking, several figures immediately stood up. "I'll do it. Me. I'll go. I have a great sense of direction. I'm not bad either, count me in too." "Green algae head, what kind of mentality do you have to say such things, hey?" "You wanna fight, perverted cook? If you don't fight, you're a grandson." Boom boom boom. 3 muffled sounds were heard, and the deck immediately became quiet, except for 3 figures holding their heads and rubbing their hands wildly. "Buggy and I are the only ones allowed to go. No one else is allowed to go." "Why?" As soon as Nami finished speaking, someone immediately refuted her, but she solved all the problems with just one sentence. She slowly turned towards Wayne's room and spoke slowly but loudly. "Hey, you guys don't want to go to work, do you?" As soon as these words were spoken, everyone felt that the sun in the sky didn't seem so hot anymore. A chill suddenly came over me, as if I were in the cold winter. Everyone shuddered unconsciously, then reacted and denied it immediately. They were actually good office workers who loved going to work. Finally, the candidates were decided. In addition to Buggy and Nami, there were also Ziggy and Kai Ben. Wayne was worried that the two were not strong enough and would get into danger. The weird weather alone is not something the two of them can handle, so it's better to be safe. It doesn't matter if the reward for work is less. The main reason is that he also doesn't know the location of Drum Island. In the original work, Luffy and his friends also found it by chance on the way to Alabasta. He still had to go to Chopper's place. He would not let go of that little deer. I just happened to be lacking amount, he 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 he. Chapter 138. Time flies. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. Nothing much has happened in the past few days, and the tasks issued by the system are just some small and mediocre tasks. But even if it's a small task, he has to go on this shift. Even if it's just fishing in a wheelchair. Kaya has been almost inseparable from Wayne these days, pushing his wheelchair around with him every day. In her words, "I am the ship's doctor after all, and it is my duty to take care of the patients." Kaya's health has indeed been good these days. Even though she has been taking care of Wayne, nothing has gone wrong. Even the feeling of weakness has not appeared again. Wayne guessed that this was most likely due to number 95. Even though Kaya and the others are not employees, they can still enjoy some benefits. Just like the spiritual veins in those fantasy novels, even if you can't use the spiritual veins to practice, just staying on the spiritual veins can bring you great benefits. This is also the reason why Wayne did not reject Kaya. "Boss. I can see the island. Little garden is right up ahead." On the observation deck, Ziggy leaned half of his body out and shouted downwards. Bang bang bang. There was a sudden sound of something heavy falling on the deck. These were heavy objects thrown down by the people who were exercising. They all walked to the bow of the ship and looked at the island that had just appeared in the distance. Wayne also came to the bow with Kaya's push and saw little garden in the distance. I raised my hand and glanced at the time. It was almost time for the system to release the task. When Kaya saw Wayne looking at his watch, she immediately became alert. "We agreed not to do anything until your leg is healed." Kaya's words were immediately met with a chorus of responses. "Yeah, boss. Let us show our skills. It's just this one island, don't do anything no matter what you say." "That's right, sit in the wheelchair and watch our show." "Wah ha 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 ha, it's time for me to lead the whole crowd, just wait and see. You still have to find an island. Why are you joining in the fun? Go away." Wayne had promised them before that he would not take action until his leg was healed. These people cannot sit idle, and it is time to let them show their talents. But the main reason is that there is no one in Little Garden that they can't deal with. There are only 2 giants, and the third brother and his little girl partner. That snot-nosed exploding kid definitely wouldn't dare to follow after seeing his own strength. With such little fighting power, he would be too lazy to move even if asked to. I'm lying flat on my back. He replied lazily, and everyone smiled again, and Kaya breathed a sigh of relief. She was afraid that her captain would be too restless and his leg injury would get worse, which would be disastrous. Ding! Today's mission, Giant Seller. Giant traffickers, please capture the giants and sell them as slaves. The system's voice rang in Wayne's mind. He raised his hand to check the time and it was almost 9 o'clock. Giant Seller. You can tell at a glance that the reward for this mission will definitely not be small. After all, that person is a giant. Although the enemies on the island are not strong, this mission seems to be a tough one. I am already looking forward to today's easy salary. Boss, it's time. What's the job for today? Leave it to us. This kid, Kill, was acting very meaningfully, but it was obviously not directed at Wayne. You could tell from the look in his eyes. But Wayne didn't care. Seeing everyone's eager gazes, he casually said, trading giants. The giants are a race with naturally high combat power. Even for people like them, it would probably be difficult to defeat those two giants. Although the third brother easily dealt with the two of them in the original novel, Wayne felt it was unreasonable when watching the anime. Those two giants are the captains of the giant pirates. Ordinary giants have the strength of Rear Admiral. Not to mention each of them individually, but together they have the strength of Vice Admiral, right? But this was easily controlled by the third brother. It's outrageous. Sure enough, after hearing what Wayne said, there was a cry of surprise on the boat. What? Giant? WC? Catching giants and selling them? Why is this term a bit niche? I've never seen a giant in my life. Are there any giants here for us to catch? I don't know. If the boss says there is one, then there must be one. So what if it's a giant? Let's just kill him. After a brief moment of surprise, everyone was full of fighting spirit again. I vowed to show off in front of Wayne. Looking at them, Wayne lay down comfortably in the wheelchair, determined to be paralyzed today. And at this time, above Little Garden, a different drama is unfolding. Through the dense, almost blinding forest, in the central clearing of the island, two gigantic bodies lay slumped. Chapter 139. It's been a few days, are those guys coming or not? A lazy female voice came from beside the two giants. Mr. Shuangzi, with his beautiful blue afro and sunglasses, was lying on a candle-made lounge chair, basking in the sun with a look of contentment on his face. Beside her were Mr. Wan, Xiao Feng, third brother, and third brother's underage partner. Several people came to this island 3 days ago. They originally wanted to wait quietly for Wayne and Vivi to come, but after waiting for 3 days, they still didn't see anything. The irritated Mr. Wan directly led people to solve the two giants who fought every day on the island. At this time, Dori and Bragi were wrapped in candles all over their bodies, only their heads were spared. They were innocent and were arrested for no apparent reason. These people appeared very suddenly that day. They suddenly appeared when their duel reached a critical moment. The two had no time to react and were ambushed by several people. At this moment, looking at the few people sitting leisurely in the shadows created by their bodies, they were also gnashing with hatred. If you really can't wait, just take these two guys away. It's not bad to make some extra money. The price of giants at auctions is always high. The third brother, who was also sitting nearby reading a newspaper, spoke up. Hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. Then wait for 3 more days. After 3 days, tell the boss and pack up. They may not take this route. After saying that, several people fell into silence. After all, they were not familiar with each other, they were just in the same organization. But what they didn't know was that Vivi was not following Wayne at all. Lasha thought that what Wayne did on the previous island was related to Vivi. If that was the case, he would most likely go back to Alabasta with Vivi. After all, it's on the way. But the key point is that Wayne really doesn't take Vivi seriously. Wayne doesn't care about Alabasta's friendship or the temptation of huge money. He only cares about how to get more salary. But he didn't want to bring Vivi on board. First of all, she couldn't go through the normal recruitment route and had nothing to do with being extremely vicious. If you can't take the normal route, you won't be able to benefit from the number 95 bonus, and your upper limit won't be able to be increased in the future, so you won't be able to become a fighter. As for taking other positions through the back door, that's not a good option for Vivi. As someone who couldn't increase his salary, it was understandable that Wayne didn't even bother to look at it. It won't take a moment. The news of the appearance of number 95 reached the ears of the people on the island. It's such a big ship that you can see the ships docked at a slightly higher altitude. It's hard not to notice it. Finally here, how do we arrange it? Miss sneered and pointed her fingers, then slowly stood up from her chair and stretched her body, revealing her beautiful figure. Why arrange this? You just wait here, I'm enough on my own. The third brother was full of vigor and the contempt in his eyes could not be concealed even by those small blue glasses. No one here takes Wayne and others seriously. After all, the rumors are too mysterious, so mysterious that they are simply unbelievable. Now the whole world just thinks Wayne is a clown who is seeking attention. As for strength, he is still just a small follower who has just come out of the world. Not many people took him seriously. But even so, Mr. 1, the commander of this operation, still did not underestimate the enemy. After thinking for a while, he spoke calmly. Let Miss Goldenweek set up the traps first, and then defeat them one by one. Don't underestimate the enemy. Those guys can spread such outrageous news, so they might not be very powerful. It's better to be careful. Everyone frowned slightly. Although they felt that it was a bit unnecessary, Mr. 1 was the commander after all, so they were too lazy to refute. Let's be safe. No one here is reckless. Under the leadership of Mr. 1, the group quickly set out to find the first enemy. On Wayne's side, as soon as the ship docked, Nami led Buggy and Basic Ziggy to set off. It was imperative to find Drum Island. They had to get back before Little Garden's magnetic power was fully charged, so they had to hurry. Be careful on the road. Looking at the Mary moving further and further away, Wayne spoke. Don't worry, boss. He responded in a calm and composed voice. Soon, the Mary disappeared from sight. But Wayne was still staring at the calm sea in the distance, his brows slightly furrowed. Somehow, he always felt a little uneasy. But now everything was under control, and Wayne had no idea where this feeling came from. I shook my head to dispel the thought, thinking that I must be overthinking it. Go to the island. Europe. Following Wayne's loud shout, everyone jumped down and rushed towards the island. They had made an agreement to see who could catch the giant first. After all, this is Wayne's first time sitting in the spectator seats, and they are all very motivated. But they also understand the rules, and they know when to be anxious and when not to be anxious. It goes without saying that if the giant cannot be taken away, the time to catch the giant will naturally be slightly delayed. What they are competing for is just finding the giant. Kaya pushed Wayne, walking slowly, but she noticed Wayne slightly frown. Being a sensitive person, she also realized that something was wrong. Could there be some danger on the island? But looking at the people who had already run away and Wayne who didn't say much, she was also confused. What's wrong? Is something wrong? Kaya's question brought Wayne's thoughts back a little. Nothing. Let's go and look for the giant. If we find him, they'll be humiliated. On the island? The only people on the island who were there were probably people from Baroque Studio, and Wayne didn't care about them. Even if all the high-end combat forces were deployed together, they would probably not be a match for his younger brothers. Unless Lao Sha takes action himself. What he was worried about was Nami and the others. Even Wayne couldn't predict who they would meet at sea. The sea is always changing. Let's go over there. Wayne raised his hand and pointed in a direction. That was where Dory lived. Now is not the time for a duel. If you go over there, you will definitely find the giant. At this point, there is no need for him to think too much. He should just finish today's class first. Time passed slowly, and several hours passed in the blink of an eye. The Mary, which had been sailing for about 4 or 5 hours, was parked quietly in the sea dozens of kilometers away from Little Garden. Nami stood at the bow, looking at the small boat lying across in front of her, frowning. The facts were exactly as Wayne expected. Nami and the others were in trouble. Thief, ha 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 ha. You seem to be the crew of the guy I'm looking for. Laozi is so lucky. Chapter 140. Little Garden. The sun was shining brightly in the sky, and the scorching sunlight was shining on the primeval forest below. All kinds of dinosaurs and other ferocious beasts were roaming around below, but at this moment, these beasts were staring at one place with slightly panicked eyes. Bang! A loud noise came from where the beast was looking, and even the earth shook violently. The beasts were frightened and fled in all directions, not knowing where to go. In the center of this fluctuation, several figures were staring at the guy on the ground, panting. Holy shit, is this guy even human? He even spotted the Golden Week trap easily, and it took all of us ganging up on him to knock him unconscious. This doesn't seem right. Holding an extremely large candle hammer in his hand, the third brother said with a tired look on his face as he had several wounds on his body bleeding. There was also a clear look of fear in the eyes of others. Just one person cost them so much energy that they were almost killed. If this guy hadn't stepped on other traps set by Miss Golden Week at the critical moment, their group would have been wiped out. Scared? At this moment, this was the only thought in everyone's minds. If he was just a small fry and acted so unbelievably, then their captain, was he really as the rumors said? Is there really the ability to deal with the Emperor's vice-chairman? Things have come to this point, and they have no choice but to have such thoughts. Thinking about how arrogant I was before, I was really a clown. If Mr. One hadn't been vigilant enough, they wouldn't have been able to solve this problem alone. What should we do? If that guy named Wayne is really powerful, then our crew members are doomed if we capture him. How should we deal with this guy? Xiao Feng, who had a horrific knife wound on his leg, spoke. The one lying on the ground and sleeping soundly at this time was naturally Kill, who was at the front, and was coaxed to death. The one who was most seriously injured in this battle was Mrs. Two Fingers. Kill's knife almost cut her in half. The knife cut into her waist from the side, and half of her waist was cut open, and her internal organs were clearly visible. Blood is flowing out without any cost. If her third brother hadn't used a candle to stop the bleeding, she would have died. Hearing this, she turned pale and was already frightened. She immediately shouted, "Let's go, we must go. If that guy finds us, we will definitely die. Let's go." Seeing that the few people had no intention of completing the mission, Mr. One no longer insisted. After all, if you insist on doing so, you will definitely die. But, I have to bring something back with me. Take him with you and retreat. Upon hearing this, the third brother immediately picked up Kill from the ground, and several of them ran quickly towards the direction where their ship was docked. There are quite a few of that guy's crew members on this island. If we don't run quickly, we'll all be doomed if we meet another one. 3 were slightly injured and 1 was seriously injured. If you encounter them, you'll be killed. Even Mr. One had to sigh, what the hell are these monsters? This doesn't look like some pirates group that just came out of the world. I almost died at his hands. When I get back, I'm going to make him suffer the same fate. I can't say for sure after we get back, but it doesn't matter on the way. Mr. One responded that after all, Miss Zhuangzi was his partner and he understood her general personality, so it didn't matter if he let her vent before going back. Humph, that's enough. In a short while, they arrived near the ship and could see it from a distance. Arriving here, they finally relaxed a little. After all, as long as they were out to sea, even Wayne, no matter how powerful he was, would not be able to find them. After leaving the forest, the view suddenly became clear and the sun shone down, its warmth dispelling some of the chill for them. When I arrived at the side of the ship and was about to get on, a lazy voice suddenly came from the deck of the ship. Ha ha hum. You're back? I've been waiting for you guys for a long time. As the voice fell, a sleepy figure appeared in their sight. The man with green hair and 3 cold swords at his waist is Zoro. Several people were startled by this sudden scene, but when they saw that Zoro was the only one there, they gritted their teeth and decided to get rid of him quickly. Without further ado, the 4 of them arrived in an instant. The spikes on his fingers were extremely sharp, Xiao Feng's leg skills created a strong wind, and Mr. One's body was covered with sharp blades, which made him shudder. But Zoro seemed not to react and was still rubbing his nose, looking like he had not woken up yet. Just when a few people were happy that not everyone was like Kill, a barrier suddenly appeared in front of Zoro. Clang! The attacks of several people all fell on the barrier, but the barrier did not move at all, without any sign of shaking. Mr. One's expression darkened, and several people quickly retreated. Where did this person come from? Are there more than one? How on earth did they find this place in such a short time? Did they know from the beginning that they were on the island? Things are a bit difficult. 2. The 4 of them felt a little more gloomy in their hearts, and their faces gradually became ugly. Are you scared by just 2 people? Didn't you take care of 1? What are you afraid of with 2? A sudden voice came from behind them. Alvida was leaning against a big tree, looking at them with amusement. There is still? The 4 of them were shocked and their faces became even uglier. How do we solve this? Should we kill him directly or bring him back to show the boss? I haven't seen blood in a long time. A cold voice came from a dense tree, and then Klo jumped down. When he landed, he lightly pushed his glasses with his wrist, and there was a bloodthirsty light in his eyes. If you dare touch our people, Lao Zi will chop them into pieces. Behind Clo, Monka's axe was also ready to move. Looking at these ferocious faces and the aura that was no weaker than Kill's, Xiao Feng and the others swallowed silently. They really have the ability to do what they say. Why on earth are these people here? Didn't they just arrive on the island not long ago? 1 or 2 would be fine, but why are there so many? What the hell is this? Chapter 141. As for how they came? Needless to say, Zoro got lost, and Barto and Alvida happened to be searching in this direction. Klo actually found some clues and came here. As Clo's younger brother, Monka naturally followed him. Looking at these guys who came from nowhere, Zoro and others didn't know how to deal with them. But don't worry about it, it will definitely not be wrong to catch them first. Who's coming? Together. I'm in a hurry to go back for dinner, I'll go first. Monka shouted loudly and rushed out. The speed he displayed was beyond what his huge body could have allowed. The axe arrives before the man does. The sharp cold light makes people tremble even from a distance. Monka is definitely very powerful now. Although he is not as strong as the 3 brothers who have followed Wayne for a long time, he should not be underestimated. It would be easy for him to fight against these 4 injured people alone. The extremely heavy axe easily split Mr. One's defense, using his strength to defeat his opponent. But just as his axe was about to hit, a loud shout interrupted him. Surrender, we surrender. The number 3 on his head had softened as the 3rd brother shouted at the top of his voice. After shouting this, he seemed to be hollowed out and his whole body softened. After all, death is only 1 step away from them. If this axe is chopped down, the head will definitely be moved away. Monka, who was full of anger, stopped angrily. He really intended to chop them to pieces. After all, they had messed up kill like this, and they had just been planning to kill him. As an old man on the ship, he is a good friend of Keel. He stopped because of Klo's words. Take it back and let the boss decide. Klo said this, naturally he also had his own judgment. Kill him directly and be done with it, but that way you won't get any information. But if I take it back to Wayne, everything will be clear. Although he didn't know why, Clo understood Wayne. He seemed to be familiar with everything. Maybe you know these people, so it will be clear who is behind them or what their purpose is. Monka had no choice but to do as he was told despite being reluctant. At this moment, a shout was heard from the forest. We found the giants, 2 of them. Then Sanji's figure gradually appeared, and he was not too surprised to see the scene in front of him. After all, after seeing the appearance of the 2 giants, he realized that there were other people on the island. But he didn't expect that these people could actually beat Kill down. They were really powerful. Even he was no match for Kill in a one-on-one fight. Let's go, take them with us and go check it out. It's getting late, don't keep the boss waiting anxiously. After Clo finished speaking, Monka knocked all the guys out with one axe, grabbed 2 of them with one hand, and took them away directly. As for the little girl during Golden Week, no one was too violent. Just let Alvida pull her. I believe that after seeing everyone's strength, she will not dare to do anything excessive again. When they were holding hands, if she made any unusual movements, Alvida would let her fall directly into the embrace of his wife. Island Center. Where the 2 giants are. The wide central plain was surrounded by tall and dense trees. The 2 of them sat in the center, head to head, and occasionally exchanged a few words. But most of them are just quarrelsome words, you blame me and I blame you. Sanji didn't show up just now. After discovering the traces of the giants, he went to call for help. He couldn't move the 2 giants by himself. If you hadn't stabbed Laozi, how could they have been my opponent? If it weren't for you, how could we have been caught? How dare you say that? If your shield hadn't hit my face, blocking my vision, how could I not have noticed their sneak attack? You deserve it. You're not much better. Just stay here. Wait to starve to death. Wait to be sold into slavery. Hearing this, Dori fell silent, and Bragi also fell silent. Yes, they could accept any outcome, but they could not accept being sold as slaves. They were great warriors, and letting them die in this way was the most desperate way to die. But now I am at the mercy of others and there is nothing they can do. Thinking that they, the mighty giant warriors, had to end up like this, the 2 of them couldn't help but feel sad. My heart is filled with resentment. Why? Everything turned into a sigh, and the 2 of them finally quieted down. This is it. At this moment, a voice attracted the attention of the 2. He looked up and saw Sanji and the others. But soon, their attention was attracted by the 4 guys in Monka's hands. Their eyes suddenly lit up. That's them. These are the people who tied them here. But now, they are being held in the hands of others like chickens. Who are these people? Although the 2 men didn't know what these people were doing, since they were enemies of the guys who captured them, they shouldn't capture them and sell them, right? Thinking of this, the looks they gave Sanji and the others became inexplicably kinder. As long as they are not captured as slaves, it doesn't matter if they are killed directly. Chapter 142. Yo ho ho ho, yo ho ho ho. Hey! Why are you guys here too? Did you follow me? As soon as Sanji and his men arrived, a guy wearing a straw hat walked out slowly from the bushes nearby. I have to say that although Zoro and Luffy are not very good at finding places, their luck is always online and they can always reach their destination in time. The key is that he is extremely confident, which is outrageous. Although everyone was speechless, they still had to get down to business and deal with the 2 giants first. Luffy also knew that it was getting late, the sun was gradually fading, and they had to hurry to bring the giant back to the ship. It seemed to them that Wayne must be sitting there waiting. After all, he has difficulty walking, and he certainly won't let Kaya push him for too long, as Kaya's body can't bear it. So the right thing to do now is to go back as soon as possible. What's that white stuff on these two giants? It's so hard. They're trapped here. They're really hard. Let's figure out how to release them first. They're all stuck to the ground. Everyone surrounded the two giants, touching and looking at them, which made the two giants feel embarrassed. The two giants came to their senses and saw that these little people were actually trying to find a way to untie their restraints, and their expressions suddenly brightened. These people seem to be good people. We are not the same kind of bad guys who carry out sneak attacks. They were about to tell everyone the truth about why they were trapped here, but a voice interrupted them. Don't study it, I know what's going on. Everyone immediately looked in the direction of the voice and saw that the person who spoke was none other than Kil, who had just been knocked unconscious. Kil rubbed his dizzy head and staggered to his feet. FKU, these bastards hit me really hard. They almost cracked my head open. But no one was in the mood to listen to his complaints and immediately asked him a lot of questions. Kil did not hide it and pointed directly at the unconscious third brother. After all, he was knocked unconscious by the third brother's candle hammer, so he naturally knew what the third brother's abilities were. This is his ability at a glance. When he wakes up, I'll just have him remove his ability. Ugh, it really hurts. After Kil finished speaking, she placed a delicate hand on the injured part of his body and rubbed it gently. We don't have time to wait for him to wake up. Let me help him. After saying this, Monka was ready to chop off one of the third brother's arms to wake him up. But just as he was about to make a move, an inexplicable chill quietly descended. Even though the setting sun was still hanging in the sky and the heat was unbearable, the chill still penetrated into the body like lion majesty. Everyone shuddered, their brows furrowed, an indescribable emotion spread in their hearts, and their mood immediately became heavy. Something is wrong. Everyone realized that something was wrong. A feeling of danger, an extremely dangerous feeling. Everyone looked in one direction at the same time. In the dense forest there, it seemed as if some ferocious beast was approaching. Even as the danger approached, the sky over there gradually darkened, and the darkness continued to spread, forming a sharp contrast with the bright sunset on their side. What the hell is this? The boss's aura would never be so cold. This is not the boss. It's a tough battle. We don't even know if it's friend or foe. Why are you so nervous? Hiss, do we have any friends on the Grand Line? Take care of yourselves and don't get killed. At least, hold on until the captain arrives. Sanji took the last puff, threw the cigarette butt on the ground and stomped it out. Fear had reached its peak as he looked towards the woods. Over there, was an enemy he had no chance of defeating. Zoro tied his headscarf and put his hands down, his eyes were already sharp. He drew the knife from his waist and spoke to Sanji casually. Hey, horny cook. How? Don't die. Ah, you two. Almost at the moment Sanji finished speaking, a figure rushed out from the forest over there like a cheetah. The huge body was full of oppression. He raised his fist and punched Zoro, who was closest to him. The fist even brought up a lot of wind pressure. Before the fist arrived, the strong wind had already made Zoro's face become extremely distorted. Zoro's pupils contracted instantly. Although he reacted, he did not take any action because he knew that he could not block or avoid it. Bang! A loud noise that seemed to shatter the eardrums resounded throughout the entire island, and the surrounding trees were blown almost close to the ground by the strong wind. But Zoro was safe and sound. In front of him, a rectangular barrier stood there, not moving at all under the giant fist. At this time, everyone finally saw the appearance of the person who came, a burly man with a mask on his head and a bare upper body. No one knows him. But no one dares to underestimate him. No one present could take that punch just now. At this moment, everyone stared at the front in shock, not only because of the terrifying power of Badger's punch, but more because of the defensive power of Barto's barrier. Until now, no one knows the upper limit of Barto's ability. Although Wayne showed his ability to break his barrier last time, he ultimately failed to land that kick, and Barto just yo-yoed away. Only now did they begin to respect Barto. Barto enjoyed the slightly admiring gazes from the crowd. Ha ha ha. Don't panic, everyone. Apart from the boss, I really don't know who can break my barrier. As long as I'm here, we can definitely hold out until the boss arrives. Even if we can't kill the enemy, they can't kill us either. Hearing Barto's arrogant remarks, Badgers became furious. He raised his hand and punched Barto's barrier with all his strength. However, the barrier remained motionless. Seeing this, Barto immediately activated a slightly larger barrier, enveloping everyone on the spot. Damn! What the hell is this? Badgers roared, and was about to unleash a series of punches on the barrier in front of him. That's enough! A voice came from the woods behind. Everyone in the barrier immediately focused their attention, and then a slightly fat figure gradually appeared in everyone's sight. Behind the toothless fat man, there were a few unfamiliar guys. But as the last four figures appeared, Zoro and the others' eyes widened. Because that was Nami and the others who had gone out to sea earlier. Chapter 143. The time came to half an hour ago. On a bare hill in Little Garden, Wayne was sitting in a wheelchair with his eyes closed, resting, while Kaya stood quietly behind him. This is more like a big rock than a hill. Kaya didn't push them up the mountain, but Wayne teleported there directly. If Kaya had pushed them up, it would have been the end of her life. The setting sun shone on Wayne's face, bringing a little heat, and the breeze made his white clothes sway constantly. But he remained silent and closed his eyes. And he has been in this state for several hours. A few hours ago, he suddenly realized that the fusion of armament color and chi was about to be completed after a few days of sedimentation. He thought that in order to accomplish this, he would have to wait at least 10 days or half a month. But after a few days, they somehow merged together. Wayne thought for a moment and came to a conclusion. All this should be attributed to the bonus of number 95. After all, he cannot enjoy the bonus of training because the original owner's talent is too poor, and the bonus is the same as not adding it. But other aspects are not affected. This led to the fusion of armament color and chi. At this time, under his subjective control for several hours, the fusion has reached the final step. Most of the white energy has now turned black, with only a small piece still resisting stubbornly. But with the integration of armed color, the last piece of pure land is shrinking. Finally, another 5 minutes passed. The inner energy lurking in Wayne's body completely turned into a pitch-black appearance, and the armed color completely merged with the inner energy. And Wayne finally opened his eyes. Without hesitation, he released a trace of energy directly in front of his eyes. In an instant, pitch-black energy emanated from his body and gathered in front of him under his control. He actually sensed a hint of danger from the aura. The fact that he feels dangerous now is enough to show that the current is no longer what it used to be. The former strong energy was just auxiliary. In addition to strong displacement, it also strengthens defense. But now, the killing power of The seems to be far stronger than these 2 points. Wayne fiddled with it for a while and finally figured it all out. Today's Genki can switch freely between gas and solid. Before, Genki was just gas, but now, he can turn it into any object and then control it to launch an attack. However, he was somewhat disappointed with its power. Not disappointing, just not up to expectations. If he controlled the energy to create something to attack, its strength would probably be at the peak of Vice Admiral. The peak of Vice Admiral was indeed enough to make him feel a little bit of danger at this moment. But this is a world away from a regular kick. However, if he were to attach the chi to his body surface to strengthen his own attack, the strength he could unleash would allow him, who only had the physique of a vice-admiral, to deliver power close to that of an admiral. That's right. Although it has not reached the admiral level, it is very close. Definitely stronger than the admiral candidate. The originally emanated from his body. The closer it was to himself, the greater its power. Like the armed color, it was attached to the surface of his body and was the strongest. Wayne was overjoyed by this discovery. Originally, the upper limit of his strength was supported by his kicking skills, but now this has greatly increased his average level. Although his physique is still that of a vice-admiral, his strength has reached the level of an admiral candidate, or even surpassed that of an admiral candidate. It is unlikely that vice-admiral will be as powerful as admiral, but there is still hope. Whether you can do it or not, we will know by the end of today. He took all the internal energy back into his body and his smile faded a little. Now he felt that the bear hill was a little more pleasing to the eye. These guys are so inefficient. The two giants haven't made any moves yet. At Wayne's position, you can see two giants. Isn't it time yet? Today is their first time working alone, so they're inevitably a little unfamiliar. But you've always been the least anxious one, so why are you so? Kaya's words made Wayne cough dryly. He wasn't in a hurry, he just wanted to upgrade his skills quickly. But it's really not time yet, there's no point in being anxious, just wait a little longer. Just as Wayne turned his head to continue admiring the pleasing scenery, a strange aura made him look sideways. On the other side of the island, the sky gradually darkened. Even though it was far away, Wayne's keen perception immediately captured the cold and dark aura. A figure immediately appeared in his mind. Teach. In an instant, countless thoughts turned over in Wayne's mind, and he understood why he felt uneasy in the morning. If it was him, then it all made sense. Why is he here? After thinking about it, Wayne only thought of one possibility. That is, this kid wants to recruit him. Currently, Blackbeard was traveling around looking for capable companions, and it was understandable that he would take a fancy to me since I had appeared so high profile at this time. Well, Buggy Nami and the others were probably caught by that guy. However, he had the intention of recruiting me, and even changed the original course for me, so he would definitely not kill Nami and the others, and might even serve them with good food and drink. Looking at the black cloud spreading towards the giant's location, Wayne knew that he had no choice but to go. Blackbeard doesn't kill people, so it's a good opportunity for those guys to gain some experience and know how to survive. But after the training, the sparring partner still needs to pay the price. Let's go and see how miserable those guys are. Chapter 144. Hey, as long as we stay in this barrier of mine and delay until the boss arrives, it will be too easy. Come, I brought playing cards, let's play a few rounds of Landlord. Barto looked relaxed and didn't take these guys of unknown origin seriously at all. No one really recognized Blackbeard's identity. Before he became famous, he was just a small fry on Whitebeard's ship and had no real reputation. Barto, are you sure you're okay? Although Barto said so, everyone could clearly sense the extremely powerful aura of the person coming. They were really afraid that the barrier could not withstand it. As long as the defense is broken, everyone will die. Even though Nami and the others are in the hands of the enemy now, they can't act rashly. Fortunately, the opponent did not use Nami to threaten. Don't worry, we don't have any other options right now. We can only wait. Why hasn't the boss come yet? Even with his limited mobility, he can't be so slow. Hiss, you guys think, the boss is injured now, will he be no match for the opponent? Monka's words really made everyone feel heavy-hearted. Yes, the boss's injuries are quite serious now and he can't even walk. Even if he comes, can he be a match for these guys? They had just experienced how powerful these people were. Even a small soldier leading the charge was so powerful, so wouldn't the toothless guy at the back be even more powerful? This. Don't let the boss come and be buried here together. Chloe, there's nothing we can do now. Let's just wait. The boss knows what to do. After that, everyone quieted down. There really wasn't any good solution right now. But they were quiet, but some people were not quiet. Are you done? Ha ha ha, I thought you were so powerful, but you think you can stop Lao Zi with just this barrier? That's ridiculous. Surrounded by Poison Q and others, Blackbeard walked over step by step with a brilliant smile on his face. Why would that guy recruit good-for-nothings like you? Is he really exaggerating his strength? If that's the case, then none of you will survive. Blackbeard said as he placed his right hand on the barrier in front of him. Seeing him like this, Barto, who had just taken out a deck of playing cards, put his face in front of Blackbeard with a look of contempt, with only a barrier between the two. Don't waste your energy, bro. If you know what's good for you, take your men and get out of here. It will be difficult for you to leave when our boss comes. Lolyalu. Barto was halfway through making a face when he suddenly froze. The reason was simple. There was a hole in his barrier. At this moment, darkness surged in Blackbeard's right hand, and as soon as it touched the barrier, a gap appeared instantly. Thief, ha 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 ha, I hope you can still be so arrogant later. As he finished speaking, the power of darkness suddenly erupted, covering the entire barrier in the blink of an eye, and the inside of the barrier fell into darkness. Looks like we can't escape after all. Let's get ready for a big fight. These guys. I'm going to beat them up. How dare they capture Nami and the others? After everyone finished speaking, the darkness quickly receded, and Barto's so-called unbreakable barrier had now dissipated into smoke and disappeared without a trace. The moment the darkness faded, Luffy and the others rushed out and rushed towards Blackbeard in front of them. But Blackbeard didn't even look at them. He just turned around with a smile and said softly, "Leave him alive." As he finished speaking, several figures had already jumped in front of him, looking at Luffy and the others who were rushing towards him with grim smiles on their faces. Well, Captain, just wait and see. The battle is about to begin. Be careful. You are no match for them. Nami, who was tied up tightly at the side, looked at Luffy and the others and shouted a warning. After all, she had just witnessed how powerful these people were at sea. But Nami also knew that there was no other way now. The purpose of her saying this was just to hope that Luffy and the others would not fight so hard. It would be best to defend and wait for Wayne to arrive. But in the dictionary of these people, except Barto, there is no such thing as defense in battle. After all, as the old saying goes, the best defense is offense. But, even if they are extremely brave, the gap in strength is there, and the gap is so big that it cannot be made up by bravery. The battle finally ended after only less than 10 minutes. Except for Nami and others, as well as the Blackbeard headquarters, no one else in the audience could stand up. Each member of the black group was still not satisfied. Badgers even felt itchy and pounded the ground a few times, making several big holes before he stopped. And what about Luffy and the others? Now everyone is covered in blood and cannot rise again. Barto was beaten the worst. His face was so swollen that he looked unrecognizable. There were several deep fist marks on his body and his bones were almost broken. If Blackbeard hadn't ordered him to be spared, he definitely wouldn't have survived. After all, everyone saw how arrogant this kid was just now, and he was the one who got punched and kicked the most. There was a deep knife wound on Zoro's chest, deep enough to see the bone. That was the wound caused by the back of his own knife. Badger's powerful strength caused him to be injured by his own sword while he was defending himself with a sword, which shows the huge gap in strength between the two sides. Sanji's left leg was twisted abnormally, and it was obviously broken. Luffy's body also had several bullet holes, and the scene behind him was clearly visible. Kill's right arm had disappeared and was now lying horizontally about 10 meters away from him. The wound on his shoulder was torn, obviously torn off by someone. Although the others were also seriously injured, they were still able to hold on. Dragging their wounded bodies, they still stared at Blackbeard and others with sharp eyes. Not at all a sense of fear. With just this little bit of strength, Lao Zi overturned them all by himself. What a bunch of trash! After Badgers finished speaking, Blackbeard also frowned. That Wayne, isn't that all he is? Otherwise, why are all his subordinates so weak? Although he felt a little unhappy and thought he was being fooled, since he was already there, he was determined to meet Wayne no matter what. My companions have been beaten like this, and that guy hasn't shown up yet. Tisk, I'm afraid the rumors are true. Find him. Find that guy for Lao Zi. Damn it, if he's really trash, Lao Zi will make sure he knows what the most hopeless way to die is. Yes. Captain. The black group responded and prepared to disperse to look for Wayne. Click. Right at this moment, the sound of a branch breaking came from the woods in front of the black group. Badgers and others stopped and focused their attention. Are you here? Thief, ha 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 ha. I saw two figures gradually revealing their figures. Hey! A gust of wind arose out of nowhere, blowing the entire forest swaying in the wind. Pieces of leaves slowly fell and passed by the person passing by. The breath, so clear that it seems tangible, is pressing in step by step. It was like a ferocious beast with red eyes, quietly approaching. Chapter 145. Kaya's figure pushing Wayne gradually appeared, and Wayne's true face finally appeared in front of Blackbeard. But looking at the young man in the wheelchair in front of him, Blackbeard's brows gradually furrowed. There is only one reason, he can't see through it. He had no idea how strong the guy in the wheelchair was. The observation haki covered the area, but there was not even a trace of feedback. Can't hear any sound. It was as if the guy's voice was blocked by something, and his observation haki had no effect on him at all. After a moment, Blackbeard's frown gradually relaxed. If you can't see through it, then just give it a try. Whether it's a mule or a horse, take it out for a walk. After thinking it over, Blackbeard felt that there was no need to be too polite. After all, this guy's companions had all been defeated by them. Teach felt a little unhappy when he saw Wayne approaching the fallen guy slowly without even looking at him since he showed up. Go and test his strength. Well, Captain, just wait and see, I'm going to tear his head off. As soon as Badgers finished speaking, he disappeared in an instant. The ground where he was standing was trampled into a big hole. When he reappeared, he was already very close. It was still a simple punch, but the force was obviously at its maximum. The veins on his entire right arm were bulging, and it was visibly larger than his left arm. Boss, be careful! Uncle Wei, get out of the way! Careful! Everyone screamed in surprise. The person who took the lead just now clearly said that he wanted to recruit the boss, but now he actually started fighting as soon as they met. What does this mean? They weren't worried about Wayne. They wouldn't worry even if Wayne just lay there and got punched. But Kaya is right behind Wayne. Even if Wayne could block this punch, Kaya behind him would definitely die on the spot. After all, the distance was so close that it was impossible to escape. At this time, Kaya's hands, which were holding the wheelchair, were shaking constantly. After seeing these people and the miserable condition of her companions, Kaya was already terrified. Now, feeling the terrifying power of Badger's punch, her hands began to tremble uncontrollably. It's okay, keep going. At this moment, a voice sounded softly. Kaya's heart suddenly felt at peace, and her feet, which had stopped, started moving again. As Wayne finished speaking, a fist landed right in his face. Bang! It was still the familiar loud noise, the familiar sound of flesh colliding. But no strong wind came out. Even Kaya's push was not affected at all. Badger's eyes suddenly widened, as if he had seen something shocking. The terrified expression on his face was in stark contrast to Wayne, who was sitting in a wheelchair with an expressionless face. At this moment, a hand quietly appeared in front of Badger's. Although the palm was only 1/3 of his size, it was able to firmly block his fierce attack. Even if he tried his best, he still couldn't make any progress. Grass. Wayne didn't even raise his eyelids. Feeling greatly insulted, Badgers yelled and prepared to retract his hand and punch again. But just as this thought came to his mind, the palm that was blocking his fist suddenly grew several times larger. The dark palm turned from defense to offense and firmly grasped his right fist. Then, click, 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 click. The horrifying sound of bones breaking continued to ring out, and Badger's screams followed. Ah! Laozi's hand. Everything was completed in a flash, and Teach and others behind Badgers were also dumbfounded. It would be fine if this guy could just block it, but he could actually crush Badger's fist. The power required is extremely terrifying. Teach didn't look worried at all, instead he had a smile on his face. Wayne's strength made him very happy. But suddenly, the smile on his face froze. The whole person's expression became extremely terrified. Stop! While shouting, he was already rushing towards this side. But before he got close, a snapping sound much louder than the previous one was heard. Damn it! How dare you! After crushing Badger's right hand, Wayne didn't hesitate at all. With a casual pull, a dark chain instantly wrapped around Badger's forehead, pulling him over before he could react. The big dark hand landed precisely on his neck. Looking at the rushing Blackbeard, Wayne's mouth curled up slightly. Then, without mercy, he gripped it tightly. There was a snapping sound, followed by Teach's roar. Wayne casually threw the drooping Badgers out with such speed and force that even Teach had to use both hands to catch it. Badgers is not weak. 2 years ago, he was at least a vice admiral. But at this time, Wayne killed vice admiral like killing a dog. He actually dared to rush forward with such disregard for the enemy, so his death would naturally be as fast as lightning. Looking at Badgers, who had long lost his life in his arms, Teach fell silent. At this time a voice was heard. Did you try it out? Teach. Wayne's light words were like a sharp knife stabbing into Teach's chest. Of course, he had no feelings for these subordinates, but the most loyal thug he had found with great difficulty died in front of him. How could he not be angry? I tried it out, I did try it out, but it cost me my life. As for Teach's subordinates, Wayne would naturally show no mercy when killing them. He didn't have the same idea as Teach. He didn't want to recruit Teach to join. After all, this guy was impossible to train. Whitebeard had verified it for him. And since they have no intention of surrendering, they can of course do as they please. Chapter 146. Wayne's wheelchair, pushed by Kaya, came to Keel's broken arm. Looking at the broken arm at his feet with obvious tearing ends, Wayne knew that Badger's death was not unjust. With a thought, a black gas picked up the broken arm and then retracted it into the body. The broken arm fell into Wayne's hands. He picked up a box beside him and put the broken arm in it. He had just roughly guessed that the scene might be quite tragic, so he used his internal energy to teleport back and retrieve the box. This is a cold storage box made by Usopp. Broken limbs can be placed in it to keep them fresh for a short period of time. Now it seems that his decision was indeed correct. It was not until he put the severed arm into the box that everyone, who had been extremely silent, finally came to their senses. What the hell just happened to him? That guy just died like that? The guy who had just beaten them all to a pulp was now dead? Just because of a single blow with the boss, and that single blow resulted in his death? Oh shit! I couldn't hold it in at all, and the word FK came out of my mouth. Once upon a time, they only knew that their boss could kill the deputy emperor in seconds, but they didn't know how powerful the deputy emperor was. But now, badgers made them clearly feel Wayne's strength, a strength that was right before their eyes and obvious at a glance. And they were actually worried just now, worried that they might not be able to defeat the boss when he came. But what is the result? He just sat there without moving and killed an admiral of the opponent in one move. You're telling me you're no match? What a joke. But they didn't say much. After all, now was not the time to talk, as there was still a big enemy over there that had not been dealt with. But now, the way they looked at their captain was different. Damn, this is really pervert. The giant who was lying on the ground like them also witnessed the whole process, and the look he gave Wayne was also filled with surprise. At first, seeing that he was sitting in a wheelchair, I thought he was someone's injured person who had taken the wrong road. What's the result? The injured soldier almost popped his eyeballs out with a little force. It's outrageous. Extremely outrageous. But the most confused ones were the black group of people behind Teach. What happened? Let him test his strength. He just tried it like that. You're so stubborn. You can't even try it out first. You've just lost your life in vain. Besides, you haven't even figured it out yet. The fact is, just as Lafayette said, badgers did not test out Wayne's strength. After all, it was obvious that the guy didn't use his full strength. What kind of existence did my captain provoke that he even dreamed of recruiting such a guy as a crew member? Even if you recruit him, who will be the captain? It's really ridiculous. At this time, the members of the black group had just been recruited and were not very loyal to Teach. They were only lured in by the promises he made. Teach was also caught off guard by Badger's death. But at this moment, he absolutely cannot do nothing. If his subordinates die in front of him and he does nothing, then those behind him may not be able to stay either. Teach is self-aware. However, the main reason why he had this idea was because of the move Wayne had just made. Although it looks very much like armament haki will never extend or become larger. It is definitely a devil fruit ability that he has never heard of. But even if he is powerful, as long as he is a devil fruit, he has nothing to fear. This guy killed one of his subordinates right at the start, so there was no way he would take him in as his younger brother. Then, kill him. Keeping a guy like this around would definitely be a stumbling block for him to become one of the 4 emperors. Have you thought about how you'll die after killing one of my men? Teach's figure gradually grew taller. As he slowly stood up, his eyes were filled with ferocity and invisible murderous intent emanated from him. Come to think of it, he had never used his full strength against these newly recruited crew members. As a result, they not only have no loyalty to themselves, but they don't even have any fear. This is not good news. Now is the perfect time to let them see it and taste the fear. From the outside, it looked like a layer of black substance was forming around Teach, whose eyes were slightly red. Different from the big black hand Wayne just used. Teach's blackness is filled with an evil that is difficult to conceal. Just one look at it makes people feel uneasy. It was a darkness several times more powerful than the one that had just breached Bader's barrier. Boss, be careful. This guy just broke through Barto's barrier. His strength should not be underestimated. Ahem. The pale-faced Kill coughed up blood and loudly reminded Wayne. Ha 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 ha, it's too late to run now, you thief. If you dare to leave, I won't let any of these guys live. What will you choose? While Teach was speaking, he began to slowly move closer to Wayne, trying to put some psychological pressure on him. With pressure, it would be easier for him to reveal his flaws. With every step he took, the grass under his feet withered, and the dark atmosphere was extremely cold. Right at this moment, a chilling wave began to appear. Wayne's brow furrowed slightly. Just before the wave was emitted, a surge of energy, controlled by Wayne, enveloped Kaya. The next moment, a strong wind blew up. The powerful conquerors swept the entire field. As a battle to prove Teach's abilities, he naturally used all his strength. Under the influence of his conquerors, cracks even began to appear on the ground. Logically speaking, Luffy and the others were seriously injured now and should have been protected by Wayne, but he only protected Kaya. Ha 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 ha, thief, are you not strong enough? Or do you just not care about their lives? Now that they are seriously injured, how many of them can withstand Lao Zi's conquerors? Teach thought that Wayne was not strong enough to take care of them a few meters behind him. But it is not necessary at all. Which of these people is a good person? Even if he was once a soft persimmon, he should have changed after being influenced by number 95 for a long time. They were so seriously injured that apart from feeling the wind was a bit strong, they didn't even want to blink. They were basically immune to conquerors of this level. What is this guy talking about? What is this conquerors he's talking about? Why didn't I feel it? Also, why is the wind blowing so hard all of a sudden? Luffy asked as he looked at Teach, who looked frantic and confused as he looked at his companions. And they all shook their heads calmly, showing no sign of being affected at all. Seeing this scene, Teach hesitated for a moment. A question mark appeared above his head. What the hell? Why do these guys look like nothing happened? If it weren't for the strangeness of the surrounding environment and the reactions of his teammates behind him, he would even doubt whether he had opened the fire. But if I opened it myself, how could those people on the other side be fine? Not to mention fainting, no one even frowned. Am I so weak? VV Captain, what should we do? Kaya, who had not received Wayne's order for a long time and was tightly wrapped by Wayne's black energy, gradually became anxious. After all, Wayne's legs would not be able to walk without someone pushing them. Unless he jumps on one leg, but that would be tantamount to suicide when facing a strong enemy. Just when Kaya was at a loss, she felt Wayne, who was leaning on the wheelchair, move. Under everyone's gaze, Wayne slowly stood up. Look indifferent. His eyes were slightly cold. Boss, your foot. After Keel finished speaking, everyone's eyes turned to Wayne's injured leg. The gauze tightly wrapped around the calf was now covered by a layer of black substance that exuded a dangerous aura. That's right. With the help of Genki, Wayne can move for a short time. Although it is not long, it is completely enough. It's almost time to get off work. He was not prepared to take action in this battle. But even if he didn't take action, Teach would still leave in disgrace. The time off from get off work will never be delayed. Barto, can we still open the 2-second barrier? Wayne, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke. Barto was stunned at first, but then he shouted, no problem. Just go for it, boss. In fact, Barto had no strength left. In this battle, he even injured his foundation. If he is not treated quickly, I am afraid that his subsequent strength will decline. But Wayne spoke up. Even if he died. It also takes 2 seconds. 2 seconds? You don't think you can finish Lao Zi off in 2 seconds, do you? That's not the way to be arrogant, kid. Teach's expression had become gloomy to the extreme. That was the gloom that only came from being trampled on the ground and severely humiliated. He couldn't bear it anymore. Even though each of these people revealed some weirdness, surprisingly, they were all able to withstand their conqueror's attacks without batting an eyelid. But now he doesn't want to care about that anymore. He wants to kill the boy in front of him. The moment the thought came to his mind, Teach had disappeared from the spot. Only a huge hole was left on the ground. Wayne remained calm as he watched Teach rushing towards him. Even his body was not tense at all, and he still had that annoying posture. He looked extremely lazy, with his right hand casually resting on the knife at his waist. It was as if he had no defense against the person in front of him. Wayne wasn't going to use a one-kick technique against Teach, as that would cripple both of his legs. If we encounter a strong enemy again in the future, the situation will be very grim. He also didn't plan to use the sword maintaining technique, even though the sword maintaining technique had reached its maximum value, 1000%. But he wasn't going to use it. Although that would turn Teach into ashes in an instant, it was a typical case of using a cannon to kill a mosquito and was completely unnecessary. It will also cause you to lose this big trump card in the next period of time, which is not worth it. All he needed to do was to pull out the machete a little. With a 1000% bonus and the attachment of The, the power of this knife is terrifying and unparalleled. He had once tried to pull the knife out a small amount. The result of this was that all the crew members on the ship were instantly awakened from their sleep. Buggy fell apart on the spot, and Keel almost peed his pants. After all, the feeling of Shinigami standing right next to the bed is too strong. The aura that was emitted was so terrifying that one could clearly feel the terror even from a distance of hundreds of miles. Originally he thought this trick was unlikely to be useful. Wouldn't it be better to just kill him if you can? But it is just right to use this trick now. He even gave it a name, which is called Give Me Face. If the opponent doesn't give, then the scene might be a bit cruel. Teach, release my crew and tell me the direction of Drum Island, and I will let you take your crew away. Looking at Teach who was about to come to him, Wayne spoke in a calm tone. But the furious Teach seemed to have heard some funny joke, and even his crew members couldn't help laughing. Is that guy crazy? His own captain is almost touching him, and he's still threatening? Doesn't he think he's ridiculous? Once he is encountered by his own captain, no matter how strong his fruit ability is, he will eventually be defeated. Are all the young people nowadays so crazy? This was almost what Teach thought. He didn't even bother to pay attention to Wayne, and his eyes were full of disdain. He thought Wayne was a strong man, but now he felt that he was wrong. This seems to be just a piece of crap that is trying to show off. Once you get a more powerful fruit, you will feel that you are invincible. In that case, let Lao Zi shatter all your fantasies. Teach, who was about to hit Wayne hard, suddenly changed his mind. He came in front of Wayne and grabbed Wayne's shoulders. Then the power of darkness quickly invaded Wayne's whole body, cutting off all connections between him and the demon in his body. Ha ha ha, kid, do you dare to repeat what you just said now? Caught. This kid didn't hide at all. Teach was delighted. He didn't expect Wayne to be so stupid and crazy. But just when he thought that Wayne in front of him would show a look of panic and despair because he could not feel the power of the devil, his voice, which still did not take him seriously, sounded again. Hey, give me some face. This really made Teach stunned. Isn't the current situation clear enough? Has this kid's brain completely shrunk? At this time, he actually dared to ask Lao Zi to give him face. Who does he think he is? Even if he is Sengoku's biological son, it won't work. You like it a lot, right? Okay, Lao Zi will kill your mouth first. Teach put one hand on Wayne's shoulder and slammed the other into his face. The pitch-black armament haki is extremely deep. You can criticize any aspect of Teach, but his taijutsu and armament haki are absolutely impeccable. Otherwise, there would be no terrible scar on the red-haired man's face. If this blow were to hit him, with Wayne's current strength, he would be killed without any protective measures. Just as the guy's fist swung towards Wayne's face. Zhang! The sound of a long sword being unsheathed was heard. Teach raised the corners of his mouth slightly, but he was not panicked at all. Because this guy no longer has the chance to swing his knife. My fist will land on his face first. But just as he had this thought, a terrifying and irresistible impact came from Wayne's waist. Teach didn't even have time to activate his armament haki defense before he was blown away. He didn't stop until he knocked Poison Q to the ground. Behind Wayne, Barto's barrier has been opened. But at this moment, his barrier was actually retreating rapidly under this wave. If it weren't for everyone working together to hold it up, the barrier would have been blown away in an instant. Through the barrier, they saw a scene that they would never forget. The two giants disappeared, and all the towering trees on the island were uprooted. That's right. That's all. Wayne pulled out a strand of grass for just a moment, and there was no trace of green left on the entire island, only desolation. Da. Wayne took a step towards Teach, but Teach was so frightened that he couldn't even stand up. He was scared, he was really scared. It's simply impossible to win. Being so close, he felt it most clearly. That was a terrifying power that he had never felt before. Looking at Wayne, who was wearing a white robe and had eyes that were extremely cold, as if he was about to swing the terrifying black knife at his waist in the next second. There was only one question left in his mind. This guy in front of me. In the end. Who is it? What kind of existence had I provoked? You have 2 seconds. Now, there's only 1 second left. Teach. Chapter 147. Ultimate's domineering waves still erupted from Wayne's waist. The ground was constantly covered with extremely terrifying gullies. Ultimately dangerous is the only feeling Wayne gives people now. Teach's sanity was almost completely devoured by the person in front of him. He really couldn't figure out who this guy named Wayne was. This strength has even far surpassed his former father. There was no way this was a guy who had just come out to sea. I was deceived, completely deceived by this guy. He was even so arrogant as to try to recruit such a guy to join the pirates. This was as ridiculous as asking his biological father to be his son. It's not a question of rationality at all, it's almost an ethical issue. After being hit at close range, he was already a little paralyzed, but Wayne's countdown was still decreasing. Everyone here knows clearly that as soon as the countdown ends, Wayne will definitely take action. And as long as you take action, it will be reduced to ashes. Seeing that their captain had become like a fool and could no longer speak, Q and others burst out with a strong desire to survive. They had no life or death relationship with Teach, so there was no need for them to die here because of him. Without any hesitation, Lafayette and Van Oka, who had grabbed Nami and the other two, immediately untied them and then gently pushed them towards Wayne. Let it go, let it go, let it go. Don't hit me, don't hit me. I know that island. It's just to the north. To the north. Just keep walking and you'll get there. When the two were untied, Q pointed out the direction of Magnetic Drum Island without hesitation, without any possibility of lying. After all, in this situation, their brains probably wouldn't even be able to think. All actions are just following the instinct of survival. The three of them were almost scared silly now. They originally thought that it was good enough for Wayne to be on par with Teach, and if he was careless and Teach caught the opportunity, Teach would have a great chance of winning. But the results now prove that their ideas were wrong, extremely wrong. That guy didn't even make a move. He just pulled out the long sword at his waist a little bit, and with the escaped aura, he actually killed Teach, who they thought had a great chance of seizing the throne of the Pirates' King. Even if Teach is not very good, he is still a real Emperor-level fighter, between the Vice-Emperor and the 4 Emperors. But such a person was defeated in seconds by this pirate's newcomer who had just been at sea for a few days. There was no chance to fight back and he was killed instantly. This guy killed badgers right away. They should have noticed something was wrong a long time ago. The guy who could kill badgers with haki is definitely not someone they can afford to provoke. When Teach grabbed Wayne's shoulder just now, the black thing was still attached to the knife at Wayne's waist. This is enough to prove that it is not a fruit ability, it is haki. I don't know why this guy's haki is so different, but it's definitely haki that can do this. At this moment, they had already begun to have deep doubts about their captain's strategies and tactics. It was just because of his misjudgment that badgers died in an unclear manner. Now their lives are in the hands of the other party. As long as the other party wants, they will be wiped out in the next second. At this moment, they only hoped that the young man in front of them, who had a handsome face but a murderous aura, would keep his promise and let them go. Almost at the moment when Du Q shouted that sentence, Wayne gently pressed his right thumb against the handle of the knife and finally let it go. As he withdrew his hand, the violent aura in the air disappeared in an instant. It's as if nothing ever happened. If the entire little garden had not been in ruins, no one would have believed that what had just happened was real. With their breath gone, their hearts in their throats, and their faces extremely pale, Teach and the others finally caught their last breath. On the other side, the corner of Wayne's clothes slowly fell down, and the murderous intent on his face disappeared. He seemed to have returned to his usual lazy appearance in an instant. It was just that close, what a shame. Wayne's tone was filled with regret, which made Teach feel a chill down his spine. But Wayne really does what he says. He doesn't mind even if it's like using a cannon to kill a mosquito. At worst, he can find a place to rest for a month or two. He has been waiting for 10 years, so a few days won't make a difference. He was also very happy to kill Teach, the cancer. If he was killed, at least his other nephew would be safe. But if we do that, it will delay our progress a lot nowadays. The most important thing is to become stronger quickly. He raised his hand and glanced at the time. There is less than half a minute left until the end of get off work. I'll give you 10 seconds to disappear from my sight. Almost at the moment Wayne finished speaking, a sound of breaking wind suddenly rang out, and in the blink of an eye, Teach and the others were left with only a small black dot. I have to say that they really tried their best and even broke through their limits. The speed is definitely much faster than just now. Seeing that they were so sensible, Wayne nodded with satisfaction. This trouble has been completely solved. I have to say that he was a little happy about this guy's appearance. After all, it was him who increased today's work reward. And it is significantly raised. I think we should thank him. While looking forward to today's salary, Wayne also did not forget the content of today's work. With a thought, he disappeared from the spot. Only a group of confused crew members were left there. Before they could react, Wayne had already reappeared at the place where he had just disappeared. 2 huge monsters appeared with him. Not to mention Luffy and the others, the 2 giants were probably the most confused about the situation in the whole audience. They were fighting peacefully on their own turf, provoking no one, yet they witnessed wave after wave of shock. It was no big deal if the third brother and his men attacked them, and it was no big deal if Luffy and the others came to rescue them, but they were shocked by the way Teach easily dealt with Luffy and the others. They could naturally see that Luffy and the others were definitely stronger than the 2 of them, but they were instantly killed by Buggy. Such a character really surprised them. But Wayne's appearance shocked them again and again, and their scalps were tingling. Badgers, whose strength was so strong that they could hardly accept it, was defeated by Wayne in seconds and effortlessly. I thought this was outrageous enough, but Wayne immediately showed something even more outrageous. Draw the sword. No. Not draw the sword. The sword was not drawn out, but only an inch out of the sheath, and the enemy and the entire island were eliminated. How ridiculously powerful this is! They never thought that someone could be so powerful. Everything was settled before the move was made. The only thing to be thankful for is probably that this guy is not an enemy. Otherwise they really don't know what to do. If you want to do anything bad to guys like this, you probably only need to wave your hand and they will disappear in an instant. You are the captain of these people, right? Thank you for saving us. We are very grateful. If there is anything you can do for us, we will definitely help you. The 2 giants stared at each other, and finally Dory spoke. After all, in their opinion, Luffy and others helped them deal with the third brother's gang and came to save them. As their captain, Wayne certainly had no ill intentions. But after they said this, the look in everyone's eyes when they looked at them changed. Becoming a little confused. Chapter 148. After Dory finished speaking, Wayne fell silent. He didn't know why these 2 big guys would think this way, but time didn't allow it and he didn't want to say anything more. After Dory finished speaking, he looked at the puzzled expressions of the crowd and became confused as well. What does it mean? Why are these people looking at me in such strange ways? Did I say something wrong? Aren't these people here to save us? But not only did they deal with the group of attackers, they also wanted to help them free themselves from the candles. How could they not want to help? The giant's brain seems to be not much different from Luffy's. After all, the fact that they fought for a full 100 years in this small place just for such a small matter was enough to explain something. Buggy, basic. Put them on your back and get ready to go home. After Wayne finished speaking, he picked up the two giants beside him, one in each hand. The two people who were not seriously injured immediately followed Wayne's instructions, carried all the people lying on the ground on their backs, and quickly followed Wayne. Only Nami was left there, still in shock. After all, the powerful wave that Wayne had just created made her heart, which was not very strong, beat wildly. Even after such a short while, she still couldn't regain her ability to move. But fortunately, Kaya's wheelchair was free. Come on, that strong, inhuman captain doesn't seem to need my pushing. I'm here to serve you. Looking at Kaya's healing smile, Nami finally regained some strength. Thank you, thank you. Our captain is always able to surprise us. If we don't get stronger soon, we won't even be qualified to stand around his battlefield. Hold on tight. Kaya has always been protected as the weakest person on the ship, but today, Nami clearly felt her own backwardness. Kaya's words woke her up. If she just wants to be a navigator, then she will probably become a key protected person in the near future. This. Not what she wanted. She wants to become stronger. She also wants to become stronger. It was amazing to see that even though Wayne had suffered a terrible leg injury, he was still able to carry two giants and walk freely. This idea of hers became stronger and stronger. Seeing the light in Nami's eyes, Kaya's expression was dim. After all, she doesn't even have the qualifications to work hard, and can only be a burden that drags down everyone. In battle, they even need to be specially protected, that kind of front row. After the initial confusion, the two giants finally came to their senses. Hey, hey, hey! Where are you taking us? Yeah, where are we going? If they want to save us, can't they just remove these candles from us? The two men's somewhat honest voices made the crew members behind them laugh out loud. Hey, uncle, when did we say we were here to rescue you? We're here to kidnap you. Luffy, who was basically carried on the top of his shoulders, spoke first. He was a straightforward person and didn't consider at all the shock his words would bring to the other party. Really? When the two giants heard Luffy say that these people were here to kidnap them, they were visibly shocked and their expressions gradually became unbelievable. How is that possible? Didn't you help us deal with the group that attacked us? You even planned to help us untie our bonds. How could you possibly want to kidnap us? Yet. Are you guys kidding me? The two giants' voices were filled with anger, but that didn't change Luffy's innocent response. Hey? You mean those people? Sanji said that they attacked us first, so we killed them. I need to help you untie those candles so that I can move you away. Otherwise, how can I kidnap you? After Luffy finished speaking, the two giants obviously believed it. But even if they knew Wayne's purpose, these two guys didn't dare to do anything rash. After all, they had just thought about this problem. If you move, you will die. The one carrying them now isn't just some ordinary young man, he's a Shinigami. The kind that kills them just by saying so. Besides, even if they wanted to resist, they couldn't break free from the third brother's candle. Kidnapping. Forget it, at least it's better than being sent to be a slave. What's your purpose in kidnapping us? To get a ransom? But we don't have anyone who can pay the ransom. It's okay, I'll just send you to be slaves. Wayne said this casually, and the whole scene fell into silence. The two giants were stunned. I was stunned. Going around in circles. Going around and around. The final result is still like this? Slave. What's going on today? Why do people want to make slaves of everyone who comes? On one side is the humiliation of being a slave, and on the other side is the despair of being powerless. They knew clearly that Wayne had 10,000 ways to easily subdue them and then hand them over to the slave traders. But if you do nothing, how could they possibly be willing? Knowing that there is endless humiliation worse than death ahead, and that there is no hope even if they resist, they are unwilling to be taken away so easily. Broggy. The two giants roared and then prepared to use the full potential of their bodies. Even if we can't escape, we must show the indomitable will of the giants. But at the moment when the two of them exerted their strength, a feeling of levitation came over me. The candles that bound them shattered in an instant. The two were obviously stunned. But just as they put this doubt behind them and prepared to deal with Wayne below them, but found out. Wayne and his crew left without looking back. What's going on? Just now, was it this guy who threw them out? Not only did he throw them out, he also helped them remove the candles from their bodies. What on earth is going on? Aren't they going to kidnap us and make us slaves? Why did you leave? Chapter 149. Gone, really gone. It wasn't until they watched Wayne and the others disappear into the sunset that they were sure these people were not playing tricks on them. These people, really, just left like that. But why did these people just leave like that? Didn't they say they wanted to take us away as slaves? If they leave like this, then what is the point of all this? Could it be that the reason for going to the island was just to amuse them? The two giants were completely dumbfounded. They looked clearly at the confusion in each other's eyes and were at a loss as to what to do. These guys really seem to be just like the rumors say. This pirates group is really strange. When the two giants were confused about the situation, a voice suddenly sounded in their ears. When I turned around, I saw my third brother and his group who had already woken up. The two giants immediately became alert and temporarily put aside the questions in their minds that they could not find the answers to. Is it time to get off work? I've seen a lot of weird pirates, but this is the first time I've seen one this weird. Mr. One looked grimly at the direction where Wayne and the others left, and sighed helplessly. These people are not someone they can deal with. Gap. Too big. When Wayne just drew his sword, these guys were directly blown away by the wave, but they were also awakened by the wave at the same time. They now knew too well how powerful Wayne was. That is not a power in paradise at all, it is a character that should appear at the very end of the new world. They are definitely no match now. Let's go back quickly and tell the boss to give up his plans against this guy. He's also not someone our boss can afford to offend. Mr. One turned and left without paying any attention to the two giants. Although they easily dealt with the two giants by relying on a sneak attack, it does not mean that they would have no chance of winning in a head-on fight. So, they had nothing to be afraid of. They just wanted to try to avoid fighting and bring the news back as soon as possible, which was what they needed to do now. All the den mushi on their bodies were frightened to death by the fluctuation just now. The death was very quick. The two giants just watched the group leave without taking any other action. After all, the two of them are still a little unresponsive. First of all, what does it mean to get off work? Those people said that they let us go because they were off work? But isn't after get off work a term that only appears in organizations with a structure and management? Why is there a term called off duty in pirates? The two looked at each other, but only saw deeper confusion in each other's eyes. They couldn't think of an answer to this question, they only knew that their day was extremely confusing. 0.0. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing your work assignment perfectly. You have successfully clocked out. Ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving 201 physical strength points. 733 check-in points. Ding! Because the host left work on time, you'll be awarded an extra 90 points of physical strength. Ding! Because the host strictly abided by the laws of Xia country while working, all the above rewards will be doubled. Number of people working, 15. 15 people. That's 15 people. When seeing the number of people coming to work, Wayne showed a barely perceptible smile. It seems that this loophole in the system is quite easy to exploit. He just said one sentence when Nami and his friends set off, go to the sea to find the giants. As a result, the system actually determined that Nami and his 3 friends were also at work. It seems that as long as you operate well, no matter what you do, it can be considered work. And the rewards obtained this time are even more than those obtained by Yin. It seems that Blackbeard's strength should not be underestimated. With a physical strength of nearly 600 points in just one day, at this terrifying speed, it really won't be long before he breaks through to the Vice Admiral level. The check-in point was also frighteningly high, doubling to over 1,400, plus the remaining 200 from last time. A full 16,300 to level up, so this is level 5. Horrible, so horrible. This time, almost all commonly used abilities can be pushed to advanced levels. After doing all this, the strength increased exponentially. But now is not the time to think about these things. Boss, their injuries are too serious. We must find a place to treat them quickly. After taking care of all the injured, the uninjured ones came to Wayne's room and stood in front of him. Wayne naturally knew that this matter could not be delayed. Let's go sailing and find a doctor. Which direction? Just follow the direction that guy points. Can walk. Wayne's slightly heavier tone silenced Ben for a moment, but he quickly dismissed the thought in his mind. Trusting Wayne, the captain and boss, was an instinct he had developed over the years. Bang! The door was slammed shut, followed by a series of thumping sounds as the person quickly left. It seems that he was also frightened by the injuries of the crowd. But Wayne wasn't that worried. These people are not good people. This little injury will not kill them. At the speed of number 95, it would take about one night to reach Magnetic Drum Island, which meant that tomorrow he not only had to take people to see a doctor as soon as possible, but also had to take care of the mission. But for this mission, I'm afraid the reward will be reduced by more than half. After all, few of these people are in a condition where they can go to work. It's a good opportunity for them to take a good vacation and stay with the old witch for a few days. He can use this time to familiarize himself with his rapidly increasing abilities. Even now that he has integrated the armed color's energy, he has not yet developed it to its limit. The intensity was not fully exerted. There are also sword techniques that will be upgraded later, and he needs to be familiar with them. Otherwise, it would be impossible to exert your full strength. That's right, he has already figured out how to spend the time at this check-in point. He just needs to mindlessly use his sword skills, and then improve his sword skills after using them. Let's talk about it after we fill these two up. Even now, he could scare Blackbeard to the point of dropping his jaw with this "give me a favor," and if he used both of these to the fullest, the scene would probably be even more cruel. And after today, he got another chance to draw a lottery. You can draw a powerful skill from the system. But he didn't think that the ability he drew would have a higher priority than swordsmanship and sword-maintaining skills, unless he drew it. It's Conquerors. No, even if it's Conquerors, it won't work. If you only have Conquerors but no Tyranny, it will still be of little use. But no matter what, it's always right to smoke first. System, draw a lottery. Wayne's mind moved, and the turntable in his mind began to turn. In a moment, a new ability appeared before him. Ding! Thanks to the host, I gained the ability, Kick Skills, Trash Level. Chapter 150. It has to be said that this ability made Wayne's eyes light up on the spot. This time, the lottery is still a skill-based lottery, not an ability-based lottery. He didn't have high hopes at first, but the result he got was really surprising. If it was the kicking technique he thought it was, then, wouldn't it be the same principle as swordsmanship? Kick skills, low level, increases kick damage by 20%, moderately increases leg endurance. Hiss. Really? He was right, it was this kind of kicking technique. Directly increasing damage is completely unreasonable. A 20% increase on top of the total damage is definitely not a small amount. And there is one thing he needs most, leg endurance. This is a good thing to prevent him from kicking his own legs again. Now it is only a moderate improvement, and he will probably still be injured, because this 20% damage will also cause him to receive more recoil. But if you upgrade this skill to a high level, not only can you increase the damage, but you will also be more likely to avoid backlash. Divine skills. It's definitely a magical skill for him. After a moment of joy, Wayne quickly calmed down. Although he could upgrade this ability to the maximum directly by checking in at his current check-in point, he didn't plan to do so. The biggest problem with the one-kick technique now is not the damage, but the accuracy. It is impossible for him to sneak attack someone at the level of 4 emperors now, and his damage below 4 emperors is enough and does not need to be improved. This means that although the kicking skill is important, it has a low priority. At least that's the case now. With this in mind, Wayne added all the check-in points to the sword-keeping and sword-fighting techniques. Ding! Skill upgrade successful. Sword cultivation skill, elementary has been upgraded to advanced. Ding! Skill upgrade successful. Sword skill, law level has been raised to advanced. Sword care technique, advanced, your sword will gradually grow in its scabbard, making your next strike more powerful. Each day of care increases your total damage by 50%, up to a maximum of 1500%. Swordsmanship advanced, your swordsmanship has reached the level of a great swordsman, and all sword damage is increased by 120%. As expected. The two skills after upgrading are very powerful. The sword maintaining technique has not changed much and can still be used as a trump card, but this trump card may now be able to solve 99% of the troubles in the world. As for the last 1%, I'm afraid only is left. What really made him stronger was his swordsmanship. After his swordsmanship improved, he could clearly feel the difference in himself. That's a different level. Now, a large number of knife skills appeared in his mind, and everything was as solid as if he had practiced it tens of thousands of times day after day. Everything can be done based on instinct. Now, he has reached the level of Hawkeye just by relying on his swordsmanship. Although he couldn't be as tall as him, just over a month ago, he had no choice but to take a detour when facing Hawkeye. But today, a month later, he is already on the same level as Hawkeye in swordsmanship. How incredible! Is this the system? It's so awesome! Don't think that Hawkeye's swordsmanship is better than yours. If they really fight, Hawkeye will definitely lose. It's not like he only has sword skills. These 5 words, Grand Swordsman level, also gave Wayne an ability, which is, everything can be a sword. Once he had a knife hanging on his waist, but he couldn't use it. Now, anything can be used as a knife. Etc. An idea suddenly flashed through Wayne's mind. Everything can be a knife. That. Why don't I just fight with my own sword? Even if there is a scabbard between them, what does it matter? The knife in the scabbard contains extremely violent power. If I fight directly with my own sword, will the power be even greater, pervert? After all, this is a sword that is stronger than any other sword in the world during the sword maintenance stage. The energy contained in it is enough to make the 4 emperors tremble. Practice makes perfect. Without further ado, Wayne went straight to the deck. There was no one on the deck at this time, and there were only 3 people left who could move around on the boat. The work that used to take more than a dozen people was now done by the three of them. So naturally there was no free time to hang out on the deck. Wayne slowly placed his hand on the hilt of the knife, his expression gradually becoming serious. A wisp of black mist accompanied his right hand holding the sword, completely covering the machete, making it look like a ghost sword formed by black flames. The covering of the black mist caused the knife to tremble slightly. It seemed as if a low hum was being heard. After such a long period of nurturing, this knife seems to have undergone some different changes. Even Wayne glanced at his waist in surprise. But now is not the time to explore these things. He wants to try to see what his maximum combat power is without using his two trump cards. Bend over slightly. Eyes closed lightly. Powerful breathing sounds continued to be heard. A stream of air began to appear around Wayne. These air currents are very weak at first. It can happen in an instant. Extremely violent. The tightly closed eyes suddenly opened. There is only endless sharpness in the eyes. Cut. With a light sigh, the machete slashed out. A huge sword energy poured out as he swung his sword, then disappeared in an instant. It's as if nothing happened. Only a thin cut was visible on the sea surface. There is nothing else. But a satisfied smile appeared on Wayne's lips. What a knife needs is not large-scale destruction, but ultimate sharpness. It seemed that he only cut the water, but Wayne knew very well that even the Admiral's body would be cut in half on the spot after being hit by his strongest sword. He was very satisfied with this injury. As for how to hit the target, that was something to consider during the battle. Now he already knew the level of his swordsmanship. He also knew what would happen if he used his own knife as a knife. There will indeed be a bonus, even with the scabbard blocking it. This bonus can make his knife twice as sharp. In addition to this, there was another thing that made him concerned. Host Wayne. Gender, male. Wives, Kaya, Luffy, Nami, Full. Mistresses, Sanji, Zoro, Usopp. Physical strength, 2652. Abilities, advanced spearmanship, top-level Ikiua kick, low-level observation haki, advanced swordsmanship, advanced armament haki, advanced chi, advanced swordsmanship, low-level kick. Knife, unnamed. Check-in point, 1694.3. Evaluation, powerful. Really? There's something extra on the panel. Something that had never been seen before. Knife. The knife also appeared in his panel. This means that there is a high probability that this knife has come to life. He had just felt a slight hum and thought it was just the sound of the blade vibrating. But now it seems that this knife is very likely to have begun to have life. Chapter 151. The knife now had a breath of life, but Wayne couldn't see how this would help in combat. The previous blow didn't bring any bonus. Now, apart from having a trace of life, this knife seems to be useless. I observed it carefully for a while with the knife, but didn't find any clues. In that case, let's ask the system. It was the one who created this thing, so it has to know some information. System, what would happen if the knife came to life? Ding! After naming it, the host calls out its name to awaken it. Once awakened, it will be helpful in your battle, making you more capable. Ding! After naming, this sword will gain a soul. Oh! It turns out that it is only useful after naming it and then calling out its name. More at your fingertips? It's not bad. This is probably the result of the sword-keeping technique. As time goes by, the sword is even brought back to life. It is simply unbelievable. Another combat power bonus. But besides this, he also discovered something else different. Get the soul. Doesn't this mean that this knife, if the situation allows, can also gain the ability of a devil fruit? If this is the case, then waking it up will not be as simple as controlling it with your own hands. I remember that there were many precedents of non-living things eating devil fruit in the original work, so his knife definitely has a chance. Just need to find out how those guys did it first. There's no rush for this, and he doesn't have any devil fruit to eat, so let's put it aside for now. As for the name of the knife, the first thing to consider is that the name must be short, otherwise others will chop you in the face before you finish reading your name, which will put you in a somewhat passive position. When facing a strong enemy, even the slightest flaw can be fatal. If it's short, what's it called? Wayne lowered his head and thought hard, hoping to come up with a decent name. But after thinking about it, he couldn't think of anything good. A single character is the shortest, but there are countless names for a single character, so he was a little confused for a moment. He was thinking while standing, and soon sat down again. He was thinking while sitting, and soon lay down again. It was already dark, but I still hadn't figured it out. Damn it! What's so good about a crappy name? I've wasted my get-off work time. System. Just call it Alas. Ding! Thanks to the host for naming successfully. Obtained the famous sword, Alas. Wayne's idea was a bit wild, and the system was forced to crash for a moment. After all, this name didn't seem like something a human would choose. But if you think about it carefully, it meets the requirements and is short enough. After the system was successfully named, Wayne clearly felt that the long sword at his waist had a slightly different feeling. That is the breath of the soul. He felt it very clearly. After all, he and this knife have been together day and night for more than 10 years, and they have developed a lot of tacit understanding with each other. When the long sword had a soul, Wayne noticed it immediately. Don't worry, AI-chan. If I can avoid taking action, I will. Let's go fishing together. You know best who I am. You've followed the right person. After Wayne finished speaking, the blade shook slightly, as if in protest. After all, swords are born to crave battle and blood. Seeing this scene, Wayne smiled. Protests are useless, just sleep well. After saying that, Wayne tapped the blade lightly, causing it to swing violently. He was obviously very unhappy, but then he calmed down again. Shaking his head helplessly, Wayne never imagined that his knife was actually a hard-working knife, only thinking about working hard, and had a bad temper. This is going to be difficult. She stroked her forehead and was about to sigh, but he stopped her abruptly. Yes. The knife is making a sound now, he sighed, isn't that waking it up again? Oh shit, it's broken. Will I lose the right to sigh forever? It's a failure. He shook his head helplessly again, cursed inwardly for his mistake, then stood up and walked towards the kitchen. Just when he was thinking of a name, Kaya came to call him for dinner and asked him if he needed a wheelchair. Now it's finally done. I went to bed immediately after dinner. Today was really tense. Thinking of a name took up a lot of brain cells, it really exhausted me. Wayne left, but the damage caused by his previous knife attack has not yet dissipated. Now on the other side of the island. Teach was stunned when he saw the poisonous Q in front of him whose arm had been cut off. His only two remaining companions also stood behind him with dazed expressions. They were just sailing normally on the sea, but before they had gone far, a strange wave hit them. Although he reacted in time and pushed Du-Q, the knife still caused Du-Q to lose an arm permanently. Fan Oka immediately raised his gun and aimed at the location where the wave came from, but even with his sniper rifle with a very high magnification, he still couldn't find any trace of anyone. Captain, no one. Damn it. It's definitely that guy. No one here has this kind of swordsmanship except him. Du-Q held his broken arm, his face pale. Everyone's eyes were on Teach, but he just looked at the distant sea with a gloomy expression. There is a deep fear hidden deep in his eyes. He didn't know why the other party still attacked, but he didn't have the courage to ask clearly. Walk. Can. Walk. Teach roared, as if he wanted to roar out all the fear in his heart. But it's clear that this fear is taking root. Deep down in his heart, he resisted everything related to Wayne, because that was his lifelong nightmare and the person he least wanted to mention. That was a guy who could bring death to him at any time. The only way to eliminate this fear is to surpass him. Strength is king. As long as you can complete your plan, even a guy like this is still no match for you. Only by stepping on him, only by making him feel deep fear, can I become the king of pirates. Now Teach has changed his mind. He once wanted to be king, and it's still the same now, but he forced a plan to eliminate Wayne in the middle. Otherwise, how could he become the king of pirates when he is full of fear of any pirate? Really? According to this guy's performance in the later part of the original work, he does have the ability to compete with the current Wayne. The premise is that Wayne doesn't take action. But he will grow up, won't Wayne? Wayne was synonymous with hard work and sweat. The next time they met, he would be lucky enough to have Wayne show off his skills. Chapter 152. It's getting dark. The darkness swallowed up the light. But Little Garden did not calm down. From afar, a huge warship was slowly approaching the shore. "Sir! Little Garden is here!" On the deck, Marine's shout rang out from in front of a door. After a moment, the door was opened from the inside. Shitun, wearing a marine coat, walked out with a sleepy look on his face. Are we finally here? Where's Momuzagi?" "Report, he's been at the bow, but he looks a little unhappy." You don't look well? What happened?" "Well, you should go and see for yourself." Shitun looked at his adjutant in confusion, not understanding why he was asked to go and take a look. Could it be that the island is gone? Even if the island is gone, it won't be like this, right? Rubbing his sleepy eyes, Shitun walked leisurely towards the bow of the ship. After walking a few steps, I saw Momuzagi with a frown on his face and a look of surprise. "Hey! Xiao. Why are you here alone looking at the night view? What if you catch a cold?" As he spoke, Shitun took off his coat and prepared to put it on Momuzagi. But when he was about to put on his coat and was wondering why Momuzagi didn't stop him this time, he saw something wrong out of the corner of his eye. The whole person was stunned at first. Then he freed one hand to rub his eyes and looked towards Little Garden. The moonlight today is very bright, and the bright light shines on the ground. Even in the dark night, the visibility is very far. But because of this, Shitun was almost scared to pee his pants. Oh my god! What's going on? Shitun was confused. Looking at the Little Garden, which was once lush and full of greenery and vitality, it has now become a lifeless and earthy land. He was dumbfounded. What's going on? Have any 4 emperors or admirals ever fought to the death here? Otherwise, how could the entire island become so dead silent? What exactly happened on this island? This is the entire island. Little Garden is not small among the many islands, and is even above average in size. If it weren't for the admiral-level combat forces fighting to the death on an island like this, how could a vibrant island be turned into this overnight? Their intelligence agent said everything was normal here just 2 days ago. What exactly happened? Are you awake? Sleep, wake up. Glancing with some disgust at the hand still on her shoulder, Momuzagi stood up and jumped down. Shitun was stunned for a moment, but quickly followed. Where are we going? No one responded to Shitun's question. Momuzagi just walked ahead. Seeing that Momuzagi ignored him, Shitun didn't say anything more, but just followed Momuzagi step by step deeper. In a short while, 2 huge bodies appeared in front of them. Dori and Bragi were sitting here watching them. When the warship docked, the 2 of them spotted it and knew someone would come looking for them, so they waited there. The 2 big guys guessed that these Marines were looking for Wayne. The guess was not wrong. Have you seen a guy named Wayne, and what's going on here? Momuzagi has no nonsense. She recognized the identities of the two giants, and if they did not cooperate, she would definitely not show mercy. What a coincidence! The current appearance of this place was created by the guy you are looking for. What? Dori's words immediately made the pupils of the two admiral candidates shrink slightly. After all, no matter how you look at it, it doesn't look like this was caused by that guy. How could that guy have such ability? But before they could ask more questions, Dori told them the whole story. They didn't want to cause trouble, they were just really tired after the day. I just want to get rid of these marines and go to sleep. They also realized that the two people in front of them were not easy to deal with, but fortunately, these two people had no interest in them. Indeed, for such a strong man, it would be reasonable to capture that guy. Only, even a strong person like you would not be able to stand up to that guy, right? Half an hour later, on the deck of the warship, the two people who had gone out have returned, but their expressions are obviously not very good. After all, if all this was done by that guy, and in an instant, then I'm afraid they will not be able to complete this mission. Only, is it really possible for someone to grow so quickly in such a short period of time? Is this really human? Or are those two giants lying? But what is the reason? There is no reason at all. What should we do now? Keep chasing? Following the direction those two giants pointed, we'll definitely run into each other on Magnetic Drum Island tomorrow. Shitun's words left Momuzagi silent. At the beginning, Momuzagi was full of confidence and was ready to find Wayne and take him down. From time to time, he would complain about how good Wayne was at running. But now, knowing where the other person is, knowing that you will meet him soon if you continue. She was also a little shaken. Can she really deal with this kind of monster? Naval Headquarters. Marshal's office. Even though it was getting late at night, the room was still brightly lit. Sengoku, whose work for the day has not yet been completed, is still working hard at his post. Bulu bulu bulu. The phone rang. Sengoku, who was processing documents, felt a pang in his heart. After hesitating for a moment, he picked up the phone. Marshal Sengoku, we have new information. Momuzagi's voice continued to come, but Sengoku's brows were getting deeper and deeper. By the time Momuzagi finished her report, Sengoku's face looked as ugly as if he was constipated. It took a while for Sengoku to digest all of this. You mean, Little Garden is now just bare ground? Or even the whole island is a little lower? Yes. Sengoku covered his face with his hands and rubbed them harshly. He now somewhat believed that it was that guy who did it. After all the signs pointed to him. During this period, no Admiral-class combat force had been there. Only this uncertainty factor passed by for a moment. Even if he doesn't want to believe it, it seems to be the case. But doesn't this mean that after a month, that guy has already become an admiral? Even the usually calm Sengoku couldn't help but curse in his heart. It was already difficult for him to be an admiral. He was the one who worked overtime the latest every day. Now there was this guy who rose from obscurity to admiral in just 3 months. This thing that sounded like bullshit actually happened right before his eyes. Garp ah Garp. I regret it. If I had known this would happen, I should have sent you, old man, to kill him. Even if it meant giving you a few years of vacation in disguise, I would have done it. Hey! After calming down a little, Sengoku gradually calmed down. Momuzagi, follow them, but remember not to fight them. Your mission now is to investigate their background. Report to me immediately if anything happens. If the situation is really as you say, I will let Garp go. Yes. Marshal. Click. The phone was hung up. Sengoku rubbed his head in pain, his expression so sad that tears were about to fall. He feels uncomfortable. He really feels bad. What kind of people are these? The marshal's desire to retire reached its peak at this moment. Chapter 153. Early the next morning. It was dawn. Wayne, who was sitting leisurely on his own lounge chair at the bow of ship number 95, enjoying the sea breeze, gradually saw the legendary medical superpower. Duke Guy really didn't lie to him. Nami and the others also said that teach came from this direction. Now it seems that everything is correct. He stood up, yawned, and stretched. He didn't go back to sleep last night and slept on this recliner. Those wounded soldiers needed care. Although they all said they were fine and not dead, Wayne could see at a glance that they couldn't even eat. The big guy was really ruthless in his attack. He really spared my life if he said so. Everyone else went to take care of the wounded, so as the captain, he naturally had to be responsible for safety issues. I slept soundly last night, so I guess nothing happened. I wiped the ambiguous tears from the corners of my eyes, and then I saw the steaming milk on the small table next to me. This is... No one else would do such a thing except Kaya. How did this little girl know when I woke up? I was not woken up by her. Although I thought this in my heart, Kaya really took the trouble to make sure I had hot milk to drink when I woke up. Wayne picked up the milk and drank it all, thinking about what he had to do today. The first thing to do is to see a doctor. Since Drum Island has been ravaged by Blackbeard, the only place left to go is Chopper. It's still early, just a little after 6 o'clock. It should be done before work. As for what to do? Cold scrambled eggs. He can just carry a group of people up the mountain, but he can't use force. We are professional citizens, so we must discuss it properly. What was that beautiful lady's name? Chopper seemed to call her Dr. Dolly, so let's just call her Dolly. If you want to make this woman submit, excluding the use of force, the only option is to cater to her preferences. This is also simple. The last time he was at Yin's place, he got a few bottles of good wine from the mayor. When Zoro saw the wine, his eyes lit up like Luffy seeing food. Wayne even wanted to learn how to lock the refrigerator from Sanji. But since it was in his room, Zoro didn't dare to act rashly. According to Zoro, this is a collector's edition of the world government and is quite valuable. I think it was brought out by Vivi. There shouldn't be any problem using this good stuff to have Doriel rescue a few people. The ship soon reached the shore. However, they did not see any residents on the shore trying to stop them from landing on the island, but they did see a familiar ship. Wayne recognized it immediately. It was Walpole's boat. Wasn't he scared away by Blackbeard not long ago? Why did he come back again? He was a little confused, but the most important thing was to take the man to see a doctor, and he didn't have time to deal with these trivial matters. Is everything done? With a thought, Wayne's figure appeared on the deck from the bow. Kaya, who was busy, quickened her movements upon hearing this. In front of her, a group of wounded people who had been helped out were waiting for Kaya to put some cotton clothes on them. The temperature on the island was very low. All right. After dressing the limp Luffy, Kaya said softly. Upon hearing this, Wayne raised his hand and released a black mist, gently lifting everyone up. Everyone sit down, go, let's go. The words fell. Everyone disappeared where they were. When he appeared again, he was already 100 meters away. That's right, after being wrapped in the, Wayne can flash with them. This saves a lot of trouble and is very convenient. While Wayne was on his way to seek medical treatment, a meeting about Wayne was held on Marine's side after dawn. Hold a meeting, hold a meeting. All you do is hold a meeting every day. Sengoku, if you don't explain clearly why you came into my room and punched me in the face in the middle of the night last night, I will eat you like a sheep today. Bang! Following Garp's angry curse, the door was kicked open. Garp was also sent to the New World before, but was transferred back after discovering that only the 4 emperors were taking action. 3 admirals are enough to watch over the factory. Garp was the last one to arrive, and he came simply to get an explanation, otherwise he would never attend such a meeting so early in the morning. He slept soundly last night, when suddenly, a fist landed on his eye socket and knocked him to the ground with his head. There was a big hole in the bed. Just as he was about to lose his temper, he saw Sengoku slamming the door and leaving with smoke coming out of his head, and the anger in his heart was inexplicably suppressed. But after thinking about it all night and feeling humiliated all night, Garp decided to come and ask for an explanation. Everyone looked at Garp, whose eye was bruised, not knowing what to say. But if what he said is true, then the marshal. Garp was beaten so badly by a single punch, I'm afraid he must have been in his Buddha form at the time. What a huge hatred and resentment this must be. Everyone's attention gradually shifted to Sengoku, who remained silent. From the beginning, they felt that there was something wrong with Sengoku's aura. He seems to be quite angry. What on earth did these two people do? Everyone's curiosity was gradually aroused. Now that the three admirals are not here, only the vice-admirals and the cranes are participating in this meeting. But even though the three admirals were not there, there was still a den mushi placed on each of their seats. Remote meeting. After seeing the layout of the room, Garp's anger inexplicably subsided a little. After all, this is the first time there has been a precedent for a remote meeting, so I'm afraid the matter is really serious. Giving Sengoku a stern look, Garp slumped down on his seat, making it rattle and sway. What on earth is going on? They even want us to participate. Alala, yes, it's very hard to keep an eye on these four emperors. The two tanking kings already have opinions. These four emperors have always been very concerned about their existence and want to give them some big dishes from time to time. The sad thing is that they still have to hold a meeting. Seeing that everyone was present, Sengoku, who had been reluctant to speak, finally stated the purpose of this meeting. He slowly walked to the projector, pressed the switch, and turned on the den mushi. Then a group of photos appeared in front of everyone. What the hell is this? Sengoku, where did you get the photo of the dirt clods? You called us here, didn't you, just to see the dirt clods? The photos released by Sengoku are indeed no different from clods of earth. This is Little Garden today. Sengoku's words made everyone startled. A loud shout was also heard at the same time. What? Bang! After Garp shouted, the chair under his butt was retired. He fell heavily to the ground. But he didn't care. He quickly stood up and walked to the front of the picture to look at it carefully. But no matter how you look at it, it's just a lump of dirt. If I remember correctly, the little garden used to be all green. Yeah, but it's all gone now. Do you know who did it, Garp? Hearing Sengoku's question and looking at Sengoku who was so close and whose eyes were starting to look dangerous again, Garp's heart skipped a beat. A bad premonition gradually emerged in his heart. No, it's not that pirates group my grandson is in, right? Sengoku didn't reply, but Garp could clearly see that Sengoku's fist had hardened again. Chapter 154. All signs indicate that this was done by Wayne. We asked the two giants on the island and captured a demon. They told us that the demon, Wayne, transformed the entire little garden into this state in just 1 second. I don't need to explain what this means. How is this possible? As Sengoku finished speaking, there was a gasp from the audience. Garp retorted instinctively. Because among the current Marines, he is the only one who can do this. Only he can transform a vibrant island into this in a second. Isn't Sengoku saying that the guy he was scolding for kidnapping children and his grandchild just 2 days ago has suddenly reached the same level as him? This seems impossible even if you think about it with your butt. The three admirals far away in the New World were also stunned. This piece of news seemed to be enough to make them attend the meeting. After all, if it was true, then there would be a figure comparable to Garp in the pirates. 4 emperors. Has the 5th emperor appeared at sea? Although I had long expected that if that kid was left alone, he would definitely reach this level. I never thought that he would reach this level in just 2 months. He, who was always calm, also had a slightly trembling tone when he said this. Silence. After he finished speaking, the entire conference room fell into silence. Everyone was immersed in the shock of the birth of the 5th emperor. All right. Stop looking down. Sengoku's low shout brought everyone's depressed hearts back to their feet. Although that guy did this, there's no intelligence proving he actually has the ability. After all, not many people have ever fought him. That is to say, he may not have reached this level. But we can't delay any longer. Now it seems that the rumor that he severely injured Jin with a single blow is very likely true. This shows his attitude. He will definitely not join the 4 emperors' camp. All 3 admirals can be withdrawn. After they return. Sengoku paused slightly at this point, as if thinking. Kizaru, guard the headquarters. Aokiji, Akainu, and Garp. Everyone, move out. We must kill that guy in the cradle. Everyone's eyes widened slightly upon hearing Sengoku's arrangement. After all, the only character that the 2 admirals and the marine hero captured together seemed to be Roger, right? That guy. But now, they actually sent such a powerful force to deal with a new pirates with a bounty of only 800 million. This simply shattered everyone's 3 views. But if you think about it carefully, it seems that there is nothing wrong with doing this. After all, if we let this guy go any further, I'm afraid he will overturn the naval headquarters by himself. Should the bounty be changed? Tsuru's question made Sengoku shake his head. Let's wait until everything is confirmed. The reward remains unchanged. The reason why Sengoku said this was that he really didn't know how much to set. Wayne's combat power was too vague now, and no one had ever seen him use his full strength. That's good. With this kind of lineup, that guy will definitely not be able to escape. Even the 4 emperors are on our side now. After all, as long as he doesn't agree to recruit us, a fight is inevitable. Well, your intelligence department will focus on that guy from now on. We must be aware of his every move as soon as possible. Don't worry, I'll get it done. Well, that's it. Meeting adjourned. Following Sengoku's order, the meeting room was quickly emptied. Only Garp, who was still in a daze, and Sengoku, who was organizing documents, were left. Garp's mind was about to explode, but he couldn't figure out how Wayne grew so fast. It was simply unheard of. Yet. Bang! Suddenly, Garp slapped the conference table in front of him, smashing it to pieces, and Sengoku's documents turned into pieces. Sengoku! Just wait. I'll definitely bring that brat back to you. After saying this, Garp disappeared from the spot with a serious look on his face. Sengoku was left standing there with a frown on his face, clenching his fists as he looked at the scattered document fragments. New World. In a small room, 3 admirals were sitting together, with 3 hung-up den mushi placed on the small round table in front of them. The 3 admirals who hung up the phone also had worried expressions on their faces. Alala, you don't give me any free time. I'm leaving now, both of you. As someone who has watched Wayne grow up little by little like Garp, Aokiji is also well aware of Wayne's extraordinariness. He has to take a guy like this seriously. If it's not resolved quickly, it will be really troublesome later. After Aokiji left, Akainu also left without saying a word. Only Kizaru was left slumped on the sofa with a filthy look on his face. Within a mouth. With a calm expression, he said this slowly, then he gently picked up the breakfast prepared by his adjutant and started eating. It was early in the morning and he hadn't eaten yet. If you have anything to say, let's talk about it after we finish eating. Well, how about some tea after dinner? I need to take another nap. Why are you in such a hurry? Although Kizaru's approach is incompatible with the current marine, but nothing wrong with that, this is very second uncle. It was true that the entire marine was spinning, and only my second uncle was eating. With the withdrawal of marine, New World was also in turmoil. After all, the marines entered on a large scale and now they have all evacuated. This is totally incomprehensible to ordinary pirates. Although the four emperors couldn't understand marines' actions at first, after a little investigation, everything became clear. Gulala. This is really interesting. I'm kind of looking forward to meeting that guy. He has an 800 million bounty, yet he wants the marine to deploy such a force. On the Moby DK, Whitebeard laughed heartily after receiving the news. He was now completely interested in Wayne. Dad, Marine is not a fool. If they do this, doesn't it prove that the guy is really worthy of Marine's actions? Is he really that strong? After Marco finished speaking, others continued to speak. Yeah, Dad, do you want us to get in touch with him? Everyone's voices rose and fell, but Whitebeard did not speak again. Although he was becoming more and more interested in Wayne, for some reason, he always felt uneasy. Is that Ace? He was worried about Ace, so he didn't think too much about it. I just feel a little emotional. The other four emperors had similar ideas to Whitebeard, except Kaido. Gone. These beasts are finally gone. Ha 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 ha. Jin, wait for me, I'll come and meet him in person. The voice fell. Above the ghost island, a green dragon gradually flew away. Even from a long distance away, one could feel the violent thunder. Chapter 155. Drum Island. Up to 5,000 meters in the air. A reindeer is running at full speed, supported only by a cable under its feet. The pink hat on its head was covered with a layer of white snow. The reindeer looked very panicked and its breathing was unusually heavy. It can be seen that he has been running at full speed for some time. Gradually, a castle appeared in front of us on the top of the mountain covered with thick snow. The reindeer didn't slow down at all, leaving thick footprints on the snow. When it reached the door, it slammed it open. Then he spoke in human language and shouted, Duolier, the doctor. No, it's not good, it's not good. Doriel, who heard the loud noise, came out of the bedroom in her pajamas, with anger obvious on her face. When she saw the door with a hole in it, she immediately cursed. Chopper! There are only two of us in this place. You actually broke the door. Do you know how hard these things are to fix? If what you said doesn't make me forgive you, then be prepared for me to split your head open. As she spoke, Doriel walked towards the wall on her left, where an axe was hanging. Seeing this, Chopper felt a little scared. It does seem a bit reckless. But it didn't forget what it wanted to say. Doriel, the king has returned. He's beating people in the village at the foot of the mountain. Doriel was slightly taken aback when she heard Chopper's words. You're back? Back so soon? The place they are occupying now is Wapol's castle. They thought that guy might never come back, but now it's not even a month, how come he's back? Now not only will these citizens continue to suffer, but even she and Chopper will have no place to stay. After all, she occupied Wapol's castle, and that guy wouldn't let them go. Hey, Chopper, pack up your things, let's go. Doriel turned around and went back to the bedroom after she finished speaking. When Chopper heard this, the fear on his face disappeared and was replaced by a smile. Hee, Dr. Doriel is not angry anymore. Don't just stand there. Hurry up. Oh. At the foot of the mountain at this time, Wapol, the king who has returned, is leading his country's guards and is confronting a group of villagers. Among the crowd, Dalton, who had activated the bull cow fruit, looked no different from a real bull, but now he was lying on the ground with several arrows in his body. Wapol, standing opposite him, looked unharmed, but there were many stitches on his body. Just now, Dalton stabbed Wapol, but the doctor healed him in just 10 seconds. Dalton was shot because he blocked the bullet for the villagers. Wapol, sitting on a giant hippopotamus, looked at Dalton lying on the ground with an angry expression. It's not that he was angry that he had cut himself. After all, the injury healed so quickly that he didn't even feel anything. He was angry at that witch. That guy actually dared to occupy his castle while he was away. It's crazy. There's no way I'll let her go this time. Let's go. Up the mountain. I'm going to eat that woman. She's so ungrateful. He didn't stay here for too long. Compared to these rebels, he cared more about the fact that his hometown was robbed. Dalton was unwilling, but now he could do nothing but glare at Wapol with bloodshot eyes. Gradually, he became somewhat desperate. Is this country destined to perish? His eyes were red and Dalton clenched his hands tightly, but this also caused his wounds to bleed more and his face became paler and paler. Just as Wapol was about to take his men away, a figure inexplicably appeared in the middle of the confrontation between the two sides. This made everyone stunned. The man looked around and a hint of understanding flashed in his eyes. Wapol and others also obviously noticed this guy who suddenly appeared. After all, it was hard for them not to notice the huge ball floating above him. Wapol was startled at first, but then he shouted, "Who are you? How dare you show up on my land? Do you know?" Before he could finish his words, the man disappeared from the spot again as he took a step forward. The huge black ball also disappeared. Wapol was stunned again. Where are the people? Where has such a grown-up person gone? Where did it come from and where did it go? Over there. Just when Wapol was confused and bewildered, a guard's shout attracted everyone's attention. The guy who was just among them now appeared at the foot of the mountain. What? What does that guy want to do? He wants to go to the castle too. Never mind. Chase her. How dare you ignore me? Catch her first, make sure that woman doesn't get away. And then we'll take care of this guy too. After Wapol finished speaking, he controlled the giant hippopotamus and chased after him, with his guards following closely behind. Things soon returned to calm here. But Dalton, who was lying on the ground with a desperate look on his face, gradually had a light in his eyes. He recognized it. Recognized the man. Wayne, the great pirate with a bounty of 800 million, the king before sunset. If you can, please help us. What kind of despair would make the former captain of the guard of this country make such a request from the bottom of his heart to a pirate? But no matter what, in the midst of despair, he saw a glimmer of hope. Castle. At the broken gate. Doriel and Chopper, who had packed their bags in just a few minutes, reappeared here. There was an extra sled on Chopper's back, but there wasn't much on the sled. Oh, damn it! I have so many precious medicines, and they are all going to be given to that BD Wapol. Due to the tight time schedule, Doriel didn't bring much with her, and most of her things were left here. Even she felt her heart bleeding. Doriel looked back again and got on the sled with a look of reluctance. Let's go, Chopper. Doriel finished speaking, but the sled did not move immediately. This made Doriel frown slightly and repeated again. Do you want to have breakfast before you leave? As she spoke, she turned to look at Chopper, only to be met with his innocent eyes. Same. She also saw the guy standing in front of Chopper. He was dressed in white and had a smile on his face. Kind. This was Doriel's first impression of the young man in front of her. Do you need help, beautiful girl? If you call me that, I'll get anxious. I can only call you beautiful girl or beautiful girl. End, Fawn. Chapter 156. One man and one deer. The first thing I saw was Wayne with a smile on his face. Chopper didn't recognize the person in front of him, but Doriel was different. She recognized Wayne at a glance, the big pirates with a bounty of 800 million. How come he is here? When did you appear here? Two questions popped up in her mind, but Dorial didn't think much about it. After all, the bounty was so high, it was normal to have some tricks. Wayne, what's up? Dorial asked with a frown. She had not forgotten her current situation. She was very anxious. Hearing this question, Wayne did not answer immediately, but slightly turned sideways. Dorial then noticed that there were other people behind Wayne, and there were quite a few of them. It just looked like they couldn't even stand steadily, with only a few of them looking normal. Seeing this scene, Dorial knew what Wayne meant. It was obvious that he came to seek medical treatment. You want me to treat you? No problem. The condition is to help me kill that guy named Lawful. What do you think? Do you want to take it? Dorial got up from the sled and walked down. Although the dominant power now seemed to be in her hands, she was still a little nervous when she put forward this condition. After all, she didn't know the smiling young man in front of her. Maybe this was just his disguise. Maybe in the next second, he would suddenly attack her and put the knife to her neck to force her to surrender. But if it were in the past, she would definitely rather die than obey if they asked her to treat her illness in vain. But now that she had Chopper, if these people wanted to use force, there was nothing she could do. The conditions have been stated. It doesn't matter even if they don't agree. Just give it a try. Anyway, the current situation is that she has to be treated no matter what. Her words made Chopper look at Wayne with trepidation. This person seems to be very powerful, because Dr. Dorial only knows powerful humans. I don't know if he can help us. If he agrees, then we don't have to run away, right? Will he agree? But why does he keep looking at me? Does he want to catch me and eat me? Thinking of this, Chopper's eyes showed a little more fear. Under the brim of his hat, Chopper's eyes were filled with nervousness, and his cautious look made Wayne, who noticed this scene, feel a little funny. After all, it feels like a steal no matter how you look at it. Well, helping the people get rid of the unscrupulous king is what we pirates should do. Don't worry, I'll help you with this, but if you help me treat the crew, I'll give you another reward. After all, how can I use it as a bargaining chip when it's something I should do? After Wayne finished speaking, only two confused faces were left in front of him. Very? What did he say? Is it the pirates' job to help the people get rid of the unscrupulous king? When did the pirates realize this? Is this guy in front of me really a pirate? But what he said was very sincere. He was even unwilling to use this matter as a bargaining chip to treat his companions. Doesn't this show something? These pirates are a little different. Dorial was stunned for a few seconds, then after a little thought, she let Wayne carry his companion into the house. Since you say so, I won't waste any more words. Just leave them to me. Wayne waved his hand and asked Nami and the others to help the patients in. Seeing that everyone had entered the house, Dorial was about to go and start treatment, but Wayne stopped her. Wayne took out a few bottles of good wine and handed them directly to Dorial. Can I use these as payment? At first, when Dorial saw Wayne take out a few bottles of wine, she thought it didn't matter even if the gift was small. After all, she had high hopes for this guy. The pirates who could say those words so sincerely were definitely worthy of her free help. But after she took a closer look, she couldn't take her eyes off it. World Government Collection of Red Wine. 1,500 years old. Hiss. Where did you get that from? While he was talking, his hands were already busy and he pocketed all the wine. The look he gave Wayne had changed from one of optimism to one of kindness. Although she asked the question, she didn't expect an answer. After getting the wine, she turned around and walked quickly towards the bedroom. As if he was afraid that Wayne would regret it. Boy! Don't worry. Even if I risk my life today, I will definitely keep you and your companions alive and kicking. This is such a great gift, ha 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 ha. Looking at Dorial, who had been coaxed into a trance and had completely labeled herself a good person, Wayne also showed a smile. Get it right. Everyone left, leaving only Chopper and Wayne. The affable smile on Wayne's face had now vanished, replaced by a lazy look. He felt a little tired from using the to move continuously. Walking into the castle, Wayne sat down on the magnificent sofa without any hesitation. After taking a quick look around, even he couldn't help but sigh at the luxury of this place. When he stopped being a pirate, he would buy a whole house for himself. After hearing what Wayne had just said, Chopper looked at him with a different look. Although I still feel afraid of strangers, there is a strange feeling in my heart. This emotion gradually dissipated until they were the only two left here. Chopper came back to his senses, looked at the empty room, and a few drops of sweat appeared on his face for no apparent reason. Wrong. Something is wrong. Why are he and I the only ones left? It gradually became panicked and began to sneak away pulling the sled. She took small, light steps, afraid of attracting Wayne's attention. That one over there. Come over. But at this moment, a shout made Chopper's fur stand up, and he almost jumped up in fright. When he turned around, he saw Wayne staring at it with a fierce look on his face. This immediately sank Chopper's heart. Should we run away now? But will I be able to outrun him? What does he want to do? Is he going to eat himself? A series of thoughts raced through Chopper's mind, but in the end, he decided to go with the flow. You, what's wrong? Chopper came closer, shrunk into the form of a raccoon cat, leaned against the large table in front of the sofa, and performed a reversed yin gang version of peek for Wayne. Go pour a glass of water for Big Brother. Hey? Oh. Chopper was reluctant, and while guarding against Wayne suddenly coming forward to bite it, he quickly poured a glass of water and handed it to Wayne. Your name is Chopper, right? We're in need of a great doctor on board. Would you like to come? Wayne asked softly, looking at Chopper in front of him. But after hearing what Wayne said, Chopper's expression became abnormal. Because this guy said he was in need of a great doctor, doesn't that mean that in his eyes I am a great doctor? Even if you praise me, I won't be happy. In just a few seconds, Chopper showed Wayne all of his strange skills, which made Wayne smile even more. So interesting. It would be interesting to have it on board. But even though Chopper felt strangely close to the person who was praising him, it couldn't leave. Dr. Doriel would not agree to it becoming a pirate's. It also didn't want to leave Dr. Doriel. Although it has a favorable impression of the pirates in front of it, it will not just join a group of pirates it just met. Who knows if the humans on their ship are still as ugly as they have been before. Just when it was about to refuse Wayne spoke first. Don't rush to refuse. We will stay here for a day and leave in the evening. Tell me your answer in the evening. Wayne finished speaking, and Chopper looked up, only to see Wayne had already started drinking the hot water it had poured while reading the newspaper. Chopper! Come help! Ah! Here it comes! Without time to think, Doriel's call made Chopper rush over like a conditioned reflex. Looking back at its happy appearance, Wayne felt funny again. He raised his hand and covered the broken door with his inner energy to block the cold wind that kept coming in. He then controlled the inner energy to put the sled that Chopper had pulled aside. Only then did Wayne read the newspaper comfortably. But as I read the newspaper, I felt something was wrong. What does it mean, the 3 admirals withdraw from New World? What does Grand Line Marine mean by frequent adjustments? What is Marine Hero Garp? He is heading towards the front half of the Grand Line, his purpose is unknown. I don't know why, but a bad premonition gradually came to my mind. These people. Are you here to mess with me? Chapter 157. Something is wrong. Something is extremely wrong. In the original novel, Marine didn't make such a big move at this time, let alone targeting the Paradise. Not at all. No one deserves this. But now Marine has done it, and he, a time traveler who already has the strength of an admiral, is the biggest suspect. All right. No more pretending. This is definitely directed at me. Damn it, I shouldn't have drawn my sword in Little Garden if I had known. It must be that the information about Little Garden was leaked, which is why Marine went to such great lengths to deal with me. But this cannot be blamed on him, as he had no idea that drawing the sword for a second would cause such serious consequences. That time on the boat, he pulled it out for less than 0.1 seconds before retracting it. Apart from the terrifying breath, there was not much noise. But now that it has been exposed, we naturally have to find a way out. With so many big guys trying to mess with him, he's not safe even if he has a trump card. Although the killer move can decide the outcome with one strike, what if the opponent comes in batches? You can't keep the world stable forever. The other side is not stupid. How could they possibly rush forward when they have no idea of our strength? And there was one more thing he had to worry about. If Marine retreats, will Kaido remain silent about the fact that he beat Yin? All right. After a little thought, Wayne gave up hope. That old guy probably arrived earlier than Marine. If they don't operate well this time, I'm afraid they will be wiped out here. But even for Kaido, who is the fastest, it will take 4 or 5 days to get here, so everything is still in time. The next stop is to find Lao Shat. It will take a day on the journey and a day to charge up the magnetism. As long as they have enough magnetism in Alabasta, they can go to Sky Island according to the recorded pointer. Sky Island can be said to be the best place to go nowadays. It is impossible for the Marines to keep looking for them. As long as we can delay a little, we can still be heroes. As for whether Kaido will find it on Sky Island, it doesn't matter. If he is alone, I can handle it myself. At worst, I can just chop him with a knife. As long as they don't come in waves, it will be relatively easy for him to deal with them. So, it seems that the itinerary does not need to change, but you just need to be careful on the road. Once you reach Sky Island, you will be safe. Ding! Work tasks released. It has been detected that most of the members are injured. Today's mission, capture all the doctors on the island and bring them to your service. Just as Wayne was thinking about countermeasures, the system's voice suddenly appeared in his mind. When he came to his senses, he realized that it was already working hours. I glanced at the tasks issued by the system and found that they were not difficult to complete. If it were any other island, it would probably take some more effort. After all, who knows how many doctors there are on the island and where they live? It's very difficult to find it. But Drum Island was different. Wapol had already found all the doctors on the island. Apart from Dr. 20 who was by his side and the 2 in the castle, there was no other doctor on the island. Today should be another relaxing day. Looking up at the people receiving treatment in the room inside, Wayne got up from the sofa and walked over. If nothing is done, the number of people going to work today will be greatly reduced. But during the last mission to capture the giant, because I told Nami and the others to go look for them at sea, the system counted them as part of the workforce. Today he plans to use the same trick again. If this counts, then it's basically confirmed that my system is stupid. Come into the house. There were only a few beds in the room, and there was one person lying on each bed. The beds were basically moved by people. After all, this place is a castle, how could there be so many beds in one room? Doriel was busy at Kill's bedside. After all, his injury was the most urgent. His arm was broken, and the sooner it was reattached, the better. Chopper is standing on a chair, and his little hooves are also busy all the time. When everyone saw Wayne come in, they all wanted to stand up. After all, everyone knows that it is already 9 o'clock and time to go to work. Even if they were injured, they didn't want to delay. Boss! Captain! But the others were fine. As soon as Kill stood up, Doriel punched him in the face. He stood up straight and then lay back down straight. I'm sewing it right now. If you move, I'll take off the other one too. Okay, no need to get up, I'll announce today's work content. Work. Why would you let these people work when they're in this condition? They need help even to walk. When Doriel heard Wayne's words, she stopped sewing on her hand. The look he gave Wayne changed a little. It's like looking into the eyes of a black-hearted boss. Wayne ignored her gaze and continued calmly, today's mission is to invite all the doctors on the island to tea. After hearing Wayne's words, everyone immediately showed an expression of understanding. As for drinking tea, you should definitely go home and drink it. Except for me, all of you are here as a cover. I will go and get the doctor from the island to treat you. By the way, have some tea. After Wayne finished speaking, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Then he turned and left. But after he left, Chopper and Doriel could clearly feel that the way the people around them looked at them became a little strange. Even Wayne's smile just now was somewhat intriguing. But how could Doriel, an old lady who has lived for over 100 years, be afraid of these things? Since all doctors are invited to have tea, I should also be invited. Let me tell you in advance, if the tea is too bad, don't blame me for not giving you face. Wayne, who had just walked out a short distance, smiled and said. Rest assured. I will definitely give you the first drink, the best drink. Chapter 158. He said he was going out to find a doctor, but as soon as he walked out of the inner room, he sat down in the living room. Try to find? Joke. Those guys will be here to deliver it soon, so what's there to look for? It's still early now, there's no need to bring them all here so early. And judging from the current situation, even after Doriel's treatment, these crew members will not be able to recover immediately. Although this is nothing under normal circumstances, the situation is urgent now. Just because Doriel couldn't get them to stand up today, it didn't mean she had no other options. It just so happens that Wapol's 20 doctors are mainly targeting a quick shooter. Wapol's strength is not weak. Those doctors can cure him within 2 seconds. Doesn't that mean that Luffy and the others can recover faster? It's not impossible to get better today. When they come later, let them try it. As for now, let's first look carefully in the newspaper to see if there is any hidden information about this island. Time passes quietly. In the blink of an eye, it was already noon. The warship, which lagged behind Wayne for half a day, finally appeared on the coast of Magnetic Drum Island. On the warship, the two vice-admirals Momuzagi and Shitun no longer had the relaxed look of yesterday, and their expressions were filled with solemnity as they looked towards the island. From a distance, they had already noticed the huge number 95, a ship that was twice as big as their warship. Where did this guy get such a big ship? When Shitun saw the huge size of number 95 for the first time, he frowned and was puzzled. This kind of shipbuilding technology is simply impossible in East Blue. No one knows where Wayne got the ship from. It's not uncommon for someone with that kind of means to own a ship of this size. Compared to Shitun, Momuzagi is only interested in Wayne. I wonder if there's anyone guarding it. If not, how about I go and destroy the ship? As soon as Shitun proposed his idea, Momuzagi looked at him as if he were a fool. Do you remember our mission? Destroy his ship, and then what? How can we find out his details? Do you want to fight him to the death? Are you sure you can win? Hearing Momuzagi's question, Shitun's mind flashed back to the tragic situation of Little Garden. If Wayne's strength is really comparable to Admiral's, then if he sinks the opponent's ship, their fate will definitely be miserable. This cannot be done without being sure of the other party's strength. Okay, I was reckless. The two of them did not continue to communicate after that. Only after the warship docked did they truly realize the huge size of number 95. The soldiers on the warship were all stunned. Stop looking. Go check the footprints. It's getting late. We need to catch up as soon as possible. After Momuzagi gave the order, several marines with bars quickly left. I thought this matter could be done quickly, but after more than 10 minutes, those people came back with frustrated looks on their faces. Seeing this, Momozagi was confused. What's the meaning? Can't even find footprints? The result was just as she expected. Several professionals only found 2 footprints. But they couldn't determine who these inexplicable footprints belonged to, so they naturally had no way to investigate. It was as if Wayne's boatload of people had really flown away. This made Momozagi's face change. After all, if the other party could really fly, how could they fly with so many people? There was no one on the boat. This is definitely a key point of information. Just follow the direction indicated by the footprints. There are no clues now. We can ask when we reach a village. Yes. Under Momozagi's leadership, they are really on the right track. After walking for a long time, they finally arrived at the place where the confrontation had just taken place. At this time, most of the villagers here had dispersed, and only a small number were left gathered at the door of a house. Momozagi immediately saw the remaining bloodline on the ground. There was a battle here. And it won't be long. Even if this matter has nothing to do with the person they are looking for, it is possible that someone has seen him. Bloodline finally arrived at the house where the men were surrounding. Marine. The Marine is here. At this time, the villagers discovered Marine's arrival. A few of them shouted, but the expressions on their faces were not happy, but a little scared. Because the Marines only helped the king. They are a member of the world government and have seen the Marines arrive before. Seeing the fear in these people's eyes, Momozagi frowned. But now is not the time to worry about these things. At her signal, the adjutant beside her walked up with Wayne's bounty order. Have you seen this man? We are hunting him down. There are a lot of bloodlines here. Did he injure your people? We can help you with treatment. I hope you will tell us the truth. Looking at the bounty order that the adjutant took out, the expressions of several people who had just been sharp-eyed and saw Wayne's appearance immediately changed. This scene was easily captured by the adjutant. When I came in front of those people and was about to ask again, they opened their mouths and said they didn't know. This left the adjutant a little confused. After all, this guy is a pirate, and these villagers seem to know something. Why would they protect him? In fact, the villagers said this because Wayne's appearance just now attracted Walpole away and indirectly saved Dalton's life. Otherwise Walpole would never have let Dalton go. Even Dalton said that the man might save them from danger. What Dalton said was not wrong. After all, the pirates with such a high bounty were facing a foolish king who came to challenge them. It goes without saying what will happen. The villagers also thought that Marine was here to help Walpole and to help Wayne hide his tracks, which made sense. Hey! That's new. Shatun's face changed. Now that the clue was right in front of him, he would definitely not let it go. After all, those pirates have a very special style of doing things. They leave at 5 o'clock. If they don't hurry up, they won't even be able to meet Wayne, let alone explore his strength. They now know that Garp and the 2 admirals are on their way, so for the sake of the overall situation, they must complete this mission even at the cost of their lives if necessary. The admirals who came behind were able to test the enemy's strength. This kind of thing has never been seen before, and Shatun will not allow it to happen, even if it means scaring these villagers. Just as he stepped forward to say something, the door behind the villager opened from the inside. The injured Dalton was standing upright at the door. Even though the wound was still bleeding and the blood gradually dyed the snow under his feet red, he still stood straight. I know where he is. I'll take you there. Looking at the arrow wound on Dalton's chest, Momozagi immediately asked the military doctor to bandage him. Dalton had no choice but to do this, as he also didn't want Marine to know Wayne's whereabouts. But these people, as Marines hunting down 800 million pirates, how could they easily let these lying villagers go? After all, the matter is of great importance. In that case, let him lead the way. You are so badly injured. How can you lead the way? Yeah. Let's go. We know where he is too. When the surrounding villagers saw that Dalton was going in person, they who had just kept silent now rushed over one after another. Although Dalton tried his best to persuade them, they insisted on going. However, when they went, Dalton became even more worried. Final. Everyone went. The group walked towards the cable car location in a mighty procession. That is the only way for ordinary people like them to reach the top of the mountain. Inside the castle at this time, Wayne, who was beginning to feel sleepy while sitting on the sofa, gradually became a little impatient while waiting. Just as he was about to go out to take a look, Kaya came out. Captain, they've all been treated. The doctor said it will take at least 10 days to half a month for them to fully recover. Wayne was not worried when he heard this, because with number 95 there, the time limit would be shortened by half. Okay, let them rest in peace. I'll go out and take a look. Hey? Why are you going out? It's your turn now. Kaya's words reminded Wayne of the injury on his leg. He almost forgot that he needed healing too. At this time, there was a layer of black mist floating around his right leg. Although this allowed him to walk normally, he could not fight. Maintaining it normally requires some mental control, so it really needs to be cured as soon as possible. Then treat your legs first. But as soon as he reached the door, he heard the conversation inside. Keel, doctor, you must cure our boss. His leg has been lagging for a long time. Doriel, here we go again. I've been saying this since the beginning. What's wrong with him? He looks like nothing happened. How bad can his injury be? Chapter 159. Doriel didn't believe it at all. After all, Wayne was able to bring so many people here by himself and he looked fine. How could he be as terrible as Keel said? No matter what Keel said, she wouldn't take it to heart. As a doctor, she believed that she had some judgment and vision. Okay, stop talking. Let that kid come in quickly so I can bandage him up and that's it. I've been really exhausted serving you all today. As Doriel finished speaking, Wayne and Kaya also pushed the door open and walked in. Looking back, Doriel casually let Wayne sit on a chair beside her without even letting him get on the bed. Wayne didn't care and sat down. But his every move made Doriel more certain of her judgment. This kid is totally fine. Apart from a layer of black mist on his legs, there was no sign of injury on his body. She simply didn't want to go through the trouble herself, so she decided to leave this little problem to Chopper. Chopper, I'll leave this guy to you. Ah! Chopper was stunned again when he heard this. After all, what Keel said just now didn't sound like a lie. If it was really as he said, then, could I solve it myself? Chopper was hesitant, but the ones on the bed refused to give in. No, doctor, this young doctor might be able to cure it, but it's definitely not as good as yours. Yes. The sooner the boss's injuries heal, the more at ease we can be. Yes, doctor. Various words followed one after another. They all begged Doriel to treat Wayne. After all, they had already seen it after spending some time together. Doriel is the master and Chopper is just an apprentice. It is obvious who is strong and who is weak. Listening to the noisy shouting beside her ears, veins on Doriel's forehead gradually bulged. Just as she was about to lose her temper and make these people quiet down, a voice spoke before her. Just let it come. Although the voice was not loud, it did not drown out the entire audience. But as soon as he appeared, the whole room fell silent instantly. Everyone looked at Wayne, not understanding why he didn't let Doriel treat him. After all, they had all seen Wayne's injuries with their own eyes. With that kind of injury, anyone would definitely hope to recover quickly, but, what is wrong with our captain? They weren't the only ones confused. The most confusing one is Chopper. Really let me come. Chopper, who could barely speak clearly, rubbed his hoof nervously. Looking at Wayne's face, Chopper began to imagine how disappointed Wayne would be if he failed. "Little guy, I believe in you. Only you can heal my injury." Wayne said this in the softest tone, which made Chopper stunned. It stared blankly at Wayne's serious face, seeing the undisguised belief in his eyes. Chopper suddenly felt as if he was in another world. It was stunned. It just stood there, staring blankly at Wayne's face. Countless images seemed to flash before his eyes. This moment. It seemed to see it. It saw the man who had saved its life several times. Saw the man who was willing to teach it knowledge. Saw that. A man who is willing to believe in it unconditionally no matter what. Before you know it, drops of tears have filled its eyes. Until my eyes were filled with tears and big drops of tears quietly slid down. It dripped down the deer's cheek and onto the floor, making a dripping sound. It wasn't until his vision became completely blurry and he could no longer see the face that Chopper suddenly came to his senses. Chopper hurriedly wiped away his tears and looked at Wayne, feeling only immense intimacy. At this moment, Chopper, who was extremely wary of humans and didn't dare to get close to them, was determined not to disappoint the person in front of him. "I can do it myself." With a heavy nod, Chopper agreed. "Good." Wayne nodded in satisfaction. Chopper was such a coward. He had wanted him to come for treatment. As long as it can be cured, most of its lost confidence will be restored. Wayne knows very well that a situation where its entire calf is broken and it loses all sensation will not be a problem for it. After getting Wayne's reply, Chopper finally got into work mode. After skillfully arranging the various tools and medicines, Chopper pushed the instrument and medicine display table that Doriel had just put in place and came to Wayne with a hint of urgency. "Let me see the injury." Others couldn't really notice the changes in Chopper, they just thought this little guy could actually take on the responsibility of a doctor. But only Doriel's eyes showed a different emotion. Maybe it's relief, maybe it's liberation. Or perhaps, it is reluctance. The child has grown up. Wayne looked at Chopper's expression, who was eager to solve the problem for him, and said nothing more. Instead, he simply removed the layer of black mist attached to his legs. As the black fog disappeared, his entire calf finally appeared in everyone's sight. The moment she saw the calf, Doriel's eyes widened uncontrollably. His eyes were filled with disbelief. It was a bloody calf. As soon as the black fog disappeared, a small pool of bloodline had accumulated on the floor of the room, and as time passed, the bloodline continued to spread rapidly. Judging from the current situation, if the bleeding cannot be stopped in time, Wayne will probably die from excessive blood loss soon. Doriel was stunned. She didn't expect that the injury she thought she didn't need to worry about would be like this. This is an injury that can be fatal in a short period of time. I was really short-sighted this time, really short-sighted. I couldn't tell at all. It's like I've lived 100 years in vain. But this, can she be blamed for this? Who made this kid so patient? Even with such terrible injuries on his body, he can still remain calm and stroll around the garden leisurely. This immediately made Doriel's eyes look strange when she looked at Wayne. That's the look you give a monster. After the black fog lifted, not only Doriel, but everyone else was frightened as well. Even Wayne is no exception. He didn't expect that the injury would worsen. And it's getting worse so quickly. Even with the help of number 95, it still didn't work. Wayne couldn't help but think, if it dragged on for a few more days, wouldn't his leg really be broken? Oh my god! The full-strength kicking technique should not be used indiscriminately. Wow! Boss! You! This is not going to be a good thing. Doctor! Doctor! Help! With this amount of bleeding, no, it won't happen. Everyone panicked, except Chopper, who remained calm. It raised its head slightly and was about to say something. But it found that Wayne had already wrapped its calf with black mist again as it expected. The look in his eyes seemed to say, "Is that so, little dear?" This inexplicably gave Chopper a sense of tacit understanding. It was as if they had known each other for a long time. After the black fog covered the area again, the stunned Dorial finally reacted. Now is not the time to sit there idly. If this is not handled properly, it will be really bad. Dorial walked forward quickly, and just as she was about to say something, Wayne raised his hand to stop her. "No, it already has a solution." Hearing Wayne's words, Dorial focused her attention on Chopper. But Chopper was looking at Wayne in surprise. How did he know I had a solution? Wayne naturally didn't answer this question, but just gave it a smile. Chopper didn't delve into it any further. He suffered a complete comminuted fracture of his lower leg. There wasn't even any bone left inside his leg, only bone powder. In addition to that, all the blood vessels were ruptured. After a few days of delay, the symptoms escalated to vascular necrosis and pus began to accumulate inside the calf. This situation requires surgery. This step requires the cooperation of your black mist, because I couldn't stop your bleeding, but they miraculously did it. As long as there's no heavy bleeding, give me some time and I can handle it. Listening to Chopper's analysis, the scrutiny on Dorial's face just now completely disappeared. In just a few seconds, it was able to find the cause of the disease and provide a solution. What Chopper said was fine. If it was this kind of illness, she couldn't do any better. Looking at Chopper in front of her, Dorial said nothing more, but just stepped aside silently, watching Chopper's every move with a smile on her face. The others were also amazed by Chopper's medical skills. If something is amazing even for Dorial, the master, then it must be even more amazing in the eyes of these outsiders. Turtle, this is a real skill. Only 3 seconds? Boss, you only lasted 3 seconds at most in that state. How could this raccoon cat know the treatment method? No. Great job, Lulu. Listening to the praises from the people around him, Chopper still looked serious. Things are now progressing steadily as they were supposed to. Wayne kept adjusting the coverage of the black fog according to Chopper's request, but even so, blood continued to flow out from the location where Chopper performed the operation. And the quantity is not small. Seeing this, Chopper could only speed up his movements so that the person in front of him would suffer less. The 2 deer hooves kept moving on the equipment table and Wayne's legs. All the movements were smooth and not a single moment was wasted. Just like that, in less than 2 minutes, sweat was already oozing out of Chopper's head. Just as it was about to wipe it quickly, a delicate hand quietly appeared and helped it solve this problem. It's Kaya. She was the only one who noticed it because of her carefulness. Although Chopper can clean it quickly by itself, it still takes some time. Every extra second Wayne lost a lot of blood. Chopper's biggest worry now is that Wayne will lose too much blood and pass out, or become too weak to control the black mist. In that case, there is really nothing we can do. Just when everything was going on in an orderly manner, a loud noise broke the silent atmosphere. Bang! There was a huge explosion at the castle gate. Then, a voice came in. Get out here! How dare you occupy the palace while I'm away? I'll kill you myself. This unique voice made Dorial frown. Wapol actually came at this time. Can. Looking at Wayne bleeding all over the floor, her heart sank. Chopper's surgery is now at a critical moment and there is no way to stop it. If you insist on doing this, there is a high probability that the leg will be lost. Wapol really picked the right time to come. But now that I'm here, I can only find ways to delay time. As long as Wayne, the guy with an 800 million bounty, finishes his surgery, even if he is in a weak state by then, he will probably be able to easily get rid of Wapol. Your captain can't move at all now. You 3 are the only ones who can move now. Just delay it until the operation is over. Dorial's words startled the 3 uninjured men, Benji, Ziggy, and Buggy. It was obvious that she knew who was outside the door, and from what she said, it seemed that only her boss could deal with the other person. This immediately made the three brothers' foreheads sweat. Although the pressure was huge, I never stopped. Damn it, they've hit my doorstep. I'm going to tear a piece of him apart even if it means risking my life. Dry. Today it's finally my turn to protect you. Just wait and see, I'm sure I'll hold out the longest. The three of them were ready to die. As soon as he arrived in the living room, the door that Wayne had sealed with his internal energy was finally blown open again. The debris kicked up by the shells filled the entire living room with smoke. Buggy, let's go. Go out and fight. We must not disturb the boss. Okay. Inside the room, Doriel's expression was filled with worry. Hesitation tore through the moment. Eventually she followed. If the three of them lose, she will be the last one to buy time. The guy was looking for her, and as long as she showed up, he could definitely delay the time a little longer. Even if there is a price to pay for it, it doesn't matter. Although the others were filled with resentment, they were unable to stand up and could do nothing but watch. Doriel had just finished treating them, so the medicine couldn't take effect that quickly. After Doriel left, Nami looked at Wayne, wanting to ask him what he needed to do. After all, she wasn't injured, so she was still a fighter. But Wayne just gave her a reassuring look and told her not to worry about it. This left Nami a little confused. Doriel obviously knew Wayne and knew how powerful he was. Since she said that the guy outside the door could only be dealt with by Wayne, it already shows how powerful the other party is. Can we really stop it with just those three guys? The expression on Wayne's face was a little weird at this moment. Doriel did know about his bounty, which meant she knew his approximate strength in disguise. But does he think that all his men are losers? That Wapol guy. I really don't have the qualifications to defeat the three outside now. I'm afraid that when Doriel went out, she would see Wapol kneeling on the ground and shouting for mercy. I'm afraid that when those three guys come into contact with the other side, their first reaction will be, damn. So weak. To be honest, I really want to know what their expressions are. It must be very interesting. Chapter 160. Outside the door. Wapol and his army were arrayed here. He even transformed himself into a cannon, aiming at the dilapidated gate, with wisps of green smoke still coming out of the muzzle. It is now afternoon. They arrived so late because the cable car took half a day to repair. Doriel is not stupid either. After she moved in here, the first thing she did was to destroy the cable car, the only means of transportation. Anyway, she has Chopper to take her wherever she wants. Wapol, who had been repairing the cable car for half a day, was now so angry that he had no place to vent his anger, so he turned into a cannon and started firing randomly to vent his anger. Just as they were resting for a moment and preparing to fire again, several figures suddenly rushed out from the billowing smoke in front. Without any further ado, several people's eyes were directed at Wapol. After all, he looks like the final boss. The three of them looked at each other. I'll hold him off for now, you guys try to deal with these minions. Well. Be careful. We'll be here to help you soon. As they spoke, the three of them rushed out with clear division of labor. Ziggy rushed towards Wapol's two henchmen, while Buggy ran towards Wapol. His expression was very tense. Now that he didn't understand his opponent's methods, he was ready to break into pieces at any time to avoid a fatal blow. He made such arrangements because he was afraid that the two brothers would be killed instantly by each other. After all, they had no means to save their lives. Wapol looked at the three people rushing towards him. His expression was not focused. Then it dawned on me. Oh. I thought I'd seen you somewhere before. Buggy the Clown. Little pirates with a bounty of just over 10 million. Humph, planning on helping that old woman? Then don't blame me. Kill all three of them. Wapol gave an order and several arrows shot out from his left side. Jace, who had been waiting for a long time, shot a large number of arrows almost instantly, and each shot was extremely fast. Looking at the three not-so-bright guys in front of him, he concluded that they would never be able to dodge his arrows. Just then, Doriel, who was following the three of them, also came out the door. Seeing the three people rushing forward so recklessly, her heart suddenly tightened. Wayne seems to be a reliable person, but why are his subordinates so unplanned? Shouldn't the main approach now be to delay? It's best to talk to the other party first. But now they have to go up, but these people are looking at the arrows shot at them, what are they going to do if they don't dodge? If he collapsed right after they met, she probably wouldn't be able to delay the operation until it was over even if she tried her best. That's right. Looking at the arrows shot by the other side, the three of them had no intention of dodging at all. They just frowned, with a hint of doubt in their eyes. The reason is simple. This arrow is too slow. Not only is it slow, but its power is also obviously too weak. But the person who made the move seemed to be an admiral of the other side, which was what made them confused. Could it be a trick? Although I'm a little worried, this arrow really doesn't seem to pose any threat at all. While thinking, Buggy, who was at the front, had already come into contact with the arrow. But he just casually waved the knife in his hand, and the arrow broke into pieces completely. Not to mention the other two. The crisis was resolved with a slight resistance of the big knife in his hand. But this made the three of them even more dumbfounded. What's going on? The opponent's master. That's it. We can't take this lightly. As Buggy finished his words, he had already arrived in front of Wapol, and stabbed the knife in his hand directly into the opponent's face. And after hearing Buggy's words, Keel also came to his senses. The other party may just be testing. Right. It's better to be careful. Immediately afterwards, the two of them collided with their opponents. Before the collision, the archer Jace was still on guard, wary of the other party daring to let him get so close, and wary of this guy's backup plan. After a collision, three figures flew backwards in an instant, like a meteor, and slammed heavily into a big tree beside them. The tree, which required several people to hug together, was obviously tilted by the impact. Under the big tree, Wapol and the other two were completely bewildered. I have absolutely no idea what's going on. They didn't see clearly before those people suddenly accelerated and flew out. There was a deep cut on the chest of each of the two men, and blood gushed out immediately. The cut was so deep that it almost cut the two men in half. In just a moment, the two of them started to move on. His organs were severely damaged and he was not far from death. Wapol was better off. He barely reacted to Buggy's attack and only had time to turn his head, allowing his teeth to take the blow. At this time, apart from the loss of his front teeth and a mild concussion, he had no other injuries. The reason turned out to be that Buggy and the other two did not try their best. They were all on guard against the other side's sudden backup plan, but until the three of them were knocked away, they still didn't get the so-called backup plan. The three of them also stood there in a daze. Looking at Wapol and his group who were vomiting blood and almost dying, they also felt that their brains were not enough. What's going on? What is going on? The other party's situation just now clearly showed that he was unable to react. The wounds on their chests could definitely not be faked. Why is the opponent so weak? But the most dumbfounded one has to be Buggy. He thought Wapol was someone who could compete with Wayne, but the current situation proved that the opponent could not even beat one of Wayne's toes. What the hell? Did the doctor lie to us? Are you kidding us? The three people's gaze gradually shifted to Doriel behind them, their eyes full of confusion. But Doriel was also confused. She was now stunned and her head was buzzing. My jaw almost dropped to the ground. These people, Wayne's randomly picked men, were crew members who were casually brought in to sacrifice and delay time. In the end, what's going on? Chapter 161. She thought these people could only delay her for a little while. After all, she had never heard of or seen any of them. If even she hasn't heard of it, then he must not be that capable. Is this logic correct? But the result now slapped her in the face. These people are not only capable. With just one blow, Wapol's 2 men were already dying. But they didn't seem to be using their full strength at all, and were even staring at me with an expression as if they were kidding me. Although she was reluctant to admit it, the results showed that she had indeed made a big deal out of nothing just now. This made Doriel admire Wayne, who was treating the patient in the room, even more. The people under his command are so powerful, but there is not even a reward for their lives. I really don't know how he hid it from Marine. If Wayne knew what she was thinking, he would definitely say it with an innocent look on his face. Are you hiding it from Marine? I just happened to kill every opponent I encountered instantly. If they can't achieve good results, Marine won't notice. However, although they did not participate in many battles, they did not lose any combat experience. Everyone on the ship will fight to the death with an opponent of equal strength every day. Because their strength is equal, even in a fight to the death, it is not easy to get hurt, and at most they will only suffer minor injuries. Although Wayne lies in the sun every day, he can instantly save the defeated party when they are about to be seriously injured. For example, Zoro and Sanji fought fiercely and ruthlessly, each wanting to kill the other. Because Wayne is here, there is no need to worry about actually killing the other person. The fight was fierce. It's just that they are so evenly matched that they usually fight until they are exhausted, and then lie on the deck together to bask in the sun for the whole afternoon. In fact, even if they joined the battle, there would not be enough enemies, and most of them could be easily dealt with by them. It is far less effective to play with your own people. The fighters on the ship were now beginning to take shape, with Luffy and Gil already possessing the strength of top-tier rear admirals, and their full-strength attacks could reach the level of vice admirals. The others weren't far behind, all of them had reached the rear admiral level of strength. Of course, this is just the combatants. At this time, the 3 buggies with the combat power of rear admiral could easily defeat Wapol. Wapol, who was knocked under the tree, finally regained his composure. After all, the high-speed vibration coming from his teeth made his mind unclear just now. Looking at the 2 men who were dying beside him, and then at the 3 men in front of him who were at ease, Wapol knew that this wave might be very dangerous. He is definitely no match. He couldn't beat these people. I must find a chance to escape. Apart from his 2 capable men, it was difficult to take anyone else away. His army and his 20 doctors were too far away. But what's the use of taking these 2 men away? They won't survive. Gotta go and bring those doctors. Wapol had already made up his mind. He didn't know why one of the 3 opponents had a reward of 10 million, while 2 had no reward at all. He didn't know why these 3 people were so incredibly strong. They were clearly just minions, yet they managed to beat him without any chance of fighting back. Wapol felt very uncomfortable. But the most important thing now is to escape. He really couldn't imagine where this old woman Doriel got these powerful people from. If she had told me earlier that she had such a strong fighting force, Lao Zi would never come here to cause trouble even if he suffered a little loss. Wapol felt a little regretful, but he kept moving his hands, grabbing the 2 men beside him and stuffing them into their mouths. He stared straight at his medical team. He wanted to eat his medical team and take them all away. Although I have never tried to eat so much at one time, I can't do it now. While Wapol was merging with his men, hundreds of meters behind him, behind a snow pile, dozens of people were hiding here, observing the battle ahead. But there was obvious surprise on each of their faces. Chapter 162. Those gathered here at this time were naturally Marine and the villagers led by Dalton. Marine was understandably surprised. After all, they knew very little about the white pirates, and even their Marines didn't know there was this number 3 figure. But the only thing to blame is Captain Wayne being too dazzling, making everything under his command dull. But now that they were singled out, these people actually gave them such a big surprise. Although this was far beyond Marine's expectations, it allowed them to take their mission a step further. Now, they have begun to gradually uncover the true identity of the entire White Pirates group. As for whether to help Wapol, that's definitely impossible. On the way here, they had already learned the cause and effect of the incident from the villagers. Not to mention that they have an important mission now. Even if they don't have a mission, they don't want to help such a foolish and incompetent king. Just pretend you didn't see it. The Marines all looked indifferent, quietly watching the drama in front of them and observing every move of Buggy and the other two. Behind them, the villagers were even more dumbfounded, and the shock in Dalton's eyes could not be calmed for a long time. As a man who has served under the other party for many years, Wapol naturally has a lot of say in how powerful he is. But when Wapol faced his opponent, he was killed with one blow. It's not certain whether you can escape now. This completely overturned his cognition. I thought Wayne had a chance to help them get rid of Wapol, but now any one of his men can do it. The scene before him reminded him of the stern face he saw this morning. At this moment, that coldness transcended time and space, making Dalton, who thought of that face, feel a chill on his back. That is, what kind of person is he? Wayne had completely aroused Dalton's curiosity, but more than that, he was grateful. Anyway, this time, Wapol is going to fall. He either died here directly or escaped with a few people. In short, I will most likely never return to this place. The people of this place were saved because of Wayne. How could he not be grateful for this? In the moment they were thinking, Wapol had already eaten 2 of his men, completing the fusion. At this time, his body was very bloated, and he had 3 heads. He rushed towards the base quickly. Because she was basically at the front, standing between him and Dr. 20. If you want to take the doctor away, it is basically a hurdle that you have to overcome. The 3 people from the same group naturally noticed this scene, but instead of panicking, they raised their hands and threw their long swords to Gigi behind them. He was not good at using a knife, but this knife had been with him for 10 years, so he always carried it with him. He quickly moved his hands and feet. Looking at the rushing Wapol, he calmly made a standard boxing start. Between his fists, Benji stared at Wapol, who was getting closer and closer. As he got closer and closer, Benji's eyes became increasingly violent. When Wapol came to 10 meters in front of him, he was basically moving. He suddenly exerted force with his legs, and his loose trouser legs suddenly expanded, and he rushed in front of Wapol. Before he could react, the bow was already fully drawn, and a simple straight punch was thrown. Use all your strength in this attack. When the fist landed on Wapol, it penetrated more than a meter into his body, almost turning his bloated body into a folding screen. Accompanied by a dull and explosive sound of impact, a figure suddenly flew backwards. Wapol's eyes rolled back, and he was spitting blood while flying backwards, and his whole body was in great pain. He felt a little bit dead. This is indeed the case. If it weren't for his incredibly solid body, Wapol would have been gone for a while now. It was still the same big tree, but this time, the tree couldn't stop his momentum. In just the moment of contact, the tree ended its miserable life. It had been walking on thin ice all its life, and yet it was hit twice in a row. Wapol, which had hit a large tree, continued to fly for several hundred meters before crashing into a snow pile. This finally stopped the trend. But at this moment, his face was pale, and blood was constantly flowing out of his mouth, mixed with a lot of internal organ fragments. Chapter 163. Fortunately, there was this snow pile to catch him. Otherwise, we would definitely have to fly down from this 5,000 meter peak. Wapol vomited blood violently for a long time before he finally felt his breath coming back. The whole person took a deep breath, followed by a heavy gasp of relief. This punch really woke Wapol up. I thought that even if I couldn't defeat my opponent after the fusion, I could still take the opponent away while being beaten. But the result now was that the other person's punch almost knocked him out of his wits, which made Lawful completely give up the idea of taking the doctor away. Must go. Must go now. If you stay 1 second longer, you will die. But at this moment he was a little confused. After all, he had been vomiting blood for at least half a minute. The other party didn't chase after me. This made him, who was only trying to escape, feel a little doubtful. Turning his head, he saw that not far ahead, his army had all collapsed in half a minute, and there was not a single doctor left, all of them were tied up. But the 3 people who had done all this did not come towards him to kill him, but instead, he looked in his direction with some fear. Fear? Why are they afraid? Am I still worthy of their fear? Is there anyone else here who is more powerful than them? Thinking of this, Lawful finally looked around. But when he looked over, he naturally took in the dozens of figures behind him. When he saw the uniforms of Marines, Lawful's eyes lit up immediately. When he saw the leader's face again, the bright light had turned into a gleam of light. As the king of a member state, he naturally knew some of the high-ranking officials of the Marine Corps, at least he knew what they looked like. Isn't this person in front of me Momuzagi? The slacking guy next to her must be Shitun. God really won't let me die. 2 admiral candidates. Now even if Uranus Laozi comes, he can't get me kicked out of this country. Ha 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 ha. Marine. That's great. Momuzagi, Shitun. The member states of the world government are being invaded by pirates. According to the rules, you must help. Now hurry up and kill those guys for me. Lawful's attitude changed very quickly, and he turned from a guy running for his life into an arrogant starter almost instantly. The tone was no different from when he ordered his subordinates. Momuzagi frowned slightly, and Shitun looked unhappy. Naturally, they were unwilling to help, but given the situation just now, they had nowhere to hide. There is a cliff behind us, and we will be discovered if we walk to the side. They can only blame themselves for their bad luck. After all, no one could have imagined that the guy could accurately punch the evil into their faces. If they didn't take action when Lawful saw them, it would be really unreasonable. Because there really is such a rule. Member states can ask the Marine for help, and the Marine is obligated to help them. In this situation, they seem to have no choice. Although Shitun looked unhappy, this trip was mainly for Momuzagi, so he did not get angry, but turned his gaze to Momuzagi. Momuzagi frowned slightly, thinking in his mind. After thinking for a long time, when Lawful was getting impatient and ready to scold them for their inaction, Momuzagi finally took action. She moved lightly, striding forward with her long legs, towards Buggy and the others. Shitun looked slightly stunned. Are you sure? Hearing his words, Momuzagi did not stop, but said as he walked, do you still expect someone else to force that guy to take action? Upon hearing this, Shitun was shocked and instantly understood Momuzagi's thoughts. But this idea is undoubtedly extremely dangerous. She wanted to go up and fight Wayne directly. This is to find out Wayne's background. Although this is simple and crude, after seeing the current situation of Little Garden, Shitun eliminated this idea from his mind. After all, the risk factor is too high. But now, there really is no better way. Even if they continued to follow Wayne, with the strength of his men, there was no need for him to take action. Trying to find out his background is even more of a pipe dream. Is this the only way? Although he still felt it was dangerous, since Momuzagi had already gone, he couldn't possibly not go. Without giving it another thought, he quickly followed after ordering his men not to follow. See 2 people coming. Buggy's mentality is a bit exploded. Holy crap! These Marines actually came to join in the fun. It seems like my life is really going to end here. As an old man on Roger's ship and a veteran of New World, Buggy naturally recognized the other party's identity at a glance. He was the highest combat power under Admiral. Oh, no, the second fighting force. The second combat strength is also outrageous. It is impossible to win with just the three of them. He is an Admiral substitute, someone who can replace the Admiral. Even if he is not as good as the Admiral, the gap is not that big. This is really a big deal. Boss Buggy, what do you mean? Do you know them? Buggy didn't waste any time and immediately explained the other party's identity. But after he finished speaking, the two guys beside him didn't show any fear at all. Hey, the boss used to play this kind of role every day, and today he finally lets me try something new. I can take the beating, I'll take the lead. Third brother, you decide how to deal with it. Okay. Buggy was slightly stunned when he saw how motivated the two were. No? Isn't this wrong? The other party might kill you in one go. Why are you in such a hurry? Hearing this, both brothers laughed. If we don't go, will the boss lose his leg? If our 2 lives can be exchanged for the boss's leg, it would be a huge profit. As a crew member who has followed Wayne for 10 years, they knew very well how much they had received in favor from Wayne. If it weren't for this boss, they would have sunk in the deep sea or died at the hands of other pirates. During these 10 years, the boss treated them like brothers and led them for 10 whole years. Even though they are relatively incompetent and have low strength, the boss does not despise them at all. This is so precious in this cannibalistic world. Now that it's their turn to contribute, why should they be afraid of death? Just one word. Dry. No one can do it. In order to interrupt the boss's operation, both of them must die first. After listening to what the two said, Buggy naturally understood what they meant, but Buggy said this not because he was afraid. Instead, he planned to find a way to delay time. If he really rushed in with them like this, he would not only die quickly, but also would not be able to delay time. Boss Buggy, we understand what you mean. But the other party obviously doesn't have this intention. Looking at Momuzagi, who was getting closer and closer and had already begun to slowly draw his sword, he saw the bone-chilling coldness in the other's eyes. They know. If you want to delay time, you can only use your life to fill it. That's right. Momuzagi saw something. He saw the anxiety on their faces and their fearlessness in facing death. What kind of situation would make Wayne's men look like this? Why would they be so ready to die? The answer is already clear. That was their captain, Wayne. Wayne is obviously stronger than himself, but these people are still ready to die, which proves one thing. That is, Wayne has no way to take action now. With just a look, Momuzagi had defined the battle. Quick decision. If the situation is really as she expected, then this time, there will probably be great gains. Shitun, you take care of this. There might be big fish in the castle behind. Once you take care of them, come and support me. Clear. Although I don't understand how Momuzagi discovered the large quantity. But Momuzagi is right. The sloppy-looking Shitun wore an ordinary brown flat-top hat and a blue shirt. He put his hands in his pockets and squinted his eyes. There was also a pink tag on his chest with the word pig written on it. He looked like an old man from the market, and didn't seem to have any killing power. But as soon as Momuzagi finished speaking, he disappeared from the spot in a flash. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Buggy. A pitch-black fist suddenly attacked, heading straight for Buggy's head. This punch looked like it could knock Buggy down directly. But when the punch was about to land, a hint of doubt appeared on Shitun's smiling face. Hey! And in front of him, the basic figure had replaced Buggy. And he threw a punch, intending to fight him head-on. This made Shitun feel that the other party was a little too arrogant. In fact, before he set off, his target was basically already known. But Buggy must not be killed instantly by Shitun. Although he didn't know these people, the woman over there had a knife on her waist. Buggy is the best to deal with her. Fists collide. The shattering sound rang out as expected. There was basically no way he could be a match for Shitun. The only reason he had a chance to follow up with a punch was because Shitun didn't use his full strength. He just wanted to make these people lose their fighting ability. If these people died, it would be difficult to end the matter. The basic right punch is basically useless. The whole forearm looked as horrible as if it had bloomed a flower. The pain of this punch is enough to make most people lose their fighting ability, but he basically did not move at all. There was a glint of madness in his eyes. This made Shitun look at him with a higher opinion. At this moment, a figure quickly came behind Shitun and hugged him. "Brother! FK him!" Chichi's speed had already surpassed the shaving speed, which made Shitun look sideways again. But looking at the punch coming towards his face, he sighed slightly. And the other side. In front of Momuzagi, Buggy is blocking the way. He looks majestic, but if you look closely, you can clearly see that his legs are shaking. There's no way he's really scared. Although Momuzagi's knife couldn't kill him, he didn't even need a knife to kill him. The gap in strength between the two sides is as big as his second uncle's tumor, and it cannot be made up by just one fruit. He was about to say something, but Momuzagi had already drawn his sword. And at a speed that he could not even see, the knife slashed across his neck. On the other side, Shitun knocked the two brothers of the Ji family to the ground the moment they came into contact. There was a dent in Jiji's chest, and Jiji's other hand was also bruised. Fine beads of sweat covered his forehead. Severe pain had already begun to set in, and the feeling of weakness from excessive blood loss was also coming. Now he is at the end of his strength and cannot make any more progress. Shitun straightened his clothes slightly and prepared to go to the castle with Momuzagi, who had also dealt with the enemy. Doriel, who was standing by, felt powerless when she saw this scene. She didn't expect that Marine and the other two were so powerful. They were able to take care of all three of them after just one encounter. Can Chopper's surgery really be completed? That was the kid's first official surgery. If it failed, not only would Wayne lose a leg, but Chopper would probably blame himself for a long time. Is there really no way? Just when Doriel was in despair, the three people who seemed to have fallen down once again emitted their remaining heat. Shitun, who had already relaxed, felt something biting his ankle. Looking down, he saw that it was Jaiben who was biting him tightly. Although he didn't feel any pain, it was really annoying. Momuzagi on the other side was also tightly surrounded by a large number of fragments that suddenly appeared. There were about hundreds of fragments. Although they were not large, there were many of them, and each piece seemed to have life, firmly attached to her body. These fragments are naturally made of Buggy. Momuzagi originally thought he was a small character and thought he was dead after a single cut from his sword, but unexpectedly, when he passed by him, he suddenly exploded into a pile of small pieces. The distance was too close and she had no time to dodge, so her whole body was covered with these fragments. This immediately made her feel extremely sick. Even though she was blocked by the armed color, she was still very unhappy. The jinpila in his hand shook slightly, shattering all the fragments on the knife, followed by a gorgeous slashing. Each blow cut the fragments in half with perfect precision. But she soon found that this was of no use. These living fragments will not die after being cut off, but will instead split into two independent individuals. This move is one of Buggy's newly developed abilities. The split pieces are very sticky, which means that the pieces are trying to merge, but because of the presence of Momuzagi in the middle, they can neither merge nor be removed. This trick is very useful at times like this. But with Momuzagi's cleverness, he soon found a way to restrain himself. She put away the knife and slapped herself hard. The huge shock force easily destroyed an area of debris. After all, Buggy itself cannot withstand Momuzagi's high damage. Pieces began to fall continuously. Benji on the other side was also having a hard time at this time. Shitun kept kicking him in the head. Every kick from that leg, which was covered in armed color, made Ben's vision go dark. I wanted to faint countless times, and I wanted to open my mouth and end it all countless times. But he held on. No matter how hard Ren Shitun hit him, he didn't move at all. Shitun also gradually became irritable, and the force of his feet became stronger and stronger. But because he was afraid of Wayne and didn't want to kill him, he didn't use his full strength. Gigi on the side clenched his fists so hard that they made a crackling sound. However, as a fragile person, he was hit hard in the chest and couldn't even get up. He even began to have difficulty breathing. Chapter 164. As a doctor, Doriel knew the situation of the three of them very well. If this continues, he will be kicked to death in less than 3 seconds. 2 minutes later, Ziggy would die from respiratory distress and ruptured internal organs. Buggy on the other side had been knocked down by Momuzagi and reunited. He was covered in wounds and was breathing more than he was breathing in. Likewise, if he wasn't treated quickly, he wouldn't have survived more than a few minutes, even if the woman hadn't killed him. Is there really no other way? At this time, even if Wayne came, he would be unable to revolving heaven. Let's not talk about whether Wayne can defeat these two people with their powerful strength. Even if he can he deal with these two people within 2 minutes? If not, with their injuries, they will all die. Just as Doriel was worried, Momuzagi, racing against time, looked at the tea-pigs who were still playing around and shouted angrily, "Don't hold back! That guy is in there, and he might even be seriously injured. Get rid of them quickly." After Momuzagi finished speaking, he immediately raised his hand and was about to punch the recovered Buggy in front of him to death. This guy really disgusted her. After hearing this, Shitun finally understood. If that's the case, then these people are dead. We really can't wait any longer. He immediately stepped down again, but this time, the kick clearly had the power to almost explode the head. Just as Momuzagi's fist of armed color was about to land on Buggy's head, a foot covered in black mist appeared out of thin air. In an instant, the two collided with each other. As soon as the two sides came into contact, the ripples of haki burst open, the air made a sonic boom, and the snow layer cleared instantly, revealing the earthy ground below. But even with such a huge noise, the foot that was blocking her didn't move at all. Momuzagi's pupils suddenly shrank and his expression was shocked. Without looking up, she knew who was coming. Because she clearly felt the severe chill coming from the front, which was far colder than the cold winter. Go straight to the heart and lungs, and reach the brain. In this coldness, there was also a faint hint of murderous intent. At this time, the only person who could block her attack and harbor murderous intentions towards her was probably the guy named Wayne. Things seemed to be getting out of control. The aura emanating from the guy in front of her actually made her feel dangerous. No serious injuries? Did I guess wrong? On the other side, when Shitun was about to take that step, a cloud of black mist suddenly attacked. That strange aura made him quite fearful. In the end, I could only dodge to the side. The guy who had been biting him tightly for a long time actually loosened his grip when he saw the black mist. This made Shitun secretly happy. But before I could finish being happy, I noticed something unusual happening on Momuzagi's side. He was startled, but his hands did not stop moving. With a flash of his body, he jumped into the air and kicked Wayne in the face. Seeing this, Momuzagi used more force, trying to distract Wayne and make him unable to look at both ends. Whether he loosened his legs or gave up blocking the kick, the results were not pretty. Shitun used all his strength in this kick, and the dark armed color shone brightly in the sunlight. If Wayne was hit by this solid kick, the combination of punches from the two of them would make him lose his mind. If he chooses to return to defense, he will lose a partner. It disturbed his state of mind, which was also beneficial for the next battle. As for taking Shitun's attack, he continued to block his own fists. Momuzagi had never thought about this. Because it's simply impossible. Being able to do this means that the guy in front of them is definitely much stronger than the two of them, definitely at the admiral level. But can he really do it? We'll know soon. Facing the heavier force on his feet and the attacking Shaitan in front of him, a trace of fluctuation finally appeared on Wayne's calm face. That is anger. As well as move. Looking at my companions, they really did this for me. To be honest, Wayne was still very touched. But looking at their horrific injuries, Wayne felt a surge of anger and heartache. Why? Only a sigh was heard. The machete on Wayne's waist suddenly lit up with a dazzling red light. The entire blade turned blood red. Full of bloodthirstiness. Wayne raised his palm slightly and slowly placed it not far in front of his forehead. Just when Shaitan and Momuzagi thought he was going to block the attack with his palm, a flash of red light passed by. The machete was already in his hand. Behind the blood-red sword were Wayne's eyes, which were glowing slightly red. Bang! Shaitan kicked the broadsword, but the red and black broadsword did not move at all. Take this blow. Wayne didn't seem to be struggling too much. This scene immediately made the two of them look extremely ugly. An uneasy feeling kept sweeping over my body. Because Wayne at this moment was obviously more dangerous than he had just given them the impression. What's more, he actually blocked the combined attack from his side. What does this mean? They know very well. This time, it's over. After Wayne blocked the attack, Momuzagi and Shaitan both began to feel that the guy in front of them was starting to exert his strength. They began to slowly stretch open. But I can do nothing and can only watch. When the knife was stretched to a certain height, the two men with grim expressions saw Wayne's hand holding the scabbard gently resting on the handle. He's about to draw his sword. This thought arose in both of their minds at the same time. But just when they were guarding against Wayne's sudden attack, a completely unstoppable gust of wind suddenly broke out. It was a hurricane that they had never experienced before. It blew people's faces painfully and pushed them away on the spot. Even though they were already on guard and prepared. But under this hurricane, they were still powerless to resist. The flying snow in the sky turned into snow mist under this sudden hurricane. The entire mountain was covered in fog. Visibility was significantly reduced. Momuzagi and the other person flew backwards to the edge of the cliff, and when they were about to fall down, the hurricane suddenly disappeared again. Looking at the foggy scene in front of me, even with the armament haki on my face, I still felt the pain from the wind. Momuzagi understood. He understood how Little Garden's plight came about. That's unexpected. Actually, it was actually just this guy drawing his sword. Just by drawing the sword, he can instantly kill people below the rear admiral level. If this knife is swung out, Momuzagi didn't dare to think further. It was definitely a tragic and desperate scene that she had never seen before. They at this moment. I have already decided to quit. If I don't leave, I'm afraid I will really die. This is really not a joke. But now that they are gone, what will happen to their adjutants and their subordinates? Da. As the two struggled, footsteps were heard in front of them. The sky is full of snow and fog. They couldn't see clearly ahead. I can only vaguely see a red knife. A pair of red eyes. They're all deadly. Then Is that even possible? Chapter 165. On the snow-covered mountain peaks, any figure would be enveloped in the mist. Stuck in this cold winter fog, a hint of chill has quietly risen into my heart. However, the chill of the environment was nothing compared to the coldness in the tone of the person in front of him. She was dressed in white and looked pure and kind, but the presence of those red eyes made the scene extremely depressing. Momuzagi and Shaitan both stared ahead with serious expressions. The pressure Wayne put on them at this time was really too great. Fine beads of sweat had gradually spread across their foreheads. When they first saw Wayne's bounty order, their first impression was one of amiability. But now Wayne looked like a bloodthirsty beast to them. The murderous intent in the beast's eyes was not concealed at all, as if he were given a chance, he would tear the person in front of him to pieces without hesitation. Murderous intent. That's right. Wayne has already decided to kill. Even if killing them both would cause the entire marine to explode, he didn't care. Marine now sees him as a thorn in his side. Even though he had never done anything irreparable to the Marines, they still sent the most luxurious army in history to deal with him. The treatment is even comparable to that of Pirates King Roger. The reason was simply that he felt his existence posed a huge threat to Marine. Ridiculous, ridiculous. Along the way, he tried his best to avoid conflicts with the Marines, and he also adopted the mentality of forgiving some Marine officers if possible. Don't want to cause any trouble to yourself. But now Marine's behavior has made him a little angry. Since Marine has already torn his face apart and won't give me any room for retreat, then, why should I compromise any more? Do you really think you are made of clay? Pinch it however you want? Today, these two guys almost beat 3 of his admirals to death in front of him. This is something he absolutely cannot tolerate. If he let these 2 people go, he would not be ashamed to go back and explain to his own people. Wayne could tolerate the fatal attack when everything was under his control, but today, it was obvious that if he was 1 step late, Chopper's surgery would be 1 second slower. The 3 of them were gone. Just died. Even if he was willing to sacrifice a leg in exchange for their lives, all this was ultimately beyond his control. This feeling. He was very unhappy. These 2 people must die today. Whether it is to give a response to the Marine or to give an explanation to his own crew. Them. Everyone must die. A tremendous murderous intent suddenly erupted, instantly dispersing the surrounding fog and bringing a moment of clarity here. But before Wayne could make a move, Momuzagi and Shitun took action first. They attacked Wayne from the left and right, with knives and fists. They both knew the current situation very well. If they didn't take action, their momentum would be completely suppressed by Wayne. By then, fighting will only be more difficult. If they take action now, it is still unclear who will win or lose. They are not lambs to be slaughtered. The blade of Jinpi Luo's sword swirled, leaving a clear white mark in the air. Shitun's fist also caused a sonic boom. When their attacks were within a short distance of Wayne, he remained unmoved. He just stood there with a stern expression, looking straight ahead. It seemed as if he didn't care about the attacks from the 2 people at all, and didn't seem to react at all. But this did not allow the 2 attackers to relax at all. The reason was very simple, the guy in front of them could not hear. It was as if their observation haki didn't exist. They couldn't hear any sound coming from Wayne's body, let alone predict his next move. It was totally impossible. They have never encountered such a situation in their entire lives since they awakened their ability to see and hear. The pressure, which was already as heavy as a mountain, has increased even more. The knife in Wayne's hand kept making soft humming sounds, as if urging him to swing it and collide with the knife of the person in front of him. Wayne certainly won't do what it wants. His strength was not much higher than the 2 people in front of him. In a normal fight, even using a single kick might not be enough to kill them both. At the moment when the 2's attacks were about to fall, Wayne's figure flashed, and only wisps of black mist remained where he was. When he appeared again, he was already beside Shitun. He casually chopped at his neck with a knife. Although it was just a casual cut, tiny cut marks began to appear on everything around it. As they attacked, Shitun had already begun to feel a chill on his neck. But because of his high alertness, he still reacted. He forced himself to withdraw his attack, raised his hand and punched Wayne's scabbard. He didn't dare to be careless at all. If he was cut down by this knife, Shitun felt that even if he had a thick layer of armament haki on his neck, it would be useless and he would be seriously injured immediately. Even if the price of retracting the attack is disordered breathing, you have to retract it. Clang! The fist hit the scabbard, making a sound of metal clashing. The scabbard was immediately ejected, and the attack was successfully resolved. Even Momozagi on the other side came to attack again. The blade pointed directly at the back of Wayne's neck. This time, there was a glint of confidence in Momozagi's eyes. At such a close distance, there was no way that guy could defend himself. As for the flashing ability just now? How is it possible to use it continuously in such a short time? Just when Momozagi thought Wayne would be injured by her attack. Call out! The sound of breaking wind sounded again, and Momozagi's pupils suddenly contracted. There was no sign of Wayne in sight at this moment. Just as she came to her senses and prepared to look for him, a collision sound was heard again. A glance. On the other side of Shitun, Wayne appeared again. And just like before, there was no breath at all, and he appeared and slashed with one blow. If Shitun hadn't been so tense, he would probably be injured now. Without hesitation, Momozagi quickly went to provide support. It was still a tricky angle, still a confident strike. She just didn't believe it. This guy can use this pervert ability all the time. Just as her Kimbalas were about to hit Wayne again, the familiar sound of breaking wind arrived as expected. And her sword only pierced through a wisp of black mist. Momozagi has begun to doubt her life. She can't understand why such an ability has no restrictions. No. No way. There will definitely be restrictions. Regrouping, Momozagi was confident that he could find Wayne's weakness. And Wayne has no plans to change his strategy. He continued to use the energy to flash, attacking his opponents while dodging attacks. For a moment, there was only a flash of black mist and two busy figures on the field. Just like that 5 minutes later. Shitun was the first to give up. He was constantly trying his best to keep his mind tense and watching every move around him, and he was beginning to show signs of fatigue. The speed of resisting Wayne's attacks also became slower and slower. Just now, Wayne's slash had even penetrated several centimeters into Shitun's chest before he was forced back. If there is any more, the T-Pig's internal organs will be severely damaged. But even so, he still felt uncomfortable. Xiao Ai is not a decoration. She showed her bloodthirsty character from the very beginning. The moment she invaded the T-Pig's body, she took a big puff. The red color on its body at this time was obviously brighter than before. After experiencing more than 300 attacks without warning, Shitun had a splitting headache. The reaction is getting slower and slower. And now. It's time. A good time to kill. Wayne's foot, which had just undergone surgery, was already itching to move. Perhaps soon, a bloody fireworks feast will bloom in this world of ice and snow. Chapter 166. Wayne's attacks continued, and with such power, he naturally had to utilize ultimate. After experiencing these 5 minutes, Momozagi and Shitun were now numb. I thought that such an unstoppable physical skill would have extremely strict restrictions. But this thought was refreshed repeatedly in the past 5 minutes, from once or twice at the beginning to over 300 times now. Is this still a human being? Momozagi not only raised such questions. Wayne's flash is like it has no cooldown at all. It was as if he had turned into a ghost, constantly flowing between the two of them, consuming them while they were unable to do anything to him. But the two did not despair. Because they found that Wayne was also starting to slow down. More than 300 high-intensity attacks have not only made life difficult for the victims but also for the attackers. The two of them had already decided on a plan as soon as their eyes exchanged. The plan is simple. Because Wayne's speed also slowed down, Shitun found that he had a chance to catch his knife. As long as he caught him, it didn't matter even if his hand was injured. Once. Give Shitun a chance, and once he catches him, he won't let go. Otherwise, if this continues, they will be killed by Wayne. On the contrary, as long as Wayne's movements are restricted, Momozagi can quickly give the opponent a fatal blow. The sword in Momozagi's hand is not just for decoration either. When the time is right, she really can do it. After Momuzagi missed again, Shitun became extremely alert, but his already heavy head still held him back. When he realized that Wayne appeared behind him this time, he turned around quickly. As he turned, his right hand also quickly reached in a direction behind him. Although he couldn't see it, he concluded that Wayne's knife-swinging trajectory was the same as he imagined. He has this confidence after more than 300 battles. But after he performed this series of actions, Momuzagi's anxious shout came from the side without any warning. No! No! Run away! Momuzagi's screams were so loud that they were almost hoarse, but Shitun did not hear them because at the same time, a strong sonic boom completely drowned out her screams. After she finished speaking, Shitun had already turned around. But what he saw was not Wayne swinging his knife, but a foot. A foot shrouded in black mist and emitting a terrifying aura. With just one glance, Shitun felt that something was wrong. There was no time to think about why Wayne didn't use a knife, but instead used a kicking technique he had never used before. All he could do was to defend his face with all his strength, then close his eyes tightly and prepare for this terrifying blow. With a sonic boom, the two sides came into contact with each other. The result is bang! The terrifying ultimate power was poured onto Shitun's face. With only a layer of armed color defense, there was no possibility of resistance at all. The head of a tea-pig broke in. It was open-ended, splashing all over Momuzagi's face behind him. Red and white covered Momuzagi's entire body. The sticky touch made Momuzagi's eyes glaze over a bit. Her hand was still on Shitun's shoulder, trying to pull him away. But the result is too late. She could only watch helplessly as the tea-pig was kicked to pieces in front of her. Although Shitun was only her suitor, he was also her friend, one of her few friends. Everyone knows that Shitun failed every time he confessed his love to Momuzagi. But who knows, behind these 100 confessions, is how long of companionship. Now, seeing Shitun die in front of him, Momuzagi's mind was stunned for a moment. At this moment, she had only one thought in her mind: why didn't Shitun dodge? Why did he take it head-on? Did he really want to die? The horror of that kick was so great that even she, who was standing behind Shitun, felt a chill down her spine. If you get hit head-on with that kick, you'll definitely die. Cute pork. Why do you dare to take it with your face? Could it be that he really couldn't feel the breath of death coming towards him? What on earth is he thinking about? But is it really because Shitun is stupid? As a Marine Admiral candidate, even if he doesn't have observation haki, doesn't he have a sixth sense to sense the threat of death? No. How could he not have? He just... I'm used to it. Under Wayne's attacks more than 300 times, Shitun's sixth sense gave warnings every time. Because Wayne's attacks were always life-threatening. If he didn't handle it properly or was even slightly negligent, he would be seriously injured or even killed by Wayne's knife. Such frequent warnings have made the tea-pig, whose brain has already become dull, unable to distinguish whether it is dangerous or not. Just now, he subconsciously thought that the degree of danger this time was not much different from the previous 300 times, but only after he actually experienced it, he could understand how wrong this idea was. But he would never understand. This is also why Wayne wants to deal with them. At their level, they can already react to the instantaneous movement of The, and they can kick right away. The result can only be unsatisfactory. While kicking Shitun's head to pieces, Wayne's AI was already extremely active. The bright red blade, which had begun to glow slightly, exuded an extremely sharp aura. Wayne was already charging the knife while he was kicking. With Xiao Ai's support, this strike will definitely be stronger than the one he swung on number 95 yesterday. The moment Shitun's head exploded, Wayne had already activated teleportation again. The goal this time. It's Momuzagi. He flashed behind Momuzagi, the knife in his hand humming softly. Momuzagi, covered in blood and affected by Shitun's death, obviously did not notice Wayne behind him at the first time. By the time she reacted, knife already arrived. The other side. After being rescued by Doriel and Chopper, Buggy and the other two finally saved their lives. If you want to fully recover, I'm afraid it's impossible during this period of time. At this time, all the white pirates had appeared at the gate. Because Wayne suddenly disappeared, they were worried that something might happen to their captain if he started fighting right after the operation. Now they were all looking at the fog ahead with worried faces. I secretly prayed that Wayne would return safely. Doriel and Chopper had already moved all the tools and medicines that might be used to the door, waiting for Wayne's battle to end so that they could go up and treat Wayne. Everyone in the group was looking forward to it. But because of the heavy fog, they couldn't see the situation ahead clearly. They didn't dare to go forward rashly. After all, they were in no condition to help at all. Just when they were full of worries, a gust of sea breeze blew slowly. Gradually, the fog began to dissipate. As the fog became thinner, a figure gradually appeared in the area where their eyes were focused. The sea breeze is still blowing. The scene ahead became clearer and clearer. Soon, he was dressed in white, with a blood-red machete hanging from his waist. Wayne, with an indifferent expression and a few drops of crimson bloodline on his cold cheeks, appeared in everyone's sight. And appeared with him. There are two more behind him. Headless corpse.